Chapter 1. A Pack of Spicy Strips. Chen Yang stared blankly at the somber world before him, a look of despair etched on his face. He couldn't comprehend how a mere online shopping spree for snacks could result in him being transported to such a place merely because he received a glass ring as a gift with his order. Accompanying him was nothing but a backpack brimming with snacks. What a misfortune. Was real-life time travel really this unreliable? It wasn't what the books had depicted. Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. It is better to be without books than to trust them blindly. With a deep sigh, Chen Yang resumed his aimless stroll. After a brief while, he suddenly spotted a figure in the distance by the roadside. A young woman sat crouched with her back to him, her shoulders gently shaking. What was she doing? Further away, a cluster of shanties became visible, suggesting a settlement. Chen Yang felt a surge of excitement and quickly jogged towards the girl. People, at last! In no time, he found himself behind her, panting slightly as he paused, momentarily lost in thought. The sight before him was rather exhilarating. Short shorts, a crop top, and cascading long hair. Her figure was slender, yet curvaceous. Having just crossed into an unfamiliar realm, he was taken aback to find this stunning woman crouched there, softly sobbing. He felt an irresistible urge to lean down and offer her comfort. He was already here, worrying too much was futile. His years of devouring web novels told him that time travel was akin to winning the loteria shortcut capable of altering one's life. Though he feigned calmness on the surface, he was inherently anxious. Yet, no matter how flustered he felt, he had to maintain composure before a woman of such beauty. A mature LSP should possess such level-headedness. Gently patting the girl's shoulder, Chen Yang ventured, "Excuse me, miss, are you troubled by something? Perhaps you'd like to share? We're both lost souls in this world, and I too have encountered my fair share of absurdity." The girl paused momentarily before slowly turning her head. In the next instant, Chen Yang's blood ran cold. What manner of face was this? One eyelid drooped, tethered by an unyielding strand, its eyeball hanging precariously outside its socket. The decaying skin was riddled with numerous small, bloody holes. On the right cheek, a grotesque tumor oozed a greenish ooze. Between the lips, now absent, were 2 rows of sharp teeth, from which protruded a long, barbed tongue. A nauseating stench assaulted his senses. Only then did Chen Yang realize what this monstrosity was truly doing. It wasn't sobbing at all. It was ravenously devouring a human arm. Holy hell! Chen Yang's scalp prickled, and he instinctively stumbled backward a few steps. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned on his heel and ran. What the hell was this place he had stumbled into? Behind him, the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoed, hot on his heels. For the first time in over 20 years, he felt tears of gratitude welling up. This was the first time a woman had actively pursued him. Yet, upon reflection, it was more than a little exhilarating. But who was he kidding? Help! Chapter 2. The terrifying gains. Chen Yang cried out in anguish, his heart wrenched in desperation that he was still a virgin. He did not wish to meet his demise. While others' journeys through time often marked the inception of their ascendance to greatness, his own crossing had seemingly culminated in the abrupt end of his existence. This defied all logic. Perhaps had he been of African descent, he could have resolved this predicament through a demonstration. Alas, as a person of East Asian heritage, he was left to rely solely on his own legs to escape. Listening to the footsteps drawing ever closer behind him, and once again catching a whiff of that putrid stench, despair washed over Chen Yang's face. "I'm done with this. I want to go home." The moment that thought crossed his mind, the inconspicuous glass ring on his finger suddenly shimmered. In an instant, his surroundings transformed, and to his utter astonishment, Chen Yang found himself back in the very house he had rented prior to his journey. Instinctively rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken, Chen Yang's heart surged with exhilaration. The heavens had indeed smiled upon him. It was so simple. He had returned? Could it be that his journey was not merely a one-time affair, but rather a cycle of perpetual traversal between 2 worlds? How splendid! This was an absolute triumph. But how exactly did one operate this newfound ability? Had he merely envisioned his return in his mind, and thus it had come to fruition? As such thoughts swirled in his mind, Chen Yang's vision blurred once more. The creature that had nearly become the source of his psychological torment reappeared before him. The proximity sent his heart racing to a halt, leaving his mind momentarily blank. Swallowing hard, he instinctively waved his hand and stiffly uttered, "Hi. What a coincidence. We meet again." Roar! The beast bellowed at Chen Yang, the overwhelming stench nearly causing him to faint. Goodness. What a waste of such a physique. Surely, before transforming into this monstrosity, she must have been a beauty, right? How could she lack even the most basic dental hygiene? No, wait. This was not the time for such musings. Home immediately. Whoosh. Once again, he found himself back in his rented bedroom, exhaling a sigh of relief. This was far too exhilarating. It felt as though he were teetering on the brink of death itself. However, now that he had confirmed this newfound ability to traverse freely between realms, did it not imply that he could act with impunity? After all, upon venturing into that bizarre world, he could return at his whim. What was there to fear? Chen Yang removed the glass ring from his finger, lifting it before his eyes to scrutinize it closely. Yet aside from its transparent appearance, he discerned nothing else of significance. Well, it mattered not. What was important was that this ring bestowed upon him the power to traverse between two worlds at will. Let us go. Before Chen Yang stood the voluptuous creature once more. However, with ample mental preparation, he felt no fear to If you're so capable, then bite me. I'm off. I'm back again. Just playing around. What could you possibly do to me? What the hell? After repeating this back-and-forth traversal a dozen times, the creature seemed to have gained some experience from the playful teasing. When Chen Yang appeared once more, the creature suddenly snatched the ring from his grasp. In the blink of an eye, and to Chen Yang's utter bewilderment, the beast tossed the ring directly into its gaping maw. Chen Yang was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 3. Enhancing Elixirs. I am utterly shattered. Chen Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, his entire being engulfed by a surge of adrenaline. The ring was swallowed whole. This could cost him his life. He needed that ring to return. Without it, would he be doomed to bid farewell to his original world forever? This simply cannot be. The ring is innocent. It is the bearer who is at fault. Return my ring. The tide of fear was thoroughly suppressed. Like a madman, Chen Yang lunged at the voluptuous monster with fervor. His hands gripped the creature's neck with unyielding force, shaking it vigorously. Strictly speaking, this monster resembled a zombie from a science fiction film. Though endowed with a curvaceous figure, the female form was ultimately diminutive, causing her to lose balance under Chen Yang's relentless grip. With a resounding thud, the female zombie fell backward in a textbook manner. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yang mounted her, his hands still constricting her throat, while he exerted every ounce of strength to lift her head and bring it crashing down against the ground. Spit it out, you scoundrel. Return my ring. He ceaselessly hoisted the female zombie's head, repeatedly slamming it down with tremendous force. Fueled by an adrenaline rush, he managed to suppress the creature beneath him, rendering it incapable of retaliation. Perhaps it was this action that bore fruit. The ring, which had been engulfed in the zombie's gaping maw, was indeed coughed up amidst Chen Yang's fervent shaking. With a pungent stench, the ring was propelled directly into Chen Yang's mouth due to his shouting. Chen Yang, what on earth? Is this the use of chemical warfare? He nearly retched on the spot, instinctively releasing his grip on the female zombie. Rising from her, he felt utterly drained. Extracting the ring from his mouth, he hastily slipped it back onto his finger, feeling a profound sense of despair wash over him. What a calamity this is! Just as Chen Yang was enveloped in desolation, the female zombie, whom he had pinned to the ground, rose once more. Startled, Chen Yang instinctively sought to use the ring to return to his world. Yet before the thought fully formed, a gunshot rang out beside him. Accompanied by the sharp report, the female zombie was instantly dispatched before Chen Yang's very eyes. He trembled in shock, quickly turning toward the source of the gunfire, that a strikingly beautiful young woman, with a commanding presence, stepped into his line of sight. Standing merely a few meters away, she brandished a firearm, her expression devoid of emotion as she approached him. Chen Yang swallowed hard. The attire of this savior was excessively patriotic. The fabric was so scant that it barely concealed her form. It was utterly vulgar. Such indecency was truly disheartening. Just as he contemplated voicing his disapproval, she stood before him, the very weapon that had just saved his life now smoking ominously, pressed against his. The fabric-saving maiden glared at him with icy resolve, leaving Chen Yang with the unsettling impression of having escaped from a tiger's den only to stumble into a wolf's lair. "Raise your hands. Submit to interrogation," she warned coldly. Chen Yang. Chapter 4, A Comprehensive Upgrade. "What is your name?" the beautiful young woman asked sharply. "Chen. Chen Yang. And your gender?" "The miss. Can't you see for yourself? Do I really need to answer whether I am male or female?" Chen Yang gazed at the stunning woman before him, finding the phrase large-breasted but brainless to be remarkably fitting. However, compared to the terror he felt when confronted by monsters earlier, he remained remarkably calm, even with a gun aimed at his head. After all, she was at least a person, and a very beautiful woman at that. More importantly, she spoke Mandarin that as long as they could communicate, the danger seemed minimal. Enough of the nonsense. Answer my questions directly. Do you want a bullet in your head? Gender. The beautiful woman's expression hardened as she admonished him sternly. Male. Chen Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation. And your age? 22. Why did you suddenly appear near our camp? Furthermore, what is inside the backpack on your back? The beautiful woman interrogated him with intensity. If I were to say I got lost, would you believe me? As for the backpack, it contains food. Would you like to have a taste? Chen Yang said. As he removed the backpack from his shoulders, that he unzipped it and casually pulled out a packet of cookies, offering it to the young woman with a sincere expression. This was the art of knowing how to adapt. Thanks to the snacks he had purchased online, which were made by the shopkeeper's own hand, the packaging was completely transparent, devoid of any information. It could be aptly described as a 3-no product. Food? Can I try some? The beautiful woman asked with a skeptical look, reaching out to take the packet. After tearing it open and inhaling the aroma, her mouth watered uncontrollably, and her stomach rumbled audibly. She hadn't eaten anything in 2 days. Such situations were exceedingly common in the wasteland. Swallowing hard, the beautiful woman cautiously bent down to bite into a cookie, savoring it with great care. The next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. She seemed to have discovered a new world, losing all semblance of her previous caution. Instantly, she began to chew faster, devouring the entire packet of cookies in no time. Chen Yang could only watch in speechless amazement. I'm so sorry. It was just too delicious so, that I couldn't help myself. Noticing Chen Yang's expression, the beautiful woman felt a flush rise to her cheeks, speaking bashfully. Simultaneously, the gun that had been aimed at Chen Yang was lowered, her demeanor clearly less guarded. Casting a fleeting glance at the backpack in Chen Yang's hands, she ventured, "If you were lost, perhaps I could guide you provided that. You pay me for my services? Just bring me more of those snacks. A guide? Payment? That sounds rather appealing, but I know nothing about you." Chen Yang blinked, suddenly feeling a surge of goodwill towards this world. Could a single packet of cookies truly win over such a beautiful woman? What a fantastical realm this was. "What do you wish to know?" the beautiful woman asked, taken aback. "Your name." What do you mean, Your name. "Oh, Li Lu. And your gender. But can't you tell for yourself?" The beautiful woman shot back with a glare. "Do you still want those cookies?" Chen Yang retorted, meeting her gaze defiantly. "Female. And your age?" 19. "Well then, considering your age, I shall hire you as my guide." Observing the beautiful woman's compliant demeanor under the influence of food, Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. Yet his words left the beautiful woman looking utterly perplexed. "Large? I'm only 19. How am I considered large?" Chapter 5, A Profitable Venture. Having reached a fundamental consensus on employment, Li Lu led Chen Yang into the makeshift dwelling area before them. Along the way, she greeted various acquaintances while succinctly introducing Chen Yang to the conditions of the settlement. Chen Yang listened with utmost attentiveness. Even during the final year of his senior high school, he had never been quite so focused. According to Li Lu's description, this settlement resembled a miniature enclave of survivors. Yet, in Chen Yang's eyes, it would be more accurate to label it a refugee camp. Despite its diminutive, dilapidated, and precarious state, it still bore a name. Curiously, Grey Mouse D. As Li Lu elaborated on the situation within the settlement, Chen Yang occasionally interjected, expressing his intentions. He soon realized that food held immense allure for Li Lu, prompting a flurry of ideas to materialize in his mind that if food was a scarce commodity in this world, could he not use the provisions he carried in his backpack to barter for something of value? Through such transactions, he could gain a clearer understanding of the significance of food in this realm. After sharing this notion with Li Lu, she appeared perplexed by Chen Yang's decision. However, as merely a guide, she refrained from questioning his choice. This dwelling beside us is mine. This settlement, though small, is quite self-sufficient. What do you wish to exchange for with these provisions? Just tell me directly, and I assure you, I can procure anything that exists within the settlement. After completing her introduction to the settlement, Li Lu confidently patted her ample chest. Chen Yang instinctively swallowed hard, forcing his gaze away, and inquired, "How do you conduct your daily transactions? Is there a common currency?" Currencies? None exist. Since the cataclysm nearly 10 years ago, the entire world's order has collapsed, making the maintenance of any financial system impossible. Therefore, our transactions are based on barter, Li Lu replied, momentarily taken aback before shaking her head. I see. Well then, here's my backpack containing the food I brought. Please do your best to exchange it for, gold and silver. Are you familiar with them? Chen Yang stated, handing his backpack to Li Lu. Gold and silver? What would you want those for? They were indeed valuable before the cataclysm, but now they are as worthless as pebbles by the roadside. No one is interested in them, Li Lu responded, her expression one of confusion as she unzipped the backpack. Upon seeing it filled to the brim with food, her eyes widened, and her breathing quickened, causing her face to flush. Ahem, in our first transaction, what matters most is not what is exchanged, but the trust we established between us. This will pave the way for future dealings. So, just follow my instructions. If the transaction succeeds, 1/10 of the food in this bag will be your commission, which does not conflict with your remuneration. I belong to an organization that lacks food, but is in need of many other resources. Thus, I've been dispatched to seek potential trading avenues. That is the gist. I will wait for you in your dwelling. Once you complete the transaction, return to find me. Chen Yang coughed awkwardly, fabricating his words to Li Lu's expression turned serious as she clutched the backpack tightly, her eyes fixed intently on Chen Yang. Gritting her teeth, she asked, "Do you really trust me this much? We've only just met, and you entrust me with such valuable provisions? Aren't you afraid I might abscond with them, causing you significant loss?" Significant loss? Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. Nearly $100 worth of snacks. Indeed, it could be deemed a significant loss. After all, he was freshly unemployed and had yet to secure new employment. This $100 might not be life-threatening, but it certainly represented his plan to sustain himself for at least a week with those snacks. Therefore, it was imperative that he exchange them for something of value. Otherwise, he might struggle to pay next month's rent. Of course I trust you. One must not doubt those they employ. This is merely our first transaction, but if all goes well, there will be an abundance of transactions to come. You are a clever girl. Surely, you wouldn't engage in a short-sighted scheme, right? Chen Yang smiled, uttering words he scarcely believed himself. Yet Li Lu took them with utmost seriousness. As if burdened by immense responsibility, she nodded vigorously. Though she did not swear an oath, her determination was palpable as she inhaled deeply and declared, "Rest assured, I shall not betray your trust. Wait for me in the dwelling. I will return within 2 hours at most." Seeing Li Lu's expression, akin to someone heading to their execution while clutching the backpack as if it contained the weight of the world, Chen Yang felt a pang of reluctance. Yet, that feeling was quickly cast aside. After all, $100 was no trifling sum. Contentedly entering Li Lu's dwelling, Chen Yang found himself with little to do while awaiting her return. Thus, he leaned against the inner wall of the shack and began to examine it closely. Upon entering, he noticed the walls were plastered with old newspapers, presumably to block gaps and prevent drafts. The contents of these newspapers could provide him with a more direct understanding of the current world. Before long, 2 hours had passed, and Chen Yang sat bewildered on the only dilapidated bed in the shack, his face a mask of existential doubt. If the articles were not jesting, it implied that the world he had entered was, in fact, Earth 200 years hence. That this meant his journey was not one of spatial displacement, but rather temporal transposition. The transformation of Earth into its present state was the result of a cataclysmic nuclear war that had engulfed the globe. Tens of thousands of nuclear warheads had unleashed devastation, altering the planet's ecology and resulting in the deaths of at least half the population during the conflict. Countless living beings, having survived the war, mutated under the influence of radiation. Now, the world had gradually evolved into a desolate wasteland, rife with various forms of zombies and aberrant creatures, permeated by an atmosphere of death. Just as Chen Yang pondered these revelations, the door to the shack swung open, and a perspiring Li Lu entered, struggling to place the backpack at Chen Yang's feet. Thud! The sound reverberated, prompting Chen Yang to instinctively glance down. He discovered the backpack was so overstuffed that the zipper could not be closed, that it was filled to the brim with gleaming gold and a smattering of silver. Chen Yang was rendered speechless. Although he had surmised from Li Lu's earlier reactions that food would hold immense value here, the sight of an entire backpack filled with gold and silver left him in a state of disbelief. His breathing quickened instinctively as he leaned down to grasp an unmarked gold bar, feeling the texture of the precious metal, and he swallowed hard. This world desperately needed him. In this wasteland where Chen Yang was born, the eternal night reigned. The world was in a frenzy, seeking but a few pieces of silver. Yet paradoxically, those few pieces could alleviate countless anxieties. Chapter 6. Money is the hero's courage. Our settlement possesses very little gold and silver, nearly all of which is here, as they are of no practical use, and thus no one bothers to collect them. The value of your food far surpasses that of this gold and silver. Therefore, in addition to these precious metals, I have exchanged some food for a first-tier enhancement potion. Li Lu stated, solemnly presenting a syringe filled with a brilliant blue liquid before Chen Yang. You are clearly just an ordinary person, neither an enhanced individual nor an evolved one. So I find it perplexing how you manage to traverse to our settlement without any weapons. Yet, the outside world is fraught with peril, and luck cannot be your constant companion. You must possess the strength to protect yourself. Regrettably, our settlement is too modest, allowing for only the exchange of the most basic first-tier enhancement potion. This decision was made at my discretion. I hope you do not take offense. This enhancement potion is of high purity. You need merely inject it directly when using it, that we have only a few left in our settlement, and in a few days, we may need to venture to a nearby town to procure more. Chen Yang took the syringe in a daze, gazing at the azure liquid within the transparent barrel. He casually remarked, our organization's technological prowess is indeed formidable. There was hardly any danger during my journey, the only troublesome aspect being the trade, as I was unfamiliar with the surroundings. After uttering this remark, Chen Yang eagerly slung his backpack over his shoulders, only to find its weight rather excessive, nearly causing him to strain his back. Nonetheless, a radiant smile, entirely beyond his control, adorned his face. That I have received professional training and typically do not smile, unless unable to suppress it. Well, the initial transaction went exceedingly well. I shall return now, and if all goes smoothly, I will come back tomorrow to settle your monthly salary. Chen Yang said with some effort. Li Lu did not quite grasp the nature of the technological strength Chen Yang alluded to. However, he seemed to be enveloped in mystery, a common sight in the wasteland, so she felt no inclination to delve deeper as long as he could continuously provide food that would suffice. Chen Yang exited the settlement and, upon reaching a large tree, furtively surveyed his surroundings. After confirming there was no one nearby, he commanded the ring in his mind to return. In the next instant, he found himself back in his rented bedroom. Measuring merely a dozen square meters, it served as his refuge in the capital. Aside from a bed and a set of tables and chairs, the room was devoid of any other furnishings. He shared this three-bedroom apartment with two young women. Though he only rented a side room, the rent was still a staggering $3,500 per month, even at the fringe of the fifth ring. For Chen Yang, recently dismissed from his job and suddenly devoid of income, this rent felt suffocating. Fortunately, he had inexplicably come into possession of a magical ring. After several attempts and explorations, he struck gold. The dilemma he now faced was how to convert this gold and silver into actual income. Without invoices, receipts, or any documentation to prove legal origin, the gold in his backpack could not be redeemed through a bank. Thus, it was best to seek out a gold shop. Moreover, he needed to manage the quantity carefully, lest he frighten people. Contemplating these matters, Chen Yang retrieved a dozen gold bars from his backpack and stowed the remaining bars, along with the backpack, beneath his bed. He wrapped the gold bars in scrap newspaper, placed them in a plastic bag, and then took out the syringe to examine it closely. The transparent syringe contained a blue liquid that seemed almost alive. After staring at it for several minutes, a look of conflict appeared on Chen Yang's face. Would injecting it directly into his body pose any danger? Yet, no matter how he rationalized it, he could not fathom why Li Lu would harm him. Moreover, if he were to suffer any adverse effects, it would only bring her harm, not benefit. This wretched thing lacks even an instruction manual. They truly do not prioritize user experience. He muttered, feeling somewhat apprehensive, yet resolved to take the plunge. After all, from any perspective, the risk seemed minimal. Having made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. Chen Yang rolled up his sleeve, aimed at the vein in his arm, and plunged the needle in. In no time, he had injected the entire vial of the potion into his body, withdrawing the needle and clenching his fist. Yet he felt no immediate change. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through him, a torment that coursed through every inch of his being. Overwhelming and unanticipated, drenched his clothes in sweat in an instant. He opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to scream to alleviate the agony, but he found himself unable to utter a sound. The muscles in his body seemed to undergo a radical reconfiguration. The unbearable pain was a consequence of this transformation. The ordeal lasted several minutes. As the intense pain gradually subsided, eventually fading into nothingness, Chen Yang's clothes were left soaked as if he had been caught in a torrential downpour. Gasping for breath, he regained his composure, momentarily neglecting to appreciate his newfound, powerful physique, and swiftly dashed into the bathroom. He turned on the shower head, rinsing the sweat from his body, and then took a towel to dry himself while standing before the bathroom mirror. However, in the next moment, he froze in place, for he discovered that the reflection staring back at him possessed a flawless, perfect physique. With sculpted 8-pack abs and a standard inverted triangle body shape, Chen Yang momentarily felt, "This is my body. What happened to my once protruding belly? How did I attain muscle definition rivaling that of Cristiano Ronaldo? This is the effect of the enhancement potion?" If memory serves, according to Li Lu, this was merely the lowest tier of enhancement potion. What astonishing transformations might higher-tier potions yield? Contemplating this, Chen Yang felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly exited the bathroom, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed through the rental apartment that I in the blink of an eye. The door swung open, revealing a beautiful young woman in her early 20s, who entered with a dejected expression, completely unprepared. Their gazes met in an instant. Chapter 7. I am Chen Yang. "You're back so soon? Where until you supposed to be at an audition?" Upon seeing one of his housemates unexpectedly return, Chen Yang instinctively inquired. The enchanting young woman before him was named Shuya, a peer of Chen Yang's and currently an aspiring actress. Often relegated to minor roles that Tio sustained herself in the bustling capital, she also took on various odd jobs. Something unexpected happened. "I didn't pass the audition," Shuya replied with a hint of resignation. She then scrutinized Chen Yang for a moment, before breaking into a light-hearted chuckle, shaking her head as she turned and retreated to the bathroom. Chen Yang stood momentarily stunned, only then realizing his current disheveled state. His eyes widened in alarm as he hastily darted back to his room. Bang! The sound of the door slamming shut echoed through the air, and Chen Yang, now safely back in his sanctuary, felt an overwhelming desire to dig a hole and disappear. How embarrassing! Should he perhaps invite Shuya out for dinner later to express his apologies? After all, today had been quite fruitful. If everything went smoothly, he might never have to worry about finances again. It was rather unjust. After years of championing gender equality, when would men finally stand tall? His thoughts spiraled, and he quickly dressed in fresh attire. Grasping a plastic bag, he cautiously reopened his door, relieved to hear the sound of water cascading from the bathroom. Clearing his throat, Chen Yang called out, "Shuya, I need to step out for a bit. That if you're free tonight, I'd love to take you out for dinner as an apology for earlier." "Sure, dinner sounds great, but you needn't apologize. After all, strictly speaking, you were the one at a loss." Shuya's playful laughter echoed from the bathroom, her tone laced with teasing. Chen Yang, caught off guard, hurriedly donned his shoes, and fled the scene. Having shared a flat with Shuya and another young woman for 3 months now, their camaraderie had flourished. All three possessed generous spirits, rarely quibbling over trifles, and they often looked out for one another, forging a bond that surpassed the typical roommate dynamic, approaching that of genuine friendship. Thus, even when awkward situations arose, misunderstandings were seldom a concern. Standing at the entrance of the apartment complex, Chen Yang retrieved his phone, opened the map, and searched the vicinity. He settled on a clearly independent gold shop, as renowned chain jewelry stores might be reluctant to accept gold of dubious provenance. The proprietors of such establishments were typically employees concerned with avoiding trouble, making it challenging to expect them to act outside their rigid protocols. In contrast, independent gold shops harbored no such reservations. They were more than willing to engage in low-risk, high-reward transactions. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Chen Yang quickened his pace. However, he soon noticed peculiar changes. Not only had his physique become more robust and powerful, but his visual acuity had also significantly improved compared to earlier that day. Everything around him appeared clearer than before. Moreover, his senses, hearing, taste, and smell, seemed to have undergone a corresponding enhancement. Yet the extent of these improvements was difficult to quantify at that moment. This indicated that the first-tier enhancement serum had a remarkably comprehensive effect on his physical attributes. From this perspective, despite the wasteland world having endured nuclear devastation, rendering the planet a vast ruin, the scientific advancements in certain fields remained far superior to those of the present world. After all, there was a 200-year accumulation of knowledge, and although most of it had likely been obliterated in the nuclear war, what little remained still possessed an epic-defining advantage over the current state of affairs. It appeared that there was considerable room for maneuvering within this realm. Lost in thought for a while, Chen Yang found himself standing before the independent gold shop. Regaining his focus, he took a deep breath and stepped inside. The shop was modest, with only 2 clerks attending to customers. As Chen Yang entered, they greeted him with enthusiasm. Your boss in? I wish to sell some gold bars, and the amount is considerable, so I need to speak with him directly, Chen Yang stated with a smile. The clerks exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, before one of them quickly regained composure and nodded. The owner is here. Please hold on a moment. With that, they turned to head towards the staff lounge. Before long, a middle-aged man, dressed in plain attire and walking with a steady gait, appeared before Chen Yang. After a brief handshake, the man watched as Chen Yang unfolded the newspaper from the plastic bag, revealing a dozen gold bars. Raising an eyebrow, the middle-aged man examined one of the bars closely, then said in a gentle tone, I'll need to verify the purity with some equipment. I trust you. Wouldn't you mind? Of course, go right ahead, Chen Yang replied, feeling no objections. In this desolate world, gold and silver held little value, so such neatly packaged gold bars were unlikely to raise any suspicions, as no one would waste their time attempting to forge them. As anticipated, the equipment confirmed that the gold bars were indeed of standard pure gold quality. They're in good condition. Each bar weighs 200 grams, totaling 15 bars at 3 kilograms. If you have a formal invoice, I can offer 400 per gram for the buyback, the middle-aged man said, observing Chen Yang's reactions. Chen Yang understood the man's underlying thoughts and smiled. I know what you're thinking. To be candid, these gold bars lack any invoices or receipts, but you can rest assured that their origin is entirely legitimate and devoid of complications. The man showed no surprise at Chen Yang's admission. In truth, those who sought to liquidate gold at a shop like his typically had some issues with their holdings. Otherwise, wouldn't it be more appealing to cash in at a bank or a large chain jewelry store? Acquiring such problematic gold and subsequently processing it for resale was essentially the primary source of revenue for his shop. Thus, the sight of these gold bars stirred a palpable excitement within the middle-aged man. Even for him, this 3-kilogram gold represented a significant transaction. As he contemplated this, the man's expression shifted to one of concern as he said, without formal documentation, it becomes quite challenging. Regardless of your assurances, verbal guarantees carry significant risk for me. Boss, I prefer straightforward dealings, so let us skip the haggling. Just tell me the amount you're willing to offer, and if I find it acceptable, we can proceed with the transaction. If not, we can part as friends. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively, displaying sincerity in his demeanor, unaffected by the man's somewhat clumsy performance. The middle-aged man paused, scrutinizing Chen Yang, before the troubled expression faded. and he nodded with a smile. You make a valid point. In that case, I 1T hold back. I'll offer you 200 per gram, that if you agree, I'll take them all. 200 per gram, totaling 3,000 grams, amounted to 600,000? After mentally calculating, Chen Yang felt his heart race. The key was that these gold bars represented roughly 1/5 of the value of a single backpack full of gold. Did that mean he had exchanged a mere 100 yuan's worth of snacks for millions in gold? Whoever claimed that quick wealth was only attainable through illicit means had clearly never ventured into the wasteland world, where the law held no sway, though the thrill of this unexpected fortune surged within him. Chen Yang maintained a composed facade. Furrowing his brow, he expressed his displeasure. Boss, that's rather excessive that you're cutting the price in half. This gold isn't stolen. It merely lacks documentation that I'd consider a 10% reduction a loss. How about this? A flat 360? Are you joking? I have risks to shoulder. 360 is absolutely out of the question. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock, as if someone had stepped on his tail. The two engaged in a vigorous negotiation that lasted a solid half hour before they finally reached a consensus. 280 per gram, totaling 840,000. Furthermore, the man agreed to Chen Yang's request for immediate cash settlement, transferring the funds directly to his bank account. The fact that he could accommodate such a condition indicated that the middle-aged man was a significant client of the bank. Otherwise, the daily transfer limit wouldn't be so high. After waiting a while in the gold shop, Chen Yang's phone finally chimed with a delightful notification. Checking his account, he confirmed that the 840,000 had been successfully deposited, causing his heart to race once more. Yet his expression remained impassive as he shook hands with the middle-aged man, nodding. Our transaction is complete. It has been a pleasure. Indeed, a pleasure. Should you ever have more gold bars to liquidate, feel free to return. The middle-aged man's demeanor shifted from that of a shrewd negotiator to one of warmth and friendliness. Let us hope there won't be in need, Chen Yang replied with a smile, turning to leave the shop. Though there were still over 10 kilograms of gold hidden beneath his bed, he preferred not to liquidate everything at a single shop for safety reasons. By distributing the transactions across several independent gold shops, each involving only a few 100,000, he would avoid drawing undue attention. After all, this was the capital, where property prices had soared to over 200,000 per square meter, a staggering reality. A few 100,000 wouldn't even suffice for a restroom. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chen Yang suddenly realized that he ought to pursue a fresh ambition. The notion of repeatedly traversing the wasteland to amass gold and then return to his world to sell it for profit was undeniably unrealistic. While this might pose no issue when his wealth was modest, once it accumulated significantly, various overt and covert scrutinies would surely ensue. Thus, to legitimize his earnings, the best course of action would be to establish a corresponding enterprise within his own world. It was time to set a modest goal. Let us aim for 100 million. However, he needed to ponder carefully what type of business to pursue. Ideally, it should leverage his unique ability to access the wasteland at will. Otherwise, wouldn't that be a waste of opportunity? Just as Chen Yang was lost in contemplation, his phone suddenly rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was his university roommate, Wu Guangxi. What is up, Guangxi? Did you suddenly miss me? Chen Yang chuckled as he answered the call. The university dormitory had housed 6 individuals, and Wu Guangxi was the brother who slept in the bunk above him. They shared a close bond, and both chose to remain in the capital after graduation. Yangzi, how are things on your end? Why didn't you tell me about getting fired? If I hadn't run into Feng Jia this morning and heard her mention you, I wouldn't have known you were unemployed. Are you short on cash? It's about time for you to pay rent, right? I have some spare cash. Why don't you take it for now? Wu Guangxi's voice was filled with concern. Chen Yang felt a warmth in his heart, responding with ease. It's nothing serious that I know you're busy, so I didn't want to bother you that I asked for money. You should keep your meager savings for yourself. I am quite comfortable. Comfortable my foot. You borrowed the deposit for the last rent from me. Although you paid me back quickly, you must be low on funds. How much do you need for rent? Just give me a number. Wu Guangxi's voice had a tinge of irritation. That I'm really quite comfortable. I've made some small profits recently, so I'm doing well. You know me, if I were truly short on cash, I wouldn't be putting on a brave face. By the way, how did Feng Jia find out I was unemployed? I haven't contacted her at all. Chen Yang quickly diverted the subject, that Wu Guangxi's voice fell into a noticeable pause. After a few seconds, he hesitantly replied, "It was that scoundrel Jiang Jinglong who told Feng Jia. You know he has had a crush on her since you broke up, and he has been pursuing her for over a year now. Moreover, according to Feng Jia, your sudden dismissal was also orchestrated by Jiang Jinglong. The company you worked for, Xiaoyao Game, was actually founded by his family." Chapter 8. The true wealth of the wasteland world. Chen Yang did not converse with Wu Guangxi for long. After repeatedly assuring him that he truly did not lack for money, he indulged in a few moments of banter before ending the call. However, the image of Feng Jia unexpectedly floated into his mind. Strictly speaking, Feng Jia could be considered his first love. The two met in their freshman year, mutually infatuated, and shared 3 exceedingly joyful years together. Yet shortly after the start of their senior year, they amicably parted ways. The reason was all too practical. Feng Jia began to contemplate her future, desiring to remain in the capital post-graduation, and thus sought a local boyfriend. Chen Yang's family background was quite ordinary, and his own abilities were nothing exceptional. The prospect of obtaining a household registration in the capital was little more than a pipe dream. As for having his family contribute a down payment for a home in the capital, there was no hope whatsoever, which of course did not meet Feng Jia's expectations. Under such circumstances, when Feng Jia proposed the breakup, Chen Yang, despite his profound anguish, could only acquiesce that it was then that Jiang Jinglong began to pursue Feng Jia. However, despite Feng Jia's clear objectives and Jiang Jinglong's complete alignment with her standards as a classmate, she was well aware that Jiang Jinglong was nothing more than a frivolous playboy. Over the course of their 3 years in college, it was said that he had changed girlfriends at least a dozen times, which Feng Jia found utterly unacceptable. After all, according to her aspirations, she hoped to step into the sanctity of marriage. Only then could she truly settle down. As Chen Yang reminisced about his past with Feng Jia, he returned to the rented apartment with a somewhat despondent mood. The door to Shuya's elegant room was firmly shut, and faint melodies drifted from within. Subconsciously, Chen Yang quieted his movements, tiptoeing back to his own room, where he retrieved several gold bars before heading out again. Inwardly questioning himself, he realized that his decision to remain in the capital to strive after graduation was not devoid of a desire to prove himself. Yet, while aspirations were abundant, reality was starkly different. It seemed that everyone around him bowed their heads before the rigors of life, while he alone appeared to be directly bowing down to it. Were it not for the sudden ability to traverse freely to that wasteland world, the mere rent due next month might have prematurely signaled the end of his struggles in the capital. Thus, it became evident that true success requires neither talent nor toil. Rather, luck is the fundamental determinant of all. For an entire afternoon, Chen Yang visited several privately owned gold shops, successfully liquidating the entirety of his backpack full of gold. The buyback prices varied, yet they generally fluctuated within a 10 yuan range compared to the first shop. The highest buyback price reached 287 yuan per gram, while the lowest stood at 272. Consequently, after selling all the gold, Chen Yang found himself with a staggering sum of 4,100,000 yuan in his account. This unexpected windfall left him in a state of uncontrollable exhilaration. Indeed, he had never seen such a substantial amount of money in his life. After a while, noticing that dusk had settled, Chen Yang took out his phone and dialed Shuya's number. "So yeah, has den retourné? Let's go to Bai Jia Courtyard tonight. Dinner is on me." Bai Jia Courtyard. Are you out of your mind? That place costs over 500 per person, right? Did you hit the jackpot? Shu Ya's surprised voice came through the speaker. It's somewhat akin to winning the lottery. In any case, I can certainly afford it. Just take the subway there. I'm calling to reserve a table now, Chen Yang said with a grin. No need for such extravagance. Let us just find a street-side barbecue joint to enjoy some skewers. Besides, Dan won't be back tonight. She just texted me saying she has to work late on expense reports, Shuyu advised. In that case, Dan can only blame herself for missing out. We'll make it up to her another time. All right, I'm reserving a table. You just head to Bai Jia Courtyard. That it's rare for me to be generous, so don't be coy. Goodbye for now. We'll chat when we meet. With that, Chen Yang hung up and promptly called the reservation number for Bai Jia Courtyard. After securing a table, he extravagantly ordered a ride. Though still dressed modestly, Chen Yang's mindset had completely transformed. Money was indeed a source of courage, and this newfound confidence was enough to enable anyone to hold their head high. As twilight descended, the major thoroughfares of the capital began to congest with the evening. Chen Yang sat comfortably in the back seat of the hired car, unaffected by the traffic, and no matter how jammed it became, it was far more pleasant than being crammed into the subway. Although this congestion would significantly inflate the fare, it mattered little. After all, he was a man with a modest goal of earning 100 million. The cost of a taxi was utterly inconsequential. After approximately an hour of being stuck in traffic, Chen Yang finally arrived outside by Jia Courtyard, where he spotted Shuya waiting at the entrance. Clearly having undergone a meticulous transformation, her snow-white body-hugging dress showcased her long legs and slender waist to perfection. Despite wearing only a hint of makeup, her facial features were strikingly defined, each smile and frown imbued with a captivating allure. Shuya, already a beauty in her own right, appeared truly enchanting with her tasteful attire and makeup, making Chen Yang momentarily lose his composure upon seeing her as he stepped out of the car. It was not just Chen Yang who was momentarily entranced. The men passing by Shuya, ranging from the elderly to the young, were all stealing glances at her. Even in a place like the capital, it was rare to encounter a woman of such extraordinary beauty. Ahem, we've been cohabiting for 3 months, and I never realized you were this stunning. Chen Yang approached Shuya, awkwardly rubbing his nose and clearing his throat. That's because you lack the discerning eye. Come on, let us head inside. You suddenly inviting me to such an upscale place means I can't let you down, so I made sure to put in some effort with my makeup. Being seen with such a beautiful girl like me must be quite the honor for you, right? Shuya smiled brightly, casually linking her arm with Chen Yang's. I must tell you, while I was on the subway earlier, all the men around were stealing glances at me, their expressions filled with disbelief, as if questioning why such a beautiful girl would be riding the subway. I really wanted to tell them that no matter how beautiful a girl may be, she still has her needs, and yes, those needs can be quite unpleasant. What is wrong with taking the subway? It's infuriating. Must a beautiful girl always be pampered? Listening to Shu Ya's complaints, Chen Yang found himself somewhat distracted, as her intimate gesture of linking arms caused his heart to race uncontrollably once more. Soon they entered Bai Jia Courtyard and took their seats at the reserved table. With only the two of them, there was no need for a private room. As they each received the menus from the waiter, Shuya, upon seeing the prices of the dishes, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Instinctively, she felt an impulse to pull Chen Yang up and flee. Noticing Shu Ya's change in demeanor, Chen Yang understood that even if he allowed her to order, she would likely hesitate, so he took the initiative. He ordered several signature dishes along with 2 precious crabs, and despite Shu Ya's repeated signals, he refrained from ordering more. Just as the waiter took the menu away, Shu Ya's eyes widened, and she lowered her voice, saying, "Have you gone mad? You came here to eat crabs? I saw the price list. 2 precious crabs cost 1,000 yuan. Is this something we can afford?" "Don't worry. I'm quite financially comfortable now. I can afford 2 crabs," Chen Yang replied cheerfully. "This isn't about whether you can afford it. It's about whether it's necessary. It's not like your family has a mind. We still need to be frugal. I just saw that 1 plate of fried meatballs cost 120 yuan. That's outright robbery," Shuya earnestly insisted. All right, I understand that. Let's enjoy a good meal tonight. Consider it my apology for what happened earlier. I promise not to be so extravagant in the future, okay?" Chen Yang said, nodding sincerely. "That's more like it. But as I mentioned before, if we're being precise, I should be the one at a disadvantage here, so the notion of an apology doesn't stand. Let us split the bill tonight. It could be just a friendly outing," Shuya replied, rolling her eyes at Chen Yang. "Don't be like that. I insisted on treating you. If you feel uncomfortable, you can just take me out for barbecue in a few days." Chen Yang quickly countered. How much could barbecue possibly cost? This dinner is likely to exceed 2,000. Just be honest. What exactly happened? If you can't convince me, we must split the bill tonight, Shuya said with utmost seriousness. Just a reminder, you mispronounced that word. It's not shuafu. It should be shuefu. So what you mean to say is that I must shuefu you in order for you to accept my treating you tonight? Chen Yang said with a grin. Who is discussing pronunciation with you? Shuya shot him a glare, but her words abruptly halted mid-sentence that a charming blush crept onto her cheeks, and she bit her lips, saying, "Stop diverting the topic. You have no right to say that. Let us get back to business. Where did you get this money?" "I could." Chen Yang wanted to reply, but fearing he might truly anger Shuya, He could only scratch his head and offer a universally acceptable rationale. My family underwent relocation. Shuya was momentarily stunned, staring at Chen Yang for a while before it dawned on her. I see. That makes sense. Then in that case, I have no qualms about letting you treat me. This is a case of robbing the rich to help the poor. Seeing Shuya finally at ease, Chen Yang felt a wave of joy wash over him. Happiness is best when shared. Although he could not divulge the true circumstances, it did not hinder Shuya from feeling delighted for him. There are indeed some genuinely kind-hearted individuals in this world. After about an hour of dining, the two had thoroughly satisfied their appetites. Shuya, rather unladylike, let out a loud burp, while Chen Yang settled the bill with his card. Just as they were about to leave, they were suddenly called out from behind. Chen Yang, what are you doing here? Instinctively turning around, upon recognizing the speaker, Chen Yang's brow immediately furrowed in concern. Zhang Jinglong stood before him, accompanied by Feng Jia. What a coincidence! The capital is so vast, with over 20 million people, yet we run into each other while dining out, Chen Yang said, nodding slightly. Dining out? Chen Yang, did I hear that correctly? Can you really afford this place? Back in school, you wouldn't dare spend more than 10 yuan on a lunch, right? Coming here to eat. Don't tell me you were just putting on a show. I heard you were just laid off from your job and haven't found a new one yet. Can you even afford rent? Zhang Jinglong said derisively, his tone dripping with sarcasm, before noticing Shuya beside Chen Yang. His eyes instantly lit up, revealing an unmistakable glimmer of greed. Swallowing hard, he assumed a courteous demeanor, extending his right hand towards Shuya with a smile, saying, Hello, beautiful. Don't be deceived by Chen Yang. This guy is quite poor. Bringing you to such a place to eat, he must be trying to make you think he is wealthy. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Jinglong. My family owns a gaming company. Shuya raised an eyebrow, showing no interest in acknowledging Zhang Jinglong, and directly wrapped her arm around Chen Yang, turning to him and asking, Are they your friends? Not friends. This Zhang Jinglong is my university classmate, and as for this lady, her name is Feng Jia. She is my ex-girlfriend. Chen Yang inhaled deeply, striving to keep his voice as calm as possible. Excuse. Shuya glanced curiously at Feng Jia, continuing to ignore Zhang Jinglong's still outstretched hand. Instead, she smiled at Feng Jia and said, Hello, I'm Shuya, Chen Yang's current girlfriend. Thank you for breaking up with him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found such a wonderful boyfriend. Having said that, she paid no mind to the change in Feng Jia's expression and turned back to Zhang Jinglong, disdainfully smiling and saying, As for you, Mr. Zhang, I hope you learn to respect others that I know better than you about my boyfriend's circumstances. I don't need your unsolicited commentary that I don't care whether he has money or not. I have money. Watching Zhang Jinglong's expression darken after being momentarily stunned, Shuya snorted and tugged at Chen Yang's arm, turning to leave while intentionally adding, Let us hurry up and go. Don't waste time with these inconsequential people that I bought some rather special lingerie, the Wonder Woman outfit. Don't you want to hurry back and try it on? Chen Yang couldn't help but slightly open his mouth. Despite knowing that Shuya was merely trying to save face for him, he still felt an uncontrollable surge of emotions. Just like that, he was whisked out of by Jia courtyard by Shuya, who hailed a taxi on the street. Once inside, she couldn't resist sticking her tongue out at Chen Yang, feeling a bit embarrassed as she said, I pretended to be your girlfriend without asking for your consent, mainly because I couldn't stand the disgusting demeanor of your classmate. I didn't want you to lose face, so don't take it to heart. Chen Yang chuckled and teased about that Wonder Woman outfit, that I can't help but take it to heart. Enough. That was to deliberately provoke your ex-girlfriend into regretting breaking up with you. Don't overthink it. Shuya rolled her eyes. In any case, thank you. To be honest, after suddenly coming into money, I was contemplating what field to venture into for my career. Then I ran into Zhang Jinglong just now. Perhaps it was fate, so I've decided to start a gaming company. Chen Yang declared et honestly. A gaming company? That sounds quite expensive, doesn't it? Shuya asked, taken aback. Not necessarily. It depends on how it's done. Don't worry. I'm not acting impulsively. Just wait and see. Chen Yang replied, brimming with confidence. Chapter 9. The touch of vegetables. Strictly speaking, the idea of starting a game company was not an impulsive decision. Prior to arriving at the Bai family estate, Chen Yang had pondered this matter in depth while stuck on the road that in the world of the wasteland. What advantages did it possess compared to the current main world? Gold could not be perpetually redeemed, thus other avenues had to be considered. Initially, Chen Yang had entertained the notion of establishing a pharmaceutical company, inspired by the miraculous effects of the first-tier enhancement potion he had experienced firsthand. However, recalling Li Lu's description of the potion, he surmised that its worth in the wasteland would be relatively high. Therefore, if he set his sights on enhancement potions from the outset, the costs involved would likely be exorbitant. Moreover, the pharmaceutical field entailed navigating a labyrinth of complex interpersonal relationships in the current world. While it was not impossible, it was ill-suited for the nascent stage of his venture. Aside from enhancement potions, Chen Yang had limited knowledge about the wasteland that he knew was Earth 200 years hence, ravaged by a cataclysm nearly a decade prior. The civilization established by humanity had been nearly obliterated, and it remained unclear how much of the technological legacy had survived. In light of this, Chen Yang meticulously contemplated and concluded that the most reliable way to leverage advantages lay in a human-centric approach. Although the cataclysm had transformed the entire ecological landscape, the knowledge retained by survivors could not simply vanish. Particularly, those aged between 30 and 50 had received the most comprehensive education before the upheaval, and some might have achieved modest success in their fields, perhaps even earning the title of experts. If he could find such individuals in the wasteland to hire, then based on Li Lu's modest demand of 15 bags of spicy strips per month, the labor costs would be negligible. Yet, the knowledge and techniques they possessed, which had advanced a full 200 years beyond the current world, were invaluable. What is the most precious commodity in the 21st century? Talent. Conversely, what is the most affordable in the wasteland? Talent. While finding top scholars and technical experts from various fields might prove arduous, securing a few ordinary programmers should be relatively straightforward. With this realization, the idea of creating games naturally began to take shape, that if he could fully exploit the technological advantages that were 2 centuries ahead of the current world to produce truly groundbreaking games, achieving financial success would be a straightforward endeavor. Most importantly, beginning his career in the gaming industry would not infringe upon any potential taboos. Compared to other sectors, the gaming industry offered rapid financial returns and a high degree of safety. This would afford him ample time to develop and grow discreetly. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Chen Yang took a shower and sequestered himself in his bedroom, diligently searching online for the necessary prerequisites to establish a game company, while meticulously planning the developmental trajectory for the upcoming period. Fueled by enthusiasm, he worked tirelessly until the early hours of the morning before succumbing to a deep slumber. Perhaps due to his enhanced physique, he awoke refreshed after merely 6 hours of sleep. He first located a specialized agency online, clearly articulated his requirements, and quickly reached an agreement on the associated fees. Following that, Chen Yang briefly refreshed himself, only to discover that Shuya had already departed, while his housemate, Zhou Dandan, appeared to be still slumbering, likely due to working late the previous night. Chen Yang took care to tread lightly, so as not to disturb Zhou Dandan's rest, and swiftly exited the house, but he hurried to the nearest supermarket, indulging in a substantial shopping spree before returning to his rented dwelling with 2 hefty bags of provisions. To avoid complications, this time he refrained from purchasing packaged foods, opting instead for a plethora of raw meat and vegetables. Previously, he had hastily brought snacks into the wasteland, a decision. Thankfully, he had consumed most of the items, for had someone noticed the production dates on the food packaging, who could predict the ensuing troubles? While he could fabricate excuses, the risk of unforeseen complications remained. Thus caution was paramount. It seems imperative to quickly establish a partnership with a food factory to produce items devoid of dates and any explicit labeling. Merely utilizing simple this aligns more suitably with my current requirements. That after all, I cannot solely provide raw meat and vegetables. A degree of diversity in products is essential. I am not a charlatan. Chen Yang mused to himself while surveying the 2 bags of food before him in his bedroom. And transporting goods back and forth is exceedingly inconvenient. While a small quantity poses no issue and can be traversed together, what if I accumulate more in the future? My 2 hands cannot carry it all. Just as Chen Yang grappled with this vexation, the ring on his left middle finger suddenly gleamed. In an instant, the 2 hefty bags of food vanished from his sight. What on earth? Chen Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet within the next moment, clarity dawned upon him. He suddenly perceived a space in his mind, approximately 1 cubic meter in size. The 2 bags of food were quietly nestled in the corner of this space. Upon attempting to issue a mental command to retrieve them, the bags reappeared in his bedroom as if by magic. Was this a subspace? It turned out that the ring not only bestowed upon him the ability to traverse to a future world, but also offered services akin to a dimensional pouch. How absurdly incredible! Chen Yang wore a beaming expression of delight. Just when he was lamenting the inconvenience of carrying items, the ring provided a direct solution. The service was akin to that of a top-tier restaurant. Regrettably, without a rating system, he would have undoubtedly given it a 5-star review, complete with enthusiastic praise. The only drawback was that this subspace for storage felt somewhat limited. He wondered if there were ways to expand its capacity. As he contemplated this, he once again stored the 2 bags of food within the subspace. The urgency to expand the subspace's volume could wait. It was far more pressing to locate the talents he required in the wasteland. After all, without them, the company could never take flight. With this thought, Chen Yang abruptly vanished from his bedroom. In a makeshift dwelling within the survivors' enclave known as Grey Mouse D in the wasteland, Li Lu sat on the only bed, lost in a daze. The previous bag of biscuits had afforded her the long-lost pleasure of eating. The exquisite taste during that moment had transported her to a realm of bliss. Even recalling it now made her salivate uncontrollably. Hidden beneath the bed were another 10 or so bags of assorted snacks, rewards from assisting Chen Yang with a transaction yesterday. If she were to ration her consumption, it would nearly suffice to sustain her for a week. Of course, it would not be enough to satiate her hunger, merely maintaining the bare minimum for survival. Yet, how many truly manage to fill their bellies in this wasteland? Hence, Li Lu felt genuinely satisfied. Merely assisting with a single transaction had yielded such generous compensation. Chen Yang's magnanimity left a profound impression on her and fostered a considerable fondness. In terms of value, the bag of biscuits she had consumed could easily entice any girl in the enclave to willingly part with her modesty. Naturally, she excluded herself from that equation. What kind of power does Chen Yang belong to? To possess such ample food reserves, such a force should be renowned throughout the wasteland, right? I wonder what his true motives are. But of course, that is inconsequential. What matters is that he mentioned he would return today. But will he really come? After exchanging precious food for a bag of useless gold, will he not be reprimanded by his faction? Li Lu murmured to herself, her gaze unfocused. Since finishing the bag of biscuits yesterday, her thoughts had been consumed by Chen Yang. She feared he had deceived her, dreaded that he might never return, and worried that the glimmer of hope she had glimpsed would once again be engulfed by despair. She feared that everything was merely a figment of her imagination, a delightful dream conjured from her hunger-induced stupor. But just then, the door to the shelter was abruptly pushed open, and in stepped Chen Yang, carrying 2 large plastic bags. Li Lu was momentarily stunned, but in the next second, she sprang from the bed and leaped directly into Chen Yang's arms, hugging him tightly. With an excited tremor in her voice, she exclaimed, You really this is wonderful. I thought you were just deceiving me yesterday." Feeling the sudden warmth of her embrace, Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback that he instinctively asked, "Deceive you? Why would I do that?" "Because I pointed a gun at you yesterday. You needed to survive. And you exchanged precious food for a bag of worthless gold to return. Surely your faction would reprimand you for that. The value of that first-tier enhancement potion pales in comparison to a bag of food." Li Lu bit her lip as she spoke. Only then did Chen Yang grasp her concerns and found it amusing as he replied, "What nonsense are you imagining? My faction would not reprimand me. You could say that my standing is quite high. I have a significant say in many matters, thus, a mere bag of food is of no consequence." As he spoke, Chen Yang tossed the 2 large bags of food onto the ground. To avoid revealing the subspace, he had retrieved the bags only after stepping outside the shelter. Now, as he dropped them, they made a resounding thud against the ground that Li Lu, still clinging to Chen Yang, was drawn in by the sound. Upon hearing him refer to himself as a high-ranking member of his faction, her worries dissipated entirely, and she released her hold on him. "My heavens, this is vegetables? Truly vegetables, incredible. How could your faction cultivate vegetables? How is that even possible?" She crouched beside the 2 large plastic bags, It was no wonder she was so exhilarated. The last time she had genuinely eaten vegetables was during her childhood. Back then, before the cataclysm, the world was harmonious. Life was simple and joyous, and resources were abundant. Alas, the cataclysm had obliterated all that in just 10 years. The once vibrant planet had morphed into a living hell. While food shortages were bearable, the soil worldwide had been severely polluted, allowing the vegetables once readily available before the cataclysm had vanished entirely. Yet, she never imagined she would once again be fortunate enough to encounter vegetables today. As this realization struck her, tears of joy streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Chen Yang had not anticipated that something as simple as vegetables could evoke such a profound reaction in Li Lu. Seeing her weep silently, he felt a sudden pang of panic. He hurriedly approached and gently patted her back, saying, "Why are you crying? If someone sees you, they'll think I'm bullying you. Stop crying. If you like these vegetables, you can take them all. It's no trouble at all." Li Lu's tears ceased instantly, and she turned to Chen Yang with an expression of utter astonishment. Pointing at herself, she asked in disbelief, You mean for me? Yes, if you like them, take them all. Consider it a bonus. After all, you are employed by me. As your boss, I cannot allow you to go without." Chen Yang stated matter-of-factly. He was not attempting to be overly generous. Rather, he had yet to fully adjust his mindset. Despite having traversed the wasteland multiple times and understanding that food was an immensely precious strategic resource, he was still rooted in an era of abundance, and shedding the ingrained notion that food was trivial would take time. Li Lu was utterly stunned by Chen Yang's generosity. She stared at him blankly for a while before regaining her senses. Quickly standing up, she took a deep breath and solemnly bowed 90 degrees to Chen Yang, exclaiming, "You are a good person. In this world, there are scarcely any good people like you left. These vegetables are far too precious. I cannot even ascertain their value, so I cannot accept them. Since I am employed by you, I shall only take what I rightfully deserve. Rest assured, I will not covet wealth. Being employed by you, I will surely be responsible." Chapter 10. Relative to primitive. From the very first transaction completed yesterday, Chen Yang discerned that, despite existing in a desolate world, Li Lu possessed her own principles and unyielding boundaries. To have secured such an individual to serve him, despite his utter ignorance of the wasteland, was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. Therefore, when Li Lu respectfully declined his kind offer, Chen Yang felt no surprise. However, being inexplicably bestowed with the label of a good person left him somewhat perturbed. After all, good deeds often go unrewarded. And with a nonchalant shrug, he gestured towards the 2 large plastic bags and said, "Upon further contemplation after my return yesterday, I realized that compensating you with those snacks would be rather inadequate. Thus, let us settle your remuneration with more substantial food that will truly satisfy your hunger. If you have any specific requests, feel free to express them directly, that I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. Of course, in return, the quality of your service must be commensurate. You are not only to be my guide, but also my personal secretary here, addressing all my inquiries." Casting a glance at the raw meat interspersed with vegetables, Li Lu instinctively swallowed hard. Then, as if resolute, she nodded vigorously and declared, "Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to ensure your satisfaction, even if you desire my companionship. I would be amenable to that." Companionship? Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp Li Lu's meaning. "Please do not worry. I have also injected enhancement serums, and I am one of the few in the settlement who has undergone a second-tier enhancement. Therefore, my body is entirely clean and free from any radioactive contamination," Li Lu hastily explained, assuming Chen Yang harbored some disdain. Only then did Chen Yang comprehend Li Lu's implication, leaving him momentarily dry-mouthed. Despite having been in a 3-year relationship with Feng Jia, he had still preserved his genuine first experience. Yet at such an age, it was impossible not to yearn for such encounters. Throughout his relationship with Feng Jia, his attempts to find opportunities had been steadfastly rebuffed by her, preventing him from ever truly experiencing the associated pleasures. Thus, hearing Li Lu's sudden declaration stirred something within him, an undeniable allure. After all, Li Lu's appearance and physique, likely enhanced by the serums, were indeed exceptional. That in his former world, she would undoubtedly be considered a goddess. Nevertheless, despite the stirring emotions, Chen Yang held his own principles. No matter how much he yearned and craved, he could not accept such intimacy devoid of emotional foundation. Therefore, he waved his hand towards Li Lu, smiling as he said, "Let us not exaggerate. We are merely employer and employee, that I provide you with compensation, and you perform your duties. That is all. The meat and vegetables I brought are intended for you to assist me in hiring additional help. This assistance must meet certain capability requirements and possess considerable loyalty. Where do you think would be best to hire such individuals?" "More hiring?" Li Lu scratched her head, gazing at Chen Yang with a hint of confusion, and replied honestly, "Opportunities for work in the wasteland are exceedingly rare, so hiring should be quite straightforward. The remuneration required would pose no issue for you. Nearby, in Grey Rat Town, there are approximately 10,000 survivors. Regardless of the type of individuals you wish to employ, you should be able to find them there. Around Grey Rat Town, there are 12 small settlements named in a manner that combines Grey Rat with letters, starting from Grey Rat A to Grey Rat L. Our settlement is Grey Rat D, with a total population of 213, ranking it among the middle tier of the 12 settlements that we entirely rely on Grey Rat Town for survival, often venturing there to trade for scarce resources." Chen Yang finally understood the peculiar name of the settlement Li Lu inhabited. Nodding, he inquired, "So to hire help, it is best to go to Grey Rat Town, correct? I intend to hire some individuals skilled in computer programming, preferably those capable of game development. Are such individuals plentiful in Grey Rat Town?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yang noticed a strange expression crossing Li Lu's face. "Calm. Computer, what a nostalgic term. Boss, are you referring to that primitive product that once captivated the world several centuries ago?" Li Lu inquired. "Primitive product? Could something like a computer truly be described with the term primitive?" Yet, considering the era in this wasteland, perhaps Li Lu's characterization of computers wasn't entirely unfounded. This was indeed bewildering. Yes, it is somewhat antiquated. So is it difficult to find individuals who understand computer programming? Chen Yang scratched his head, feeling a bit anxious. "Well, I'm not entirely sure. Before the Great Catastrophe, we were already using intelligent cores, equipped with corresponding artificial intelligence that could meet all daily needs. How about this, boss? I'll take you to meet someone who is the most knowledgeable about intelligent cores in our Grey Rat D. Before the Great Catastrophe, he was a technical supervisor at a tech company. However, after the disaster, the knowledge he possessed regarding intelligent core technology became obsolete." As she spoke, Li Lu tucked the 2 large bags of raw meat and vegetables beneath the bed. Once she completed this task, she clapped her hands in satisfaction, taking Chen Yang by the hand as they exited the makeshift dwelling. As for the possibility of someone sneaking in to steal the food, Li Lu harbored no concerns. Not to mention that the residents of the settlement were all impoverished, making it improbable that any valuable items could be found within the dwelling, thereby significantly reducing the likelihood of such theft. Furthermore, the survivors within Grey Rat D shared exceptionally good relations and were highly united. Such behavior would be inconceivable among them. To survive in the wasteland, banding together for warmth was indeed one of the essential prerequisites. Under Li Lu's guidance, Chen Yang soon arrived at another makeshift dwelling a few dozen meters away. Watching Li Lu knock on the door, he followed her inside. That a disheveled middle-aged man, appearing to be around 40, was crouched within the dwelling, meticulously skinning a large rat carcass that was at least half a meter long. The rat's fur was a grayish-black, seemingly quite resilient, making the man's task appear somewhat laborious. Nevertheless, the excitement on his face remained apparent. As Li Lu and Chen Yang entered, he merely glanced up before continuing with his task, cheerfully exclaiming, "Little Lu, what brings you here today?" "You're in luck. Your Uncle Wei just hunted down an adult gray rat. Finally, I can have a hearty meal today. Once I finish, I'll give you both of its hind legs." Chapter 11. The technicians of the wasteland. This mutated large rat is known as the gray rat, characterized by its swiftness, cunning, and aggressive nature. The average adult gray rat measures approximately half a meter in length, excluding the tail. Some particularly formidable individuals can even be classified as a different species, often exceeding a meter in length. Li Lu dutifully introduced the large rat to Chen Yang. Within the area radiating from Grey Rat Town, These gray rats are ubiquitous due to their exceptionally high reproductive capabilities. Compared to zombies and other aberrations, they are not particularly dangerous, thus serving as the primary food source for the survivors within the confines of Gray Rat Town. The town derives its name from this very creature. Having provided a brief introduction, Li Lu then turned to the middle-aged man and said, "Uncle Wei, I am not here to take advantage of you. Rather, I am here to offer you a job. This gentleman beside me, named Chen Yang, is my current employer. He is willing to provide a generous food compensation in exchange for hiring some personnel, provided they meet his requirements." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was taken aback, his actions coming to an abrupt halt. A look of skepticism crossed his face as he scrutinized Chen Yang, though he seemed unconvinced. Chen Yang was acutely aware that his youth and appearance lacked persuasive power. To secure the commitment of the people here, he needed to present tangible benefits. Thus, he spoke directly, "Uncle Wei, I believe Li Lu informed you that you are the most knowledgeable person regarding the intelligent neural network in this settlement. Coincidentally, I am in need of hiring some technical talent. As long as they can meet my requirements, you need not worry about compensation. How does 30 pounds of rice and flour, along with 10 pounds of fresh meat each month sound? I can provide in advance. 30 pounds of rice and flour and 10 pounds of fresh meat?" The middle-aged man's eyes widened in astonishment, and he abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "Are you serious? Uncle Wei, I can assure you it is true. Currently, I have a substantial amount of fresh meat provided by my employer in my shelter, that if my employer decides to hire you, I can immediately deliver the meat to you." Li Lu came din cheerfully. The middle-aged man evidently held great trust in Li Lu. With her assurance, his attitude towards Chen Yang underwent a dramatic transformation. He appeared much more flustered, nervously rubbing his hands on his filthy trousers as he said, "Mr. Chen Yang, I truly am the most knowledgeable person regarding the intelligent neural network in Gray Rat D settlement. But to be frank, my technical skills are rather mediocre. Therefore, if you require solutions to cutting-edge neural network technology issues, I fear I may be of little assistance." "Oh, you misunderstood. What I wish to accomplish is unrelated to the intelligent neural network. Are you familiar with computers? Those personal computers that were once all the rage around 200 years ago." Chen Yang waved his hand and inquired, "Computers? Those are considered antiques, are they not? The field of intelligent neural network development has detailed descriptions of computers, but they are far too primitive and offer a dreadful user experience. They hold no value today. In fact, even intelligent neural networks have little utility in this wasteland. Only the most advanced neural network technologies might still provide a livelihood. Ordinary neural network expertise, like mine, is simply unwanted." The middle-aged man shook his head with a bitter smile, his face etched with resignation. Listening to the middle-aged man's assessment of computers, Chen Yang couldn't help but twitch his lips. The cognitive dissonance brought about by this technological gap was indeed exasperating. Ahem, what I actually need are individuals who understand that rudimentary technology. Since you know about computers, you should be aware of their operational principles, correct? If I were to provide you with a computer, would you be able to program it? Chen Yang cleared his throat and asked, his gaze filled with expectation. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for such a request from Chen Yang. It was akin to asking an excavator operator if they could use a shovel to dig. Was this even a matter of capability? Anyone with hands could manage that. Mr. Chen Yang, computer programming is a completely obsolete skill. Although I have not practiced it, I am familiar with the principles and rules. If I had access to a computer, I could study it, and within 2 or 3 days, I would certainly be able to perform all programming tasks, provided the hardware allows it. However, what is the point of this? The software outcomes of computer programming are on a different dimensional plane compared to intelligent neural networks. It is akin to the difference between a nuclear weapon and a fruit knife, and might even be a greater disparity. Pursuing this would essentially be a waste of time, wouldn't it? The middle-aged man scratched his head, thoroughly perplexed. Chen Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Did he not understand this point? The issue was that only by relying on computers as a hardware foundation could one develop more advanced technologies and software that would truly be impressive. To simply return with a neural network capable of overwhelming the current era would be sheer folly. Being a step ahead is the hallmark of genius. Being 10 steps ahead, that is the realm of the extraordinary. At that point, Not only would establishing his own commercial empire be out of the question, but he would likely be captured for dissection and study instead. One must consume food bite by bite and tread the path step by step. This is the wisdom passed down from our ancestors that, of course, these thoughts could only remain unspoken. So Chen Yang allowed a hint of impatience to surface on his face. He stated bluntly, "Uncle Wei, I am not fond of lengthy explanations that I hire individuals solely to work for me, not to inquire about my motives behind these tasks. Therefore, you need only tell me if you can do it and whether you are willing to accept my offer. Everything else is irrelevant to you." This display of impatience effectively startled the middle-aged man. The already nervous individual began to stutter as he spoke. I can this. This poses no difficulty at all. The only challenge is that I do not know where to find a computer. I will take care of the computer. Are there any other needs? Please let me know all at once. As long as you can produce what I require, rest assured that your employment will be long-term, that I guarantee you will no longer need to worry about filling your stomach. Chen Yang nodded. If I could also have access to an intelligent neural network, that would be even better. That I could initially develop a small program that could be designed directly through the neural network and then adapted for computer use. Given the technological gap, the most complex programs running on a computer could be completed in mere minutes on a neural network. There is no need for an advanced neural network. Even the most basic configuration would suffice. The middle-aged man spoke carefully. Very well, I understand. Let us conclude our discussion for today. You are currently on a trial basis, and your compensation will be at 80% of the standard rate. Later, I will have Li Lu bring you the advanced food supplies. With that, Chen Yang turned and departed the shelter. Chapter 12. The concept of establishing a base. Where can one purchase a smart brain? Chen Yang inquired, glancing at Li Lu, who had just exited the shed beside him. The question left Li Lu somewhat bewildered. Although such technology had become largely obsolete for the majority of survivors in the wasteland, it still held a certain value for larger factions. Thus, it was quite common for any faction of medium size or larger to possess a stockpile of smart brains. That in Li Lu's view, since her boss's faction was capable of providing ample food, it must be of considerable scale, and therefore, it seemed entirely reasonable that they would have a significant stock of smart brains. Why, then, was there a need to inquire about where to procure one? Despite her confusion, Li Lu dared not voice her thoughts and simply replied, "There are none available in the settlement, but you can purchase one in Grey Rat Town, albeit at a steep price, at least 15 pounds of grey rat meat in exchange, which makes it quite unprofitable for acquiring a smart brain. As long as it can be obtained, that's sufficient. We can forego the grey rat meat and use the fresh meat I provided you instead. Its quality is undoubtedly superior, so the price should be somewhat negotiable. Additionally, you mentioned earlier that there are no enhancement potions left in the settlement. Can those be bought in Grey Rat Town as well?" Chen Yang continued to question. Yes, enhancement potions are categorized into 10 tiers, but Grey Rat Town only sells first and second tier potions. The first tier potion is the most affordable, requiring 5 pounds of grey rat meat for exchange, while the second tier potion typically costs about 5 times that of the first, Li Lu explained. Chen Yang instinctively began calculating in his mind 0.5 pounds of meat for a first-tier potion. Even based on pork prices, that would amount to roughly 100, but that is exceedingly cheap. And the second-tier potion for around 500? If only one could acquire as many as desired. That as he was immersed in thought, Li Lu continued. To the east of Grey Rat Town, approximately 30 kilometers away, lies a medium settlement controlled by a mid-tier faction. There, members of the Doctors Association are stationed, and one could potentially purchase up to 5th-tier enhancement potions, albeit at exorbitant prices that most cannot afford. The ruler of Grey Rat Town is a 5th-tier enhancer. The Doctors... You mean you're not aware? It's one of the most formidable factions in the wasteland, and every survivor should be familiar with the Doctors Association, Li Lu replied, sounding puzzled. Ahem, my faction has always been quite insular and self-sufficient, leaving me largely oblivious to external circumstances. Thus, I was contemplating whether to establish a branch base here to facilitate operations. Chen Yang mused, stroking his chin. This notion had arisen during his recent conversation with Uncle Wei, that if he truly wished to create a talent hub in this wasteland, employing a sufficient number of individuals to work for him, a stable working environment was imperative. However, the wasteland was fraught with peril. Even if the food situation was resolved, various other dangers loomed. whether from zombies, aberrant creatures, mutated fauna, or potential malevolence from rival factions. All these factors needed to be considered. Consequently, establishing a self-sustaining faction became a pressing necessity. Establishing a branch base, that would require a substantial investment, wouldn't it? Liluazitanli Ramarka. Not to worry. You must have confidence in your employer. For me, as long as the issue can be resolved with food, it is not a problem. I notice that you seem to have a good rapport with the other survivors in Grey Rat D. Don't you want them to lead better lives? Chen Yang gestured grandly, continuing, imagine if Grey Rat D could evolve into something akin to Grey Rat Town. What kind of lives would the survivors there lead? And if it were to develop into a more formidable faction, one must always have dreams. Otherwise, what differentiates us from the zombies? Upon hearing these words, Li Lu was momentarily taken aback, but soon found herself envisioning the possibilities, her face lighting up with longing. Before meeting Chen Yang, she had exerted every effort merely to survive each day, leaving no room for any extravagant aspirations. Yet, Chen Yang's sudden appearance and the remarkable abundance of food he had showcased over the past 2 days ignited a spark within her. Are you suggesting we establish a base using Grey Rat D as a foundation? Li Lu took a deep breath, attempting to calm the surge of emotion that Chen Yang's words had stirred within her before asking. Precisely. What are your thoughts? I am not well acquainted with Grey Rat D. Do you believe it is a worthy investment? In other words, are the people of Grey Rat D reliable? Chen Yang nodded in inquiry. Absolutely reliable. For survivors in small settlements like ours, mutual trust and solidarity are essential for survival in the wasteland. That if you are genuinely considering this, I would personally recommend that the first step be to procure a batch of enhancement potions. This would empower the survivors of Grey Rat D to a certain extent, ensuring they possess the ability to defend themselves before further contemplating the establishment of a faction. Li Lu stated earnestly. That makes sense, but how can you guarantee that they will remain loyal to me once they grow stronger? After all, human hearts are inscrutable. I would not want to expend a substantial amount of resources only to cultivate ingratitude. Chen Yang posed a very pragmatic question. Rest assured, as long as your enhancement level remains superior to theirs, this concern would be largely alleviated. Coupled with the rewards you can offer, I doubt even those larger factions could compete, leaving me unable to conceive of any reason they would betray you, Li Lu said, pursing her lips. For us, merely surviving requires all our efforts. If a better life is attainable, I believe no one would hesitate to cherish it. Very well. Now let's proceed this way. Please prepare a simple budget for me. How much food would be required to elevate all the inhabitants of Grey Rat D to a level where they can protect themselves? Additionally, could you gauge the sentiment among the people of Grey Rat D regarding this employment? After pondering for a moment, Chen Yang chose to agree without dwelling on it further. Making such a decision was, in truth, not overly challenging. The primary reason was that the cost of trial and error was remarkably low, alleviating any concerns he might have about potential risks. Even if a wrong decision resulted in losses, what of it? It was merely food. Understood, boss? I will complete the task as swiftly as possible. Li Lu responded with renewed vigor. Excellent. I shall return shortly with a computer for Uncle Wei. Please deduct your monthly salary from the meat and vegetables I brought today. The remainder shall serve as your startup capital. Remember to procure a smart brain for Uncle Wei. I will return tomorrow. Goodbye, Chen Yang said, waving at Li Lu before turning to head outside the settlement. Li Lu responded with a goodbye, boss, and bowed deeply to Chen Yang. That it was only after he had vanished from sight that a hint of hesitation crossed her face. After a moment's reflection, she resolved to return to her shed. Chapter 13. The fine tradition of shared housing returning to the rented apartment, Chen Yang couldn't help but stretch languorously. His spirits were high, for through his conversation with Uncle Wei, he had ascertained that his previous notion was indeed feasible. 30 pounds of rice and flour along with 10 pounds of fresh meat each month could suffice to employ a technical director-level programmer. With a monthly cost of merely 400 yuan? This was not just a bargain. It was the price of a fall that could break bones. Moreover, the peculiarities of the wasteland world rendered those technical talents utterly valueless within it. Thus, seeking to acquire such talent would entail no competition whatsoever. There could be no better business than this. Fueled by this exhilaration, Chen Yang turned away from the bedroom that he needed to visit the mall to purchase a top-spec computer to take to the wasteland. As for the issue of electricity, there was no cause for concern. Grey Mouse D evidently possessed the capacity to generate power. After all, the technology for electricity generation was not particularly complex. Even 200 years hence, on a devastated Earth, providing power on a small scale would be remarkably easy. However, as he pushed open the bedroom door before he could step outside, he found himself rooted to the spot. The curtains in the living room were drawn, lending the space a dim ambience. There, sprawled on the sofa, was his other housemate, Zhou Dandan, reclining languidly, her legs draped over the coffee table, comfortably engrossed in her phone. This was hardly a matter of concern, yet the problem was, could she not at least wear something? That phone is rather large. No, wait, that sofa is exceptionally white. No, that is not right. What on earth is happening? Just yesterday, he had unwittingly found himself in an embarrassing situation in the living room, and now Zhou Dandan had also succumbed to such a display? Was this to become a fine tradition in their shared apartment? It sounded rather appealing. Chen Yang felt a buzzing in his head, his thoughts a tangled mess. Rationality urged him to recognize that there must be a misunderstanding, and from a gentleman's perspective, he ought to avert his gaze immediately. Yet his body betrayed him with its honesty. That after all, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it is others who will feel the discomfort. At that moment, Zhou Dandan, who had been preoccupied with her phone, finally sensed the odd atmosphere. Confused, she lowered her device and caught sight of Chen Yang, standing there dumbfounded at the door, which left her momentarily bewildered. Was she seeing things? Why was Chen Yang at home? In the next heartbeat, Zhou Dandan's realization dawned upon her. She instinctively raised her hands to shield herself, her face paling as she shrieked. Why are you at home? Didn't you and Xia leave? I just checked your room, and there was clearly no one there. Startled by Zhou Dandan's outburst, Chen Yang quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, This is hardly my fault. I had no idea you had such a habit when you're home alone. I have something to attend to and must step out immediately. I'll treat you to a meal later. With that, he hastily donned his shoes and dashed out of the rented apartment. Zhou Dandan's cheeks flushed crimson as she watched Chen Yang flee, biting her lip. Surprisingly, she felt no real anger, only a sense of confusion for not having even realized Chen Yang was still at home. At this moment, Chen Yang had already exited the apartment complex and hailed a taxi, heading towards the nearest mall. His mind remained preoccupied with thoughts of the wasteland. Tio truly achieved something significant in his current world. The wasteland was his foundation. Although he appeared to trust Li Lu implicitly, he had largely accepted her previous suggestions without hesitation. Yet in reality, this was merely a strategy on Chen Yang's part. That it was absurd to discuss trust with someone he had only known for a couple of days. However, Chen Yang needed to test, to experiment, and to swiftly establish a foothold in the wasteland. Otherwise, he would be wasting an indefinite amount of time. Furthermore, even if the test failed and Li Lu betrayed his trust, his losses would amount to nothing more than a batch of inexpensive food. The costs involved were negligible, thus emboldening Chen Yang to act with greater audacity. That if Li Lu and the Grey Mouse D group proved to be reliable, it would undoubtedly be excellent news for him. He would no longer be burdened with the hassle of seeking new agents or establishing a base elsewhere. Everything could progress smoothly, of course. Even if Li Lu and the Grey Mouse D group turned out to be untrustworthy, it would not pose a significant problem. He could simply seek new targets. After all, in the wasteland, as long as there was food, everything could be attained. With this idea of establishing a base in the wasteland, Chen Yang elevated it to a strategic level. If he were to form a core technological competitive edge in his current world through the programmers from the wasteland, then ensuring the relative stability of that environment was imperative. However, maintaining stability in such a hostile setting was no easy feat initially. It was manageable. Small settlements like Grey Mouse D would hardly attract much attention. However, as time passed and the food Chen Yang sent increased, it would be impossible for Grey Mouse D to conceal the changes indefinitely. Thus, once he confirmed the establishment of Grey Mouse D as his base in the wasteland, he had to act swiftly to strengthen it. This was a race against time. Lost in these thoughts, Chen Yang arrived at the entrance of the mall. Within this establishment was a specialized store for alien computers, where Xia worked part-time. Except for when she had auditions, which prompted her to take leave to pursue roles, she spent most of her time at the store. Due to her nearly flawless appearance, she possessed a significant advantage in attracting neutral customers. Thus, even though she frequently took leave, the store consistently offered her the part-time position that, of course, aside from a basic salary and commissions, no insurance was provided for Xia, nor was there a formal labor contract, making it a mutually beneficial arrangement. As Chen Yang entered the alien computer store, Xia, who had been assisting a customer, immediately brightened upon seeing him. She excused herself momentarily from the customer and approached Chen Yang, visibly relieved as she whispered, "What brings you here? Your timing is quite fortuitous. That last customer was utterly insufferable, incessantly pestering me to have dinner with him. He hinted that if I accepted his invitation, he would buy a computer worth 20,000. Can you believe it? I would only earn less than 200 in commission from one computer. Does he think I am that kind of person?" Chapter 14. Company registration completed. A commission of 200 is certainly out of the question. If it were 20,000, you would undoubtedly rush over immediately, Chen Yang remarked with a knowing smile. That depends on the person. You know, if it were you, I might consider it, but for someone who clearly harbors ulterior motives, why would I want to invite trouble upon myself? Let's not stray from the topic. What brings you here so suddenly? Are you simply bored and came to check on me? Shuya retorted, rolling her eyes. I'm obviously here to buy a computer. What else would I be doing here? Am I supposed to come over just to eat? You should be the one cooking. Chen Yang responded, exasperated. Would you dare eat what I cook? Shuya shot him a glare. Her words instantly reminded Chen Yang of an incident that transpired 3 months prior to that time. The three of them had just signed the lease for their shared apartment, and to celebrate, Shuya had taken the initiative to prepare dinner. Chen Yang vowed that it was the most unpalatable meal he had ever consumed in his life. Zhou Danden's face had turned ghostly pale, and even Shuya had found her own culinary skills hard to swallow. By the end of the meal, the three unfortunate souls, stranded in the city, were slumped on the sofa, questioning their existence. They had since established the strategic guideline that while Shuya could undertake any task, cooking was strictly off-limits. Thus, her remark carried far more weight than the question. I let you sleep. Would you dare? However, Shuya's habitual self-deprecating retorts seemed to have a tendency to backfire. Shaking his head, Chen Yang sighed. All right, just give me a computer, the highest configuration you have that I have my reasons. The highest configuration? Why? Are you planning to start a gaming company instead of just playing games? The top-tier computer here would cost nearly 100,000. It's extremely impractical, Shuya asked, astonished. I have the funds. I can be extravagant. Is that acceptable? I don't need to consider cost-effectiveness. I simply want to explore the limits of software that such a computer can handle. Of course, there's no need for those high-end custom models. Those would be unwise expenditures, Chen Yang replied nonchalantly. Noticing Chen Yang's serious demeanor, Shuya furrowed her brow, but chose not to press further. Fine, wait here. I'll fetch the computer for you. Before long, Shuya returned with the package box. At that moment, the male customer who had been persistently bothering Shuya deliberately raised his voice. Forget it, for over 20,000, I might as well buy a high-end app. At least the staff at the Apple Store have far better service than you extraterrestrials that I don't want to spend money just to be frustrated. In this day and age, who fears not having a place to spend their money? My budget for this computer is only the starting point. I'll need various other peripherals too. Including warranty and related expenses, it will likely total around 30,000, that if you extraterrestrials don't want it, there are plenty of other stores that will. After saying this, the male customer glanced at Shuya, hoping to see some hint of regret on her face. Shuya, fully aware of his intentions, shot a glance at Chen Yang behind the customer's back and raised her voice slightly. Sir, the total price for your computer, including the main unit, screen, and other peripherals, is 100,000 and 3,000. Would you prefer to pay via WeChat or Alipay? 100,000. And 3,000? The male customer was left dumbfounded, watching as Chen Yang genuinely pulled out his phone to settle the bill. The customer felt an intense heat rising to his face. After glaring at Chen Yang in frustration, he turned and hurriedly left. I want to buy you the warranty. If anything goes wrong with the computer, I'll help you handle it. Also, Chen Yang, since we're friends, I must advise you. Sudden windfalls can often lead to recklessness. You mustn't let that happen to it's essential to spend wisely and not waste money unnecessarily, understood? After escorting Chen Yang out of the store, Shuya urged him with concern. Understood. I'm aware of my spending habits. Do I seem like the type to squander money? Yes. Do you realize that chatting like this means you have no friends? Chen Yang shot Shuyu a sidelong glance, and amidst her playful laughter, he made his way to the supermarket located in the basement level of the mall. After a quick visit to the public restroom, ensuring there were no cameras, he discreetly tossed the computer into his dimensional pouch. With a volume of 1 cubic meter, it's neither too large nor too small. If filled entirely with pork, it could hold approximately 970 kilograms. That if filled with rice, it could accommodate about 800 kilograms. However, if it were to be filled with flour, the capacity would only be around 500 kilograms. Therefore, to maximize the transportation of food initially, Chen Yang decided to use the space solely for raw meat. Given that the dimensional space was in a state of absolute stasis, devoid of any concept of time, he needn't worry about spoilage, regardless of how much he stored. Upon arriving at the supermarket, and considering he had already placed a computer in his dimensional pouch, Chen Yang conservatively purchased over 20,000 worth of raw meat. However, such a quantity left the supermarket staff utterly astonished. The size of the order was so considerable that the supermarket exceptionally offered home delivery, which only intensified Chen Yang's desire to own a food processing factory. After all, relying solely on supermarket purchases was not a sustainable long-term strategy. On his way home, Chen Yang received a call from the agency, informing him that his application for the Morning Sun Technology Company Limited had successfully completed all necessary processes. With a registered capital of 1 million, the business scope was impressively broad, encompassing software, hardware, gaming, systems, network engineering, and more. Furthermore, the business was not limited to computers. Mobile phone operations were also included. Should new projects arise that were not covered in the original business scope, additional supplements could be made. This was undeniably good news, signifying that his career was finally set to take off. However, for the company to operate smoothly, it required more than just an owner and technical staff. While Chen Yang believed that the advanced technologies available in the wasteland were his greatest assets and core competitive advantage, personnel in other areas were equally indispensable. Financial, human resources, business, legal, operational, and customer service roles all needed to be filled. Naturally, the most significant costs for research and maintenance had already been entirely saved. Well, it seems Dandan is in finance. Why not just recruit her to manage the accounts for the company? At least she would be one of us. Standing at the door of his rented apartment, Chen Yang suddenly thought of Zhou Dandan's job and began to stroke his chin, muttering to himself. Chapter 15. A cabbage in the wasteland. Li Lu entered an abandoned city, her expression devoid of emotion, surrounded by the remnants of crumbling walls and shattered structures. Upon seeing her, the survivors within the derelict city displayed glances laden with malice and danger. However, as soon as they noticed the formidable firearm in Li Lu's grasp, they averted their gazes, wary of provoking her hostility. Although prior to the cataclysm, electromagnetic railguns and laser weapons had reached a level of maturity and had begun to be deployed, the outbreak of the disaster obliterated humanity's energy infrastructure, leading to the gradual obsolescence of such high-energy consuming arms. Except for a select few large factions capable of maintaining energy weapons, the overwhelming majority of wasteland dwellers were left to scavenge for outdated gunpowder weapons. Nevertheless, compared to their predecessors, contemporary gunpowder weapons had undergone a fundamental enhancement in potency. With the widespread application of mechanical exoskeletons, humanity's frail physique was no longer a limitation to the efficacy of individual weaponry. The inevitable recoil of high-powered personal weapons could be fully absorbed by these mechanical exoskeletons. Despite the devastation wrought upon exoskeletons in the wake of the disaster, the advent of enhancement and evolution serums produced by the Medical Association rendered humanity considerably stronger, enabling individuals to wield such weapons without the necessity of exoskeletal support. In essence, a powerful personal firearm, coupled with the enhancements conferred by these serums, assured a baseline of safety in the wasteland, provided one refrained from carrying items of significant value. Thus, while Li Lu appeared outwardly composed, inwardly, she was in a state of turmoil. She was concealing a cabbage in her arms. The bulky combat suit obscured the presence of the cabbage, merely lending her an appearance of robustness. In the wasteland, such sturdy women were commonplace, and thus, her demeanor did not arouse suspicion. This forsaken city was under the control of a mid-tier faction, situated over 30 kilometers from Grey Mouse Town. With her second-tier enhanced physique, Li Lu could traverse this distance in approximately 2 hours, assuming her energy was conserved. Nonetheless, she typically endeavored to minimize her excursions from the settlement. The perils of the wasteland were manifold. Remaining within the settlement, surrounded by others, provided a greater capacity for risk mitigation. Once one ventured beyond the settlement, who could predict the unforeseen dangers that might arise? The expanse of the abandoned city was considerable, yet the areas cleared and occupied by survivors were quite limited, encompassing merely a few city blocks. The periphery of these blocks was enclosed by an electric fence, completely isolating them from the rest of the city. While the fence posed no threat to formidable mutants, it was sufficient to deter ordinary zombies, rendering this location undoubtedly safer than Grey Mouse Town. Over 30,000 survivors crowded into these few blocks, eking out a meager existence under the oppressive exploitation of the ruling faction. Li Lu walked the streets, seemingly calm, yet acutely vigilant. The iron-fisted oppression exerted by the ruling powers had fostered a relatively stable order within these blocks, where severe dangers seldom manifested. However, Li Lu understood that she must not exhibit any sign of weakness, lest those lurking in the shadows seize the opportunity to tear her apart. In the wasteland, distinctions of age and gender mattered little. Only strength prevailed. Before long, Li Lu spotted the emblem of the medical association on the sign of a storefront. Her tense emotions began to ease as she stepped inside. This was the objective of her venture from Grey Mouse D to this forsaken city. After Chen Yang's departure, she resolved to exchange a vegetable of immeasurable value at the Medical Association's distribution center for the highest grade enhancement serum possible. This would enable Chen Yang to become sufficiently powerful in the shortest time frame. Although Li Lu was perplexed as to why her employer had never utilized enhancement serums despite the faction's ample food supplies, the reality was evident. It was more pragmatic to address this deficiency swiftly. Once her employer became adequately formidable, many issues would naturally resolve themselves. The distribution center of the Medical Association was modest in size, merely 20-some square meters, and housed a single representative of the association, who sat idly, perusing items on a personal handheld device to pass the time. Even as Li Lu entered, the representative showed no inclination to rise, that he didn't even lift his eyelids, merely gesturing towards the walls of the shop, which were adorned with an array of low-tier enhancement serums, their prices clearly displayed. The Medical Association's pricing was fixed, with no discounts offered, a fact well known throughout the wasteland. As one of the foremost factions in the wasteland, the Medical Association distinctly differed from other top-tier powers. Despite its extraordinary strength, it harbored little aggression. Nearly every settlement of any size possessed a distribution center of the Medical Association. These centers were responsible for selling the products developed by the Medical Association in exchange for the resources they required, including scarce raw materials. This fair and equitable practice had garnered the Medical Association an excellent reputation in the wasteland, while its non-threatening demeanor made it highly popular and easily accepted. Consequently, the establishment of distribution centers had never encountered significant obstacles or challenges. For smaller settlements, the presence of a Medical Association distribution center was seen as a validation of their status. Simultaneously, the association conducted performance assessments for each distribution center, measuring the quantity of serums sold monthly as a key performance indicator. Thus, the lethargy exhibited by the Medical Association representative was easily understood. The settlement at the edge of the abandoned city was relatively impoverished, with few individuals capable of affording the association's products. The survivors entering the distribution center were predominantly there merely to broaden their horizons, which explained the representative's lack of enthusiasm. However, in the next moment, the Medical Association representative realized he had made a grave error. For Li Lu had pulled the cabbage from her embrace, Chapter 16. Astonishing value, Jianian felt utterly bewildered. Otherwise, how could he possibly be gazing upon a living, breathing cabbage? Nearly a decade had elapsed since the cataclysmic disaster unfolded, and two commodities had irrevocably transformed into mere memories for all survivors. One being fruit, and the other vegetables. The severe radiation contamination had irrevocably altered the composition of the planet's topsoil. Only a handful of exceptionally resilient grains could endure in this tainted soil. Moreover, even these surviving grains yielded a drastically reduced harvest, with the produce riddled with various issues. Coupled with a meat sourced primarily from mutated creatures, the quality of food in this wasteland was abysmally low. Under such dire circumstances, the worth of fruits and vegetables had far surpassed that of the so-called diamond of the culinary world, the exquisite black truffle, prior to the disaster. After all, before the calamity, if one possessed wealth, acquiring top-tier black truffles was a trivial matter. Yet now, even if one stood atop the pinnacle of the wasteland, capable of determining the fates of thousands with a mere word, one could not procure any fresh fruit or vegetables. In the current wasteland, the sole means to obtain vegetables was through the discovery of military canned goods stored within clandestine underground bunkers. Although these military rations had long surpassed their expiration dates, their contents remained edible. The taste, however, well, beggars could not be choosers, but locating such underground bunkers was no easy feat, that at least the vast majority of factions in the wasteland lacked the capability to do so. Even if a faction were fortunate enough to acquire a batch of military canned goods, these provisions would be immediately secured and elevated to a strategic level. After all, consuming one can mint one less can, and these items did not possess the ability to reproduce. Therefore, when Chen Yang beheld a genuine, magnificent cabbage before him, his initial reaction was to question his own senses. However, in the next moment, Chen Yang snapped back to reality. He sprang from his chair as if jolted by electricity and, to the astonishment of Li Lu, charged toward the entrance, forcefully slamming the door shut. This reaction startled Li Lu. Despite the esteemed reputation of the Medical Association, one could not entirely rule out the presence of rogues among them, that if the individual before her was driven by greed, it could lead to significant trouble. Thus, without hesitation, Li Lu raised her powerful rifle, aiming it at Chen Yang, who had just secured the store's entrance to this moment. Chen Yang had turned around and noticed Li Lu's reaction, yet he seemed unconcerned. His eyes remained fixated on the cabbage, and after swallowing hard, he spoke in a dry voice. Although I am merely the head of this remote distribution point, I have actually been assigned here, making me a 9th-tier enhancer. Your weapon poses little threat to me. Li Lu's complexion paled instantly, for this situation was entirely unexpected. Logically, in such a small locale, the Medical Association would not assign personnel with enhancement levels exceeding 5. Anything beyond that would be a waste of resources to dispatch a 9th-tier enhancer. Was that not absurd? The resources consumed would far outweigh any anticipated returns, rendering it a losing proposition. Do not be alarmed. I have no inclination to resort to forceful robbery. The Medical Association upholds the principles of fair trade and equitable exchange, which is fundamental to its growth to this scale, that I merely found myself momentarily overwhelmed upon seeing this cabbage. It is a cabbage, yes? May I inspect it? You understand, if this cabbage is indeed genuine, its value is exceedingly remarkable, and I must exercise caution. As Chen Yang spoke, he extended his hand toward Li Lu, his gaze still locked onto the cabbage, paying little heed to her presence. Li Lu hesitated, but after a moment, she handed the cabbage over to Chen Yang. He cradled it as if it were the most precious treasure in the world, examining it meticulously with trembling hands. Moments later, tears streamed down Chen Yang's face. It is truly a cabbage. Fresh cabbage. This is a miracle. Observing Chen Yang's emotional outburst, Li Lu felt a sense of understanding. After allowing a brief moment for him to regain composure, she finally spoke. As you can see, it is a genuine cabbage, and my acquisition of it was purely by chance. The refrigeration technology prior to the disaster was quite advanced, yet after 10 years, only this solitary cabbage remains. I intend to exchange it for equivalent medicinal supplies. Chen Yang took several deep breaths, finally managing to regain some semblance of calm. After confirming the cabbage's authenticity, he stated solemnly, "The value of this cabbage lies in its rarity. However, its intrinsic nutritional worth is rather ordinary. Thus there is limited demand. For the vast majority, it would scarcely suffice to satiate their hunger." Indeed, but fortuitously, the Medical Association is the very demand, as you do not need to worry about hunger, Li Lu interjected. I simply wish to prevent you from overestimating the value of this cabbage and subsequently inflating your asking price. Chen Yang finally shifted his gaze to Li Lu's face, continuing, "As a representative of the Medical Association, I have encountered too many fools who, upon stumbling upon something of value, attempt to extort exorbitant prices in the hopes of achieving overnight wealth. They resemble gamblers who have lost their reason. Li Lu nodded in agreement. Such individuals seldom endure for long. Rest assured, I possess sufficient sincerity to conclude this transaction. A look of surprise crossed He Jianyan's face. He raised an eyebrow and, after contemplation, spoke directly. Then I shall not haggle with you. That I propose a complete set of enhancement potions, from the 1st to the 6th tier, in addition. Furthermore, I also possess a graphene bioarmor, fully encompassing the body, while leaving only the head exposed. However, the value of this bioarmor already exceeds that of the cabbage. Thus, if this transaction were to take place, I would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Therefore, in this instance, you may only take away the set of enhancement potions along with one healing potion to acquire the bioarmor. You must return with more cabbages or other vegetables. Li Lu paused, instinctively responding, but I only have this one. Before she could finish her sentence, He Jianyan swiftly interrupted, Madam, I adhere to the principles of fair trade, yet I am not a fool. Take the potions you are entitled to, and return to discuss with others. For you, vegetables are a luxury that surely cannot compare in utility to a piece of bioarmor. Li Lu contemplated for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. Chapter 17. The designation of Employee Number 1. As Li Lu risked her safety in the wasteland to procure medication for Chen Yang, he had just pushed open the door to his rented abode. Upon entering, he beheld Zhou Dandan sweeping the living room. Given the harmonious rapport among the three, many matters were handled rather vaguely. For instance, concerning household cleanliness, aside from the certainty that each individual would tend to their own bedroom, the communal areas were generally cleaned by whoever had the time to do so. In this regard, Chen Yang contributed relatively less, not out of laziness, but rather due to the significant disparity in cleanliness standards between genders. Back so soon? I thought you had found a new job and were off to an interview. But in such a short span, that seems unlikely, Zhou Dandan remarked, glancing at Chen Yang before awkwardly turning her gaze away. While she was not particularly concerned about past events, a hint of shyness lingered. Oh, right, I came back too late yesterday, and didn't get a chance to tell you. I've started my own company, so, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I won't be looking for a job anymore. Chen Yang replied as he removed his shoes and stepped into the living room. You started your own company? In the capital? Zhou Dandan exclaimed, momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, a technology firm. Initially, we planned to delve into online gaming. Please don't look at me with such skepticism. I assure you, it's true. The company is already registered, though we haven't begun hiring yet, Chen Yang said, retrieving a can of soda from the refrigerator and taking a sip, only to find Zhou Dandan still wearing a disbelieving expression. He could only shake his head in resignation and declared, My family's house was demolished. Only then did Zhou Dandan exhibit a look of realization, seamlessly accepting this narrative. With a tinge of envy, she remarked, That's wonderful. I doubt I'll ever see my family's house demolished. I've heard that the renovation of shantytowns might be halted. Besides, in a small county like mine, even if it were demolished, there wouldn't be much compensation. Relying solely on my income, affording a down payment in the capital is nothing short of a dream. Speaking of which, what is your current salary? Chen Yang inquired, holding his soda. They say it's 7,000, but after deducting the 5 insurances and 1 fund, I'm left with just over 5,000. If not for the company providing meals and transport subsidies, I truly don't know how I'd manage. Zhou Dandan sighed, her spirits noticeably dampened. I see. But then, have you considered switching jobs? Perhaps joining my company? We could set a base salary at around 15,000. However, as my company is still in its infancy, there is nothing established yet, so you might also have to take on some HR responsibilities, Chen Yang proposed. Taken aback, Zhou Dandan hadn't anticipated such a suggestion from Chen Yang. Yet, she soon felt a spark of interest, quickly calculating in her mind. With a monthly salary of 15,000, after taxes and deductions, she could expect to take home about 12,000. After covering basic living expenses, she could save 7 or 8,000 each month. That if she could save nearly 100,000 over the year, that would be a significant improvement over her current job. The only caveat was that Chen Yang's company shouldn't go under. That of course, even if it did, she could always seek new employment afterward. For someone in finance, finding a job isn't particularly difficult. Could you provide a brief overview of your company's situation? I'd like to have a clearer understanding before making a decision, Zhou Dandan asked. Of course, Chen Yang nodded and proceeded to elaborate on the current state of his company. Upon learning that Chen Yang's tech firm would not incur any costs for a technical team, Zhou Dandan's expression was one of disbelief. After confirming multiple times with Chen Yang, despite her reservations about the company's reliability, she found herself inexplicably nodding in agreement under the weight of Chen Yang's hopeful gaze. This brought Chen Yang considerable joy, and he immediately shared some of his preliminary ideas with Zhou Dandan. The previous Uncle Wei had made it clear, as long as they developed the transcoding software, creating a game based on the current world's hardware conditions would be an exceedingly simple task, requiring only a few days. Thus, the recruitment for Chen Yang's company, Morning Sun Technology, needed to be initiated promptly. Otherwise, if the game was developed without the necessary personnel to distribute it, it would severely hinder the company's progress. As for the operational costs after recruiting staff, Chen Yang was confident that the modest sum of 4 million in his personal account would suffice for the initial startup phase. He simply needed to lend that amount to the company through legal personal loans. After discussing for an hour, they had established a general framework. Nonetheless, in stark contrast to Chen Yang's buoyant confidence, Zhou Dandan wore a troubled expression. For if her understanding was correct, Chen Yang's company currently had little more than financial backing. Moreover, all subsequent tasks would fall upon her shoulders. Recruiting personnel, drafting contracts, outlining job responsibilities, and even leasing office space. All of it would be her responsibility. The contracts would be straightforward enough, given the availability of standardized templates. Recruitment, too, would likely be simple. In the capital, as long as the salary offered wasn't too dismal, finding suitable employees wouldn't be a challenge. Leasing office space would also be uncomplicated, as Chen Yang had not set a budgetary ceiling for rent, ensuring a plethora of available office buildings ready for immediate occupation. While the job responsibilities seemed manageable, primarily involving distribution and liaising with various platforms for sales without requiring specialized technical knowledge, the cumulative burden of these tasks felt overwhelmingly daunting when placed solely upon her. Your proposed salary of 15,000 seems quite challenging to manage, Zhou Dandan sighed heavily. Be patient. I am genuinely quite busy at the moment. Thus, you may have to bear the brunt in the early stages. Once the company is on stable footing, I will reward you with bonuses. If you find the salary insufficient, we can always negotiate further, Chen Yang replied with a smile. It's not that it's insufficient. I've only just graduated a year ago, and you're offering me 15,000, which is quite extraordinary. It's just that I've never undertaken so many responsibilities before, so I feel uncertain and fear I might not perform well. Zhou Dandan pouted. Don't worry. You'll learn as you go. As long as the product is solid, the rest will fall into place, Chen Yang said nonchalantly. Chapter 18. Terminal Illness? This reflects Chen Yang's genuine thoughts that he does not require employees with exceptional work capabilities, for he is utterly convinced that the products obtainable from the wasteland world must be of the highest caliber. The absolute technological superiority is crucial for a tech company, a fact easily grasped by any individual. Just as the advent of 3D gaming revolutionized the realm of 2D gaming, the realization of genuine holographic games on current hardware would undoubtedly cause a sensational uproar. There would be no need for extraordinary support and promotional personnel. Such a groundbreaking product inherently possesses unparalleled newsworthiness. However, whether such fantastical holographic games can indeed be created on present hardware remains uncertain to Chen Yang. Even if feasible, a sufficient preparatory process is necessary to facilitate smooth acceptance by the public. The games the company intends to develop at its inception certainly cannot be as extravagant. The specifics must be determined after thorough discussions with Uncle Wei. Perhaps, mobile games might be a more suitable choice. After all, mobile platforms have become the predominant means of internet access, boasting the widest user base worldwide. Additionally, the processes of reviewing, producing, promoting, and distributing mobile games are significantly simpler than those for PC games. Thus, beginning with mobile games would likely prove more prudent. After communicating with Zhou Dandan, Chen Yang willingly took a backseat. Zhou Dandan immediately retreated to her bedroom to change clothes in preparation for her departure. Since even her own work contract needed to be handled by herself, Chen Yang was only responsible for signing and stamping. Therefore, she had to swiftly enter work mode, first handling her resignation from the original company, and then promptly completing the onboarding procedures for Chen Yang's company to commence subsequent tasks. The very thought of managing her own onboarding procedures made Zhou Dandan increasingly skeptical. Yet, there was no alternative. Having inexplicably agreed to Chen Yang, she could only strive to fulfill her duties. Watching Zhou Dandan exit the house, Chen Yang couldn't help but stretch. The initial stages of establishing a company are notoriously arduous and intricate. Having someone to navigate those troublesome processes undoubtedly allows him to focus his primary energies on the wasteland world, which remains his core competitive advantage. As noon approached, Chen Yang had no intention of immediately returning to the wasteland world. The previously planned matters were proceeding in an orderly manner, and the heavy burden that had weighed on his shoulders had largely dissipated. At this moment, the most appropriate course of action was to completely relax and enjoy a drink. Thus, Chen Yang took out his phone, intending to call Wu Guangji, his best friend from university, to invite him for a delightful evening of drinks. However, before he could even access his contacts, his phone suddenly rang. Noticing it was his father calling, Chen Yang hurriedly pressed the answer button. "Son, if you're not too busy, buy a plane ticket this weekend and come home." His father's voice emerged from the earpiece, low and somber, suggesting a troubled state of mind. "What's wrong, Dad? Has something happened?" Chen Yang asked, furrowing his brow. "Your grandfather has just been diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer. The doctor's prognosis is he likely has only about a month left to live. So, come back to see your grandfather one last time." "What?" Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. Completely unprepared for this news, his grandfather was only 69 this year and had always been robust. How could he suddenly be in late-stage liver cancer? "I will book a flight immediately and be home by this afternoon," he replied hastily before hanging up the phone. In a frenzy, he rushed out of the house, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the Beijing airport. On the way, he purchased a ticket for the next available flight and sent brief messages to Shuya and Zhou Dandan, merely stating that a family emergency required him to leave Beijing for a few days. Once he completed these tasks, Chen Yang closed his eyes and leaned back against the seat, striving to calm himself. As the eldest grandson in the family, he had always been favored by his elders. Despite coming from an ordinary family, he had never endured even the slightest hardship. Even when he often caused trouble as a child, he had rarely faced reprimands from his parents. His grandparents had always doted on him. Unable to tolerate any form of discipline from his parents, he had originally planned to work hard after graduation, achieve great success, and ensure that his grandparents would spend their later years in complete happiness. Yet, he never anticipated that just as his career was beginning to take off, his grandfather would be facing his end. No, he could not allow his grandfather to depart so abruptly. After all, he was the chosen one capable of traversing between the wasteland world and the current world at will. Surely, he could devise a solution. While late-stage cancer is incurable in the current world, perhaps an effective remedy could be found in the wasteland world. After all, it is Earth 200 years hence. Despite the cataclysmic events, the existence of extraordinary substances, such as enhancement agents, indicates that medical advancements had not been entirely halted. Therefore, after 2 centuries of progress, it should not be overly difficult to develop a method to completely cure cancer. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Chen Yang's previously anxious demeanor gradually settled into a state of calm. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that upon landing, he would head straight to the hospital, clarify the specifics with the doctors, and then promptly venture into the wasteland world. Approximately an hour later, Chen Yang entered the terminal of Beijing Airport. Due to his last-minute ticket purchase, even economy class was sold out, leaving him with no choice but to buy a business class ticket. Upon reaching the boarding gate, he found that boarding was just commencing, and the business class ticket had a separate entrance, sparing him from the need to queue. Once seated according to his ticket number, Chen Yang began to quietly await the conclusion of the boarding process. Soon, economy class passengers boarded in succession. While Chen Yang was resting with his eyes closed, he suddenly felt a gentle tap on his shoulder, accompanied by a surprised voice exclaiming, "Chen Yang? Is that you? What a coincidence to run into you on a flight." Instinctively lifting his gaze, he was met with the sight of a delicately made-up young woman. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, but then recognized the beautiful girl before him, his middle school desk mate Elcharin. They had shared a desk for 3 years, but after failing to attend the same high school, they had essentially lost contact. Had it truly been 7 years since they last saw one another? At that time, their relationship had been somewhat ambiguous, and even now, recalling it brought a sense of warmth. "Ma'am, please take your seat promptly to avoid blocking the aisle," a nearby flight attendant interjected, noticing Chern's sudden halt, prompting her to remind her as the passengers behind her began to show signs of impatience. Chapter 19. Drowsiness meets pillow. My apologies, my apologies. Chen Yang, my ticket is in economy class. I must go ahead that we shall converse further once we arrive at Wanghai. Lu Chen, reminded by the flight attendant, snapped back to reality from her surprise, immediately bowed her head in apology, and greeted Chen Yang before making her way toward the economy section. Chen Yang glanced at the empty seat beside him, turned to the flight attendant, and inquired, "Excuse me, has the seat next to me been sold?" "No, sir, out of the 4 business class seats in your row, only yours has been purchased," the flight attendant replied with a smile. "I see. In that case, could you upgrade that lovely lady to business class? I'll cover the cost and arrange for her to sit beside me," Chen Yang stated. The flight attendant, unfazed, nodded in agreement with a smile. Before long, Lu Chen, with a look of astonishment, took her seat next to Chen Yang. "It's only an hour-and-a-half flight from Jingcheng to Wanghai. Upgrading me to business class is quite extravagant," she whispered into Chen Yang's ear. "As long as money can buy a bit more comfort, it's hardly wasteful." "It has truly been ages, hasn't it? 7 years, if memory serves. Though what brings you to Jingcheng? I recall someone mentioning you remained in Wanghai for university," Chen Yang remarked. "Don't even get me started. My father's factory is struggling, so I came to Jingcheng to seek new markets." Lu Chen sighed, shaking her head, and proceeded to share the details of her family's situation with Chen Yang. As the plane began its taxi and takeoff, Chen Yang was struck by the serendipity of their encounter. It turned out Lu Chen's family owned a food processing factory, albeit a modest one employing just over 100 workers without its own brand, primarily engaged in producing various generic food items. While the factory had previously flourished during the heyday of counterfeit products, the recent years had seen a rise in brand awareness among consumers, leading to a significant downturn for small operations like Lu's. According to Lu Chen, the factory had incurred losses for 3 consecutive months, and her father was finding it increasingly difficult to pay not only the bank loans, but also the workers' wages. Although the family had managed to accumulate some savings over the years, they could only sustain themselves for a few more months. Without finding a new path, bankruptcy seemed inevitable. That Lu Chen had ventured to Jingcheng at the behest of a male classmate from university, who claimed to have connections in the city that could help secure new orders for her family's factory. However, the outcome was far from favorable. On the very night of her arrival, he attempted to intoxicate her, insisting that she must become his mistress for him to consider assisting her family. Enraged, Lu Chen fled, barely finding a budget hotel for the night before catching the next flight back to Wanghai. In a twist of fate, she unexpectedly encountered Chen Yang on this very flight. After listening to her story, Chen Yang felt a sense of drowsiness meeting a pillow. Previously contemplating a long-term partnership with a food factory to supply unbranded products for the wasteland, he had fortuitously encountered Lu Chen. The prospect of fulfilling his own needs while aiding an old classmate in distress was undoubtedly appealing. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Chen Yang proposed, "Do not rush, perhaps, that I could sign a long-term food supply contract with your factory. Of course, the specifics of whether or not to sign and how to proceed cannot be determined just yet, that I must visit your factory in person to assess the situation." Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, staring at Chen Yang for a while before she finally spoke. "You must be like me, having graduated from university only a few months ago. What are you doing now?" "Ahem. I've started my own company, though at ISNT in the food industry. However, I do require a substantial quantity of diverse food products that we can discuss the details after I visit your factory and have a conversation with your father," Chen Yang replied somewhat vaguely. Noticing Chen Yang's reluctance to elaborate further, Lu Chen felt a wave of suspicion wash over her. Yet, reflecting on their somewhat ambiguous relationship from their middle school days, she suddenly felt she had come to an understanding. With a slight blush, she deftly shifted the topic to reminisce about their school days together. 7 years apart had inevitably created some distance, but as their conversation deepened, this sense of estrangement swiftly dissipated. When the plane began its descent and finally came to a halt at Wanhai Airport's tarmac, the two had completely rekindled their former camaraderie as desk mates. This particular flight, being a domestic short haul, lacked first-class seating. Business class was the finest option available. Naturally, passengers seated in business class would disembark first. Chen, I've returned to Shanghai because my grandfather is hospitalized, and I must visit him urgently. Once we land, I need to head straight to the hospital. Please inform your father about my interest in collaborating, that if he has no objections, I'll arrange to visit your factory in the next couple of days. We can coordinate via phone, Chen Yang said as they exited the arrivals area. All right, you go ahead. I'll await your call. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. With that, Chen Yang did not linger, swiftly making his way to the taxi stand and boarding a cab, providing the name of the hospital where his grandfather was admitted. Despite the urgency of the journey, he felt no fatigue. The first-tier enhancement agent had significantly improved his physical condition, leaving him instinctively anticipating even more advanced enhancements, that if there were to be any drawbacks, it was that after using the first-tier enhancement agent, he had noticeably increased his appetite. However, strictly speaking, this could hardly be deemed a disadvantage that a greater appetite meant the enjoyment of more culinary delights, which, from a hedonistic perspective, was a genuine pleasure that as for Lu Chen's family's factory. Chen Yang had already resolved to place an order for their products, provided the food produced was not utterly subpar. After all, the only requirement for food in the wasteland was simple. It must not be fatal. Chapter 20. The wasteland world is a treasure. As Chen emerged from the airport terminal, burdened with her thoughts, she spotted her father, Chen Yang, who wore a similarly troubled expression, waiting just outside the entrance. She hastened towards him, shaking her head in dismay. Dad, that university classmate of mine, doesn't genuinely wish to help our family. He merely seeks to take advantage of our misfortune, she confessed. The flicker of hope that had briefly graced Chen Yang's face extinguished in an instant, replaced by a mix of anger and anxiety. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "Daughter, have you been wronged? Please do not frighten me. If you suffer because of the factory, I cannot bear the thought of it. No, I sensed something amiss and left on my own accord. Hence, I hurried to purchase today's flight ticket back." Chen reassured him, shaking her head. Chen Yang exhaled in relief, sighing, "That is good to hear. Do not concern yourself with the factory's affairs, that if it comes to it, let it close. Our debts to the bank are not insurmountable. We can sell one of our 3 houses to settle them. Dad, there may still be a glimmer of hope that on the flight back, I encountered my middle school desk mate, that he mentioned he would contact me in a couple of days and expressed interest in visiting our factory. If all goes well, he might sign a supply contract with us." Chen stated that Chen Yang paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon his brow furrowed as he replied sternly, "A middle school classmate? He's of your age, just a recent graduate. How could he possibly possess such capabilities? Daughter, this sounds like a scheme to deceive you. Do not be too gullible." "Dad, Chen Yang is not that kind of person. Please, just be patient for a couple of days. We have no other options," Chen insisted, stamping her foot in exasperation. "Very well, but you must not go out for meals alone with this classmate. Do not give him the opportunity," Chen Yang declared with utmost seriousness. All right, I understand. Let us return home. I do not want to keep Mom waiting anxiously." Chen acquiesced with a hint of resignation. Unbeknownst to Chen Yang, he had unwittingly become a figure of mistrust in Chen's father's eyes. Upon hailing a taxi, he made his way to the hospital where his grandfather resided, paying the fare hurriedly before dashing inside. Shanghai City is a quintessential second-tier city. While it cannot compare to the capital in numerous aspects, its medical resources are commendably adequate. The hospital where Chen Yang's grandfather was admitted ranks among the top 3 in Shanghai City, particularly renowned for its exceptional oncology department. Upon arriving at his grandfather's ward, Chen Yang found both his parents and his uncle and aunt present. Aside from his aunt and uncle, he had another biological aunt. Noticing that his grandmother was absent from the room, he surmised that his aunt and uncle had stayed home to care for her. "What did the doctor say?" he inquired softly of his father, finding his grandfather peacefully asleep in the bed. "The cancer cells have completely metastasized. It is terminal and untreatable. The doctor's prognosis is that he has at most a month left to live. Continuing his hospitalization would merely waste money. They suggested we arrange for him to be discharged so he can spend his final days at home, where at least his spirits might be lifted," Chen Yang's father replied gravely. At that moment, his uncle approached, placing a comforting hand on Chen Yang's shoulder, that in a hushed voice, he advised, "When your grandfather wakes, spend some time talking with him, then return to the capital tomorrow. It's not easy for you out there. Taking a long leave right after graduating is not beneficial for your career. This illness is beyond anyone's control. Your presence here will not change anything. Ultimately, do not be too sorrowful. Life and death are natural occurrences. When your grandfather can no longer endure, you may return to bid him farewell and fulfill your filial duties, he concluded. These words, though well-meaning, prompted Chen Yang to remain silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. I will step outside for a bit and return to see Grandpa shortly, he said, turning to exit the shared room. Quickly locating the men's restroom on the current floor, he entered, choosing a stall. After locking the door, he ventured into the wasteland world that in an instant, the desolate and somber landscape reappeared before him. He found himself in the same location from which he had departed the wasteland, with time flowing in synchrony. Clearly, this form of traversal adhered to a fixed temporal dimension. Thus, however much time elapsed in the original world, an equal span would pass in the wasteland. The location of the traversal remained unaffected by the other world. Regardless of where one traversed, the return point would always correspond to the designated spot. Through repeated journeys over the past few days, Chen Yang deduced these two conclusions. He hastened to the nearby Gray Mouse D settlement, arriving at Li Lu's makeshift dwelling. Knocking on the door, he impatiently pushed it open before waiting for a response. What greeted him was an unadorned and alluring silhouette. Li Lu had only recently returned home, shedding her cumbersome combat attire and preparing to don casual shorts and a shirt that was at that moment that Chen Yang burst into her shelter. Although she was momentarily taken aback, upon recognizing Chen Yang, Li Lu quickly dismissed her initial surprise. Calmly bending to retrieve her shirt from the floor, she donned it while explaining, I just stepped out to procure a complete set of 6-tier enhancement potions for you, my esteemed employer, and haven't yet had the chance to complete the statistical work you assigned. Chen Yang swallowed hard, his eyes drawn to Li Lu as she swiftly dressed. A pang of regret surged within him, yet he ultimately remembered the purpose of his unexpected visit. Clearing his throat, he inquired, That can wait. I have a pressing question to discuss with you. What is it? Please go ahead, Li Lu replied, her expression tinged with curiosity. Cancer. Can it be treated? I mean late-stage cancer where the cells have fully metastasized, Chen Yang asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. Cancer. Of course, it can be treated. Over 100 years ago, a miraculous cure for cancer was discovered that I recall that the medical scientist who developed the breakthrough received a Nobel Prize. Up until the cataclysm struck, cancer was classified as a common cellular disease. Even in advanced stages, the cure rate exceeded 95%. Isn't this basic medical knowledge? Li Lu asserted confidently. Chapter 21. Absurd questions. Chen Yang's mood had completely relaxed. Although he believed that the wasteland world had surpassed his own by more than 2 centuries in technological prowess, which should significantly increase the likelihood of curing cancer, it remained merely speculation. Until he received confirmation, he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, fearful that his assumptions might be erroneous. Where can I procure such a miraculous medicine? Is it available in Gray Mouse Town? Chen Yang inquired with an air of urgency. Are you referring to the special medicine for treating cancer? Well, that particular medication ceased production after the cataclysm, in the aftermath of the disaster. Food became the sole focus of everyone's concerns. Only the members of the medical association possessed the resources and capability to continue developing various new formulas, Li Lu replied, as she produced a syringe from her pocket and handed it to Chen Yang. For instance, this healing serum can actually treat all diseases caused by cellular mutations, including cancer. However, using it solely for cancer treatment would indeed be somewhat wasteful. Chen Yang's eyes brightened, and he joyfully accepted the syringe, gazing at the blood-red liquid within, curiosity getting the better of him. Where did this syringe come from? Was it also developed by the medical association? Indeed, when I went out to exchange your medication, I traded for it with a cabbage that I hope you won't hold it against me for acting without your permission. Li Lu apologized, then proceeded to recount her visit to a settlement controlled by a medium-sized faction in detail. Upon learning that Li Lu had exchanged merely a cabbage for a complete set of 1st to 6th tier enhancement serums, along with this healing serum, Chen Yang's expression transformed into one of sheer delight. Was this truly a bargain? How I relish the na-vet of the medical association. Boss, I have also brought you this set of serums. However, since you have already administered the 1st tier enhancement serum, you may begin with the second tier. Nevertheless, you must be cautious. Each injection of the enhancement serum must be spaced out by a certain interval. This interval is not fixed, as it primarily depends on one's physical constitution and genetic strength. Li Lu handed Chen Yang the 6 syringes of enhancement serum she had previously acquired, continuing, "The syringes are labeled with their respective tiers. You may inject them in order. Generally, a 2 to 3 day gap is required between the first and second tiers, while the interval between the second and third tiers is typically around a week. It is imperative to follow this sequence. Skipping any tier and directly injecting a higher tier serum may result in bodily collapse due to excessive strain. Under normal circumstances, barring any unforeseen events, completing the full enhancement from the first to the 6th tier will take approximately 3 months. Of course, some may take longer, while others may take less time. The specific moment when your body can fully assimilate each serum will be quite clear to you. You will understand when the time comes." Chen Yang reached out again, taking the transparent box containing the 6 syringes, suppressing his rising excitement. "You mentioned earlier that the distributor from the medical association suspected we still had quite a few other vegetables on hand, thus wishing to continue our trade." "Yes, boss. I regret my oversight. It was primarily due to my inexperience that I overlooked this flaw. I humbly request your forgiveness," Li Lu said with a hint of shame. "Nonsense. You have performed admirably. The presence of any flaws is of little consequence. As long as we establish our base quickly and strengthen our own power, we shall no longer need to tread so cautiously." Chen Yang playfully flicked Li Lu's nose and continued, "We must proceed with the trade with that distributor from the medical association. Aside from the so-called biological armor he mentioned, let us exchange all these vegetables for enhancement serums. I can be enhanced up to the 6th tier, so our newly formed base's leaders should at least be enhanced to the 5th tier. Aside from yourself, I wish to gain a comprehensive understanding of the entire Grey Mouse D and would like you to recommend a few more leaders to work alongside you, reporting directly to me. As for ordinary members, they too should be enhanced to at least the 4th tier. Our base will undoubtedly require continuous development in the future, and these individuals, provided they prove reliable, will become our core members, destined to serve as reserve leaders. Given this opportunity, let us not be stingy with the distribution of enhancement serums." Li Lu's mouth fell slightly agape, her expression one of bewilderment. Chen Yang, observing her reaction, felt perplexed and instinctively scratched his head, asking, "What is the matter? Is it not possible to obtain that many serums?" Li Lu hurriedly shook her head, her face reflecting concern. "That is not the issue. The vegetables you brought are indeed sufficient to exchange for those items, and there will certainly be a surplus. It's just. The boss, after you injected the 1st tier enhancement serum, you must have noticed, right? Your appetite has increased significantly compared to before you administered the serum." Chen Yang paused for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, my food intake has likely increased by 30 to 40%. Li Lu chuckled wryly and explained, "This is a side effect of the enhancement serum. While I don't possess extensive knowledge about it, the medical association does not conceal basic information. Thus, I am quite familiar with some of the principles behind the enhancement serums. Essentially, the function of the enhancement serum is to directly alter the cellular strength within the injector's body, enhancing these fundamental biological units to achieve overall augmentation. However, this enhancement, while indeed making the injector more powerful, also results in a more exaggerated demand for energy. Consequently, those who have injected enhancement serums require significantly more energy than an ordinary person. This is the reason for your increased appetite." To put it simply, if consuming 1 kilogram of food originally provided enough energy for an entire day, after injecting the 1st tier enhancement serum, you might need to consume 1.5 kilograms to meet the same energy needs. As Chen Yang listened to Li Lu's explanation, he finally comprehended the situation. No wonder he felt that his appetite had surged abnormally. However, what did that matter? Noting the perplexed expression on Chen Yang's face, Li Lu realized her boss had yet to grasp the crux of the issue. Yet, considering that her boss was never lacking in food, it was reasonable that he might not recognize the true problem and its implications. "Boss, the higher the level of enhancement, the greater the cellular strength, the more powerful the body becomes, and the more exaggerated the energy demand, leading to an increase in appetite. In other words, If everyone in Grey Mouse D were to be elevated to the 4th tier, it would not be long before they all starved to death, Li Lu said, her expression one of resignation. Chapter 22. A surge of feminine sentiments. Starved to death. Chen Yang found himself momentarily engulfed in absurdity. Hailing from an era of unparalleled material abundance, he struggled to empathize with such terminology. Although his world also harbored a billion souls enduring hunger, the food crisis remained a prevalent issue for many nations. His own living conditions felt insufferably distant from these realities. To compel him to comprehend such matters was, indeed, no trivial task that on this desolate wasteland. Acquiring sustenance is exceedingly arduous, and the exaggerated appetite of both augmented and evolved individuals exacerbates this predicament. In terms of mere pricing, the 1st-tier enhancement serum is not particularly expensive. Yet the actual number of individuals willing to purchase and utilize it remains dismally low, Li Lu explained with a shrug. For us, enhancement serums are essentially a long-term burden. Even after consuming the serum, allowing one to hunt more perilous mutated creatures, the increased food consumption could still plunge one into a state of despair. Of course, the cost of 2nd-tier and above enhancement serums is no longer bearable for ordinary folk. Typically, those augmented beyond the 2nd tier possess the capability to survive independently in the wasteland. However, the surrounding area of Grey Rat Town is so barren that if everyone were to elevate themselves to the 4th tier, the sharply increased demand for food would inevitably lead to the rapid collapse of Grey Rat D. Observing the worried expression on Li Lu's face, Chen Yang instinctively reached out to tousle her hair and sighed, expressing his exasperation. Li Lu, your way of thinking needs to evolve. I have previously informed you that I lack for nothing in terms of food, and I must reiterate this point. Remember, as long as you work for me, I will undoubtedly take responsibility for your nourishment. As your employer, it is my duty to ensure you are well fed. There is no need for you to fret over food-related issues. All challenges pertaining to sustenance will be addressed by me. Your sole focus should be on establishing our base and ensuring ample provisions for future development. Once the people of Grey Rat D become my employees, I assure you that the food allocated for their salaries will far exceed their daily needs. Chen Yang's tone brooked no argument. Li Lu blinked, suddenly feeling an uncontrollable swell of emotions. Ever since encountering her inexplicable employer, she had experienced an unprecedented sense of security. The relentless pressure of survival that had nearly extinguished her youthful spirit seemed to be rekindling. Suddenly, an inexplicable impulse surged from within Li Lu. Gritting her teeth, she stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Chen Yang's neck, and before he could fully grasp the situation, pressed her lips forcefully against his. In that instant, Chen Yang's mind went blank. It took them both several minutes to exit the makeshift shelter. Li Lu's hair cascaded freely, lending her a softer appearance. The two had not engaged in any excessive behavior. It wasn't that Li Lu was unwilling, nor that Chen Yang was disinterested, but rather that the deplorable conditions of the shelter posed a significant psychological barrier for Chen Yang, who was accustomed to a cleaner. Thus, even as the kiss escalated, he summoned immense willpower to regain control and reluctantly led Li Lu out of the shelter. After all, there were pressing matters at hand. Boss, are you dissatisfied with me? Rest assured before you, no one has touched me. I have diligently accumulated resources to exchange for a 2nd-tier enhancement serum, so I wouldn't have to compromise myself. Although filling my belly has become exceedingly difficult, at least I no longer have to resort to such repugnant acts, Li Lu said, trailing behind Chen Yang, a hint of grievance in her voice. No, don't misunderstand. It's just that I am somewhat of a germaphobe, and the state of the shelter instinctively repulses me. Let us focus on establishing the base first. Once we have it set up and the environment improves, you want to be able to escape even if you— Chen Yang said, turning to grasp Li Lu's hand, smiling warmly that he harbored no special feelings towards Li Lu, as their acquaintance was still recent. Yet, he could not deny that her allure was quite remarkable. From a purely physical standpoint, having established a degree of familiarity, Chen Yang found himself open to the idea of a relationship that transcended mere friendship. Living in this wasteland naturally led him to indulge some of his darker impulses, for this was a realm devoid of law and order. I would never run. This life, free from the worry of hunger, is what I have longed for. Moreover, you boss seem quite reliable. I must cling tightly to your leg." The two soon arrived at Uncle Wei's shelter. Without knocking, they pushed the door open, only to find Uncle Wei engrossed in his handheld smart brain, perusing something. The semi-transparent virtual screen emitted a strong futuristic aura, suspended in midair. With one hand deftly interacting with the virtual display, Uncle Wei turned to glance at the entering Chen Yang and Li Lu, smiling as he explained, "I am researching all available information regarding computers. Although it is an obsolete technology, the very obsolescence necessitates a relearning of certain details. Before I went to exchange for the serums, I bought this handheld smart brain for Uncle Wei. Its specifications are quite ordinary. Prior to the Great Disaster, it could only be classified as a standard home model, and this was the best available in Grey Rat Town. However, Uncle Wei believes it will suffice for converting computer programs," Li Lu chimed in. "Indeed, it is more than adequate, that I now only require a functional computer to operate and gain a grasp of the relevant programming logic." Uncle Wei nodded in agreement. Chen Yang snapped his fingers and exited the shelter once more. Mere seconds later, he returned, carrying an unopened package containing an alien desktop computer. Chapter 23. Gritting his teeth. 4 or 5 days would suffice. Uncle Wei's face was illuminated with a look of astonishment. However, he refrained from asking further questions and approached to take the computer packaging box from Chen Yang's arms, swiftly unboxing it to connect the computer components. Within the structure of the Gray Squirrel D, there was a small generator capable of supplying sufficient power for the normal operation of the settlement. Thus, Uncle Wei's humble abode was equipped with the corresponding power interfaces. Nevertheless, considering that this was Earth over 200 years in the future, the standards for power interfaces had diverged completely from those of Chen Yang's world. After examining the plugs on the alien computer's power cables, Uncle Wei busied himself for some time before successfully powering up the computer. While conducting information retrieval with his intelligent brain, he began to operate the now-activated computer. Within mere minutes, a satisfied smile spread across Uncle Wei's face. "Boss, there are no issues. Should you have any requests, feel free to voice them directly, that as long as the hardware can support it, I assure you that I can accomplish it. And it won't take long," Uncle Wei exclaimed confidently. This response brought great joy to Chen Yang, who promptly extracted his HW phone from his pocket and handed it to Uncle Wei, saying, "I hope you could develop a game for mobile devices that operates online." Ideally, this game should leverage the hardware capabilities of the phone to achieve a pseudo-realistic effect. For instance, by utilizing the built-in camera, the game should capture real-world scenes, allowing the phone's screen to display live representations of reality, within which the gameplay unfolds. I downloaded an AR game on my phone. You can take a look. The effect I wish to achieve must surpass this by leaps and bounds, immersing players to the extent that they might even feel as if the real world is indeed as portrayed in the game. Is that feasible? Uncle Wei took Chen Yang's phone, fiddled with it, and opened the game. Within seconds, a look of disdain crossed his face that he scoffed, saying, "Is this what you call a game? It is utterly outdated. Even the worst product released by any gaming company before the Great Cataclysm would far surpass this travesty. Rest assured, boss, this requirement is quite simple, that if I am permitted to draw inspiration from some games released prior to the Great Cataclysm, I could complete it even faster. However, due to the inherent limitations of the hardware, the visual quality of the game will undoubtedly suffer. But fear not. Even if it reaches rock bottom, it will still be leagues better than what you just showed me." This is simply an eyesore. Listening to Uncle Wei's declaration, Chen Yang felt a surge of happiness. He nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Then I shall trouble you with this. Rest assured, once the product is completed, I will provide you with an additional reward. The better the outcome, the greater the reward. I stand by my word. As for drawing inspiration, feel free to do so. I impose no restrictions in that regard." "Thank you, boss. In that case, please allow me to keep this phone. Once the game is developed, it will need to be adapted to this device for testing, that if all goes smoothly, I guarantee that within 7 days, I will have the product ready for you," Uncle Wei proclaimed, thumping his chest with pride. 7 days? Chen Yang was utterly astonished. This was extraordinarily swift. Typically, the development time for even a simple mobile game spans several months. Even with the assistance of an intelligent brain in the wasteland, Chen Yang had not anticipated such an exaggerated time frame. The technological disparities between the two worlds seemed to reach unfathomable proportions. However, Chen Yang's expression of astonishment and his tone of inquiry led Uncle Wei to misconstrue his feelings. Believing that Chen Yang was dissatisfied with the 7-day timeline, Uncle Wei gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "In our settlement, there are a few others who possess some knowledge of intelligent brain technology. Although they may not be as skilled as I, they are absolutely capable of developing this outdated computer technology that I will enlist their help. I estimate we can complete it in 4 or 5 days. I will ensure they receive a portion of the payment." Chen Yang was left utterly speechless. 7 days was already an astonishingly short timeline, and now it was going to be even shorter. Bravo, my friend. It seems that the grueling 996 work schedule truly serves as a blessing for you. Chen Yang gazed at Uncle Wei with newfound admiration. It must be said that while employees might harbor a grudging attitude towards the concept of 996 as a blessing, from the perspective of a boss, it would indeed be heartening to have employees who view such a schedule as their aspiration and dream. And it appeared that such employees were abundant in the wasteland world. No need for you to distribute the wages. Since you are working for me, I shall bear the entire responsibility for your compensation. Chen Yang waved his hand and continued, "Not just you and Li Lu. In other words, barring any unforeseen circumstances, all individuals from Gray Squirrel D will work for me, and I will provide ample food to ensure you are no longer hungry." Uncle Wei was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning to look at Li Lu. "It's true. The boss has asked me to quickly gather everyone's opinions, but I've been a bit busy today, so I haven't started yet. Over the next few days, the boss will also meet with all of us in the settlement. According to the boss, as long as our people are reliable and loyal, he will employ us and provide sufficient food," Li Lu affirmed earnestly. Upon hearing Li Lu's confirmation, Uncle Wei's excitement was palpable. His eyes glistened with tears, and after a brief tremor, he abruptly knelt before Chen Yang with a resounding thud. He then bowed deeply 3 times, exclaiming, Did I thank you on behalf of everyone? You have saved the lives of us all in this settlement." Chen Yang was taken aback, completely unprepared for such an overwhelming reaction from Uncle Wei. He hurriedly helped him to his feet, saying, "I am merely offering you a job opportunity. It hardly equates to saving lives. That it is only reasonable that I compensate you for your work. No, it is necessary. The time for taxing our settlement is fast approaching, and without your aid, we would surely be driven to despair." Uncle Wei replied, "Let me first communicate with the people in the settlement, and then I'll brief you on this matter," Li Lu replied. "Very well, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. You all continue with your tasks, and let us expedite the process to get everything on track for a better life," Chen Yang said, extracting his SIM card from the phone and leaving it with Uncle Wei as a test device for game development. After concluding these matters and exchanging a few more words with Li Lu, he departed the settlement with the potions in hand. Chapter 24. Having the reinforcement time in the makeshift shelter, only Uncle Wei and Li Lu remained. After several minutes had passed, the agitated Uncle Wei gradually regained his composure. He glanced at the alien computer and then at the HW phone. A look of hesitation etched on his face. He spoke up, "Xiao Lu, who exactly is our boss? How is it that something from hundreds of years ago appears so brand new, particularly that computer? Has it really been unopened for centuries?" "I'm not sure," Li Lu replied. "The boss has many secrets and clearly does not wish for me to pry, so I won't dwell on it. What the boss does not want me to know, I shall not inquire about. What he wishes for me to know, he will naturally share, that I end this wasteland. There are too many who harbor secrets. Almost everyone with a modicum of skill, who isn't shrouded in mystery. This, if we know nothing about him, how can we be certain he bears us no ill will?" Uncle Wei asked, furrowing his brow. Li Lu cast a glance at Uncle Wei and then chuckled. "Ill will towards us? What do we possess that would entice him? With the food he has provided these past few days, if he needed someone to serve him, he could easily recruit anyone he desired. Don't even mention even if he sought to buy someone's life, those provisions would ensure a flood of eager volunteers, all hoping to enjoy a hearty meal before their demise. Uncle Wei, I truly do not understand our boss. I do not know where he comes from, why he has an abundance of food, or the significance of the tasks he assigns you. But I do know one thing. He has alleviated my hunger. There is a comforting scent about him that I find very pleasing. He is remarkably serene, unlike any wasteland inhabitant I have ever encountered. His calm and relaxed demeanor is something I have never witnessed in this desolate world. When I am with him, I feel an overwhelming sense of security. Therefore, I believe this is our opportunity, Grey Mouse D. If we seize it firmly, we shall undoubtedly alter our fate. Li Lu's words plunged Uncle Wei into deep contemplation. After pondering for a while, he slowly nodded. You make a valid point. I was thinking too narrowly. Since the great catastrophe, I have not met such a kind person, so it is only natural to harbor a bit of suspicion. Li Lu playfully punched Uncle Wei's chest and remarked, It's not so much suspicion as it is fear of loss. Now, Uncle Wei, you get back to work. The tasks assigned by the boss must be executed flawlessly. We cannot disappoint him. I, too, must discuss this matter with others in the settlement. I believe everyone will be ecstatic upon hearing this news. Indeed, as you said, we must seize this opportunity. It is our chance to change our destiny. Uncle Wei agreed earnestly. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, Chen Yang had already returned to the hospital's public restroom, clutching the potions. After listening carefully to ensure no one else was inside, he stepped out of the stall. However, just as he exited the restroom, he abruptly halted, but a sudden warmth surged through his body, enveloping him in a sensation of euphoria that coursed through his limbs. Yet, as swiftly as it came, the warmth dissipated, vanishing within mere seconds, leaving Chen Yang momentarily stunned. It dawned on him. This was the manifestation of the first-tier reinforcement potion being fully digested and absorbed. However, hadn't Li Lu mentioned that it took about 3 days for a first-tier reinforcement potion to be completely absorbed? He had only injected himself with it a day and a half ago. This meant the digestion time had been halved. Why was that? Though perplexed, he didn't let it deter him from retrieving the second-tier reinforcement potion from his pocket and quickly re-entering the public restroom. Hiding in the stall, he injected himself without hesitation. Before long, the excruciating pain he had experienced during the first-tier injection returned. Yet perhaps due to the prior reinforcement, his body seemed to have developed a higher tolerance for pain. This time, the agony was bearable. Minutes later, Chen Yang exited the restroom with an air of nonchalance. The external changes to his physique were not as pronounced as during the first-tier injection, but his muscles felt significantly firmer, his senses sharper, and his energy levels heightened. It seemed that if all went well, the phase of increasing reinforcement levels was essentially a phase of physical enhancement, that he wondered if this newfound strength could transcend human limits, enabling him to achieve a status akin to the superheroes depicted in foreign comics. Given the harsh survival conditions of the wasteland, the probability was not negligible. He resolved to have a thorough discussion with Li Lu regarding the reinforcement potions when he had the chance. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Yang returned to his grandfather's hospital room. His grandfather, who had been in a deep slumber, was now awake. Upon seeing Chen Yang enter, a distinct smile spread across his wrinkled face. Struggling, he reached out to Chen Yang, seemingly wishing to say something, but no sound emerged. The doctor just visited. The prognosis remains unchanged. Your grandfather's condition has deteriorated, and continuing hospitalization will incur exorbitant costs. Even with the most extravagant treatment, it would only extend his life by about 2 months, and without any quality of life. The doctor advises us to be rational and not to burden ourselves with debt. Your uncle and aunt have discussed it, and we have decided to discharge your grandfather. You can stay here and talk with him while I go with your uncle to handle the discharge paperwork. Your mother and aunt have gone home to prepare dinner. Tonight, we'll have a drink. As his father and uncle exited the room, Chen Yang took a deep breath and sat beside his grandfather's bed. He pulled out the healing potion and leaned close to his grandfather's ear, whispering, "Grandpa, I need to give you an injection. This may cure your illness, but I cannot guarantee it 100%. Are you willing to give it a try?" The elderly man, lying in bed with cloudy eyes, smiled and nodded without hesitation. His gesture was slight, but his gaze towards Chen Yang was filled with love. Chapter 25. Revived to full health in place. This is a double-occupancy hospital room, where an elderly gentleman lies on one bed, while a middle-aged woman rests by his side. Fatigued from her vigil, both the woman and the old man are enveloped in slumber. After confirming that there are no surveillance devices within the room, Chen Yang directed the needle towards his grandfather's hand, injecting the entirety of the healing serum into the vein. In the next moment, he noticed a blush appearing on his grandfather's cheeks. His mental state seemed to improve as well. At least his eyes no longer appeared so clouded. The efficacy of this serum is truly remarkable. Chen Yang gazed at his grandfather, observing that aside from a slight increase in respiratory rate, there were no other signs of distress. Approximately 5 minutes later, his grandfather's breathing returned to a steady rhythm. Just as Chen Yang was about to inquire about his grandfather's well-being, the old man suddenly propped himself up, sitting upright. What, a miraculous potion! How is it that I suddenly feel as if all my ailments have vanished? Leaning against the hospital bed, Chen Yang's grandfather instinctively began to feel his own body, his face a canvas of disbelief. Chen Yang, brimming with joy, gently patted his grandfather's hand and cheerfully remarked, "I'll go summon a doctor for a comprehensive examination to confirm your complete recovery." As he turned to call for the doctor, his grandfather unexpectedly grasped his wrist. "Debeo, though I may lack education, I understand that cancer in its advanced stages is invariably hopeless, that I am uncertain about the origin of this miraculous potion you possess, but it is best to keep it confidential." If word gets out, considering the multitude of cancer cases each year, you might find yourself in dire trouble. Seeing the deep concern etched on his grandfather's face, Chen Yang smiled reassuringly and patted his grandfather's hand once more. "There's no need to worry. In the realm of medicine, countless inexplicable phenomena have occurred time and again that a singular occurrence, while it may attract some attention, is unlikely to be taken seriously. The human body is extraordinarily enigmatic. Our current scientific understanding remains quite superficial. Thus, as long as you remain silent, and I do not speak of it, no one will know that your cancer has been cured by this serum. The doctors will merely regard it as a medical miracle. After all, if someone were genuinely capable of curing cancer, they would be celebrated and could effortlessly acquire wealth beyond measure. Why would they ever conceal such a discovery?" His reasoning resonated with Chen Yang's grandfather, who, after a moment's contemplation, felt relieved that a hint of pride flickered in his gaze as he looked at Chen Yang. Chen Yang recognized that his grandfather had likely misconstrued something. However, misunderstandings are what they are. Explanations were futile. Rather than forcing unreliable justifications, it was more convenient to let his grandfather concoct his own narrative. Regarding the healing serum, Chen Yang had no intentions of marketing it in this world just yet. Primarily, this serum could only be procured from the medical association, and he lacked the capacity to produce it in the wasteland world. This meant he was completely unaware of the raw materials and scientific principles underpinning the serum's production. Consequently, merely acting as a middleman could lead to a multitude of complications. Not to mention, he could not even apply for the associated patents. Moreover, the implications of this serum were profoundly daunting. Its ability to treat cancer would incite a frenzy among the populace. With no substantial power of his own, recklessly revealing the healing serum to the world could unleash a tempest that might utterly obliterate him. Chen Yang was acutely aware of this. Otherwise, he would not have positioned the inception of his career within the gaming industry in the corridor outside the hospital room. He summoned the on-duty nurse and briefly explained the situation. The nurse, her face etched with disbelief, entered the room. To her astonishment, she found Chen Yang's grandfather already out of bed, actively moving about. The young nurse, her medical mask obscuring most of her face, revealed enough of her expression to convey sheer shock. "Why you all wait here? I shall fetch Dr. Han. This is utterly incredible." With that, she dashed out of the room, visibly dazed. Chen Yang's grandfather chuckled, patting Chen Yang's arm softly. "Debeo, that Dr. Han is quite the striking beauty, a high-achieving talent returned from abroad. It is remarkable that she has already become an expert in oncology at such a young age, and why sudden recovery will surely astonish her. So take the opportunity to engage. You might even forge a friendship." Chen Yang was momentarily speechless. His grandfather had never been so frivolous. Within moments, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Soon, Chen Yang's father and uncle, accompanied by a female doctor, burst into the room. Upon seeing the elderly gentleman, full of vitality beside the bed, disbelief washed over their faces. However, Chen Yang's father and uncle were expressions of astonishment tinged with delight, while the female doctor wore an expression of skepticism. I need to conduct a comprehensive physical examination of the patient. I hope you will cooperate. The hospital will cover the costs, so you need not worry, the doctor stated. Please proceed. Let us verify whether he is truly well. Without the confirmation of professional instruments, I cannot fully relax. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. This was the truth. Despite his grandfather's seemingly excellent condition, Chen Yang was unsure whether the healing serum had genuinely cured him or merely provoked a temporary state akin to a last rally of vitality. Thus, a thorough examination was undoubtedly the best course of action. Chen Yang's father and uncle had no objections. Even if they had to bear the cost themselves, such an examination was imperative. It was simply too alarming. Just moments ago, his grandfather appeared gravely ill, and now he seemed to have been reborn. While it was undoubtedly a joyous turn of events, it still felt somewhat unsettling. Hence, a checkup was certainly warranted. Chapter 26. Medical miracles. Had Chen Yang not been by his grandfather's side throughout the entire medical examination, he would have been utterly unaware of the numerous components encompassed in a comprehensive health checkup. It also became clear to him why the young female doctor had emphasized that the cost of this extensive examination would be borne by the hospital. The entire suite of diagnostic tests amounted to approximately 15,000 yuan, a staggering sum by the hospital's explicit pricing. Merely the tumor screening CT scan alone cost over 7,000. Such pricing is indeed burdensome for an ordinary family like the Pu Jintong. However, the fact that the young doctor was able to secure the hospital's coverage of these expenses piqued Chen Yang's curiosity. Her position must extend beyond that of a mere oncology specialist. Surely, even a chief physician would lack such authority. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that the doctor might have personally shouldered the costs. After all, the events that transpired concerning his grandfather were, by any rational standard, quite extraordinary. Shortly after the examination, the detailed report was compiled. The young doctor perused the findings for an extended period, her eyes betraying profound shock and disbelief. The elderly gentleman's health is remarkably good, almost suspiciously so. Not only have all the metastatic cancer cells vanished, but even the chronic ailments typically associated with aging have completely disappeared. Aside from the normal organ aging due to his age, there are no other issues. In essence, he is exceedingly healthy. Setting the report aside, she turned to Chen Yang, her expression rife with curiosity, and inquired, "What on earth has transpired?" "I asked the nurse, who informed me that only you and the elderly gentleman were conscious in the ward, while the other patient and their family were sound asleep. Why did the elderly gentleman suddenly recover on his own? This defies scientific explanation. I am uncertain as well. Earlier, my father and uncle were preparing to arrange for my grandfather's discharge, so I stayed by his bedside, conversing with him. I urged him to hang on a little longer, at least until he could witness my marriage and the birth of my children, right? Suddenly, his spirit seemed to lift, perhaps. That was the catalyst? The power of overcoming physical ailment." Chen Yang scratched his head, his face a mask of confusion. The young doctor studied Chen Yang intently for a moment, finding no hints of duplicity in his expression. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she remained at a loss, ultimately conceding, "Very well, based on the examination results, the elderly gentleman is indeed in good health, so you may proceed with the discharge. However, I have never encountered such a case before, nor has the entire medical community, for that matter. Thus, from my perspective as a physician, I cannot ascertain whether the elderly gentleman has sustained any residual effects. Even with a health report indicating robust well-being, we cannot entirely rule out the possibility of lingering after-effects. For the sake of his health, I may reach out periodically to inquire about his condition." "I hope you will not mind." Chen Yang's father promptly agreed. "Dr. Han, you are far too modest. Such dedicated and responsible doctors as yourself are rare. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. I shall not further occupy your time. With the elderly gentleman's recovery, I imagine you will want to celebrate together. Please remember to bring him back for a follow-up in a week, that if there are no abnormal changes at that time, then you may rest easy." The young doctor smiled, extending her hand to Chen Yang's father, shaking his hand before personally escorting him to handle the discharge procedures. As she accompanied Chen Yang's family out of the hospital, the smile on her face faded, her elegant brows knitted together, and after a moment of hesitation, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly, and a clear female voice resonated from the receiver. "Hansilio, I'm currently in a meeting at the office, but if it's not urgent, please wait for an hour. I will call you back as soon as I am finished." The young doctor responded with a hint of exasperation. "I have a late-stage liver cancer patient who has inexplicably made a complete recovery today. I just completed a thorough health examination, and the patient's health is astonishingly stable." A silence fell on the other end of the line, followed by hurried footsteps and the sound of a door closing, before the voice resumed. "Can you identify the cause of the recovery? What medications were administered? What treatments were undertaken? There must be records of these." "There are, but I can state with absolute certainty that the patient's sudden recovery bears no relation to the treatment plan I provided. Thus, I am equally perplexed by the reason behind the patient's recovery," the young doctor articulated. "Send me the patient's detailed information along with the entire treatment process and all relevant records." The voice on the other end spoke with urgency. "Shin, I can provide you with this information, but you must not disturb the patient's normal life. That would contravene my medical ethics. Your grandfather's condition should still allow him to last for another 6 months. Instead of placing hope in this nebulous notion of a cure, it would be wiser. You are well aware of the current situation with the Chu family. I have never concealed it from you. With grandfather alive, our connections and relationships endure, and the family's legacy remains intact. Only then does the Chu family's ship have a chance to change its course that if grandfather were to pass. 6 months would be far from sufficient." The tone on the other end conveyed a sense of melancholy. Now it was the young doctor's turn to fall silent. After a few seconds, she spoke again. "I will send you all the information shortly, but I assure you, you will find no answers within those records. While the medical standards in the capital far surpass those elsewhere, in terms of oncology, the experts here are not necessarily superior to me. That if you must investigate from the perspective of the patient, I personally suggest you start with the patient's grandson." "Grandson?" "Yes, the patient, Chen Yang, age 69, displayed a consistent pattern of health changes from admission to diagnosis. However, today the patient's grandson, Chen Yang, arrived at the hospital, and shortly thereafter, Chen Yang experienced an abrupt and complete recovery that I suspect there exists a significant connection between the two. The patient's recovery and his grandson, Chen Yang, are undoubtedly intertwined," the young doctor stated earnestly. As for the notion of spirit conquering the body that Chen Yang had previously suggested, she was not naive enough to believe that. Chen Yang noted. Chapter 27. All is well on the way home. Chen Yang's father, brimming with excitement, made a phone call to inform the family of the latest developments. This unexpected joy arrived without warning, leaving the entire Chen household slightly bewildered. Ultimately, after conferring with his uncle, Chen Yang's father decided that they would forego dinner at home that evening. Instead, they sought out a commendable restaurant nearby, reserving a private room to celebrate in style. Although they were an ordinary family, over the past decade, with the continuous advancement of the national economy and the rise in per capita income, the Chen family's financial situation could be deemed quite satisfactory. At the very least, they could afford to dine out during festive occasions when good news arose. The family, consisting of 9 members, arrived at the restaurant's private room before nightfall. In stark contrast to the somber atmosphere they had experienced in the hospital, the Chen family now exuded an air of jubilance. While they were all astonished by Chen Jianjun's sudden recovery, the prevailing sentiment was that it was a cause for celebration, and the inability to comprehend the situation mattered little. After all, the Chinese have an innate tendency to embrace serendipity when faced with good fortune. Among the third generation of the Chen family, aside from Chen Yang, both his uncle and aunt had a child each, which meant Chen Yang had a younger brother and sister. However, as both siblings were attending university in distant provinces without any holidays, it was challenging for them to return home. Consequently, Chen Yang was the only representative of the third generation at this family gathering. The atmosphere during dinner was delightful, with the entire Chen family immersed in the joy of Chen Jianjun's miraculous recovery. For a time, the clouds of despair seemed to dissipate, leaving everyone in high spirits. Only Chen Jianjun the elder understood the true reason behind his sudden healing and lavish praise on his eldest grandson throughout the meal. Although Chen Yang's uncle and aunt found the elder's demeanor somewhat peculiar, they attributed it to his long-standing affection for Chen Yang and thought little of it. despite the exaggerated display that evening. The dinner was a resounding success, filling Chen Yang with a profound sense of happiness. Simultaneously, he silently resolved that once he firmly established himself in the wasteland, he must thoroughly investigate the medical advancements available there, particularly the concoctions developed by the Doctors' Association. He was determined to understand the effects of these various potions. Ideally, he wished to discreetly administer corresponding medications to his parents and family members, which would sustain their health without their knowledge. Possessing the ability to traverse between the wasteland and the current world, his future was undoubtedly bright. Therefore, the health and happiness of his family were paramount. They must enjoy all the splendors this world has to offer. The tragedy of a son wishing to care for his parents, only to find them gone, must never occur in the Chen family. The family continued dining late into the night, including Chen Yang, who had consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Observing the evident inebriation of his relatives, Chen Yang discreetly settled the bill and began hailing taxis, ensuring everyone returned home safely. The following 2 days, Chen Yang purchased the latest HW smartphone and ventured into the wasteland during the day. Under Li Lu's guidance, he met each survivor from Grey Mouse D individually. While establishing initial connections with these survivors, he personally distributed their prepaid compensation. He painted a picture of a promising future for them and described the task. Under Chen Yang's enticing vision, tangible benefits began to materialize, igniting a fervent excitement throughout Grey Mouse D. In total, Grey Mouse D comprised just 213 survivors. After injecting himself with the second-tier enhancement serum, Chen Yang experienced a further augmentation of his physical capabilities, seemingly elevating his cognitive functions as well. Within the span of 2 days, he effortlessly committed to memory the names, ages, specialties, and certain personality traits of all 213 survivors. Although further observation and understanding were necessary, after their initial interactions, Chen Yang was already convinced that Li Lu had been correct. In the wasteland, human relationships appeared to be far simpler. The individuals within Grey Mouse D shared a remarkable degree of mutual trust. While some underlying schemes were evident, they were united in their overarching goal: to band together and struggle for survival in the wasteland. Remarkably, the survivors exhibited no resistance to Chen Yang's presence or the employment terms he proposed. Instead, they regarded him as a savior. The employment conditions Chen Yang outlined seemed exceedingly generous to the survivors of Grey Mouse D. He did not require them to engage in any perilous activities. Rather, he simply asked them to establish a base centered around Grey Mouse D. The scale of this base would expand as development progressed. Those with knowledge of intelligent brain technology would be temporarily hired as technical personnel, tasked with simple, non-hazardous work daily, while the others would be employed and trained as combat personnel. However, this combat employment was fundamentally aimed at safeguarding the base's security. The survivors of Grey Mouse D understood that protecting their settlement was their inherent duty, and the prospect of receiving compensation from Chen Yang for fulfilling this responsibility was an unexpected boon. Had it not been for Li Lu's esteemed reputation within Grey Mouse D and Chen Yang's advanced provision of a week's worth of food supplies, the survivors might have dismissed him as a fraud. However, upon confirming the authenticity of the entire arrangement, Chen Yang swiftly ascended to a position of unparalleled authority and respect within Grey Mouse D. In these times, those who could ensure the community's sustenance would command unwavering loyalty from the others. During the day, Chen Yang dedicated his time to understanding the entirety of Grey Mouse D, while each evening he returned home to share a few drinks with his grandfather. Remarkably, Chen Jianjun never inquired about the miraculous serum, as if his recovery were an extraordinary miracle. With the family matters seemingly resolved, Chen Yang planned to return to the capital to check on the progress of Zhou Dandan's company preparations. However, on the morning of the 3rd day, Chen Yang received a phone call from LV Churin. Although she merely suggested a casual meal, Chen Yang instantly grasped her underlying intention. Having been preoccupied with affairs in the wasteland for the past 2 days, he had inadvertently neglected the issues concerning LV Churin's factory. That a sudden realization struck him, prompting Chen Yang to arrange a working lunch at LV Churin's factory to assess its specific conditions. Chapter 28. Severe losses. Actually, I was just about to call you, but you beat me to it, which puts me in quite an awkward position, as if I had completely forgotten about your matters, Chen Yang remarked with a smile to Lu Churin, who was driving the car. They were in a brand-new Volkswagen Passat, a rather business-like vehicle, presumably owned by Lu Churen's father, who had lent it to her for the purpose of picking someone up. After arranging a working lunch at Lu Churen's family factory over the phone, she drove directly to the entrance of the residential complex where Chen Yang lived. Upon entering the car, Chen Yang noticed that Lu Churen had evidently put considerable effort into her appearance, exuding an unexpectedly stunning aura. Compared to her youthful innocence during their middle school days, Lu Churen had truly blossomed into a striking figure. A man's words are but a deception. I am no naive girl, so spare me such tricks. It would be absurd to believe you. Lu Churen shot Chen Yang a sidelong glance, her expression imbued with charm. Cough, cough. Men are drawn to beautiful faces, while women revel in sweet words. Thus, women adorn themselves, and men resort to deception, so they may mutually appreciate one another. Chen Yang coughed lightly, not denying his own folly, but merely drawing a parallel to Lu Churen's deliberate effort in her appearance. This caused Lu Churen's cheeks to flush, and she shot him a fierce glare. Yet, she found his statement quite reasonable, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. As the Passat cruised onto the national highway, they headed towards the outskirts of the city. Lu Churen's family-owned food processing factory was situated in a rather remote area, within an industrial park of a county-level city under Wanghai City. The choice of such a secluded location for the factory was naturally due to the low rental costs. During the drive, Lu Churen provided Chen Yang with a detailed overview of the factory's specific situation, allowing him to gain a comprehensive understanding of its operations. She spoke candidly about the factory's disadvantages and current challenges without reservation, as she did not wish to deceive Chen Yang regarding the matter. She hoped that her unembellished account would not cloud his judgment. After all, deception might yield temporary gains, but it could not sustain a lasting fade. The thought of Chen Yang looking down on her due to any form of deceit would be profoundly distressing. This sentiment was indeed quite nuanced. The journey lasted nearly an hour before the Passat finally arrived at a factory that appeared quite antiquated. Lu Churen had made a prior call, so Lu Churen was already waiting at the factory's entrance. Despite harboring doubts about Chen Yang's reliability and intentions, Lu Churen maintained a cordial demeanor. The factory had reached a critical juncture, and he was keen not to overlook any potential opportunity. Mr. Chen, I appreciate your effort in making this trip. The remote location of my factory has surely caused you some inconvenience, Lu Churen said as Chen Yang stepped out of the passenger seat. He quickly approached Chen Yang, bowing slightly while extending both hands for a handshake. The display of such humility startled Chen Yang, who hurriedly reciprocated the gesture, bending his body in an exaggerated manner. Uncle, you can simply call me Chen Yang. After all, Churen and I are classmates and used to be desk mates. Please regard me as a junior. Otherwise, I might age prematurely from this. Indeed, Dad. Why are you being so courteous to him? Chen Yang has mentioned that he is looking for a long-term partnership with a food processing factory to produce various types of food, that if we can establish a collaboration, it would be mutually beneficial. He should be the one thanking me, Lu Churen chimed in as she exited the vehicle. Unable to restrain her irritation at her father's demeanor, Lu Churen shot a reproachful glance at Lu Churen, but refrained from reprimanding her. Instead, he smiled at Chen Yang and said, "We each have our roles. Although you are my daughter's classmate, if a partnership is forged, you will be my business associate, and I cannot treat you as a junior. Now, let us set aside these formalities and proceed to inspect the factory." With a resigned gesture towards Lu Churen, Chen Yang fell into step beside Lu Churen as they began their tour of the food processing facility. To be frank, the factory was quite small and dilapidated. The machinery on the production line appeared outdated, and due to ongoing losses, they had already laid off a significant number of workers, leaving only about 20. Furthermore, the food production area likely failed to meet the requisite hygiene standards. However, such issues are often unavoidable for small factories that if all standards were adhered to meticulously, the resulting increase in costs would easily obliterate these little enterprises. Chen Yang did not scrutinize the surroundings too closely. After a cursory glance, he followed Lu Churen and Lu Churen to the factory's employee cafeteria. One thing was certain, Lu Churen had not misled him. The state of the factory was entirely consistent with her earlier descriptions during their drive. "Xiao Chun, since you are my daughter's classmate, I shall dispense with pleasantries. Let us speak candidly. The factory is in this condition that my daughter has likely informed you of its shortcomings. As for advantages, there are hardly any. The difficulties stem from a complete lack of competitive edge, which has resulted in our inability to secure decent orders, plunging the factory into a state of loss, Lu Qingyan said, instructing the cafeteria staff to prepare a sumptuous meal while opening 2 bottles of liquor. He poured a drink for Chen Yang, his tone tinged with gravity. Chen Yang cradled his cup with both hands, and once Lu Qingyan finished, he inquired, "Uncle, I would like to understand, given your factory's current fixed costs, how many orders per month are necessary to ensure the factory can operate healthily?" Lu Qingyan paused for a moment, then began to calculate carefully in his mind. After a brief interval, he set his cup down and replied, "Currently, the cafeteria employs 1 master chef, and there are 24 workers left on the production line, along with 2 team leaders and an accountant responsible for the factory's finances. Their salaries, the rent for the premises, bank loan repayments, material costs, and various other expenses amount to a minimum of 300,000 yuan in orders each month to keep the factory breaking even." 300,000. That doesn't seem too daunting. How many orders does the factory currently receive each month? Chen Yang mused, stroking his chin as he continued his inquiry. It isn't too daunting, but over the last 2 years, the market for counterfeit food has been in decline, leading to a drastic drop in order volume. At present, my factory is only able to secure approximately 100 to 150,000 yuan in orders monthly, which means we are facing a net loss of around 150 to 200,000 yuan each month. This is simply untenable. Lu Qingyan lamented with a wry smile. Chapter 29. Signing the contract, are you implying that as long as I can provide you with an order volume of 150,000 to 200,000 each month, your factory can sustain itself? Chen Yang inquired further. LV Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. The manner in which Chen Yang posed his questions bore no resemblance to a typical business transaction, that in a conventional negotiation. Shouldn't the first party articulate their demands and challenges, only for the second party to propose solutions? How had the roles become so completely inverted? It seemed as though he, the second party, was presenting the current difficulties, while Chen Yang, the potential first party, was seeking feasible solutions. Who was truly the first party, and who was the second? Well, theoretically, that is indeed the case. LV Qingyan nodded in agreement. Then the issue appears quite manageable that we can formalize this with a contract. Every month, your factory will provide me with food products valued at 300,000, with no restrictions on the types. Anything edible will suffice. This order would sufficiently ensure your factory's viability. Furthermore, any existing orders you secure can become the true source of profit for your establishment. In this manner, your factory would enjoy a foundational order volume of 400,000 to 450,000 each month. Moreover, the 300,000 order is not fixed. It merely represents my minimum requirement that as time progresses, I will adjust the total order volume according to my needs, which will only increase, never decrease. This can certainly be stipulated in the contract, Chen Yang stated with a smile. Such a proclamation left LV Qingyan utterly astonished. He gazed at Chen Yang, his mind seemingly frozen. After a prolonged silence, LV Qingyan abruptly stood up from his seat, his face alight with uncontainable excitement, stammering, "Is this what you say truly genuine?" "Of course it is, uncle. You can have someone prepare the contract right now. After we finish our meal, we will sign it directly. I will sign the procurement contract in my personal capacity, allowing me to transfer the advance payment into your factory's account immediately upon the contract completion," Chen Yang affirmed. LV Qingyan could not help but take several deep breaths, then swiftly lifted his filled glass, offering a toast to Chen Yang. The surge of emotion rendered him momentarily speechless, compelling him to down the entire glass of liquor in one gulp. After finishing, he felt that a single glass was insufficient to convey his gratitude, so he promptly poured himself a second glass and drank it down in silence. In mere seconds, a third glass followed suit. Such rapid consumption of 3 glasses, amounting to a total of 6 liang of potent liquor, resulted in a noticeable flush on LV Qingyan's face. After a slight sway, he returned to his seat, his countenance radiant with joy. Meanwhile, LV Qingyan hurriedly opened a bottle of mineral water and, with a look of concern, offered it to her father while casting a reproachful glare at Chen Yang. Chen Yang felt a sense of injustice. How could he be blamed for her father's exuberance? Yet, he understood that the most logical course of action in this world was to avoid reasoning with women. Thus, he raised his glass, gestured to LV Chingyan, and followed suit with 3 consecutive drinks of his own. The audacity of such drinking behavior was not surprising coming from LV Chingyan, as LV Chern was well aware of her father's capacity for liquor. He could easily consume 2 gin of 52-degree spirits. However, witnessing such a display from Chen Yang left her utterly astounded. Have you lost your mind? Do you even know how to drink? Is this your way of inviting a trip to the hospital? LV Chern could not restrain herself from rising from her seat, hastily opening another bottle of mineral water and presenting it to Chen Yang. Chen Yang merely smiled at LV Chern and replied, "Your father suddenly downed 3 glasses, so as a junior, I can only accompany him. You ought to be more concerned about him than me that he felt quite well." The 6 liang of strong liquor had only left him slightly tipsy, barely even at the threshold of inebriation. Clearly, the enhancement serum had significantly bolstered his physical constitution, allowing him to withstand alcohol far better than before. Otherwise, under his previous limits, he would have succumbed after merely 3 or 4 beers. You two are truly something else, with no outsiders present. Why drink to such excess? It's detrimental to your health. LV Chern exclaimed, glancing between Chen Yang and her father, clearly displeased. No outsiders? LV Chingyan squinted, looking at LV Chern with a teasing expression. Although he had a high tolerance, such drinking habits easily led him to intoxication. Moreover, having received Chen Yang's assurance, the heavy burden that had weighed on him for so long dissipated, making him more susceptible to drunkenness. Thus, the alcohol loosened his composure, prompting him to jest with his daughter. Realizing her verbal slip, LV Chern bit her lip and retorted, "I'm just here to eat. I can't be bothered with you two." Feeling shy? Are we? How rare. Come, Chen Yang, let us drink together and ignore her. Your drinking capacity is impressive. At your age, to possess such tolerance is truly a rare gift. Let us drink with uncle to our heart's content today, LV Chingyan declared, swaying slightly as he looked at Chen Yang. All right, but uncle, do take it easy on me if I truly get drunk. It may trouble LV Chern to take me home. Chen Yang replied with a Take you home? Not on your life. I'd rather see you both drunk. LV Chern shot a glare at Chen Yang. LV Chingyan erupted into hearty laughter, pulling Chen Yang to drink once more. The meal stretched on for over 2 hours, during which LV Chingyan consumed nearly 1.5 gin of liquor. Matched by Chen Yang, the LV Chern rolled her eyes repeatedly, unsure of how to intervene. Finally, after the meal, the procurement contract that LV Chingyan had arranged over the phone was conveniently delivered. The terms were few, and the content was straightforward. Thanks to the enhancements he had undergone, Chen Yang's cognitive abilities had significantly improved, allowing him to glance over the document and absorb all the details in an instant. Overall, the contract was decidedly favorable to the first party, and LV Chingyan had shown complete sincerity, refraining from any manipulations or wordplay. Thus, after a brief scan, Chen Yang had no inclination to read further. He took the pen, signed his name, and affixed his fingerprint to the contract, the LV Chingyan. This action symbolized Chen Yang's profound trust in him. He had signed without even thoroughly reviewing the contract's terms. This left LV Chingyan deeply moved, and his regard for Chen Yang soared. Chapter 30. The affection of father party upon the completion of the contract. Chen Yang did not procrastinate. He promptly transferred the full payment for the first month's goods, a substantial sum of 300,000, into the account of L. Chingyan's factory. Upon receiving the notification of funds in his factory's account, L. Chingyan was overwhelmed with emotion, teetering on the brink of tears, struggling to contain his feelings. He shook Chen Yang's hand vigorously, yet the words of gratitude felt utterly inadequate and remained unspoken. Chen Yang fully comprehended L. Chingyan's sentiments. After all, it was likely that someone like him, as a client, had never been encountered before. Ordinarily, in such supply contracts, it is rare to witness full payment up front. Typically, a minimal advance payment is made, followed by a demand for production, with the remaining balance settled only after delivery, contingent upon the confirmation that the goods meet expectations. Furthermore, many financially robust clients often delay payment, the duration of which is dictated by their discretion. Chen Yang, however, had no intention of adopting such a practice. The food was an urgent necessity for him, and considering his desire to assist L. Chern within reasonable means, an advance payment was undoubtedly justifiable. Not only this time, But at the beginning of each subsequent month, he intended to directly deposit the payment into Chen Yang's factory account, AS for the current cash flow of approximately 4 million, which might seem substantial for monthly food purchases. Chen Yang remained unperturbed. The gaming industry is one of the sectors with the most abundant cash flow. As long as Wasteland World launched its product and commenced operations smoothly in the current world, Chen Yang was confident that its groundbreaking technological advantages would swiftly yield ample returns. Thus, the expenditure for food was of no concern. Uncle, we are engaging in a fair trade, so you need not harbor any psychological burdens that I assure you. I genuinely require these food items. Naturally, any type of food will suffice, so you need not overly contemplate this aspect. A variety would be splendid, Chen Yang continued, holding Chen Yang's hand with a smile. Of course, I do have some preferences regarding the food itself, but rest assured, they pertain not to quality. You can determine the quality as you see fit, as long as it is not harmful. However, I do hope that all food items are packaged as simply as possible. To put it simply, all food packaging should eschew any form of decoration or textual identification. No trademarks, no production dates, no ingredient lists. Do you understand my meaning? I acknowledge that this may be somewhat non-compliant, but that is precisely what I desire. Chen Yang's request left Chen Yang utterly bewildered. After a moment of stupor, he sought confirmation from Chen Yang, receiving an unequivocally affirmative response, which only deepened his confusion. Yet, the client is akin to a father, a deity. Fulfillment of all reasonable and unreasonable demands from the client is an inherent duty of the supplier. Thus, despite his bewilderment, Chen Yang refrained from further inquiries and readily acquiesced. Such demands would not only spare him any complications but also enhance the efficiency of his production. Moreover, with Chen Yang imposing no strict requirements on the types of food produced, it signified that he need not worry about any potential surplus of raw materials in the factory. As long as other orders were fulfilled, any surplus raw materials could be allocated to produce food for Chen Yang. To put it plainly, Chen Yang's requests, rather than being burdensome, seemed to alleviate and distribute Chen Yang's challenges. After sharing tea for a while, at Chen Yang's request, Chen Yang had his daughter drive Chen Yang home. As he watched the Passat recede into the distance, the intoxication on Chen Yang's face evaporated, replaced by a pensive expression. He first called the raw material supplier, instructing them to increase the supply volume starting this month. After hanging up amid the supplier's deliberate flattery, Chen Yang began to pace around the factory. Nearly 2 hours later, Chen Yang returned, driving the Passat. Upon stepping out, her cheeks flushed, Chen Yang promptly approached and inquired, "Daughter, you and this Chen Yang, are you truly just former classmates from middle school?" "Of course, what else could it be?" Chen Yang replied, utterly perplexed. "Daughter, be honest with me. Are you two in a romantic relationship? Rest assured, I want to interfere in your emotional affairs. I previously did so because you needed to prioritize your studies, but now that you've graduated, it's perfectly normal to date. That I want to say much more." Chen Yang questioned. "Dating? Dad, are you out of your mind? I haven't seen Chen Yang since we graduated from middle school, and we hardly communicated online. Our encounter on the plane was a mere coincidence. How could we be dating?" Chen Yang found it preposterous. "That is curious. If you aren't dating, then why is he assisting our family so much?" Chen Yang's face contorted in confusion. "He told me he needs a food processing factory to provide him with a stable supply, so it's mutual assistance." Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. "Ditto. My foolish daughter, he signed a supply contract under his personal name, which means all the food is not a corporate transaction. He is personally purchasing it. What could he possibly need with such a large quantity of food? Is he planning to donate it to the mountains?" Chen Yang shook his head and continued, "Moreover, consider his request carefully. Are they truly demands? No restrictions on food types. Whatever we produce is what he wants. This clearly assists us in resolving our raw material issues. This means whatever surplus. In other words, it doesn't matter what products we provide. He is indifferent that you think someone who genuinely requires a food supply would make such requests. Furthermore, he insists that the finished product should have no text or labeling on the packaging, preferably transparent and devoid of any branding. Such products would be impossible to sell, that if they can't be sold for profit, what would he want with so much food? Is he hoarding it for the long haul? Chen paused, realization dawning upon her. Right, why would he want so much? 30,000 in monthly payments that totals several tons of food, doesn't he it? He can't sell it, and it's impractical to keep for himself. What is he thinking? Oh, my Navi daughter, what do you think he is thinking? This is clearly done in consideration of you, purely to support our family. Even if you two aren't in a relationship, he must have feelings for you. Otherwise, he wouldn't go to such lengths. Chen sighed, that Chen opened her mouth, her heart inexplicably skipping a beat. Could it truly be so? Chapter 31. Everything is ready. Having resolved the issue of food supply, Chen Yang's spirits were considerably brightened. Given the current survivor count in Grey Mouse D, the monthly food value of 300,000 was sufficient for all survivors to indulge themselves. Moreover, there would likely be a considerable surplus. This surplus food could be utilized for external trade, allowing Grey Mouse D to acquire all necessary resources for establishing its base, especially those coveted enhancement potions. As for the future, with the expansion of Grey Mouse D, any increase in food demand could easily be managed by the L family's food processing factory. After all, as long as there is funding, the factory could effortlessly scale up production, a concern that need not trouble anyone. Following decades of rapid economic development, most industries in the country would only face issues of overcapacity. Shortages were virtually unheard of. Upon returning home and conversing with his grandparents and parents, Chen Yang purchased a ticket for a flight back to the capital that very day. That on his way to the airport, he received a call from Zhou Dandan, who detailed the progress of their work over the past few days. The office space had been secured, and to expedite operations, Zhou Dandan opted for a suddenly available venue that IT was fully equipped with office facilities, requiring only the replacement of the company name and logo. Additionally, newly recruited employees began to arrive, primarily fresh graduates, with only a few experienced individuals needing to finalize their resignations before joining. Initially, Zhou Dandan had hoped that Chen Yang would personally oversee the interviews, as he was the owner, and this was a recruitment for his company. It is quite customary for a hands-on owner to personally determine the inclusion of each employee during the nascent stages of a company. However, due to unforeseen family matters, Chen Yang had to return to Wanghai, and the establishment of the company could not be hindered, compelling Zhou Dandan to conduct the interviews on his behalf. Remarkably, despite the brevity of this period, Zhou Dandan had gained invaluable experience. Often, one does not realize their potential until they are pushed to their limits. Chen Yang was exceedingly pleased with Zhou Dandan's progress. At this pace, in a few days, once the first game from the Wasteland world was completed, Morning Sun Technology Company could commence distribution. .as for the typical testing process required by most game companies, involving limited access for players to identify bugs. Chen Yang believed his company could forego such measures. He had faith in the technical prowess of the Wasteland programmers. The game code, once transformed by the intelligent brain, would undoubtedly be robust. After all, it would be a disservice to 2 centuries of technological accumulation otherwise. Although Zhou Dandan repeatedly emphasized the need for Chen Yang to oversee the subsequent recruitment, he found little interest in such matters. The core competitive advantage of Morning Sun Technology lay in the groundbreaking technologies that the Wasteland could provide. The current recruits could all be categorized as logistical support, meaning they were not particularly significant. Despite the multitude of tasks awaiting their attention, their roles were highly replaceable, and thus Chen Yang felt no compulsion to be overly concerned. He entrusted all operational matters to Zhou Dandan, that if she could truly develop her skills, the cumbersome administrative tasks could eventually be delegated to her, which would certainly be beneficial for him. A self-indulgent boss must possess the admirable quality of trusting his subordinates. Soon, he boarded the plane. Although he had ample time and plenty of space in economy class, Chen Yang opted for business class. It is easier to shift from frugality to luxury than the reverse. An hour and a half later, he landed at the capital's airport. Upon exiting the arrivals area, he was pleasantly surprised to see Zhou Dandan had come to meet him. Although unexpected, the feeling was rather delightful. Have you resolved matters at home? Can you now focus entirely on the company? Zhou Dandan inquired, somewhat irritable, as they entered a taxi. Ahem, everything at home is settled. I truly appreciate your hard work over the past few days, managing everything on your own. I feel somewhat guilty, Chen Yang replied with a chuckle. You don't seem to feel too guilty. And besides, this is my job. Receiving your salary naturally entails completing the tasks you've assigned, that I just feel you aren't as invested in the company as I would hope, which makes me a bit anxious that I would hate to see it fold within months after losing so much money. That would weigh heavily on my conscience, Zhou Dandan remarked, biting her lip. Rest assured, as long as the work progresses smoothly, there's no way we would incur losses. Have we begun contacting mobile game distribution platforms? Our product will soon be ready, and we can launch it directly into the market without the need for testing. Hence, establishing connections with distribution platforms is our primary focus, Chen Yang stated confidently. Connecting with distribution platforms isn't particularly challenging. Aside from a few mobile brands with their own app stores, most platforms can be accessed freely. The brands with proprietary app stores will require product inspections, which will take some time, Zhou Dandan responded, her demeanor shifting to one of professionalism as she discussed work. The revenue-sharing ratios demanded by the distribution platforms are all standard at 30%. As a small company, and with our product not yet available, we have no negotiating power. If our product becomes a major success in the future, we might be able to renegotiate, Chen Yang said, raising an eyebrow. Despite understanding that such platform fees were industry norms, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction that he wondered if the wasteland's hardware technology could support the production of mobile phones that if it could. Once the game started generating revenue and cash flow increased, perhaps they could venture into the mobile phone market? They could then leverage cutting-edge technology to outperform existing manufacturers and establish their own app store. This would mean instead of others taking a cut of his earnings, he would be the one profiting. How delightful that would be! His mind raced with possibilities, causing an unbidden smirk to appear on Chen Yang's face. Zhou Dandan, observing this, felt perplexed and instinctively shifted in her seat, creating a bit of distance between them. Chapter 32. The Erosion of Morality or the Distortion of Humanity. At the insistence of Zhou Dandan, Chen Yang reluctantly made his way to the office building where his company was located. The number of employees present was scarce, amounting to merely a handful. After exchanging a few encouraging words with them, Chen Yang took Zhou Dandan by the hand and exited the company. I shall not be overly concerned with matters here. You will primarily be responsible for managing them. Determine the position that best suits you for this role and assign yourself an appropriate title. Should you find any dissatisfaction with your salary, we can renegotiate. In any case, I intend to entrust this entire responsibility to you, while I shall focus mainly on product-related matters, Chen Yang remarked with a smile as they walked outside the building. The salary is already quite generous. The company is currently in a phase of investment with no income, so it's prudent to be frugal. When the company begins to turn a profit, I will consider a raise for you, he continued. Zhou Dandan sighed. I've never encountered a startup founder who operates with such a laissez-faire attitude. Although my responsibilities pertain to logistics, as the owner, you should still maintain a certain level of involvement. A good man is supported by 3 helpers. Rest assured that the company will undoubtedly flourish, that I cannot attend to every matter personally. Eventually, I must delegate various responsibilities to different individuals that my role is to oversee and guide the company's development direction. This also serves as an opportunity for you to hone your skills, so that as the company expands, you can become my capable right hand, Chen Yang said, playfully ruffling Zhou Dandan's hair. Though I cannot fathom the source of your blind confidence, you are the boss, so your word is law. However, the term right hand carries a bit of ambiguity. Perhaps we should choose a more suitable phrase, Zhou Dandan replied with a sigh. Ambiguity? What ambiguity? Chen Yang asked, momentarily taken aback. Zhou Dandan shot him a look. Are you truly unaware of the implications of a man's hands? Have you never heard the poem about a solitary man in an empty room with only his hands for company? And you expect me to be your competent right hand? Chen Yang was momentarily dumbfounded. He had indeed heard that poem, but it had not crossed his mind in that context. That when women turn to boldness, their capacity for associations can be quite astonishing. Let us return to discussing work. I realized on my way here that our company, Chen Yang Technology, cannot merely remain a gaming enterprise. We will inevitably venture into diversified development. Therefore, it would be wise for you to establish a wholly owned subsidiary, specifically dedicated to our gaming operations, he proposed. Let us call it Chen Yang Games. This way, when we decide to explore other fields in the future, we won't need to complicate matters by splitting the company's operations. Each time we enter a new domain, we can simply register a subsidiary for that sector. If all goes according to plan, We might ultimately create a cohesive corporate ecosystem. Chen Yang exclaimed, his hands gesturing animatedly, his excitement palpable. However, Zhou Dandan scoffed at this vision, rolling her eyes at Chen Yang. This was a perfectly normal reaction that N01, upon establishing a fledgling company with a mere 1 million in registered capital and fewer than 10 employees, should fantasize about becoming a vast conglomerate spanning multiple industries. Such dreams were, frankly, delusional. Fine, my future conglomerate chairman. I shall register Chen Yang Games today that I hope that the products you unveil in the coming days can substantiate your audacious fantasies. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not hesitate to mock you mercilessly, she declared with a huff that as they reached the entrance of the office building. A young woman approached them, and by sheer coincidence, it was Feng Jia. Chen Yang halted abruptly, momentarily stunned. With a population exceeding 30 million, and an area spanning over 16,000 square kilometers, how could it be that he and Feng Jia had encountered each other twice within such a short span of time? Was this a cruel jest of fate? Was it a manifestation of moral decay or a distortion of humanity? Feng Jia's reaction was not markedly better than Chen Yang's. However, upon noticing the strikingly beautiful young woman accompanying him, an instinctive discomfort stirred within her. I must say, we truly seem fated to meet. Where is your girlfriend? Why isn't she with you? Feng Jia asked with a bright smile. It is indeed quite a coincidence. She has work commitments and cannot always accompany me. What brings you here? Chen Yang replied casually. Zhou Dandan, standing nearby, found this peculiar, as she had always thought of Chen Yang as single. Yet, she chose to remain silent and observe. I'm here for an interview. Although the previous job offered decent pay, the supervisor's temperament was rather unpleasant, constantly dragging us out for socializing after hours. Thus, I am seeking a change, Feng Jia explained, her gaze subtly assessing Zhou Dandan's reaction. Noticing that Zhou Dandan seemed unfazed by the revelation of Chen Yang's girlfriend, Feng Jia felt an inexplicable sense of joy, as it suggested that the young woman by Chen Yang's side likely held no special significance. I see. Well, do carry on with what you need to do. I shall take my leave. Chen Yang nodded, preparing to depart. Wait a moment, Feng Jia called out suddenly. After a brief hesitation, she added, next weekend, Jiang Jinglong wishes to gather our classmates who have remained in the capital for a meal. Will you be attending? He hasn't invited me. Why would I go? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. He asked me to inform you, considering the rather uncomfortable encounter we had a few days ago. He finds it difficult to approach you directly. However, since we are classmates, there is no reason we can't resolve any misunderstandings that I think it would be best if you attended, Feng Jia said, her gaze avoiding direct contact. Chen Yang furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before earnestly asking, Do you want me to go? Feng Jia's face flushed slightly as she lowered her gaze. We parted amicably, not in mutual disdain. If we are to remain in the capital, we ought to look out for one another, so I do hope you will attend. All right, I will go, Chen Yang replied decisively. Chapter 33. The vibrant gray mouse D, it was merely Tuesday, and with over 10 days remaining until the weekend, Chen Yang did not dwell much on the matter after agreeing with Feng Jia. He headed straight back to his rented abode. While Zhou Dandan busied herself with various tasks for the company, Shuya pursued every opportunity for auditions and group performances, leaving Chen Yang alone in the house. After tidying up the common areas and refreshing himself, Chen Yang donned a new outfit and ventured into the wasteland world from his bedroom. He materialized not far from the settlement of Grey Mouse D. However, unlike a few days prior, Grey Mouse D had undergone a remarkable transformation. Previously, the community exhibited a pallid atmosphere, with survivors displaying a dismal state of mind, devoid of any semblance of positivity. Yet now, Grey Mouse D radiated an undeniable vitality. Over 200 survivors, aside from the few who were diligently working on developing a mobile game for Chen Yang, were fully engaged in the renovation of the settlement. The materials required for the upgrades were partially sourced from the survivors' collections in the surrounding wilderness and partly acquired from Grey Mouse Town. Chen Yang had supplied Li Lu with ample provisions to prepay salaries, ensuring that all survivors of Grey Mouse D received a full week's wages in advance. The weekly payroll frequency was determined by the nature of the food itself. After all, a monthly distribution would render most food items difficult to preserve. Although the survivors in the wasteland possessed remarkable resistance to toxins, spoiled food not only posed health risks but also significantly affected taste. Hence, a weekly payment in food was far more scientific and reasonable than a monthly one. That this advance in wages was the catalyst for the survivors' invigorated spirit. Chen Yang was not merely offering them empty promises. He was delivering tangible rewards alongside his aspirations. Despite the meager nature of the rewards compared to the grand visions he painted, this approach instilled in the survivors of Grey Mouse D a firm belief that, should they wholeheartedly follow Chen Yang, the promised rewards would inevitably materialize before their eyes. In the desolate world, few could bring genuine hope to the survivors as Chen Yang did. Coupled with the relentless efforts of Li Lu and Uncle Wei to inspire and motivate, the survivors cherished their current situation even more. They were determined to fulfill Chen Yang's directives without hesitation. "Good day, boss." "Greetings, boss." As Chen Yang stepped into Grey Mouse D, the industrious survivors immediately recognized him, promptly setting aside their tasks to salute him with utmost respect and admiration. Chen Yang reciprocated with a warm smile, addressing each survivor by name and engaging in friendly banter. This demeanor further energized the survivors, fostering a profound sense of camaraderie and loyalty within them. After exchanging greetings with the survivors, Chen Yang soon arrived at the entrance of Li Lu's makeshift office. Pushing the door open, he found Li Lu meticulously arranging vials of potions on the ground. Over the past few days, Li Lu had assumed the role of logistics manager, not only distributing the advanced wages to the survivors, but also trading the food provided by Chen Yang for essential supplies from the nearby Grey Mouse town and the more distant settlement on the outskirts of the city ruins. Additionally, she had been subtly promoting and instilling motivation within Grey Mouse D, all part of her responsibilities. Though the multitude of tasks often left her on edge and pressed for time, Li Lu felt invigorated, wishing she could work around the clock to advance the construction of the base. "Boss, you've arrived. As per your previous instructions, I procured enough potions to elevate all of Grey Mouse D's residents to the 4th tier of enhancement. Since very few have previously injected the 1st tier enhancement potion, it will take approximately a month and a half to upgrade everyone to the 4th tier." Li Lu exclaimed, her face alight with enthusiasm as she glanced at Chen Yang. "Then, let us commence the arrangements for the injections. Our base is under construction, and in the coming days, we will undoubtedly need to exchange food for necessary materials. This extensive trading will be concentrated in Grey Mouse Town and the slightly more remote medium-sized settlement, which I believe will inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives," Chen Yang replied. "If Grey Mouse D is perceived as a tempting target, trouble will surely follow. We must possess the strength to confront any challenges that arise. Otherwise, we risk becoming easy prey for those with greater power. It is imperative that we expedite the enhancement of our people," he emphasized. "Yes, boss, but once everyone becomes 4th tier enhanced, our food consumption will at least double." "Will our food supply hold up?" Li Lu inquired with a hint of concern. "Rest assured, while problems may arise in many areas, food will not be one of them. Even if consumption were to increase 10-fold or 100-fold, the pressure would remain manageable for me. Of course, this is contingent upon your team fulfilling the tasks I have outlined," Chen Yang reassured her with a smile. "Understood, boss. It seems Uncle Wei has already made some progress, but it requires your confirmation. Today, I will arrange for everyone to receive the enhancement potion while adjusting their weekly wages accordingly," Li Lu responded earnestly. "I have been familiarizing myself with the settlement and getting to know all the survivors. Now that I've carved out some time, let us discuss the taxation issue I mentioned earlier. According to Uncle Wei, will Grey Mouse Town impose taxes on your subordinate settlements?" Chen Yang asked, sitting cross-legged opposite Li Lu. Li Lu paused momentarily, her expression shifting to one of wry amusement. "Indeed, Grey Mouse Town conducts a tax assessment on the 12 subordinate settlements every 3 months. The taxation standard is based on the population, requiring a corresponding share of food. We have less than a month until the next tax assessment." Chapter 34. The Girl of the Wasteland is truly wonderful to impose a food tax based on the number of heads. But aren't all of you survivors struggling to fill your stomachs? If you were to pay such a food tax, wouldn't it only exacerbate your plight? Once life becomes untenable, wouldn't the ruler of Grey Rat Town fear your rebellion? Or wouldn't fleeing from here lead to a decline in his population under control? Chen Yang inquired, his brow furrowed. Indeed, we are barely managing to stave off hunger. Yet within this fixed settlement, we can at least survive, albeit precariously. The reason 12 settlements of varying sizes have sprung up around Grey Rat Town is due to that ruler and his men having effectively eradicated most of the aberrations surrounding the town. Li Lu shrugged and continued. Thus, as long as we can manage to survive, escape from here is not an option. The wilderness is fraught with aberrations, far more perilous than the settlements to AS for rebellion. The food available to us is so scant that it barely sustains our basic survival. How could we possibly spare any for enhancing potions or to meet the increased demands that come with fortification? Listening to Li Lu's explanation, Chen Yang suddenly realized and remarked, so, the imposition of the food tax serves not only as a means of exploitation, but also objectively restricts your potential to grow stronger, does it not? Li Lu nodded, affirming, indeed, that is the case, and the effectiveness is remarkably profound. The practices of Grey Rat Town are not novel. In the years following the cataclysm, the entire world has been establishing a new order that be why now. These orders have become relatively stable, and the global landscape has largely crystallized. Small settlements like Grey Rat Town are ubiquitous throughout the world. In areas where aberrations are few or not particularly formidable, small factions may emerge, establishing corresponding settlements and utilizing such methods to control their domain. These small factions often have ties to medium and large factions. The settlements they establish frequently extend the control zones of these larger factions. Layer upon layer of segmentation creates an organization that appears loose yet is, in fact, quite intricate. The vast majority of survivors in this wasteland struggle for existence under such control. Only a select few powerful lone wanderers possess true freedom. As Li Lu recounted these details, Chen Yang furrowed his brow, stroking his chin as he said, "It seems our conflict with Grey Rat Town is inevitable. With the introduction of a food tax, the more food we possess, the greater the tax they will likely impose. Handing over our resources to Grey Rat Town without compensation is not something I would entertain. Here is the plan, Li Lu. Choose a few of our cleverest individuals to infiltrate Grey Rat Town for 10 days to half a month. Provide them with a certain amount of food as operational funds, and instruct them to discreetly gather intelligence on the forces controlling Grey Rat Town and their precise capabilities. Furthermore, let us ensure that everyone in our group receives their injections of the enhancement potion today. We must strive to possess the strength to confront Grey Rat Town, or even surpass them, before the next deadline for their food tax collection." Li Lu promptly stood and bowed to Chen Yang, saying, "Understood, boss. I will arrange this immediately." "Very well. The development of the base should proceed as planned. By the way, you mentioned earlier that the first-tier enhancement potion typically requires around 3 days for complete absorption. How is it that I absorbed the potion entirely in just a day and a half?" Chen Yang queried. Li Lu paused, then replied, "Boss, the duration for the absorption of the enhancement potion is influenced by the severity of radiation contamination in the body. The potion must also repair the cells affected by radiation. Therefore, the more severe the contamination, the longer the absorption time required than if you absorb the potion in merely a day and a half. It implies that your body has been virtually unscathed by radiation. Those who have not been contaminated, in theory, should have completely vanished the moment the cataclysm struck. Even those who sought refuge in shelters would have been affected to some degree. I truly cannot fathom how you manage this. Additionally, might I suggest canceling the allocation of my designated residence in the plans? After all, as your personal secretary, I am responsible for attending to your daily needs. It would be more convenient for me to reside in your quarters," Li Lu tentatively proposed. This suggestion clearly delighted Chen Yang, who without hesitation nodded in agreement. He could hardly contain his imagination of a carefree existence in the wasteland once the base was established. Oh, the girls of the wasteland are truly enchanting. No need for cars or houses, not even a dowry as long as there is food to eat. They are willing to be by your side. Such simplicity is genuinely heartwarming. Well then, I will go check on Uncle Wei. You focus on your tasks to be sure to thoroughly investigate the full extent of the forces within Grey Rat Town. The more detailed our intelligence, the better prepared we shall be. Understood, boss. Chapter 35. The game is ready. Uncle Wei, whose full name is Wei Tongfang, has now ascended to the position of leader of the Gray Mouse D technical team. Aside from Wei Tongfang, the team comprises 5 other members, making a total of 6 individuals who are privileged to receive a more generous weekly salary compared to others, all while being exempt from any construction duties at the base. It is not an exaggeration to say that within just a few days, the technical team has become the most envied position within Gray Mouse D. Of course, while envy exists, the other survivors of Gray Mouse D do not harbor any feelings of jealousy. They are acutely aware that their new boss places the utmost importance on the technical team. The favor bestowed upon Gray Mouse D by this new boss, which has afforded everyone the opportunity for employment, is entirely due to the existence of the technical team that fulfills the boss's requirements. Thus, the other survivors of Gray Mouse D, despite their envy, hold the safety of the technical team members in the highest regard. Even when a member of the technical team wishes to assist other survivors in constructing the base during their downtime, such offers are met with outright refusals. For the other survivors of Gray Mouse D, the technical team's ability to flawlessly complete the tasks assigned by the boss in a timely manner represents the greatest contribution to the entire Gray Mouse D community. When Chen Yang arrived at the makeshift shelter where the technical team worked, Uncle Wei was busy testing the HW mobile phone that Chen had previously left behind. As soon as Chen walked in, Uncle Wei greeted him with a broad smile and said, "Boss, you have arrived at an opportune moment. In accordance with your request, the mobile game you envision has almost been fully developed. Today, we will conduct a final round of numerical adjustments, and if all goes well, we will be able to deliver the finished product to you by tomorrow morning at the latest." Chen Yang accepted the phone handed to him by Wei Tongfang and looked at the display. As he had requested, the phone's screen showed the activated camera, using real-time footage to create the gaming environment. What set it apart was the presence of a mythical creature resembling a scaled beast under the player's control. What truly astonished Chen Yang was that this controllable creature could present a naked-eye 3D effect. The visual appeared to float above the screen, seamlessly blending with the real-world surroundings displayed on the phone, creating an illusion that the creature was indeed real. In order to accommodate the hardware specifications of this phone, we employed rather outdated algorithms. Consequently, the virtual reality effect we could achieve is limited to this extent that I have established a small local network to test the game's stability, utilizing a template from a wildly popular fantasy game that existed before the Great Cataclysm. Wei Tongfang explained nervously, observing Chen Yang's impassive demeanor as he played the game on the phone. The other 5 team members paused their tasks, equally anxious as they awaited Chen's reaction. Their lack of confidence was understandable. They perceived the game they had created as severely outdated, at least a century behind the popular games that thrived before the Cataclysm. Even though they had directly adapted a template from a pre-Cataclysm hit, the technological shortcomings rendered it a significant flaw. However, it must be noted that this technological limitation was not their fault. The hardware standards provided by the boss could only support such a level of presentation. The visuals captured by the phone's camera serve as the real-time game environment. Each player possesses a unique spirit beast that remains hidden within them until the game is activated. Wei Tongfang continued, stealing glances at Chen Yang's expression, trying to maintain his composure. Moreover, spirit beasts are hidden throughout the world. Ordinary individuals cannot perceive them. Only players who have activated the game can recognize their presence in the role of spirit masters. Wild spirit beasts can be both benevolent and malevolent. Righteous spirit beasts may be recruited by spirit masters to form their own teams, while malevolent ones wreak havoc across the globe, necessitating that spirit masters intervene to prevent their destruction of the world. All spirit beasts are inspired by those mythical creatures found in legendary tales. As players level up, the number of spirit beasts they can command increases, though the level of each spirit beast cannot exceed that of the player. Each player can summon a maximum of 5 spirit beasts to form a combat team, corresponding to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As Wei Tongfang spoke, his voice grew increasingly timid, reflecting his mounting anxiety. Chen Yang's expression remained stoic, which was undeniably intimidating. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Yang's lack of expression was not due to dissatisfaction with the game. Rather, he was utterly astonished by the quality of the presentation. This was a mobile game. After all, the HW device he had provided was not a high-end model, but rather a mid-range one. Yet, within a mere few days, Uncle Wei and his team had managed to create a game that exuded futuristic appeal and was brimming with advanced technology. Though he had been aware of the vast technological chasm between his world and the wasteland, the final results still left Chen Yang astounded. It was astonishing. Chen Yang swallowed hard, his expression serious as he turned to Wei Tongfang and asked, "Uncle Wei, are you certain that all the programming for this game can be executed on the computer I provided to you using coding languages?" "Why, yes. But the programming languages used by the software on the computer are rather cumbersome and outdated. Therefore, I devised a new programming language. That is that, all right?" Wei Tongfang stammered. "Of course, it's perfectly fine. It is simply magnificent. I am exceedingly pleased with the game you have created. It has surpassed my highest expectations. As I promised before, upon completion of this game, I will grant you a bonus. However, I need to discuss the exact amount with Xiao Lu. Rest assured, you will receive it within this month." Chen Yang praised wholeheartedly. Wei Tongfang and the other 5 team members were momentarily taken aback, but they quickly regained their composure, erupting into jubilant cheers together. Chapter 36. Advanced Technology and Traditional Concepts, Part 1. By the way, does the size of this game exceed the limit? Uncle Wei, you must have noticed that the phone I provided you is not equipped with a large storage capacity. Therefore, if the game itself is excessively large, it would certainly pose some inconvenience for me. Once Wei Tongfang and the others had finished their jubilant cheers, Chen Yang began to inquire about more specific details. "Rest assured, I have utilized a brand new programming language to design a relatively efficient game engine. The amount of data required to present the game effects has been significantly reduced. Furthermore, we have incorporated cloud technology that the hardware can support, limiting the data load on the terminal to only a small fraction. Consequently, the entire game occupies merely over 400 megabytes." Wei Tongfang replied with a smile. "Over 400 megabytes, such a size is indeed delightful. Many mobile card games with slightly more intricate graphics cannot achieve such a compact size." Chen Yang nodded with satisfaction. "However, boss, it is precisely because we have employed cloud technology that the game cannot function in offline mode to launch it. A network connection is essential to retrieve the relevant data from the server. Given the current hardware conditions, I am afraid I cannot improve upon this, that I sincerely apologize." A look of embarrassment crossed Wei Tongfang's face. "That is quite all right. The intention was to create an online game. However, how significant is the data consumption incurred from retrieving data from the server? In other words, under the condition of lacking public networks and relying solely on mobile data, how much data would be consumed during a full day of gameplay?" Chen Yang suddenly realized this issue and nervously posed the question. Wei Tongfang paused for a moment, tilted his head slightly to calculate, and then replied, "I have not verified the specifics, but it should not be substantial. It is approximately 1 megabyte per hour." 1 megabyte per hour? That translates to merely 24 megabytes a day. Even if one were to play continuously for a month, it would only consume a little over 700 megabytes. Indeed, this data consumption is remarkably low. Chen Yang breathed a sigh of relief, a smile returning to his face as he said, "That is reassuring. What about security? To operate the game, we will need to consider server rentals. This could expose the game to potential network attacks. Does it possess self-defense capabilities in this regard?" This question momentarily stunned Wei Tongfang. That in the current wasteland world, there is no global network to speak of. Even though certain large factions maintain control through advanced intelligence systems, the corresponding network support is limited to local area networks. As a result, the notion of network attacks is entirely non-existent in the present wasteland context. Nevertheless, since his boss had posed the question, he felt compelled to provide an answer. Regardless of how peculiar the inquiries may be, satisfying the boss is his primary duty. The self-defense capabilities are indeed present, though I have only configured a conventional firewall. This means that if someone were to attempt to breach it using current intelligence technology, the program's firewall would be ineffective. However, if attacked using the programming language I developed, the firewall would provide perfect defense. As for the outdated programming languages on computers, they pose no threat to the firewall. In fact, if an attack were executed with those obsolete languages, the firewall would exhibit commendable countermeasures. Wei Tongfang replied earnestly. Such a response continued to please Chen Yang immensely. Network attacks are indeed a concern that every internet company must confront. In his company, Morning Sun Technology, he had only employed logistical support staff, without any technical personnel. This implies that if Morning Sun Technologies products were to endure a network assault, his sole recourse would be to rely on the product itself to withstand all attacks, even possessing the ability to counterattack. After all, he could not possibly bring the denizens of the wasteland back to the original world. Not to mention the uncertainty surrounding whether living beings could even be transported alongside him. Even if it were possible, he would never take such a risk. Very well, the last question, and indeed the most crucial one. How is the in-game monetization model designed? Can it ensure that individuals of any income level possess a strong desire to make in-game purchases? Chen Yang took a deep breath, finally addressing the aspect that concerns him most. Ultimately, the purpose of creating a game is to generate profit. Therefore, after ensuring the game's playability and innovation, the corresponding ability to attract revenue is the true measure of the game's success. A game that can yield profit is a good game. If it cannot generate income, then everything is for naught. We have not made significant alterations to the in-game consumption model. It largely follows the consumption templates established by other games prior to the cataclysm. Before the disaster, gaming companies had already devised effective strategies to stimulate player spending. As Wei Tongfang spoke, he gestured to the phone screen in front of Chen Yang, demonstrating the consumption model as he explained. In the studies conducted by gaming companies, it was concluded that humans inherently possess the genetic predisposition to become addicted. Each individual is likely to embark on the path of addiction due to continuous stimulation in gameplay. This stimulation can be summarized into 6 steps. Step 1. Enticing goals. For instance, gaining rewards from wins or losses, acquiring in-game decorations, achieving milestones, and completing tasks. Step 2. Positive feedback, such as daily check-ins and rewards received upon accomplishing goals. Step 3. Effortless progress. For example, rapid level advancements in the early stages. Step 4. Gradually escalating challenges. This includes tiered titles for level advancements and increasingly formidable monsters. Step 5. The tension of unfinished business. This is related to the Zygarnik effect. Step 6. Addictive social activities, such as tasks that necessitate player collaboration for completion. Essentially, if we meticulously integrate these 6 steps within the game, the vast majority of players will likely find themselves easily ensnared in the web of addiction. This addictive sensation will consequently provoke habitual impulsive spending. Wei Tongfang paused momentarily to collect himself before continuing. In this game, the provided consumption model is intricately linked to these 6 facets. As long as these 6 elements intertwine, unless one possesses extraordinary self-discipline, it is improbable for them to evade the traps of addiction. However, to be fair, if one truly possesses such exceptional self-discipline, they likely would not engage in gaming at all. Chapter 37. Advanced Technology and Traditional Concepts, Part 2. Boss, as you can see, we have rather straightforwardly categorized all the spirit beasts in the game into 5 distinct ranks, from 1 star to 5 stars. According to the recharge standards you provided, a first-time recharge of 6 yuan grants players a certain amount of game resources, as well as a 5-star spirit beast. These spirit beasts can evolve through the mutual consumption of other spirit beasts of the same element, but those ranked from 1 star to 4 stars can only advance to a maximum of 5 stars. Only 5-star spirit beasts can continue to evolve, reaching a pinnacle of 13 stars. Of course, ascending to 13 stars is a rather prolonged endeavor. To upgrade beyond 5 stars necessitates not only a substantial consumption of other 5-star spirit beasts of the same element, but also the spirit beast undergoing the upgrade itself. This requirement compels players to amass thousands upon thousands of 5-star spirit beasts. Naturally, the rarer the spirit beast, the lower its probability of occurrence. This collection process will permeate the entirety of the game. Once all 5 spirit beasts in a team reach the highest rank of 13 stars, new dungeon challenges will be unlocked. The content of these challenges will motivate players to elevate their 5 strongest spirit beasts across the 5 elemental categories to 13 stars. In other words, based on the current design, for players to achieve a graduation level in Spirit Beast Collection, they must cultivate at least 25 13-star Spirit Beasts. However, this is merely a fragment of the collection system. In addition to the Spirit Beasts, each Spirit Beast must be equipped with a corresponding exclusive artifact of the same element, along with appropriate equipment sets. Awakening the soul within, refining attribute values. and myriad other processes all revolve around the spirit beasts. As Wei Tongfang spoke increasingly quickly, the tension he initially felt dissipated entirely, replaced by an immersion in the game's exposition as affirmed by Chen Yang. Since the game primarily focuses on collection, players must cultivate powerful spirit beasts to defeat the malevolent spirit beasts lurking throughout the world. Therefore, the recharge incentives are intrinsically linked to the cultivation of spirit beasts. VIP levels are set at a total of 15, with your stipulation of using the currency standard from over 200 years ago. Consequently, the lowest VIP level requires a mere recharge of 10 yuan. However, to attain the highest level 15, one must accumulate a recharge of 200,000. In the game, spirit beasts can be captured in the wilderness or summoned directly through the spirit calling pool by condensing the elements of heaven and earth. For every 200 yuan, players can summon 10 times, guaranteeing at least one 5-star spirit beast. However, 5-star spirit beasts are classified into R, SR, SSR, and UR levels. The guaranteed 5-star from a 10 consecutive summons will always be SR level. The SSR level is contingent on luck, while UR is assuredly unobtainable, only potentially appearing in subsequent game events. Naturally, most of these events are tied to recharges and expenditures. Casual players can participate as well, but they will undoubtedly need to invest a considerable amount of time. Other items such as resource packs, discount gift packs, spirit beast cultivation packs, limited time gift packs, and so forth have all been meticulously arranged within the game. Although the individual price of each gift pack is modest, the sheer quantity compensates for it. Particularly, the limited-time gift packs are designed to pop up whenever a player acquires a 5-star spirit beast or higher. For instance, there will be limited-time 5-star spirit beast cultivation packs, limited-time 6-star spirit beast cultivation packs, and similar offerings. The time limit is set to 2 hours. Surpassing this duration will result in the automatic disappearance of the gift pack. Wei Tongfang endeavored to succinctly outline the game's recharge system. However, due to the inherent complexity of the game's design, his attempts to simplify the description still resulted in considerable detail. Fortunately, Chen Yang was quite familiar with these methods of enticing players to recharge in his world. Game companies employed similar strategies that he was astonished that after more than 200 years, despite technological advancements spanning countless eras, the tactics for extracting money had scarcely evolved. Indeed, while the pursuit of scientific advancement may be boundless, humanity's insatiable greed for wealth has long since exhausted all conceivable methods. Thus, after Wei Tongfang concluded his exposition on the game's recharge system, Chen Yang found nothing that required further elaboration. After a meticulous consideration in his mind, he nodded in affirmation of Wei Tongfang's designs. I have no objections. Let this be the final product that I will come by tomorrow morning to collect everything. Additionally, do you have any thoughts on the phone I provided you? Chen Yang asked, his gaze penetrating as he shifted his focus. Wei Tongfang appeared perplexed, scratching his head and responding, "This phone has certainly earned the title of an antique. What thoughts could I possibly have about it? Technologically inclined individuals can be quite rigid." Chen Yang silently critiqued before directly inquiring, "Is there any way to design a new phone? Based on the hardware I provided, could you create a model imbued with more advanced technology?" Wei Tongfang paused momentarily before shaking his head. "Boss, to be frank, I lack expertise in that area. All the skills I possess are confined to software technology developed under the Intelligent Brain framework. I have minimal knowledge regarding hardware. Moreover, regardless of how antiquated the phone may be, it falls within the realm of industrial design. Thus, if you were to ask me to develop software compatible with the existing hardware, I would have no qualms. However, when it comes to hardware specifics, my guidance would be exceedingly limited that IT would be prudent to employ qualified professionals in that field. They would undoubtedly provide accurate insights." Chen Yang was not taken aback by this revelation. Specialization in one's craft is a common occurrence. After contemplating for a moment, he asked, where might one hire individuals knowledgeable in hardware and industrial design? Is there anyone in Grey Mouse D? Unfortunately, there is not. The survivors in Grey Mouse D are predominantly young, most barely in their 20s. Before the Great Disaster struck, they were merely students, still in the learning and accumulation phase of knowledge, far from practical application. Therefore, to hire someone well-versed in hardware and industrial design, we would likely need to venture to a larger settlement. Perhaps there might be prospects in Grey Mouse Town. Wei Tongfang speculated, shaking his head. I understand. We can address that later. The most pressing matter is this game. Once I acquire the game tomorrow, I will not impose a new work schedule on you for the time being. However, I will bring over a few more computers, and you can utilize this time to independently develop some software that if anyone comes up with a brilliant idea or produces interesting software, I will not hesitate to reward them handsomely. Chen Yang instructed. Rest assured, boss. You have provided us with such excellent living conditions. We will not disappoint you. Wei Tongfang assured, thumping his chest. Chapter 38. The Deceiver. After assessing the progress of Lao Wei and his team, Chen Yang wandered around the Gray Mouse D. Given that there were only a little over 200 survivors in the entire settlement, the area occupied was, naturally, not extensive. However, in the planning phase for establishing the base, Chen Yang had expanded the preliminary land allocation to approximately 10 times the current area of Gray Mouse D. Although such a plan would inevitably slow the initial construction progress, it was reasonable to consider that once the base was established, it would need to accommodate new members for future development. Thus, it was only logical to allocate additional space in the early stages. Not a single survivor was idle, nor was there anyone slacking off. The inhabitants of Gray Mouse D exhibited an almost fervent enthusiasm for the establishment of a base. Apart from the substantial food and promising vision provided by Chen Yang, a more significant motivator was the prospect that, once the base was completed, they would possess greater capabilities to confront dangers. Therefore, this base was not solely built for Chen Yang, but also for their own benefit. Each survivor from Gray Mouse D who encountered Chen Yang would respectfully bow, and Chen Yang would take a moment to engage in brief exchanges with each of them. After making the rounds and acknowledging all the survivors, he leisurely returned to his original world. As dusk approached, Chen Yang realized that he had spent considerable time in the wasteland, striving to win the hearts of those survivors while employing them. Glancing outside at the setting sun, he intended to head to the kitchen to prepare a delightful dinner when his phone suddenly rang. Curious, he pulled out his phone only to discover an unfamiliar number. Furthermore, the screen indicated that this unknown number had called at least a dozen times during his time in the wasteland, but due to his circumstances, this was the first successful connection. The phone rang alongside a flurry of text message notifications. Hello? Who is this? Chen Yang answered the call, somewhat perplexed. Mr. Chen Yang, hello. My name is Chu Xian. You probably do not know me, but that's all right. I wish to discuss a business proposition with you, although it's inconvenient to talk over the phone. Would you be available for dinner tonight? We can discuss it in person. A melodious voice resonated from the receiver. Chen Yang, bewildered, glanced again at the unfamiliar number displayed on his phone and furrowed his brow, muttering, have the scammers changed their tactics? Now they dare to meet in person. Could it be a scam related to drinks? Firstly, I am not a scammer. Secondly, this business deal is of paramount importance to me, and I can assure you that the compensation I offer will certainly meet your satisfaction. Finally, I understand your skepticism, but shortly I will provide proof that what I say is true. I will call you again soon. The pleasant voice echoed once more before the caller hung up abruptly, leaving Chen Yang momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After muttering crazy to himself, he retreated into the kitchen. About half an hour later, having prepared several home-cooked dishes, Chen Yang was about to call Shuya and Zhou Dan to inquire if they would return for dinner when the sound of a key unlocking the door caught his attention. In the next moment, Shuya, looking dejected, stepped inside. What happened? Did you go for another audition today? Observing Shuya's despondent expression, Chen Yang could easily surmise what had transpired at IT was likely another unsuccessful audition, a scenario that had occurred at least once or twice a week during their 3 months of cohabitation. This was not unusual, as Shuya had yet to sign with an agency and, despite her formal training in acting, lacked substantial connections. Securing opportunities for auditions in low-budget productions was already the maximum assistance her few well-connected classmates could provide. Moreover, Shuya had always rejected any form of unspoken rules. Even if her acting skills were commendable, what difference did it make? In short, relying solely on one's so-called talent was insufficient to carve out a name in the entertainment industry. Indeed, it was for a new series by a renowned television director. Even before filming commenced, the series has already sold its premiere to several major networks, and various channels have high expectations, believing it could contend for this year's ratings champion. Shuya removed her high heels, bending over to rub her delicate feet, while speaking listlessly. Is that true? Why would they invite you to audition for such a series? You're a complete newcomer, Chen Yang inquired, perplexed. I am not auditioning for the lead. I am merely trying out for the role of a CAF employee. In a 42-episode series, that character appears in only 5 episodes, with a total of 4 lines. The screen time doesn't exceed a minute. Shuya retorted, venting her frustration. It wasn't genuine anger, but rather a means to alleviate her irritation. If she didn't consider Chen Yang a friend, she would not be so comfortable expressing herself. After all, we tend to unleash our tempers on those close to us while remaining courteous to strangers. Chen Yang understood this well and paid it no mind, merely shrugging and saying, with your acting skills, you should easily handle such a minor role, right? Is the reason for your failure the same as before? Is there someone with ulterior motives deciding the roles? Shuya pouted and, feeling defeated, plopped down on the sofa, her gaze vacant as she said, this time it wasn't that. The show is too popular, and many bigwigs are leveraging connections to place people in the production. The audition was merely a formality. The selection was already predetermined. It's just an inconsequential supporting role, and processing favors benefits everyone. Chen Yang nodded in understanding, moving to sit beside Shuya and offering consolation. This is quite normal. You should have been mentally prepared for this when you went for the audition, right? Being mentally prepared is one thing, but I still held on to some hope. What if they decided to give me a chance because of my outstanding performance? Alas, reality proves. Fantasies are forever just fantasies. Chen Yang, do you think I am unsuitable for acting? Shuya fell into a spiral of self-doubt. Just as Chen Yang was about to respond, Shuya's phone rang. Without even glancing at the screen, she answered lethargically, "Hello, who is this?" In the next moment, her eyes widened in shock, and she sprang up from the sofa. Is what you said true? Chapter 39. Showcasing muscles due to Shuya's exaggerated reaction, which came without any prior indication, Chen Yang was genuinely startled. Observing Shuya spring up from the sofa, her entire demeanor seemed to radiate renewed vitality, prompting Chen Yang to become curious and speculate about the identity of the caller. After undergoing a second-tier enhancement potion, his physical senses had significantly sharpened, yet Shuya's phone emitted a sound from the microphone that barely diffused. Consequently, even as Chen Yang stood and leaned closer to her, he could not discern the conversation clearly. Before long, Shuya ended the call and turned directly towards Chen Yang, her gaze fixed intently upon him. What is going on? Chen Yang instinctively leaned back, tilting his body slightly away. Shuya's intense gaze and demeanor appeared decidedly aggressive. Chen Yang, I believe that I need to re-evaluate my understanding of you, Shuya declared, taking a couple of steps forward. Chen Yang, instinctively inclined to retreat, found his calf colliding with the sofa, causing him to lose balance and plop back onto the couch. What does that mean? Chen Yang asked, bewildered. Shuya advanced once more, her face inching closer to his, compelling Chen Yang to shift backward to avoid their noses colliding, ultimately forcing him to recline on the sofa. Shuya maintained her unwavering gaze on Chen Yang's eyes, and as he lay back, she half-knelt on the sofa, her hands propping up on either side of his face, effectively performing a reclining version of a wall slam. The predicament was, what did it signify for a man to be slammed by a woman? The director who just called me is the one in charge. His stature is immense, and for this production, the casting of pivotal roles must adhere to his judgments, while less significant roles may be determined by others. Shuya's eyes bore into Chen Yang's, her demeanor seemingly an effort to control her excitement as she spoke in as calm a tone as possible. The proximity was such that Chen Yang could distinctly sense the breath she exhaled as she spoke. The director called you? Could it be that there's a turning point in the audition results? Chen Yang inquired, his heart racing. The ambiguity of their current posture incited a flurry of errant thoughts. Yes, the director informed me that I passed the audition. However, the role assigned to me is not that of a minor character, but rather the lead female. Shuya articulated each word with clarity. This revelation was utterly unexpected, momentarily pulling Chen Yang from the intoxicating atmosphere. The lead female? Is this for real? How can that be? Didn't you mention that this production is a heavyweight contender for this year's ratings champion? There's no way they would cast a newcomer like you in such a role, Chen Yang exclaimed, astonished. Under normal circumstances, that would indeed be impossible. Therefore, I wish to inquire, Chen Yang, who exactly are you? Why would such a major production abruptly change the leading lady to elevate someone like me, who possesses virtually no acting credentials? Shuya continued to fix her gaze on Chen Yang, questioning him earnestly. Huh? Me? What do you mean? I can't comprehend what you're saying. Did I ask there a misunderstanding here? Chen Yang replied, utterly bewildered. There is no misunderstanding. The director explicitly told me on the phone that the original lead was one of the 4 rising stars of the past 2 years. However, due to you, because you, Chen Yang, are my roommate, he altered his decision. Furthermore, after observing my audition performance, he believed my acting was up to par and subsequently cast me as the lead female. Shuya explained, her tongue unconsciously flicking over her lips. At this moment, she became aware of the intimate nature of their positioning, realizing it was excessively suggestive. The shock she had just experienced left her in a state of exhilaration, her mind momentarily blank. She had been solely focused on discerning Chen Yang, seeking to uncover the mysteries hidden within her roommate of 3 months. Yet, she had not anticipated that her instinctual actions would culminate in such an intimate atmosphere. The crux of the matter was, upon regaining her senses, she found herself unperturbed by the closeness. It is often said that when 2 individuals maintain eye contact for over 10 seconds, an impulse to kiss may arise. Shuya's current predicament served as a testament to the veracity of this claim. The director claimed that because of me, he assigned the lead female role to you. What a ridiculous notion! Chen Yang was left even more perplexed. However, his mind soon conjured the memory of the phone call from half an hour prior. Could it be? But that made no sense. Though what could this mean? I assure you I am not jesting. That esteemed director would never trivialize such matters. His tone during the call was entirely professional. The mention of you was clearly intended to convey that the favor lies not with him, but with you. Should I wish to reciprocate or express gratitude, it would only be owed to you, Shuya stated, suddenly raising a hand to gently press against Chen Yang's chest. She appeared somewhat anxious as she breathed softly. So, how would you like me to express my gratitude? Chen Yang felt a sudden dryness in his throat. Staring blankly at the close proximity of Shuya, he replied, since this is a fortuitous event, let us prepare thoroughly and strive for a resounding success, truly embarking on your acting career. This is your dream, so you must seize the opportunity. As for expressing gratitude, then I'm just as bewildered as you are, but I can somewhat surmise the situation. I just need to confirm a few things. Therefore, I may need to go out for dinner tonight, that I've already prepared dinner at home, so feel free to eat something. Dan has been quite busy lately, and may not return on time. Noticing Chen Yang's body tension and his expression that seemed even more anxious than her own, Shuya couldn't help but chuckle softly. However, her smile quickly faded as she took a deep breath, looking at Chen Yang earnestly. Thank you. This favor is far too great, and I'm uncertain if I can ever repay it. In any case, that I'll remember this, that if you desire, that I wouldn't mind engaging in a relationship that transcends mere friendship. This isn't a transaction nor mere gratitude. Consider it a deeper expression of our friendship. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Chen Yang jolted, hastily retrieving his phone, and upon seeing the number on the screen, he realized it was the very one that had called him over half an hour ago. Chapter 40. The Appointment. Mr. Chen Yang, I wonder if you were satisfied with my token of appreciation. Regardless of your feelings, I believe I have demonstrated that I am not the fraud you so readily labeled me. The same melodious voice, the same unhurried cadence, and that subtle undertone of detachment remained. Yet at this moment, the words resonated in Chen Yang's ears with a markedly different weight than they had just over half an hour ago. Humans are indeed creatures of sensation. The identical phrase, when uttered by different individuals, carries with it a distinct significance. Half an hour prior, Chen Yang had perceived the speaker as a charlatan. However, now, she had unveiled an unimaginable influence, compelling him to proceed with utmost caution. Miss Chu. Chu Exon, is it? I apologize for my previous doubts, but I still fail to grasp why someone of your stature would wish to engage in business with me. Chen Yang glanced at Shuya, signaling her to remain silent, and in as neutral a tone as possible, he inquired. Let us discuss this in person. I am acquainted with an exquisite private dining establishment, where the chef specializes in authentic imperial cuisine, that I shall send you the address after our call concludes that it would be wise for you to come alone as I prefer to keep this business discreet. The enchanting voice finished her statement, not affording Chen Yang the opportunity to hesitate further before abruptly terminating the call. As he listened to the dial tone emanating from his phone, Chen Yang's gaze shifted back to Shu Ya's face, and he remarked, "As I mentioned earlier, you will be dining alone tonight. The individual who wishes to confer with me is eager to meet privately." Shu Ya furrowed her brow in concern. "So, the one who reached out to that esteemed director was not you? Is someone attempting to use this guise to get to know you? Or do they require your assistance in some manner?" Chen Yang shrugged and replied, "The information I possess is no more comprehensive than yours. However, it broadly aligns with your interpretation. Thus, I must take my leave. Only by meeting the principal party can I ascertain the true nature of the situation." Shu Ya's frown deepened. Chen Yang's confirmation only biting her lip, she said, "This is exceedingly peculiar. The female lead of that renowned director. Setting aside other factors, the remuneration alone would typically exceed several million for an actress of comparable stature. The myriad interests involved could prove quite complicated. The management agency, the agent, the team that relies on the actress for their livelihood, and even sectors potentially tied to money laundering, including the investors of the television series and the purchasing networks. This is far from being a mere lead role. If someone were to present such leverage merely to showcase their power and establish an acquaintance, their intentions must undoubtedly extend beyond this. This is too perilous. We are merely ordinary. Being inexplicably entangled in such troubles could lead to unforeseen consequences. That I shall return the call and decline the role of the female lead." Chen Yang was taken aback by Shu Ya's reaction. He was acutely aware of how pivotal this opportunity was for her. Ordinarily, such a role could decisively alter the course of her destiny. Yet confronted with such a monumental temptation, Shu Ya remained level-headed enough to consider relinquishing it. Chen Yang questioned himself. Had he not possessed the extraordinary ability to traverse the wasteland world freely, he would likely have struggled to remain as composed as Shu Ya in the face of such a temptation. "Do not be so hasty. We are yet unclear on the specifics. Allow me to attend this meeting and discern the true intentions of the other party before we make a decision," he said with a smile, reaching out to pat Shu Ya on the shoulder. However, Shu Ya exhibited no reaction to Chen Yang's familiar gesture, casting him a disapproving glance before finally resuming her seat on the sofa. With a serious expression, she declared, "If the terms presented by the other party, or what they require of you, pose excessive risk, I shall promptly send a response declining the role of the female lead." "Are you certain? This is the opportunity you have long coveted," Chen Yang replied, now sitting up and regarding Shu Ya with an amused expression. "Yet this opportunity was brought to me by you, and has no bearing on my own merit. Therefore, your safety is paramount. Do you understand?" Shu Ya grasped Chen Yang's hand firmly. "Rest assured, I know how to navigate this matter. I must take my leave now, and will return to discuss it later tonight." Chen Yang offered a reassuring pat on Shu Ya's hand before stepping out of the door. Despite the peculiar nature of the situation, Chen Yang felt little trepidation. His ability to traverse the wasteland world instilled in him a burgeoning confidence. This newfound self-assurance allowed him to maintain his composure in the presence of any individual. After all, what significance do even the most formidable figures hold if they lack the ability to traverse realms? The address sent to his phone was somewhat distant, situated within the old alleys of the second ring road in the capital. Chen Yang summoned a ride and settled into the back seat, feigning slumber. The other party had not stipulated a specific meeting time, clearly aware of the traffic conditions in the capital. Thus, after confirming the location, the precise arrival time was left to fate. However, luck seemed to be on his side that day, as he encountered little delay en route. Soon, he arrived at the address sent to him. The entrance of a traditional courtyard. Two rather unremarkable men stood guard at either side of the entrance. For reasons unbeknownst to him, despite their ordinary appearance, Chen Yang sensed an inexplicable danger emanating from them. The presence of Chen Yang also heightened the vigilance of the two guards. After scrutinizing him closely, both men displayed expressions of uncertainty. "Mr. Chen Yang?" one of the guards inquired hesitantly. "Indeed, it is I. The person who summoned me should be your employer?" Chen Yang reciprocated with uncertainty. The two guards exchanged glances, their mutual suspicion giving rise to an absurd sense of confusion. "Mr. Chen Yang, please enter. Our young lady awaits you inside." The other guard spoke, turning to push open the gate of the courtyard. Chen Yang shrugged and followed them inside. Chapter 41:3 Glasses of wine. The decor within the courtyard exudes an air of antiquity and charm. Aside from modern conveniences such as air conditioning, which enhance comfort and convenience, the courtyard itself remains largely untouched. Under the guidance of the gentleman, Chen Yang soon entered one of the side rooms, where he beheld a young and strikingly beautiful woman, seated alone at a round table. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, possessing an exceptional countenance that exuded a distinct aura of competence, diverging from the more delicate allure associated with Shuya. Her attire leaned towards a more androgynous style, while her makeup accentuated her facial contours, rendering her remarkably spirited. After ushering Chen Yang into the room, the gentleman leaned in and whispered a few words into the young woman's ear that a look of surprise crossed her face, and after glancing at Chen Yang, she waved dismissively at the man. He bowed respectfully and exited the room, leaving only Chen Yang and the young woman within. "Miss Chuxin, Chen Yang inquiret." "Indeed, Mr. Chen Yang. Please, take a seat. That I apologize for summoning you on such short notice and in a somewhat intrusive manner. The situation is exceedingly urgent, necessitating prompt action. Let us dine and converse simultaneously. This establishment does not cater to the public, and the chef's imperial cuisine is remarkably authentic, promising you a night replete with delightful memories." Chu Xian smiled warmly, gesturing for Chen Yang to sit. Reluctantly, Chen Yang seated himself opposite Chu Xian, and shortly thereafter, the door to the side room swung open, revealing an array of exquisite dishes meticulously presented by the waiter. A total of 18 dishes, accompanied by 2 bottles of unlabeled wine, adorned the expansive round table, and a waitstaff remained in the room after serving the food and drink. They all exited in succession, leaving Chen Yang to observe that the gentleman who had escorted him remained stationed outside the door, ensuring that no disturbances would intrude upon their meal. Chu Xian rose to pour a glass of wine for Chen Yang before returning to her seat, raising her glass towards him. "The first toast is to express my apologies. For reasons necessary, I have conducted a thorough investigation into your background over the past few days without your consent. I hope you do not take offense." With that, she downed her glass in one swift motion. Though the glass was small, the wine was evidently potent, and as she finished, a charming flush crept onto her cheeks, softening her previously assertive demeanor. "You conducted a thorough investigation on me? No wonder you are aware of my relationship with Shuya. But how can I not take offense at such matters?" Chen Yang replied, also draining his glass, his brow furrowed. "My inquiry into you was not born of malice, but rather a necessity to understand your upbringing and familial background. Although the findings were minimal, they at least provide me with a degree of reassurance. Your background and social connections are quite simple, which signifies that you are not entangled in the same world as I," Chu Xian explained, refilling her glass and earnestly raising it towards Chen Yang. "This is of utmost importance." After finishing her drink, she continued to pour. Reluctantly, Chen Yang accompanied her in consuming a second glass. "Miss Chu Xian, if there is something you wish to discuss, please do so plainly that I am merely an ordinary individual, a common citizen. Although I am unaware of your true identity, your actions clearly indicate that you are a person of significant stature, and we should not be crossing paths. Indeed, if it were not for your grandfather's sudden recovery from liver cancer, there would be no intersection between us," Chu Xian stated bluntly. Chen Yang's hand, still holding the empty wine glass, faltered. Anxiety surged within him. The miraculous recovery of his grandfather could indeed be dismissed as a medical anomaly, yet this explanation was fraught with uncertainties and questions. Yet at that moment, he had no time to ponder deeply. He had to save his grandfather. Tio stand idly by and witness his grandfather's suffering, and helpless would haunt him for a lifetime. If he could not even care for his family, what significance did his ability to traverse the wasteland world hold? "Miss Chu Xian, I do not quite grasp your intent." Chen Yang exhaled deeply, striving for composure. "My meaning is straightforward. Disclose to me the method of curing late-stage liver cancer, and I shall offer you a generous reward. I am fully aware of the magnitude of the issues entwined in this matter. Thus I assure you, this arrangement will remain strictly between us, with no third party privy to our discussions. Chu Exine fixed her gaze upon Chen Yang. Chen Yang's brow furrowed deeply. Given your thorough investigation, you must know that the cause of my grandfather's sudden recovery remains unclear even to the doctors and the hospital. How could I possibly possess such a method? She set her glass down and, while partaking of the dishes, replied, "The doctors and the hospital are indeed oblivious. Otherwise, I would not have reached out to you. To be frank, the notion of a medical miracle is riddled with holes. Anyone who pays a modicum of attention would find it hard to believe. Therefore, I can assist you in addressing these inconsistencies. That I can have the hospital amend the records, altering your grandfather's condition from late-stage liver cancer to early-stage symptoms, and reclassifying his recovery as a result of standard treatment. This would be one of the ways you can repay me. In addition, you would receive substantial financial compensation, which would be transferred to you through entirely legitimate means. The company under your name, Chen Yang Technology, is still in its infancy. I can facilitate angel investment funding for your venture. How does 100 million for a mere 5% stake sound? Furthermore, 90% of that can be liquidated at your discretion. You would only need to retain 10 million for the symbolic operation and development of the company. Should you hold aspirations for the company, you would have the option to repurchase that 5% stake at the original price at any time. Chu Exin spoke with a dispassionate tone, as if recounting trivial matters. Yet, the glimmer in her eyes betrayed her vigilance as she observed Chen Yang's reaction, ensuring that her offer would resonate with him. Upon hearing the casual mention of 100 million, Chen Yang's heart raced. He glanced at the wine bottle beside him, instinctively refilling his glass before downing it in one gulp. Chapter 42, The Adventurous Decision. Miss Chu Exin, this is quite a bold move. As you know, I am merely an ordinary individual. To suddenly present me with a billion is, to be frank, something I cannot resist in the slightest. However, I genuinely lack the knowledge. If I were to concoct some fabricated method to secure that billion, only for you to later discover its ineffectiveness, I fear that while I might acquire the billion, I would have no life left to spend it, Chen Yang said with a bitter smile. He was undeniably tempted. Yet with the advantage of the wasteland world at his disposal, earning money should not pose a significant challenge for him. Thus, when faced with such temptation, safety took precedence. Chu Exin blinked, paused in silence for a moment, and then suddenly broke into a smile, saying, "My grandfather's name is Chu Liangpeng, that he has been retired for over 20 years now. I wonder if you have heard of him?" Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. After some thoughtful consideration, he shook his head, an expression of confusion adorning his face. "I haven't heard of him. Is he quite famous?" "Fame is relative. You can search for his name on your phone, and you will understand its significance. That I hope you can share with me the method to treat late-stage liver cancer. Not just for yourself, but for my grandfather." "He is 95 this year, and if he could be cured, he might live a few more years. The old man is quite spirited. I believe he aspires to reach 100, Chu Xian replied. Chen Yang furrowed his brow, thinking to himself that his grandfather's lifespan had little to do with him. Though he mused this, he still retrieved his phone and searched for Chu Liangpeng. The next moment he was left astounded. The long list of titles accompanying that name made him feel dizzy. He had never anticipated that this name would belong to a towering figure of great stature. Before the establishment of the nation, this individual had participated in a series of patriotic wars, holding a terrifying position and prestige in both military and political circles. It was only in the late 20th century. At that time, Chen Yang had only just been born, and thus he had no recollection of this name. Upon realizing this, Chen Yang abruptly lifted his gaze and observed Chu Xian, who was seated. He then continued to search, and sure enough, he discovered Chu Xian listed among the relatives of this eminent figure. This notable individual had 3 sons and 2 daughters, and at the age of 40, he fathered his youngest son. This youngest son, in turn, had his only daughter, Chu Xian, when he was 30. Thus, Chu Xian was indeed 25 years old this year. After searching for images of Chu Xian, he found scant information available online. However, the few indistinct photographs were sufficient for Chen Yang to confirm the identity of the Chu Xian before him. In an instant, he felt a surge of tension. Despite having a safety net, fundamentally, Chen Yang remained just an ordinary citizen. Sitting suddenly in the presence of such a powerful figure was bound to affect his emotions. Have you confirmed? I did not deceive you. That my earlier promise to you can indeed be fulfilled with ease. If you are willing to share the method with me, in addition to the 1 billion in cash and the assurance of erasing all potential risks, you will also gain the friendship of the Chu family. Chu Xian leaned slightly forward, her presence radiating an added aura of pressure. The friendship of the while it may sound insubstantial, the benefits it can bring you will certainly far exceed that 1 billion in cash. If you possess knowledge of how to cure late-stage liver cancer, yet wish to withhold it, it implies that your need for money is not great. Therefore, I believe, the friendship of the Chu family should prove more valuable to you than that billion. Chu Xian asserted earnestly. Chen Yang hesitated at once. The background of Chu Xian and the status of the Chu family undeniably sparked a desire for him to take a risk. Had the counterpart been merely an ordinary wealthy individual, offering compensation solely in monetary form, Chen Yang would have had no consideration whatsoever. Relying on his technological prowess from the wasteland, he was confident he would eventually be. However, aside from financial gain, the support the Chu family could provide represented an absolute top-tier scarce resource in the country. To conduct business securely in this world, mere wealth is insufficient. Money and power are complementary and indispensable. Once the scale of a business reaches a certain level, lacking the requisite power for protection renders even the most substantial assets as mere ephemeral weeds. They can easily be devoured by others. Therefore, with such an opportunity before him, it seemed prudent to seize it. After all, from a cost perspective, the price he needed to pay was nearly zero. The only concern lay in whether the other party would genuinely keep their word and maintain confidentiality. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Yang looked at Chu Xian and said solemnly, "This matter cannot be documented in writing nor constrained by a legally binding contract, so it all relies on verbal agreements. And since this is a verbal agreement, it carries immense risk. How can I trust you?" "That is indeed a valid concern." Chu Xian nodded and continued, "How about this? I will ensure that the matter of revising your grandfather's medical records, along with the 1 billion angel investment, is resolved by tomorrow. The friendship of the Chu family will come into effect immediately upon my grandfather's recovery. As for my personal promise of confidentiality, that I cannot provide you with proof, but I hope you understand that if your method indeed proves effective and can cure my grandfather, then maintaining secrecy is mutually beneficial for both of us. Ultimately, possessing the ability to traverse two worlds afforded him a certain boldness in making choices. Thus, taking a deep breath, Chen Yang nodded and said, "If you fulfill your promise by tomorrow, I will deliver the remedy the day after." Chu Xian She stood up from her seat and bowed 90 degrees towards Chen Yang, exclaiming with excitement, "Thank you, Mr. Chen Yang. Once my grandfather's health is restored, I will personally come to express my gratitude." Chapter 43. The swiftest path to a woman's heart with the consensus reached regarding their transaction. Chen Yang and Chu Xian found themselves devoid of any discrepancies. They began to immerse themselves wholeheartedly in the culinary delights before them, engaging in light-hearted banter and sipping wine for pleasure. In stark contrast to before their meal, Chu Xian appeared notably more relaxed, adeptly steering clear of any discussion regarding the so-called miraculous medications, thus ensuring that their dinner was one of mutual enjoyment. Particularly impressive was Chu Xian's extensive knowledge, as she seemed well-versed in various fields, whether it pertained to politics, military affairs, economics, daily life, culture, or social sciences. She could elucidate upon. As a result, Chen Yang found himself greatly enriched by the evening's discourse. Many matters remain obscured unless viewed from a certain height, and the disparity in information often serves as a primary source of class. Therefore, conversing with Chu Xian and absorbing her insights proved genuinely enlightening for Chen Yang, especially given his immense ambitions. with the ability to traverse the wasteland. Thus, gaining early awareness of certain clandestine circumstances and deeper underlying rules have become exceedingly necessary. Their conversation continued until around 10 o'clock, marking the conclusion of their dinner. As Chen Yang departed, the intoxication in Chu Xian's eyes vanished without a trace. Although her face still bore the characteristic flush of wine, she no longer exhibited the previous signs of inebriation or daze. Sipping the sobering soup prepared for her by the establishment, she spoke with an impassive expression. Keep a close watch on him. Do not allow him to vanish from sight. Especially after the 100 million investment in his company tomorrow, should there be any indication of him attempting to transfer that money abroad, it must be thwarted at the first opportunity. Understood, miss, replied the man who had been stationed outside the private room, bowing in acknowledgement. Chu Xian squinted slightly, murmuring to herself, I hope for a favorable outcome. I hope he truly possesses a solution. If it were not for my grandfather's deteriorating health, I would not be compelled to resort to such desperate measures. Chen Yang, do not let me down. Meanwhile, before acquiring the ability to traverse the wasteland, he had merely been an unremarkable fresh graduate. His family's financial situation barely met the modest standard of living, rendering the middle class an even more distant dream. Striving in a metropolis like Beijing, with his abilities being rather mediocre, he could easily foresee a future marked by ordinariness and hardship. The soaring housing prices, in tandem with the economic growth, effectively extinguished any aspect. Upon reaching an appropriate age, he would have inevitably sought a woman, whom he found only passably agreeable, for marriage, returning to his hometown to be near his parents, and then trudging through a life devoid of distinction. However, such a mundane existence now felt increasingly distant. He could even share a table with the granddaughter of the Chu family. The reason for this remarkable shift was merely a healing potion that could be traded for cabbage in the wasteland. This drastic transformation made him acutely aware of the wasteland's intrinsic value. On the streets of Beijing, past 10 o'clock, traffic remained somewhat congested. Though not as severe as during rush hour, this time was indeed prime for entertainment in the city. Chen Yang returned to his rented abode before 11. Zhou Dandan was still working late. Leaving Shu Yu alone, curled up on the sofa, distractedly watching television, that as Chen Yang entered, Shu Yu sprang from the sofa, rushing to the entrance to confront him, her expression one of concern. How did it go? What happened? It's not a bad thing. You can rest assured about your leading role. The other party indeed has matters they wish for me to assist with, but I cannot disclose the specifics, Chen Yang said, removing his I can't shake the feeling that I just don't feel secure, Shu Yu replied, biting her lip. Everything is truly fine. You see me as someone who would put on a facade. In any case, focus on understanding the script and your character, and seize this opportunity to showcase your strengths that if this production achieves the success everyone anticipates, your acting career will undoubtedly flourish, Chen Yang said with a smile. Shu Yu scrutinized Chen Yang's expression, reassured by his sincerity, and let out a sigh of relief. Her demeanor transformed into one of excitement as she exclaimed, That's wonderful! However, I suspect the remuneration they offer will only be at the newcomer rate, but given that it's a major production and I'm the leading lady, even at that rate, it should be around 40 to 50,000 per episode, totaling around 200,000. Once the contract is signed and they provide the advance payment, I will transfer all the money to you. Chen Yang paused, staring at Shu Yu in astonishment. Transfer the money to me? But that is your payment. It is my payment, but I wouldn't have this opportunity without you. This chance is far more invaluable than the remuneration. To have secured such an opportunity feels like an incredible stroke of luck, so I cannot keep the money. Your earnings are yours alone, that if you truly wish to express your gratitude, simply treat me to a meal, that if you insist on calculating everything so meticulously, it might hurt my feelings. Don't forget, you previously mentioned that I was always welcome to develop our relationship beyond mere friendship. Have you reconsidered? Do you wish to sever our ties with money? Chen Yang replied with. Shu Yu recognized Chen Yang's playful tone, appreciating his words as a means to help her accept the substantial payment without guilt, deepening her gratitude. Biting her lip, she suddenly turned her face away shyly and whispered, May I stay in your bedroom tonight? that I wish to have a heart-to-heart with you. A heart-to-heart. Have you ever heard the saying by Eileen Chong? The swiftest path to a woman's heart. Chen Yang's lips curled into a smirk as he spoke. I don't enjoy reading. What is it? Shuya asked curiously. Chen Yang leaned closer to Shuya's ear, softly whispering a few words while playfully nibbling on her earlobe. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, and she retaliated by pinching his waist with considerable force. Chapter 44. Third stage enhancement. This sensation is indeed rather peculiar, particularly the transition from friendship to romance. Consequently, both Chen Yang and Shuya find themselves instead, after taking their respective showers, they don their night clothes and lie together on Chen Yang's bed. They embrace, engaging in conversation about their pasts, which helps alleviate the awkwardness and allows for a more natural progression of events. Regrettably, Chen Yang and Shuya ultimately do not seize the opportunity for further intimacy, as Zhou Dandan unexpectedly returns just as their emotions are about to overflow. Upon her return, she calls out to Shuya while heading toward the shower, expressing her desire to share a bed that night to discuss the worries of the past few days at work. Feeling guilty, Shuya immediately leaps from Chen Yang's bed. Noticing the gloom on Chen Yang's face, she playfully kisses his cheek and softly reassures him. Don't worry, Dandan has been particularly busy these past few days. We will have plenty of opportunities. Before I join the crew, I promise to fulfill your wishes, all right? With that, as the sound of water cascading in the shower fills the air, Shuya discreetly opens Chen Yang's bedroom door and tiptoes out. It seems I've been too lenient as a boss. Had I known, I should have simply provided Dandan with a cot at the office, that allowing her to fully embrace the spirit of making the company her home, rather than leaving us in this uncomfortable predicament, Chen Yang mutters to himself with a disheartened expression. Before he can finish his thought, he is suddenly engulfed by that exhilarating warmth he had previously experienced. Chen Yang pauses for a moment, then realizes that he has completely absorbed the calculating the time since he used the serum. It has been approximately 3.5 days indeed. That his absorption rate of the enhancement serum is merely half that of the inhabitants of the wasteland. Thus, while those in the wasteland typically require 3 days to absorb the first stage serum, he only needs a day and a half for the second stage serum. While they require a week, he naturally only needs 3.5 days. The absence of high-intensity radiation effects on his body grants him such an advantage in serum absorption, which is truly a delightful surprise for Chen Yang. After turning on the lights and retrieving the third stage enhancement serum stored in his desk, enduring the inevitable pain that follows the injection, he finds his spirits considerably lifted. The agitation stemming from not advancing further with Shuya dissipates significantly. Hearing the shower's water stop, Zhou Dandan emerges from the bathroom and returns to the bedroom, prompting Chen Yang to exit. The steam from the recent shower has enveloped the room, obscuring the mirror, and Chen Yang must wipe away the condensation to see his reflection clearly. After injecting the third stage enhancement serum, his physique now boasts proportions and muscle definition that could only be described as perfect. Even Chen Yang himself finds himself momentarily entranced by his own body. Is this what they refer to as a humanoid self-propelled cannon? This is merely the third stage enhancement serum, yet the effects are so astonishing. What then of the subsequent higher-tier enhancement serums? Will they result in something beyond human? After a few moments of self-admiration, Chen Yang departs the shower, that as his body begins to assimilate the third stage enhancement serum. He enjoys a remarkably restful sleep. When he awakens the next day, it is already 10 in the morning. Although the injection of the enhancement serum has powerfully transformed and optimized his body, it is evident that the cells experience fatigue during this process. Thus, after each use of the serum, he requires a deep sleep to recuperate from the exertion. Zhou Dandan has long since left for work, and Shuyo is not at home. However, he finds a message from Shuyo on his phone, stating that she will be signing her acting contract with the crew today, while also participating in preliminary promotional activities. As a newcomer actress, such a significant role demands a choice that would astonish everyone. Hence, public relations efforts are essential to mitigate any potential negative impact on the production. Once the contract is signed, it is certain that the entire crew will rally around Shuya. For these advertisements will undoubtedly incur considerable expenses, with the overall financial investment not significantly less than that required to hire a genuine first-tier actress for the leading role. Thus, for these established stars inherently possess strong appeal and media interest, and a significant portion of their remuneration can be considered as promotional expenditure. After a light breakfast, Chen Yang makes a trip to a nearby shopping mall, purchasing several computers to fill his spatial storage to the brim. He returns to his bedroom, eager to enter the wasteland world. Today he will finally receive the finished game product. Naturally, Chen Yang is filled with anticipation that in the past few days. Aside from continuously hiring staff, Zhou Dandan has also been diligently advancing other tasks, such as renting servers. Although time is tight, Zhou Dandan is performing admirably. Despite encountering numerous minor setbacks due to her inexperience and limitations, Chen Yang, with proper training and experience over the next year or two, she will undoubtedly be capable of handling responsibilities independently. Many individuals appear unremarkable simply due to a lack of opportunity to showcase their talents. In this society, for the majority of people, a single mistake can lead to their downfall. Entering Grey Mouse D, Chen Yang greets the survivors he encounters along the way, expressing admiration for their enthusiastic attitudes before proceeding to Wei Tongfang's shed. He stacks the computers in a corner of the shed and engages in casual conversation with Wei Tongfang, receiving a storage device containing all the game data from him. There are no issues. The subsequent version developments are all included, totaling 12 updatable versions. However, due to hardware limitations, the visual effects cannot change dramatically. The updates primarily focus on different gameplay mechanics and new spirit beasts, Wei Tongfang states with a smile. Well done, Uncle Wei. Xiao Lu will grant each of you an additional month's salary as a bonus for your hard work that I will not shortchange you, Chen Yang replies, patting Wei Tongfang's shoulder with satisfaction. The shed erupts with cheers once again. Chapter 45, a grave oversight. Having not lingered long in the wasteland, Chen Yang emerged from Wei Tongfang's shack and soon found Li Lu. After inquiring about the survivor's progress with the enhancement serum injections, he spent some affectionate moments with Li Lu in the shack, instructing her to procure additional healing potions for unforeseen emergencies. The paramount task at hand was to expedite the launch of the mobile game he had developed, thereby establishing the reputation of Chen Yang technology. After all, this was his true vocation. The aim of establishing a base in the wasteland and amassing formidable power was merely to safeguard his endeavors in this world. Although he recognized the partiality of such a perspective, Chen Yang found it challenging to shift his inherent focus in the short term. Deep down, he did not regard the wasteland as a world existing in parallel with his own. Rather, it resembled a game world, imbued with an ineffable sense of unreality. Even though he was acutely aware of the wasteland's tangible existence and understood that his ability to traverse dimensions was a manipulation of temporal folds. Fully embracing this reality and elevating the significance of the wasteland to match that of his current world would require time. Upon returning to his bedroom, he changed into a fresh set of clothes and promptly left his home, hailing a cab outside the community to head to his company. Just before noon, he arrived at his workplace and handed the game over to Zhou Dandan. He had anticipated that everything would proceed smoothly at this juncture. All necessary preparations were complete, and the requisite resources were ready. The next step should naturally involve launching into action. However, to his astonishment, I completely forgot about this matter and didn't follow the approval process at all. What are we going to do now? The voice on the other end was tinged with tears, catching Chen Yang off guard. He urged Zhou Dandan to remain calm before ending the call and returning to the office to the modest office space. He was met with the disheartened expressions of a dozen employees. Zhou Dandan, her voice choked with emotion and embarrassment, explained the root of the issue, that IT appeared to be a matter concerning game approval regulations. Although the relevant provisions had been established a decade ago, they had never been strictly enforced, resulting in a lax adherence among gamers. Consequently, the gaming industry had flourished in a somewhat unrestrained manner, blossoming in myriad forms. Yet in the past 2 years, the regulatory authorities responsible for game approvals had suddenly tightened their enforcement of these policies. This shift had caused a multitude of games to miss their scheduled market launches. The most severe cases involved games that had undergone nearly 2 years of content revisions due to the stringent approval standards. Thus, under normal circumstances, for a game company to release a game, the first step would be to file for approval with the higher authorities, submitting the necessary documentation for review. Only upon passing this review and obtaining the requisite permit could the game be officially launched. Unfortunately, Zhou Dandan, being an absolute novice in this domain, had overlooked this crucial process. The employees they had recruited were primarily fresh graduates or newcomers with only a year or two of experience, rendering them unfamiliar with the necessary procedures, which led to this significant oversight. Having grasped the entirety of the situation, Chen Yang turned to Zhou Dandan and inquired, "If we submit for approval now, how long do you think it will take to receive a permit?" "I just consulted a friend. According to them, if it's a more complex game, the chances of getting immediate approval are almost non-existent. Typically, submissions need to be made months in advance for review, followed by continuous revisions based on the feedback provided. So the exact duration remains uncertain," Zhou Dandan admitted, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Several months? That won't do it all. The game is already complete. That delay for months just for the approval process." "By then, it will be too late." Chen Yang shook his head vehemently. IT was not merely a matter of wasted time. He also faced limitations with his cash flow, that if he were to wait idly for months with no income, the several million he had made from gold trading would likely dwindle to nothing. After all, he still had to send around 300,000 worth of food to the wasteland each month, not to mention the basic operational costs of the company that a few million would not last long. Moreover, for Chen Yang, the most pressing concern was the senseless waste of time. Wait a moment. Hadn't Chu Xen mentioned yesterday that she would arrange for someone to inject 100 million into my company today? Could they be arriving soon? An idea suddenly illuminated Chen Yang's mind, and he instinctively clenched his right fist and struck it against his left palm. Wasn't this just a matter of game approval? He could certainly seek assistance from Chu Xen. With the influence and status of the Chu family, such a trivial matter could surely be resolved with a mere phone call from her. With this thought in mind, he noticed Zhou Dandan on the verge of tears once more and quickly reached out to ruffle her hair, offering reassurance. "It's all right. I'll think of a solution. You needn't worry. Since I have a bit of free time, why don't you take our team and have some fun with the game we developed? Although it's not yet launched, conducting a small internal test shouldn't pose any technical difficulties. I'll step out to make a phone call." Zhou Dandan paused, staring at Chen Yang in astonishment, and asked, "What kind of solution can you possibly have? Do you know anyone involved in game approvals?" "I don't, but I know someone even more formidable." "Now, go ahead and take our team to see how enjoyable the game is. That I'll return shortly," Chen Yang replied, turning to leave the company. Noticing Chen Yang's seemingly unwavering confidence, Zhou Dandan felt puzzled but quickly composed herself, instructing the support staff to install the game's test version on each employee's phone. The sudden return of this game had piqued the curiosity of both Zhou Dandan and the other employees. They were aware that Chen Yang Technology's subsidiary, Morning Sun Games, had a dedicated game development team. However, that team worked separately and was quite mysterious, while the boss seemed to have immense faith in their abilities, believing their creations to be unparalleled. Thus, the opportunity to preview. Before long, the game was fully installed, and as the employees eagerly launched the application, exclamations of surprise and excitement erupted throughout the office. Chapter 46. Problem solving. The situation is my company's personnel are a group of novices, which has led to such a fundamental error. However, I am reluctant to delay our planned launch date for the game, that if the approval process truly drags on for months, I fear I might lose my sanity. Therefore, could you lend a hand? Chen Yang stood in the corridor of the office building, having reached out to Chu Xan to succinctly convey the troubles his company was facing. It's merely a trifling matter of game approval. I can expedite the process for your company's game through a green channel, and we can finalize the approval procedures today. However, you must ensure that your game contains no explicit content. There are certain boundaries that cannot be crossed, or else you will face significant scrutiny, which would be quite troublesome. Chu Xian replied with a straightforward demeanor while stating her conditions. Rest assured, there is nothing that crosses the line, and my game does not hinge on such elements for its appeal. Its selling point lies in providing players with a genuine fantasy world, Chen Yang responded, visibly relieved and smiling. You need not elaborate excessively. I am not particularly fond of game. This is merely a word of caution from my position. After all, once I voice my support, there will be those who draw connections, and your company will inevitably reap many hidden benefits from such implicit relationships. I hope you can maintain your composure and avoid actions that could complicate matters for both parties, Chu Xian advised during the call. Understanding her concerns, Chen Yang readily agreed. I comprehend. I require only a modicum of convenience, with no desire to breach regulations. That would be most favorable. My associates will arrive at your company around 2 o'clock this afternoon to formally sign the Angel Round financing contract. The pertinent clauses have already been drafted. You need only review and sign, as all terms are advantageous for your company. The IT is essentially a contract that is akin to free money, and I hope it meets your satisfaction. Chu Xian concluded before engaging in light banter with Chen Yang before hanging up. With the problem resolved, Chen Yang felt a wave of elation, grateful for the opportunity to forge a connection with Chu Xian. This nation. Power holds far greater significance than wealth. While money allows one to indulge in worldly pleasures, it is power that ensures everything proceeds to one's satisfaction. It appears that maintaining a good rapport with Chu Xian is imperative. As this thought lingered in his mind, Chen Yang returned to his company, only to discover that a group of over a dozen employees, led by Zhou Dandan, were frantically waving their phones, shouting and searching for something within the office. Ah, I found it! The last elusive mountain-moving demon within our company's premises was hiding by the printer. Ha, I vanquished it! Behold my Bai Fong! It has leveled up! Exclaimed an exuberant male employee. Chen Yang turned his gaze just in time to see a palm-sized, avian spirit beast floating beside the male employee's phone, radiating like a fiery orb, swiftly completing its evolution with a more vibrant hue. The naked eye 3D technology provided by Wei Tongfeng surpassed current standards, allowing effects to be viewed without the necessity of a screen. As long as the phone, of course, at Chen Yang's request, to avoid an overly sensational display, the wild spirit beasts encountered within the game must still be visible through the phone screen. Only each player's unique spirit beast can be showcased in the surrounding area. Regardless, such a display is undeniably a pinnacle of cutting-edge technology. No wonder the employees were so exhilarated. How is it? Are you all trying out our company's game? What do you think? Chen Yang stepped into the office. Boss, you are simply incredible. From now on, you are my idol. Our company's technological prowess is astonishing. How on earth was this effect achieved? When I first launched the game, this little creature appeared out of thin air. The boss is back, boss. I want to take a picture with you. I can't believe you created such an extraordinary game. I am in total awe of you. another female employee transformed into a starry-eyed fan instantaneously. "Boss, where is our tech team based? I am so eager to see how they accomplish this. It's unbelievable. It feels like something out of a science fiction movie. At this rate, could our tech team replicate the gaming effects seen in Ready Player One?" The male employee with the Bifong spear. The employees collectively surged toward Chen Yang, quickly encircling him. Overwhelmed by their fervor, Chen Yang found it challenging to process their enthusiastic chatter. "Quiet." Chen Yang had to raise his hands to quell the employees somewhat. He then stated, "I have a few announcements to make. First, the issue regarding the game's approval has been resolved. The higher-ups will grant us a dedicated green channel, allowing the game to complete the approval process today." The employees, led by their gazes toward Chen Yang brimmed with even greater admiration. For ordinary employees, the more formidable the boss's connections, the stronger their confidence in the company. Secondly, the game titled The Unseen World will remain. While it may be somewhat of a tongue twister, our game has not undergone any promotional efforts. Our initial strategy is to foster word-of-mouth growth, so a more complex title may yield better results. Thirdly, I have finalized the angel round financing for the company with an investment fund. Their representatives will soon arrive with the contract, and the financing scale will reach 100 million. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the company's cash flow. As long as you all work diligently, I will not hesitate to reward you appropriately. As it felt as if the very glass of the office was on the verge of shattering. Indeed, no promise holds as much allure as tangible benefits. The mention of 100 million in financing ignited the enthusiasm of all the employees. Chapter 47:100 million financing. Chu Xian's representatives arrived punctually at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. A contract signatory accompanied by a lawyer entered Chen Yang's company. Chen Yang, along the contract presented was a finalized document with all terms meticulously outlined, indicating a lack of intention to negotiate further. Clearly, the opposing party believed that the conditions stipulated in the contract were sufficiently generous, and that Chen Yang's side should have no grounds for dissatisfaction. Thus, no modifications were deemed necessary. All that remained was for Chen Yang to sign and seal the document, that in fact, this was indeed the case. That the newly appointed legal counsel, upon cautiously reviewing the contract, was utterly taken aback. He found the terms to be incomprehensible. The explicit implications conveyed within the contract had profoundly shattered his worldview. That it was no exaggeration to say that even the indemnity treaties signed by the late Qing government were more favorable. Was the opposing party offering a windfall? The legal counsel, bewildered, glanced at Chen Yang and noticed the confidence radiating from his demeanor, as if he had anticipated the amicable nature of the contract all along. Unbidden, a sense of reverence akin to gazing up at a towering mountain surged within him for his young boss. How could someone so youthful possess such depth? This company was undoubtedly destined for greatness. In a mere 10 minutes, the legal counsel had thoroughly reviewed the straightforward contract devoid of any verbal traps. Rubbing his head, he looked at Chen Yang with a hint of confusion and said, "Boss, according to its stipulations, the 100 million cash injection secures only 5% of our shares in Chen Yang Technology. This implies that the opposing party has appraised our company at a valuation of 2 billion. Moreover, this 5% share carry. Furthermore, as per the terms, should our performance at Chen Yang Technology be commendable, we can unconditionally redeem this 5% stake at any time. Regardless of our company's valuation at the time of redemption, the buyout amount remains fixed. This 90 million will be entirely at your discretion, with the financing party imposing no demands or oversight. To be honest, this is the most astonishing angel investment agreement I have ever encountered." The simplicity of the contract had been glaringly apparent to him as well, and after the legal counsel's confirmation, he produced the company's seal, affixing it alongside his signature. "Mr. Chen Yang, the 100 million will be deposited into your company account. Regarding the cash-out funds, we will assist you with the tax implications. Please provide us with a personal account for our operations." As Chen Yang signed the document, the opposing lawyer stood and extended his right hand towards him, As for the issue concerning his grandfather's medical records, it was not something he could verify with the two individuals present. That was, after all, a matter of impropriety. He would confirm it privately with Chu Xin afterward. After retaining a copy of the contract for his records, Chen Yang personally escorted the two out of the office. The content of the signed contract contained few confidentiality clauses, allowing other employees to swiftly learn of the. Consequently, the office erupted in jubilant cheers once more. Although this newfound wealth had no immediate bearing on their circumstances, a financially robust company would undoubtedly enhance their benefits. With their boss now so affluent, the likelihood of fulfilling that promise had significantly increased. All right, everyone quickly return to your stations and commence work. The boss has already mentioned that our game will we must double-check all preparations for its launch to ensure that no issues arise during the process. Zhou Dandan clapped her hands, interrupting the employee celebrations, and continued, "We all know how exceptional our game is. Even I, who rarely play games, have found myself captivated by it. Therefore, the quality is undeniably high. Our boss has done everything within his power. Now, even with the most daunting challenges resolved by Chen Yang, a multitude of tedious responsibilities still awaited their attention. After seeing the two representatives off, Chen Yang turned back into the office. The launch of their first game was a significant undertaking for him. Hence, it was imperative that he remain present at the company, rather than adopting a hands-off approach as he had in the preceding days. Before long, the funds promised in the contract were fully realized. Due to tax obligations, Chen Yang could not receive the full 90 million, but the opposing party had executed some legal evasions, allowing him to pay considerably less in taxes than would normally be required. Had he adhered to standard rates, he would have owed approximately 40 million in taxes on the full amount. However, with the counterparty's judicious maneuvering, the tax burden was reduced by nearly half. The difference was indeed substantial. Just as he received the funds, his phone rang. Upon answering, the melodious voice of Chu Xin resonated through the speaker. "I have taken care of everything I promised you. Do not forget your commitment to me. Rest assured, I will deliver the items to you first thing tomorrow morning. I shall await your arrival." Chapter 48 is officially launched. Indeed, we have passed the review. Our game has received its license number. Everyone, get to work. Now, immediately, at once. Zhou Dandan exclaimed with excitement as she kept her eyes glued to her work number, having discovered the news the moment it arrived. Instantly, the other employees within the company were engulfed in a flurry of activity, particularly the few young women tasked with liaising with various mobile game distribution platforms, who began to type furiously on their keyboards, producing a cacophony of sounds. Given that no financial resources have been allocated for promotion and advertising, the process of launching on distribution platforms naturally lacks support. Thus, despite their confidence in the quality of the game following trials, these employees were acutely aware that, at least in the initial phase post-launch, therefore, regardless of their busyness, they were merely following established protocols. I have completed the launch procedures on my end for the distribution platform. One of the young women responsible for liaising with the platforms finally sighed with relief before smiling. So have I. The efficiency of these distribution platforms is quite commendable. Another girl yawned, expressing her satisfaction. Ugh, it's so frustrating. The contact person at the HW store, when I inquired about how long the review would take, he had the audacity to tell me it could be anywhere from a month to 6 months. ISNT, that just outrageous. The girl, who previously had been a fan, Zhou Dandan immediately approached, glanced at the girl's computer screen, and frowned as she inquired, "What is going on? Is the HW store not going live? This could result in a significant loss of exposure for us." The contact person hinted that I should offer some benefits to expedite our game's launch, but didn't our boss Consequently, he began to brush me off, claiming that since we are a small company with only one game, We should just wait in line, that he couldn't even specify when we would go live. The girl replied, her expression one of dismay. HW's mobile phones had over 30% market share. If their app store refuses to list us, it will undoubtedly impact our game's initial promotion.org. Should we consider providing him with some public relations funding? Zhou Dandan, noticing that several gazes were now fixed upon him, he smiled and continued. I understand that normal interpersonal relationships are necessary, but we must strictly avoid sensitive economic dealings. Our ambition is not to be an ordinary company. From our very first product, it should be evident that we are destined to become a great enterprise. A great company must embody a noble ethos. We shall not stoop to the level of others, but let our products speak for themselves. What does it matter if we have over 30% market share? That still leaves 70% for others. As long as our product garners a good reputation, the HW store will naturally seek to list it. Ultimately, those trivial matters and unscrupulous tactics can only serve. In cases where the product is average or lacking, they may yield surprising results. However, when the product is exceptionally outstanding, even unparalleled, these tactics lose their significance. With the boss having made his stance clear, the employees naturally had no objections. Following the events of the day, Chen Yang's image soared in the eyes of the employees, who began to develop an unwavering trust in him. Consequently, they would unconditionally execute his directives without hesitation. All right, it seems there is nothing more to address. Our game is an open-world experience, with no concept of launching new servers. All players will explore within the same world. Thus, once the launch procedures are complete, we should be nearly done. As the workday has concluded, let us all head home quickly. I personally do not advocate for a culture of overtime, that as long as the tasks at hand are completed, there is no need to linger in the office. After speaking, Chen Yang waved to Zhou Dandan, gesturing for the other employees to feel free. While I believe that the inherent quality of our game will inevitably lead to its success, the sooner it becomes a hit, the sooner our company can get on the right track. Therefore, I would like you to advocate, in your personal capacity, within the company for our employees to keep the game open while commuting to and from work. Leaning back against his desk, Chen Yang continued. The companion spirit beasts that players summon are intentionally designed with a degree of diminished realism in their three-dimensional. Once it captures attention, it will easily attract media interest. At that point, we won't need to engage in any public relations efforts, as the media will come flocking to us. This is a world-leading technology developed domestically, perfectly aligned with the psychological needs of our compatriots. Zhou Dandan nodded in realization. I understand that I will propose relevant suggestions. You are correct. The technology showcased in our game is indeed unmatched. With such a revolutionary and epic-defining product, all media will recognize the newsworthiness, and we will likely be inundated with news related to us. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, that is certainly how it will unfold, so there is no need to rush. Although the finest wine fears a deep alley, the aroma of our brew can soar to the heavens. Chen Yang remarked before, you've worked exceptionally hard these days, so how about a salary increase? Doubling your current salary sounds reasonable, doesn't it? Zhou Dandan was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Chen Yang playfully flicked her forehead and said with a smile, I've already made the decision. It's settled. Later, you should establish the company's salary structure. Once the game is on track, we will need to scale up our hiring to meet operational demands. Maintaining a consistent salary structure is crucial. All right. Very well, Zhou Dandan replied, her emotions somewhat stirred. Chapter 49, Abnormal Diffusion, Part 1. Wu Guangxi had been occupied at the company for an entire day, and it was only after the night had fully descended, past 8 o'clock, that he finally departed, making his way to the nearest subway station. As a programmer who had only recently begun his career, he had grown accustomed to such late hours. Each day, upon entering the office, he was met with an array of bewildering demands from the product team, and addressing these requests comprised the entirety. It was exceedingly monotonous, devoid of any enjoyment. Consequently, in his spare time, Wu Guangxi's greatest passion was indulging in mobile games. However, unlike the majority of players, he seldom engaged with trending titles. Instead, he diligently scoured various gaming platforms for newly released games, selecting those that piqued his interest at first glance. I wonder how Yangzi has been faring these days. Feng Jia mentioned that Zhang Jinglong is organizing a class reunion next weekend. TSK, I bet he just wants to show off something again, that I should call Yangzi in a few days and ask if he's going. Wu Guangji muttered to himself as he entered the subway station. Simultaneously, he opened an application store on his phone, selecting the gaming section, and perused the new releases category, where he found several newly launched games for the day. A Three Kingdoms-themed card game. Forget it, this is undoubtedly a derivative title, lacking any innovation in its mechanics. Playing it would be a waste of time. Mist of Summer. A detective puzzle game? Too mentally taxing. Not interested. His finger glided across the screen, scrutinizing the brief descriptions of the games with a somewhat critical eye. The Unknown World, a product of Chen Yang games. How come? That I've never heard of this? After purchasing a subway ticket and passing through security, Wu Guangji checked the game's size, only to discover it was a mere 426 megabytes. A derisive expression crept upon his face. Only 400 megabytes? And it dares to claim to be an AR game. Have they lost their minds? Game companies these days are becoming, I shall see what tricks your 400 megabytes of AR game can conjure. With a disdainful scoff, he opted to download it. His data plan was ample, and a game of that size posed no burden. The download completed swiftly. Just before he boarded the subway, that he registered an account using his phone number and casually entered the game interface, but he had no expectations for this game, merely seeking a distraction. However, the next moment, Wu Guangji was utterly stunned. As the game commenced, he noticed a three-dimensional virtual image materializing beside his phone out of thin air. Almost immediately, this holographic figure began to emit sounds, providing a brief introduction and guidance about the game. The other passengers on the subway were drawn in by the sound. Instinctively turning to look, they all beheld the three-dimensional image hovering beside Wu Guangji's phone. "Oh, what is that, young man?" "A laser?" an elderly gentleman remarked, astonished. "Wow, old man, you're quite trendy, knowing about lasers, but this certainly isn't one. It resembles the kind of virtual imagery seen in science fiction films." A middle-aged man chimed in. I don't know. That I just downloaded a mobile game, and when I started it, it turned into this," Wu Guangji stammered. The surrounding crowd grew increasingly curious, bombarding him with questions about the game. After receiving his answer, they promptly began searching for the game on their own phones to download it. It was simply too astonishing. They were eager to understand what was happening. Wu Guangji, meanwhile, bent his head to study the game more closely, and the deeper he delved, the more astounded he became. Setting aside the game as playability and its array of enticing monetization strategies, the mere fact that this game utilized real-life images captured by the camera as a direct backdrop, as a competent programmer, he could not fathom how this was achieved. Moreover, the virtual figure, referred to as a spirit beast, continued to hover beside him. Although its quality was subpar, at least within Wu Guangji's understanding, such technology should not exist within a mobile game. Though there was indeed a relatively mature, naked-eye 3D technology available, the creation of virtual images typically required a combination of different devices. It was certainly not something achievable with just a single smartphone and a camera. Being in a profession that demanded a grasp of some of the underlying principles, Wu Guangji understood better than others just how remarkable the technological suffice. So much so that he became so engrossed in the game that he even spent several hundred yuan on in-game purchases, missing his intended stop. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the game's content and the technological advantages it manifested in various aspects. The disparity was so vast that Wu Guangji felt akin to a primary school student standing before a leading physicist. This was nothing short of a divine game, and to think such a creation was merely 400 megabytes in size. It was utterly preposterous that a game of that caliber could easily require 40 gigabytes, and he would not have been surprised. Yet here he was, playing a game that was crafted in just over 400 megabytes. In disbelief, he pondered, incredible. Utterly incredible. The Chen Yang games? What kind of company could possibly achieve this? A new company could not possess such technological reserves. Besides, to employ such technology solely for a mobile game? Isn't that a bit extravagant? This company must have ulterior motives. Realizing he had missed a stop, Wu Guangji promptly disembarked and boarded a train heading in the opposite direction, muttering to himself. Then, struck by inspiration, he minimized the game, opened his social media, and excitedly recommended the game to all his groups. Such a shocking masterpiece had to be shared with everyone he knew. Chapter 50, Abnormal Diffusion, Part 2, at 9 o'clock in the evening. The offices of Morning Sun Technology were largely deserted. After finishing all her tasks, she approached the girl, gently tapping her shoulder, and said, "Ciao ciao. It's quite late. You should head home early. Skip the subway and take a taxi instead. Remember to keep the receipt. The company can reimburse you." The girl, who had been pouting while communicating, she quickly nodded and replied, "Oh, all right, General Manager Zhou. I was just trying to file a complaint with the HW Liaison Department, but the person handling it was rather dismissive. IT seems there's little hope for our launch on the HW store today. President Chun has already stated that our game will triumph through quality, but as long as there is at least one person playing our game, the effect it presents will surely lead to exponential diffusion. So, remain optimistic that I shall take my leave now. Do remember to lock up." Zhou Dandan smiled reassuringly before turning to leave the office. Gui Xiaoqiao stretched lazily, feeling disgruntled as she typed a few more. Despite the lack of substantial promotion, the atmosphere within the company lightened considerably after the game's successful launch. All employees at Morning Sun Technology exuded confidence, believing that, based on the quality their game had previously showcased, I am simply stating that everyone present is subpar. Thus, the timely and successful launch of the game was already half the battle won for the company. The remainder was merely a matter of waiting for the passage of time to witness the explosive spread. Gui Xiaoqiao was utterly convinced that her company's game would become a massive hit. Contrary to Zhou Dandan's advice to take a taxi home, she left the office building and opened the game, smiling as she walked toward the subway station, accompanied by a float. Previously, Zhou Dandan had suggested in the company group chat that everyone maintain the game in operation while out and about. This way, the naked-eye 3D representation of the spirit beast would always float around the player, serving as a moving advertisement. Gui Xiaoqiao wholeheartedly endorsed this promotional strategy. Reflecting on it, she realized that had she not been an employee of Morning Sun Technology and had merely chanced upon such a virtual representation, the promotional effect of this method would undoubtedly be exponential. Lost in thought, Gui Xiaoqiao instinctively reached out to stroke the spirit beast beside her. However, being merely an illusion, after a moment of surprise, she recognized her folly, chuckling softly and shaking her head, feeling immensely grateful. Previously, she had worked as customer service at a small gaming company, where her responsibilities included communicating with complaining players and managing several official player groups. When the company launched a new server and was short-staffed, she would sometimes play the role of a wealthy female player to entice others to spend in-game. After a year of such monotony, Gui Xiaoqiao felt a lack of purpose and vision for her future. When Morning Sun Technology began hiring, offering a better salary than her previous employer, she decided to give it a shot and applied for an interview. Initially, Gui Xiaoqiao had not given it much thought, harboring little expectation for this new company. With a small number of employees, all of whom were newcomers and no products to show, it appeared to be a precarious venture on the verge of collapse. Little did she expect that such a company would suddenly secure 100 million in funding today and launch its first game, which would turn out to be a masterpiece. Thus, Gui Xiaoqiao felt fortunate to be part of a company destined for a bright future, one that would surely become increasingly difficult to join. Yet, she had managed to squeeze in during its nascent stage. Xiaoba, especially now that our boss has become my idol. Guo Xiao cheerfully remarked to the spirit beast beside her. This was the 5-star SSR spirit beast base that she had drawn after spending a few dozen yuan on a 10 pull during her work hours. Its current form was still that of a juvenile, but as its star rating increased, its appearance would evolve. Only upon reaching the highest rank of 13 stars would the spirit beast transform into its complete form. Taking the subway while engrossed in the game, she returned to her rented apartment complex. Throughout her gameplay, numerous passers-by, unable to suppress their curiosity, approached her to inquire about the floating bays beside her. Guo Xiao, drawing from her customer service experience, patiently and thoroughly responded to their questions. Watching those who inquired eagerly download the game after receiving her answers filled her with pride. This is our company's game. Upon entering her rented home, she found her 5 roommates gathered in the living room, engrossed in watching television. The 3-bedroom apartment housed 6 girls in total, including Guo Xiao. As she walked in, her roommates greeted her, but their attention quickly shifted to the floating bay's spirit beast beside her. Wow! What is that, Xiao? It looks so cute. Is it a cat? One girl sprang up from the sofa, rushing to Guo Xiao's side, attempting to touch bays. Naturally, her hand met nothing but air. What? Is it a virtual image? How is that possible? Could it be an upgraded version of those electronic pets from back in the day? The girls immediately surrounded her. Guo Xiao smiled as she repeated the explanation she had given to the subway passengers. One girl, her face reflecting astonishment, began searching for the game on her phone to download it, asking, Xiao, is this really a game developed by your company? Yes, although I find it quite amazing myself. It is indeed our company's creation, Guo Xiao confirmed with a nod. That's incredible. Xiao, do you remember my job? I'm an editor for a gaming portal. May I arrange to come to your company tomorrow for an interview? This game is truly revolutionary. The girl, still in shock, asked urgently. Guo Xiao hesitated for a moment before a look of realization crossed her face. I almost forgot. Let me message General Manager Zhou and ask. It should be fine. Our company wouldn't turn down such a promotional opportunity. That would be fantastic. Thank you so much. If the interview goes through, I'll treat you to a lavish meal. Chapter 51. A request for reunion. Individuals like Zhou Dandan and Wu Guangji are, in truth, the workforce at Chen Yang Technology is minimal, and those who relish the pursuit of discovering new games daily, sampling each one in turn, belong to an even smaller group. However, the allure of the game itself is undeniable. Its powerful virtual imaging technology evokes a profound curiosity in nearly everyone who notices it. Coupled with the remarkably low cost of downloading the game, this intense one individual can influence dozens, and those dozens may subsequently affect thousands. Thus, propelled by the game's formidable appeal, the unknown world spreads like a highly infectious virus throughout the course of the night. Chen Yang remains oblivious to the viral propagation of his game, in fact, since its launch, he has not once concerned himself with the back-end data. He understands all too well what a groundbreaking technological presentation signifies for this industry. The success of his game is an inevitability without question. Zhou Dandan and Shuya returned somewhat late. After a light meal, the 2 girls nestled together, seemingly at a loss for topics of conversation. Although Chen Yang's sensory perception had been heightened following the administration of a 3rd-tier enhancement agent, he deliberately chose to shield his hearing from their whispered exchanges that to him. Eavesdropping without permission seemed rather base. The following morning, as Shuya and Zhou Dandan stepped out into the morning light, Chen Yang completed his morning routine and made his way to the wasteland world. The Grey Mouse D base has undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving day by day, fostering a sense of inexplicable accomplishment within Chen Yang. Upon entering the shelter, he found Li Lu, who appeared engrossed in accounting, surrounded by large sacks of gold at her feet. Where did all this gold come from? Did we not agree that there would be no need for further collection? Chen Yang inquired. Boss, you're here. I apologize. I was so focused on my bookkeeping that I didn't notice your arrival, Li Lu exclaimed, hastily rising to bow an apology before explaining, we haven't specifically collected it. Rather, it was unearthed inadvertently during the construction of the base when folks were digging for foundational work. During the cataclysm, the world was utterly devastated, with countless items buried beneath the surface due to the dust and debris from nuclear explosions. Thus, unearthing such items from time to time is quite normal, Li Lu continued. Chen Yang nodded, choosing not to press further about the gold. After all, its presence or absence was inconsequential. He could simply store it in his dimensional space if needed. Have the new healing agents arrived? Chen Yang shifted the conversation to a matter of genuine concern. Of course, boss. I ensured that your directives were completed promptly. Following your instructions, I exchanged for 10 additional healing agents, along with hundreds of various enhancement agents for unforeseen circumstances. However, these agents are currently unnecessary, as the supplies for the other survivors in the settlement have already been prepared, Li Lu explained, retrieving a specially designed case for the agents from beneath the bed. Chen Yang accepted the case and, upon opening it to inspect the neatly arranged hundreds of agents within, nodded in satisfaction. Have the purchases for weaponry proceeded smoothly? Engaging in conflict with Grey Mouse Town is inevitable, and enhancing our personnel is merely the first step. Strengthened individuals also require adequate weaponry. Otherwise, their combat effectiveness will hardly improve, he continued. Rest assured, I did not procure weaponry from Grey Mouse Town. Firstly, I feared they might become suspicious, and secondly, the variety and potency of the weapons available there are quite limited. Instead, I contacted a member of the medical association from that medium-sized settlement for our purchases. Li Lu replied that he holds a significant position within that settlement, and his involvement will spare us considerable hassle. Once the transaction is complete, we merely need to provide him with a certain percentage as a commission. Additionally, boss, when I sought him out for the healing agents yesterday, he expressed a desire to meet you. What do you think? Li Lu said cautiously that he wishes to meet me. Why? Chen Yang's brow furrowed. The UME didn't specify, but I suspect it might be related to the vegetables. Given my frequent transactions with him lately and my request for assistance in acquiring weaponry, the volume of food we need to provide must have piqued his curiosity. He might wish to discuss the possibility of a stable supply of vegetables with you. Of course, this is merely my conjecture, Li Lu elaborated. Very well, I have no time today. Let us postpone it until tomorrow. If he is willing to come, I shall meet him here at our base. By the way, is it acceptable for him to witness the modifications we've made to Grey Mouse D? Chen Yang inquired, somewhat apprehensive. That should pose no problem. The Medical Association is the largest neutral faction in the wasteland. That IT has said that the ultimate goal of its higher-ups is to discover a means for true immortality, which is why its members never interfere in. There are even rumors suggesting that the emergence of zombies and various anomalies is not solely due to radiation, but also significantly influenced by biological experiments conducted by the Medical Association, Li Lu spoke cryptically. That sounds somewhat familiar nevertheless. As long as it's not an issue, it's fine. In the coming days, please keep an eye out for anyone knowledgeable about hardware within Grey Mouse Town or that medium-sized settlement. If any such individuals are found, we should consider hiring them, Chen Yang stated, scratching his head. For our base to develop and strengthen, we require a diverse array of talents. In comparison, combat personnel are relatively easy to cultivate. Technical specialists, however, are invaluable and warrant our utmost attention. Understood, boss, Li Lu replied promptly, bowing in acknowledgement. Are our food supplies sufficient? If they are lacking, please inform me in advance. At this initial stage of base establishment, the demand for various resources is considerable, and it is entirely normal for food consumption to be higher than usual, Chen Yang continued. Rest assured, boss, we have ample supplies. That batch of vegetables has resolved most of our issues. As for the rewards distributed to our own personnel, we need not utilize such precious resources. Therefore, the food you have provided will sustain us for quite some time, Li Lu assured with a smile. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. Continue your work, Chen Yang said before departing. Chapter 52. Of a boisterous beginning with one hand grasping a suitcase brimming with potions and the other clutching a hefty sack of gold, Chen Yang returned to the site of his traversal. After confirming that no one was around, he unceremoniously tossed both the suitcase and the gold into his personal dimensional space before returning to his own world. Upon materializing in his bedroom, Chen Yang retrieved the suitcase from the dimensional space, extracted a healing potion, and then securely closed the suitcase, returning it to the dimensional realm. This portable dimensional space proved to be extraordinarily convenient. Fortunately, it was he who had acquired this dimensional space. Had it been a terrorist, the consequences would be dire, and no security measures could possibly detect or scan the dimensional space. Imagine a scenario where explosives were casually tossed inside, and once aboard an aircraft, a mutual destruction ensued. Such a calamity would be unfathomable. As Chen Yang indulged in these chaotic thoughts, preparing to leave the bedroom with a healing potion in hand, he suddenly froze in place. Blinking in bewilderment, he scanned the dimensional space once more, and upon confirming his observations, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. The substantial sack of gold that had previously occupied the dimensional space had inexplicably vanished. Only an empty bag lay forlornly within the dimensional realm, serving as a testament to the fact that he had indeed placed a large sack of gold inside, not a mere figment of his imagination. What on earth is happening? Where is my gold? Although I am not particularly in need of it at the moment. Redeeming it is quite troublesome, and its decorative value far outweighs its practical worth. It remains unequivocally my gold. How could it have disappeared so suddenly? After a prolonged moment of shock, Chen Yang extracted the empty bag from the dimensional space. He examined it closely, confirming that it was indeed the tattered bag that Li Lu had used to contain the gold. Everything seemed to be in order, yet the gold had simply vanished. Could it be that this dimensional space is not solely for my use? As this unsettling thought materialized in his mind, a cold sweat broke out over Chen Yang. However, in the next instant, a torrent of pure data flooded into his consciousness, elucidating the situation. It turned out that the dimensional space had autonomously absorbed the gold. Chen Yang had previously pondered whether the 1 cubic meter capacity of the dimensional space was insufficient, but he had been at a loss as to how to expand it. Yet today, after tossing in a substantial sack of gold, the issue had been resolved. This dimensional space, astonishingly, expanded its capacity by absorbing gold. The extent of the expansion was directly proportional to the volume of the gold itself. Wasn't this a bit deceptive? To put it into perspective, 1 cubic meter of gold weighs nearly 20 tons. Thus, to increase the volume of the portable space from 1 cubic meter to 2, one would need to procure 20 tons of gold for absorption? What an international joke. Throughout recorded history, up until the 21st century, the total amount of gold mined has been approximately 190,000 tons. Even if all that gold were thrown into the dimensional space for absorption, it would only yield a cube measuring roughly 20 meters in each dimension. When calculated this way, it doesn't seem so small after all. Regardless, in the wasteland world, gold holds no value. I'll simply instruct everyone to collect as much as they can. Whatever they gather will determine how much the dimensional space can expand. Everything shall be left to fate. Chen Yang mused to himself, stroking his chin, before departing the bedroom, that he took out his phone, intending to dial Chu Wexine, but was interrupted by an incoming call from Zhou Dandan. After a brief pause, Chen Yang pressed the answer button, and Zhou Dandan's exuberant voice erupted from the receiver. Chen Yang, guess how much revenue our game generated on its very first day after launching yesterday? I estimate it must be quite substantial. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so exhilarated, Chen Yang replied with a grin. Substantial. It is nothing short of monumental. Picture it. Drums resounding, firecrackers crackling, banners unfurling, throngs of people. Zhou Dandan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Chen Yang felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, clearing his throat before responding, even if you are Biyun, I am not Haita. Can we please speak more seriously? My apologies. I'm just too thrilled and got carried away that I just arrived at the office today, and after reviewing the backend data, I couldn't contain my excitement. You won't believe it. Our game achieved over 300,000 downloads yesterday without any promotional efforts. Moreover, these 300,000 downloads all resulted in account registrations and activations on independent machines. And get this, do you know what our payment conversion rate is? Typically, games have a payment conversion rate of about 2%, but ours stands at an astounding 40%. That means out of 300,000 genuine players, over 120,000 made purchases. The average expenditure exceeded 20 yuan. Just on the first day of launch, our game generated over 2,400,000 in revenue. Chen Yang, this is an extraordinarily astonishing figure. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Dandan seemed to have spoken too rapidly, becoming choked up in her excitement. After several forceful coughs, she continued, "Now we must focus on the next day's retention and the 7-day retention data. As long as the next day retention exceeds 40% and the 7-day retention exceeds 15%, our game can sustain healthy, long-term operations. With the remarkable word-of-mouth virality and payment conversion capability our game has demonstrated, should we manage to promote it to the level of leading games, the daily revenue could reach astronomical figures." Upon hearing Zhou Dandan's impressive report, Chen Yang felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Achieving such remarkable results on the first day of launch without any substantial promotion was undoubtedly a testament to the game's exceptional quality. As for the next day and 7-day retention rates, he harbored no concerns. The payment conversion rate alone illustrated the immense allure the game held for players. Well done, and thank you for your hard work. Please inform our employees that as long as our game maintains a healthy growth trajectory, I will distribute bonuses next month, Chen Yang said with a smile. Understood, boss. Are you coming to the office today? One of our employees just told me that people from Game House want to conduct a brief interview about our game. IT would be ideal if you were present, Zhou Dandan inquired, her spirits high. That's uncertain. I have some matters to attend to today. Since you are the CEO, you can handle the interview. That if any issues arise that you cannot resolve, don't hesitate to call me. Got it. Chapter 53. Crucial moment after ending the call with Zhou Dandan, Chen Yang dialed Chu Xian's number. That IT was a genuine instant connection. Chen Yang scarcely heard even a single ring before the melodious voice of Chu Xian resonated in his ear. Mr. Chen Yang, are you delivering something to me? If so, I'll send the address to your phone right now. Could you please take a taxi here? Alternatively, I could send a car to pick you up. I have a bit of a situation here and can't leave for the moment. Her tone conveyed a hint of agitation, indicating that Chu Xian was not in the best of spirits. Yes, I'm bringing you the items we previously discussed. I can just take a taxi over. Waiting for your car would unnecessarily delay things. The traffic isn't too bad at the moment, so I should arrive at your location fairly quickly. Please send me the address, Chen Yang replied with a smile. Chu Xian had fulfilled her promises admirably, having facilitated his game's approval yesterday, demonstrating the influence of the Chu family, which could indeed afford him numerous conveniences in this country. Therefore, Chen Yang genuinely wished to maintain a good relationship with Chu Xian. With such a formidable ally at his back, he could navigate the early stages of his company's development with far fewer complications. With this mindset, delivering the items directly to her was only natural. After hanging up with Chu Xian and receiving the address she sent to his phone, Chen Yang hailed a taxi and made his way to her location. The bustling metropolis of the capital city was alive with vibrancy that morning. Although the streets were not congested, the flow of vehicles was relentless, and the sidewalks were teeming with people. As the nation's premier city, renowned for its rich cultural heritage and historical significance, it attracted a constant influx of visitors, both domestic and international, at any hour of the day, keeping the city in a perpetual state of liveliness. Rarely, the taxi driver, a native of the capital, engaged Chen Yang in lively conversation as he drove. The topics ranged widely, from international affairs and military politics to local folklore and urban legends. There seemed to be no subject beyond this driver's purview. Despite Chen Yang's familiarity with the city's vibrant conversationalists, he found himself somewhat bewildered by the driver's exuberance. Upon reaching his destination and after settling the fare, Chen Yang remained slightly dazed, his mind still swirling with the driver's remark. Don't let my taxi driving fool you. It's not for the sake of making a living. I simply dislike being idle, so I keep myself busy. Young man, I'm not afraid to tell you that a few years back, my family was affected by a demolition project, and now I own 4 properties within the 4th ring of the capital. Goodness! Was that even a reasonable assertion? What distinguished this from the lives of ordinary families like Ma Huatang's or Bai Sheibai's? Living in the capital truly requires an exceptionally resilient spirit. Otherwise, one could easily cultivate a cynical worldview. As the taxi departed, Chen Yang surveyed his surroundings. A remarkably serene villa district. At the main entrance stood several guards, clearly not the standard security personnel one might find in upscale neighborhoods. These were unmistakably soldiers. After retrieving his phone, Chen Yang called Chu Xian once more. Within minutes, a man emerged from the villa area, approaching Chen Yang with a taciturn demeanor. The man looked vaguely familiar, and after a moment's reflection, Chen Yang recalled him as the bodyguard who had stood watch outside the room during his first meeting with Chu Xian. Following the man into the villa district, Chen Yang was greeted by a lush landscape, complete with verdant trees, manicured lawns, artificial streams, wooden walkways, ornamental hills. Without entering any of the villas, the man led Chen Yang to a pavilion beside the walkway. Moments later, Chu Xian arrived, donned in casual attire and hurriedly jogging towards him. The man discreetly exited the pavilion, standing guard nearby, while Chu Xian approached Chen Yang, slightly breathless, and apologized. "I sincerely apologize. Unforeseen circumstances at home have kept me from leaving. I'll arrange for someone to drive you back once you're ready to go. It's a bit remote here, making it difficult to catch a taxi. You look considerably more radiant than the last time we dined together. This casual attire suits you much better. Overly formal business wear, along with deliberate makeup, can often project an unwelcome aggressiveness," Chen Yang remarked with a smile. Unfortunately, in many fields, women inherently face disadvantages compared to men. If one does not adopt a more assertive image and demeanor, they risk being overlooked and underestimated, whether intentionally or otherwise. Chu Xian replied with a shrug, a hint of resignation in her voice. Chen Yang nodded, refraining from further small talk as he produced the healing serum from his pocket and presented it to Chu Xian. "I know you're in a hurry, so I won't take up more of your time. This is the treatment I used to heal my grandfather. For confidentiality reasons, you must administer it to your grandfather yourself. After the injection, please dispose of the syringe properly to avoid any potential hazards." Chu Xian's face lit up with joy as she reverently accepted the serum. Though she remained somewhat skeptical, she had no alternative but to grasp at this lifeline. Bowing slightly, she earnestly stated, "I will administer this to my grandfather right away, and my people will drive you home. If my grandfather truly recovers, you will be my lifelong friend." "I am honored," Chen Yang replied, also inclining his head, watching as Chu Xian eagerly turned and hurried away before following the man to the parking area. As Chen Yang settled into the car for the return journey, Chu Xian had already returned to her family's villa. This residence was not purchased by the Chu family, but rather allocated by the state. Since his retirement, Chu Xian's grandfather had lived there, adopting an air of withdrawal from the world, seemingly disinterested in any conflicts. Yet the elder's esteemed reputation ensured that as long as he lived, even if he chose to remain in the shadows, others would inevitably afford the Chu family ample deference and convenience due to his standing. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as the elder was alive, he was the towering tree under which the Chu family could comfortably prepare for any eventuality. However, should the elder pass away, it would spell disaster for the Chu family. Presently, the family was at a crucial juncture with the second generation, even the youngest, Chu Xian's father, already 55 years old. The elder siblings were approaching retirement, while Chu Xian's father was still just shy of taking the next step at this precarious moment. With the elder's health waning, many began to speculate, rendering Chu Xian's father's hopes of advancement increasingly elusive. The third generation lacked the requisite age, with Chu Xian's eldest uncle, just over 40 and far from being able to shoulder the weight of the family. Thus, for the Chu family, they had indeed reached a critical moment of life and death. Chapter 54. Who is your friend? With thoughts of family affairs swirling in her mind, Chu Xian pushed open the door to the villa. Inside the grand hall, members of the Chu family's second and third generations were gathered, each wearing a countenance of sorrow. The men were chain-smoking, filling the first floor with a haze of smoke, while the women retreated to the dining room, engaging in little conversation amongst themselves. The reason for such a congregation today was that Chu Xian had been on the phone with Chen Yang, explaining her inability to leave due to the sudden deterioration of the family's pillar, her grandfather, Old Master Chu Liangpeng. The attending physician had expressed grave concerns, indicating that Old Master Chu might not survive the next few days. This news struck the Chu family like a bolt from the blue, compelling them to abandon their affairs and return to the villa, engulfed in a somber atmosphere. In truth, the relationships among the second and third generations of the Chu family were far from amicable. Like many prominent families, Their ties were fraught with resentment and occasional hostility. However, with the looming threat of their family legacy collapsing, these individuals found themselves united in their predicament, rendering any internal strife irrelevant at this moment. Thus, despite the heavy atmosphere in the hall, marked by an instinctive silence, a semblance of harmony prevailed. Chu Xin could not recall the last time the entire family had sat together without quarrels. Even during festive occasions, there would always be opportunities for barbed remarks and subtle jabs. The current situation was indeed a rarity. Brother, if it comes to that, we must take a gamble. Previously, we were told that father had at least 2 or 3 months left, and we had hoped that he could meet with some key figures before passing. But now, it seems we are running out of time. Chu Xin's second uncle suddenly extinguished his cigarette, his expression grave as he continued. Given father's current state, even if he wishes to make those introductions, we cannot predict what changes might occur in the next 2 months leading up to the transition. If we do not take this chance, the Chu family is truly finished. Take a gamble. How? With what? I am already retired, and while you may still hold a position, you can only serve 1 more term at most before you must step down by 70. Everyone knows our family's situation. How many will still heed your call in this final term? They will merely treat you as a mascot, allowing you a comfortable retirement. Chu Xin's elder uncle replied in a serious tone. I will request an early retirement. Step aside to make way. Perhaps I can facilitate my younger brother's entry. Chu Xin's second uncle said through clenched teeth. Second brother? That is unthinkable. Even if you serve as a mascot, at least our family will still have someone representing us. Even if times are tough, we can still endure. But if we lose even that, your early retirement will hardly guarantee my entry. The chances are too slim. Chu Xin's father immediately shook his head. It is merely a matter of dying sooner or later. If you cannot secure a position in this term, our family will only grow weaker, making it even more impossible for you to enter in the future. When I retire, will we not remain at the mercy of others? Chu Xin's second uncle exclaimed, his eyes wide. Listening to the discussion among the elders, Chu Xin refrained from interjecting or greeting anyone, making her way directly to the second floor of the villa. The atmosphere was heavy with suppressed emotions, and everyone was preoccupied with their own thoughts, failing to notice her departure. Grandfather Chu Liangping's bedroom was located on the second floor, where all the medical equipment had been set up. Chu Xin arrived outside her grandfather's room, gently knocked on the door, and then pushed it open. Apart from her grandfather in the sickbed, the room contained only a personal physician and a dedicated nurse. Grandpa, I wish to speak with you privately for a moment. Seeing her grandfather, though in poor spirits, at least awake and momentarily alert, Chu Xin approached the bedside and spoke. With great effort, Chu Liangpeng lifted his hand and gestured to the physician and nurse. Despite their concerns, they complied and exited the room, closing the door behind them. Grandpa, your condition is dire, so I will be straightforward. I have a friend who provided me with a miraculous drug that can treat your advanced liver cancer. Although this sounds utterly absurd and unbelievable, I have no other options left, so I wish to give it a try. This drug has not undergone any formal approval, and only a handful of people know of its existence, besides my friend and the developers. Would you allow me to take this risk? Chu Xin summoned her courage to say. A faint smile struggled to form on Chu Liangping's face as he replied, Life and death are fated. I am 95 years old. If I pass now, it will be a joyous farewell. Do not grieve too much that I have witnessed the tremendous changes in our country over the past decades, and I have no regrets for the miraculous drug. It is merely a gesture of filial piety. If you wish to try it, then do so. But do not harbor too many expectations. If it fails, it is of no consequence, understood? Hearing her grandfather attempt to comfort her in return, Chu Xin nearly succumbed to tears. Taking a deep breath to quell her emotions, she bit her lip and said, Grandpa, you have not yet reached 100. How can you think of leaving us now? At the very least, you must see me married. This is something you promised me before, and you cannot go back on your word. With that, Chu Xin sat at the bedside, retrieved the miraculous injection, and with calm determination, supported her grandfather's frail arm, finding the vein and inserting the needle. Though lacking formal nursing training, the procedure was not overly complex, allowing Chu Xin to execute it with relative ease. After injecting the entire vial into her grandfather's body, she anxiously gazed at his face. Chu Liangpeng smiled, intending to reassure his granddaughter and express that he felt better. However, before he could utter a word, a wave of warmth surged through his body. He quickly realized that his once feeble physique was regaining strength at an astonishing pace. What is happening? Chu Liangpeng's face reflected shock. Chu Exan noticed her grandfather's complexion was becoming more vibrant, and her heart swelled with joy as she hurriedly assisted him into a sitting position. Approximately 5 minutes later, Chu Liangpeng no longer felt any discomfort. He stared down at his hands in disbelief, clenched them tightly, and then looked at Chu Exan with astonishment, exclaiming, "Who exactly is your friend?" Chapter 55. A grateful rebirth grandfather you. Are you all right? Chu Exan, engulfed in a whirlwind of excitement tinged with apprehension, cautiously inquired without directly answering her grandfather's question. I am well. But how is this possible? What exactly is the injection you administered? I can sense that not only has my cancer vanished, but it seems as though some old ailments from my time in battle have been completely cured as well. This is utterly astonishing. Chu Liangpeng exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. How wonderful! It truly works. It genuinely works. This is miraculous. I must call the others. No, wait, I should first conduct a full medical examination on you. What if there are hidden dangers we cannot detect? Could this be merely a fleeting revival? Chu Xian began to ramble, clearly swept away by euphoric emotions. However, having traversed innumerable trials, Chu Liangpeng quickly regained his composure after the initial shock. Grasping the arm of Chu Xian, who was about to dash out of the bedroom, he said, "There is no need to rush that I am aware of my own body. This is certainly not a mere fleeting revival, but a genuine healing of all my ailments. If you run out like this and they ask how I recovered, what will you say?" Chu Xian paused, tilting her head in thought before responding. "Perhaps I could say a friend taught me a folk remedy. I might as well try it as a last resort. Foolishness. What folk remedy? What friend? My condition was grave, teetering on the brink of death. To suddenly recover completely. If such a remedy existed, do you think you could keep it a secret?" Chu Liangpeng shot her a stern glare, continuing, "Moreover, if your friend can procure such a miraculous drug, why is he not renowned? Why does the world still regard cancer as a terminal illness? This indicates that your friend does not wish for anyone to know he possesses the ability to cure cancer. Such thoughts are perfectly reasonable. To restore my frail condition from the brink of death, the ingredients in the injection you just gave me must be extraordinarily rare and precious. If word of this spreads, how will your friend navigate the consequences? In this world, how many wealthy and powerful individuals suffer from this terminal illness? What lengths would they go to in order to survive? If your friend is exposed due to your lack of caution, do you comprehend the peril it would bring upon him? By providing you with this medication, he is entrusting you with his very life and fortune. Would you repay him with such recklessness?" After being reprimanded by her grandfather, Chu Xian finally regained her senses. She realized that her earlier excitement had clouded her judgment, nearly leading to a grave mistake. The promise she made to keep Chen Yang's secret stemmed from her understanding of the profound implications and dangers entwined within. However, when she had made that promise, she had not entirely believed in the efficacy of Chen Yang's solution, thus failing to maintain constant vigilance. She had approached the situation with a desperate mindset, willing to try anything, whether effective or not. Yet now, discovering the drug's genuine efficacy, which exceeded her wildest expectations, left her momentarily paralyzed with a WAS. She managed to calm herself. Beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead. Had her grandfather not provided timely counsel, she might have made an irreparable error. She was acutely aware that while her family presented a united front in times of crisis, once the storm had passed, they would inevitably revert to their former selves. If she were to divulge even the slightest detail about Chen Yang, it would lead to endless trouble for him. Grandfather is right. I was too elated and my mind was somewhat clouded. Chu Xian sheepishly admitted, retracting her neck. Maintaining his secrecy was a prerequisite for him giving me the drug. Chu Xian nodded in affirmation. There you have it. During my time as an underground operative, confidentiality was a matter of life and death. A single misstep could not only cost oneself their life, but also endanger the lives of fellow comrades. Therefore, you must take this matter seriously and remain vigilant. Chu Liangpeng stated with grave seriousness. Yes, grandfather, I understand. But how should I explain this to the family? Chu Xin asked softly. You need not say anything at all, that if they inquire, simply feign ignorance and say that I recovered spontaneously. Such phenomena defy scientific explanation, so there is no need for us to provide one. With a sweeping gesture, Chu Liangpeng added, in any case, do not allow your friend to face even the slightest risk of exposure. Do you comprehend? The individuals you were with when you contacted him, are they trustworthy? They are trustworthy. They are my people. Moreover, I was very careful not to discuss specifics over the phone, and during our face-to-face conversations, I ensured that others were not present. Only my friend and I are privy to the details of our discussions, Chu Xin hastily assured him. That is good. This matter demands utmost caution. This is a remarkable individual. If he is willing to place his trust in you, you must not betray that trust. Our family, the Chu family, never spares an enemy nor betrays a friend, Chu Liangpeng declared earnestly. Yes, grandfather, you can rest assured. He has established a company and recently released a game. To express my gratitude, I essentially gifted him 100 million, Chu Xin replied with a smile. 100 million? Ha! If he were truly motivated by profit, given the drug's effectiveness, billions would be within his grasp. If he willingly accepted 100 million from you, it is not an equal exchange, but rather an attempt to alleviate your burden. Hey, though as mere friends, this generosity seems rather extraordinary. Chu Liangpeng mused, casting a thoughtful glance at his granddaughter, then continued with a chuckle. Is he a male friend? Could it be that he harbors feelings for you, which is why you mentioned wanting me to witness your marriage? Grandfather, what are you saying? We are merely ordinary friends. We have only known each other for a short while. Chu Xion's cheeks flushed crimson. All right, I shall not pry into the affairs of youth. However, he is taking a considerable risk by providing you with this medication, which is a tremendous boon for our family. Find an opportunity to bring him home so that I may meet him, Chu Liangpeng said with a warm smile. But what is the reason for bringing him? What pretense shall I use? Enough. This matter is settled. The pretext is for you to decide. Now go and summon them. We must not leave them lingering about with mournful expressions as if the Chu family is on the brink of ruin. Very well. Chapter 56. I can't control these hands upon exiting the villa of the Chu family. Chen Yang pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding against heading to the office that he had completed all necessary tasks. The subsequent operations of the game would merely involve procedural work. Thus, whether he went to the company or not bore little significance, that as for the settlement of the revenue, that too required a process, entailing a rather tedious division of profits among various platforms. There were dedicated personnel within the company to handle these matters, rendering his involvement unnecessary. Moreover, strictly speaking, he had established the company to ease his life and enhance its quality. If, after founding the company, he found himself toiling like a mere servant, what would be the point of it all? Merely to fulfill his self-worth? Chen Yang questioned himself. Compared to such a proactive outlook on life, he preferred to be a laid-back individual. The bodyguard assigned to Chu Xin was responsible for driving Chen Yang home, maintaining his customary silence throughout the journey. Even when Chen Yang attempted to engage him in conversation to pass the time, the bodyguard responded only with the briefest of replies, effortlessly extinguishing Chen Yang's desire for idle chatter. This stood in stark contrast to the taxi driver he had encountered earlier, who had been quite talkative. With no inclination for small talk, Chen Yang's attention inevitably drifted to the scenery outside the window. To his surprise, as the vehicle re-entered the bustling city of Beijing, making its way towards his rented accommodation, he began to spot players of the unseen world along the roadside. These players were easily identifiable, accompanied by their corresponding virtual spirit beasts floating beside them. Many players walked while incessantly using their phone cameras to search for potential hidden spirit beasts. Passers-by often found themselves captivated by the virtual spirit beasts hovering near the players, driven by curiosity to inquire about these ethereal companions. The viral spread of the game, fueled by word of mouth, seemed to exceed even the most optimistic expectations. Chen Yang instinctively stroked his chin, realizing that he had underestimated the impact of this visually striking technological advantage. The primary reason lay in the fact that the virtual spirit beast images provided by the unseen world remained perpetually present beside the players as long as the game was active. Even if players minimized the game to the background, the virtual images would persist. This phenomenon led many players to regard the virtual spirit beasts as trendy accessories. For the youth, having such ethereal imagery constantly floating around them was undeniably cool. Consequently, many who downloaded the game opted to keep it running at all times, ensuring that the game was frequently showcased to others. This coolness naturally enhanced the effectiveness of the living advertisements. Upon arriving at the entrance of his residential complex, Chen Yang alighted from the vehicle, feeling quite pleased as he thanked the driving bodyguard. Just as he was about to turn and walk into the complex, his phone suddenly chimed with a text message notification. Glancing at it, he discovered a thank you message from Chen Yang, who also inquired when he would be free, expressing a desire to treat him to a meal. After reflecting on his schedule, realizing he had no pressing matters aside from the Wasteland project, he replied to Chen Yang, arranging to meet for dinner that weekend. Given the alarming viral momentum exhibited by the unseen world within the first 2 days of its launch, it was likely to ascend to the trending charts by the weekend. Having previously resolved to cultivate a good relationship with Chen Yang, it now appeared that the most effective means of doing so might be to consistently reserve that 5% share for her. Provided that everything progressed smoothly, Chen Yang Technology would inevitably witness an exponential increase in valuation as its product offerings expanded. When Chen Yang had purchased that 5% stake for $100 million in cash, it had essentially been a gift to him. However, as the unseen world gained traction, once he introduced further cutting-edge products, that angel investment of $100 million would yield substantial returns. During their dinner this weekend, he would engage in a thorough discussion about this matter with Chen Yang and ascertain her thoughts on it. As he contemplated this, he made his way home and soon arrived at his rented abode. Upon opening the door, he discovered Shuya diligently cleaning the living room, dressed somewhat lightly, bent over as she attempted to sweep beneath the coffee table. That seemed a tad excessive. You're back. There's something I need to tell you that I've signed a contract with the crew, and I'll be joining them tomorrow. The initial filming will take place out of town, but I should return to Beijing to shoot other scenes before next weekend. My promotion will officially commence tomorrow, and the crew aims to ensure that by the time the entire drama is completed, most people will at least be familiar with my name, Shuya said, patting Chen Yang on the shoulder. While I'm with the crew, it'll just be you and Dan at home, so you better behave and not bully her while I'm away. If I come back and find out you've mistreated Dan, I won't hesitate to. Well, let's just say I might take drastic measures. As she spoke, Shuya made a gesture with her hands to emphasize her point. What? Where is that coming from? How could I possibly bully Dan? Chen Yang replied, bewildered. Come on, you men and your little secrets. Who do you think you can fool? If you didn't have feelings for Dan, why would you let her work at your company? Shuya huffed, noticing Chen Yang's attempt to explain. Suddenly, she licked her lips and pressed her own lips against his, silencing him completely. Chapter 57. The perfect experience after living for 22 years. Today was the swiftest and most fulfilling day that Chen Yang could remember. Initially, he thought that with no pressing matters at hand, he could venture to the mall to procure some useful items for the wasteland world. However, it so happened that Shuya was at home, tidying up. Furthermore, with her filming schedule commencing tomorrow, the plans the two had previously made were conveniently realized today. This was entirely beyond Chen Yang's expectations. What a pity. Tomorrow she must join the crew. Otherwise, if I could assign Dan overtime tasks daily, wouldn't life feel like a celestial existence? No wonder Emperor Tang Xuanzong lamented the brevity of daylight, leading him to forego morning court sessions. Who could endure such a rhythm? Chen Yang murmured to himself, while standing outside Shuya's bedroom door. At that moment, Chen Yang had just emerged from the Chu family's villa. The miraculous recovery of Chu Liangpeng during the day had plunged the entire Chu family into an overwhelming state of excitement. After a meticulous and exhaustive full-body examination, it was confirmed that Chu Liangpeng had indeed made a complete recovery, even ridding himself of long-standing ailments. 1. Can only imagine the ecstatic jubilation among the second and third generations of the Chu family. Everyone was perplexed by the sudden nature of Chu Liangpeng's recovery. However, the esteemed physician who accompanied him could offer no explanation, leaving both Chu Liangpeng and Chen Yang equally baffled, thus providing no clues for the family's younger members. Though the situation was shrouded in mystery, the positive outcome ultimately prevailed. The Chu family, unable to ascertain the reasons behind this anomaly, chose to overlook it as there were more pressing matters to attend to. All relevant parties were promptly notified by the Chu family, allowing the upper echelons of the nation to be informed almost instantaneously of Chu Liangping's recovery. Consequently, the entire day unfolded as a series of receptions for Chu Liangping. Only just now did the day's influx of visitors come to a close. Observing her grandfather in good spirits, Chu Exing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Noticing that it was getting late, she departed the family villa, intending to return to her residence in the capital for some rest. Once seated in her car, she finally found tranquility and pulled out her phone, feeling as if the dark clouds that had weighed upon her heart had completely dispersed. Aimlessly scrolling through messages, she suddenly recalled Chen Yang's company. Upon searching, she discovered that the latest news from the company was the launch of a game titled The Unknown World. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Xin felt a surge of interest as she located the game in the App Store on her phone and proceeded to download it. After swiftly completing the installation and registration process, she opened the game. The next moment, she was utterly taken aback. Staring in astonishment at the virtual image that appeared beside her, it took her several seconds to regain her composure. A look of shock crossed her face as she murmured, 100 million for 5% of the shares. It seems like I've struck quite the bargain. There was no denying the game's technological prowess, which was astonishingly formidable. Although Chu Xin rarely played games and her understanding of the gaming industry was quite limited, this did not hinder her from recognizing the immense commercial value that the technology on display possessed. Merely based on this technology, her investment was already assured not to be in vain. Chapter 58. Consequences of one's own actions inside the HW Building's mobile division. Despite the clock striking 10 in the evening, the premises gleamed with bright lights. For HW, a company steeped in a culture of extensive overtime, working past 10 o'clock was a rather commonplace occurrence. The compensation packages that far surpassed those of competitors, coupled with consistently honored overtime pay, rendered the employees relatively unperturbed by the notion of working late. After all, one ventures into the workforce primarily to earn a living. Engaging employees in discussions about ideals is futile, for their aspiration is simply to avoid work. Conversations centered on monetary compensation yield mutual satisfaction. Although the mobile division was not deemed a core department within HW, its remarkable achievements over recent years had significantly bolstered the company's profits, thereby elevating the remuneration of its staff. Key personnel in pivotal positions had seen their salaries multiply several-fold. Among those responsible for the review of app submissions to the company's application store, Yinpeng was quite content with both his job responsibilities and his salary. 2 years ago, as a fresh graduate, Yinpeng entered HW as a campus recruit, quickly becoming an object of envy among his peers. The experience he gained over these 2 years had tempered his youthful naivety, rendering him considerably more astute. Particularly since assuming responsibility for app review, he had frequently encountered public relations from app developers. Often, these interactions were not aimed at soliciting favors from Yinpeng, but rather at ensuring that he would not deliberately complicate the review process. Initially, Yinpeng felt a twinge of anxiety when faced with such public relations efforts, especially since the gifts from developers were often of considerable value. However, as time passed, he realized that no one seemed to oversee these matters, and the applications presented were generally unproblematic. The developers were merely accustomed to such practices to facilitate a smoother process. Consequently, Yinpeng's confidence grew. Nearly a year into his role, he had transformed from a timid novice, who trembled at the thought of accepting gifts, into a seasoned operator who could brazenly suggest the exchange of favors. Glancing at the time displayed on his computer, Yinpeng stretched and prepared to brew himself a cup of coffee, intending to work an additional hour before heading home for some rest. Just as he stood up, he noticed his supervisor striding towards him with a grave expression. Accompanying the supervisor was an unusual floating object that appeared to be a virtual image. Was this the company's latest technology? How was it achieved? The individuals in the R&D center must be extraordinarily talented. Boss, what is this? A new product from our company. It looks rather sci-fi. Yinpeng remarked with a smile as the supervisor approached. You don't know what this is? The supervisor's serious demeanor darkened further. That I don't know. The Yinpeng sensed that the atmosphere had shifted unfavorably, yet he could not pinpoint the cause. Yin Peng, I've always considered you a diligent worker, and I believe my judgment to be sound. Yet here I am, misjudging you. The supervisor scoffed coldly, swiftly opening his phone and thrusting the screen towards Yin Peng's face, continuing, "Take a good look." "What is this?" Yin Peng's heart sank as he stared at the screen, a look of confusion overtaking his features. That in undiscovered world. A mobile game. It seems somewhat familiar. Though what does it have to do with that virtual image? Seeing Yin Peng's bewildered expression, the supervisor was momentarily amused, though his frustration quickly resurfaced. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Yesterday, a gaming company reached out to you regarding the app review process. Didn't you brush them off? As a result, our HW store has yet to list this game. I only discovered it this afternoon and played until dinner before realizing why it couldn't be found in our store. I even contacted this company, and from their representative, I learned that the reason was your interference. You sought personal gain. When you didn't get your way, you halted the process for their game's listing. Yin Peng, how could you? Who gave you such audacity? Who granted you such authority?" Startled, Yin Peng finally understood the gravity of the situation. Suddenly recalling yesterday's events, he shivered and stammered, "Boss, app reviews. They naturally require time. I didn't violate company policy. Stop hiding behind company policy. You know very well what you were up to. How many times have I emphasized that although we are a platform, the strength of that platform is directly linked to the quality of the applications it hosts?" The supervisor slammed the table with force, his voice rising angrily. "Ordinary applications can certainly be managed according to company policy. Even if you wish to extract some benefits, I could turn a blind eye and refrain from being overly critical. However, for exceptional applications, we must expedite the review process to ensure they enter the store immediately. If you delay, your competitors will seize upon your blunder and usurp your market share, forcing you to pay the price for your complacency. This game, titled An Undiscovered World, is clearly one that is destined to become a phenomenon. Yet you dared to play your petty games with it. Had I not stumbled upon this game today, how substantial a loss would you have inflicted upon the company by continuing to drag your feet?" Yin Peng instinctively recoiled, and although panic surged within him, he could not help but retort, "It's just a game. How much impact could it possibly have?" How much impact? The download figures for this game will undoubtedly reach the hundreds of millions. Once momentum builds, if players cannot find it in the HW store, they will flock to other platforms to download it. If such habits take root, it will deal a fatal blow to the HW store. The supervisor's anger intensified, his voice rising uncontrollably, drawing the attention of other employees still working late in the office. Taking a deep breath, the supervisor glared at Yin Peng with palpable disdain. "That I will report this matter accurately. Starting tomorrow, you will no longer work in the App Store group. A role in logistics may suit you better. If you cannot bear this, feel free to resign." With that, the supervisor turned on his heel and departed. Yin Peng stood there, mouth agape, his face reflecting despair. He never anticipated that what was merely routine could lead to such dire consequences. In that moment, regret enveloped him entirely. Chapter 59. The deranged wasteland dwellers. Chen Yang awoke from a deep slumber, refreshed and invigorated. As the morning sun bathed the world in golden light, he found himself alone in the shared apartment he inhabited. With the launch of The Unseen World, the game had spread with an utterly irrational rapidity, leading to a remarkable increase in the busyness of Zhou Dandan. The success of a game often signifies the birth of an immensely valuable intellectual property, capable of spawning an entire industry. The potential for lucrative ventures surrounding this IP was boundless, igniting a flurry of interest from individuals and companies eager to discuss collaboration. However, these parties approached with a cautious mindset, hoping to negotiate favorable terms before the game truly took off. It was Zhou Dandan's responsibility to navigate these interactions. Even if she did not intend to form partnerships at this juncture, maintaining amicable relations was paramount, as these individuals and companies were. As the owner of the company, Chen Yang preferred to abstain from such engagements, leaving Zhou Dandan to take the lead. Meanwhile, Shuya had set out early to join her film crew. Chen Yang later conducted an online search regarding the production she had joined, discovering that not only was the director among the country's finest, but the cast was also replete with seasoned actors in various supporting roles. The series was not only anticipated to garner high viewership, but also aligned with mainstream themes, marking it as one of the most significant productions of the year. For Shuya, This presented both opportunities and challenges. The presence of so many accomplished actors implied that the series would demand exceptional acting prowess. As the female lead, she would undoubtedly face numerous scenes opposite these veterans. If her skills were unable to meet their standards, it could hinder the filming process. Upon release, the disparity in acting could render her the target of public criticism. However, should she rise to the occasion, demonstrating poise and skill in her performances, it would significantly enhance her reputation and attract her first wave of fans, paving the way for a promising future in the entertainment industry. Ultimately, her fate hinged on her own capabilities. After a swift morning routine, Chen Yang left his home, brimming with energy, and made his way to the nearest shopping mall. There, he procured a diverse array of electronic products, including smartphones, tablets, gaming consoles, televisions, and various other gadgets. Although his purchases were somewhat haphazard, they encompassed nearly all categories of electronics. With plans to venture into the hardware sector once finances allowed, it was imperative for the technicians in the wasteland world to gain a thorough understanding of the current hardware technologies. After completing his shopping, Chen Yang visited a supermarket to buy an assortment of bulk chocolates before returning to his rented bedroom and entering the wasteland realm, the realm of Grey Mouse D. The atmosphere remained bustling and vibrant. After several days of diligent construction, the base had begun to take shape. Especially noteworthy was Chen Yang's house at the center of the base, which, under Li Lu's supervision, was progressing rapidly. He estimated that in just 3 or 4 days, he would be able to move in. Ta-da! A beautiful life beckoned. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chen Yang delivered the array of electronic products to Wei Tongfang. Although Wei Tongfang specialized in software rather than hardware, he possessed a theoretical knowledge base that was 2 centuries ahead of Chen Yang's world. Thus, it was prudent to consult him. He might uncover some methods for optimizing hardware. Even if he could not, once the base was complete, they would inevitably need to recruit new members, and there would surely be individuals well-versed in hardware to help realize their ambitions. Chen Yang's vision was straightforward. Once the cash flow generated from the game reached a certain threshold, he intended to pivot towards tangible industry. Only by achieving groundbreaking advancements in high-tech fields could one attain an extraordinary status. Boss, when will we be assigned new tasks? Over the past couple of days, aside from developing a few small programs, we have been rather idle. Wei Tongfang remarked as Chen Yang entered the makeshift office, setting down the electronic goods. Chen Yang turned to observe the other programmers in the room, noting their eager expressions brimming with a desire for new projects. What excellent employees they were, dedicated, diligent, and unwavering in their belief in future rewards. What small programs have you developed in the last few days? Chen Yang inquired with a smile. Well, based on the original programming language you provided, we created a comprehensive security software that ensures full protection for computers. As long as the programming language remains unchanged, the software can shield the computer from any attacks. Additionally, we developed a restoration software that we were bored, so we reverse-engineered a photo editing application on mobile phones. Our restoration software can revert any edited image back to its original state in an instant, Wei Tongfang explained, scratching his head sheepishly. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback. Restoration software? What prompted this idea? Why create something like this? These wasteland dwellers were truly deranged, yet what was this inexplicable sense of satisfaction? He had to take this software back with him, to reclaim a semblance of reality. Chapter 60. A deeper collaboration, not having lingered too long in Wei Tongfang's humble abode. Chen Yang observed the fervent eagerness in both Wei Tongfang and the programmers, their eyes shimmering with an almost ravenous desire for new opportunities. Although Chen Yang found himself momentarily devoid of fresh ideas, he could only assign them a new task with a casual wave of his hand, that he instructed them to develop a single-player game, emphasizing that the standard should aim to elevate the visual presentation to the utmost extent permissible by the hardware's capabilities. The very essence of the game must be set in an expansive open world, primarily centered around action-adventure, interspersed with elements of puzzle-solving and humor. The graphics and gameplay must surpass the benchmark set by iconic AAA titles such as Devil May Cry, Assassin's Creed, and Red Dead Redemption, all while ensuring that the game's size and hardware demands remain lower than those of these illustrious counterparts. As for these benchmark AAA titles, they were already stored in the electronic devices Chen Yang had recently acquired, particularly on the gaming console, which could be effortlessly connected to a television for immediate gameplay. Thus, Wei Tongfang and the programmers need not worry about a lack of familiarity with these games, as they would have ample points of reference for crafting their new creation. Beyond these specifications, Chen Yang imposed no explicit requirements regarding the game's content. Much like the unseen world, there was no necessity for Wei Tongfang and his team to devise the game's narrative or worldview from scratch. They could simply dissect and adapt a well-received game from before the cataclysm, taking inspiration from a title that caught their fancy. With this new undertaking, Wei Tongfang and the programmers dove enthusiastically into the project. As Chen Yang exited the makeshift dwelling, he could not help but marvel inwardly. What exemplary employees they were. Dedicated, diligent, believing in karmic rewards, and giving their all, and the most remarkable part was, they asked for no compensation. Why does that sound familiar? Chen Yang rubbed the tip of his nose, ready to seek out Li Lu for a friendly chat, when he noticed her approaching with a rather disheveled, middle-aged man. "Boss, I finally found you. I thought I would have to wait a while with Dr. He, but then I heard you'd already arrived. Just over here with Uncle Wei," Li Lu called out cheerfully, waving as she approached. "Dr. He?" Chen Yang's gaze lingered on the untidy middle-aged man for a few moments, until Li Lu led him to Chen Yang, who then extended his right hand with a smile, saying, "You must be Dr. He, the one who has been trading with our gray mouse D these past few days? I sincerely appreciate your assistance. Without you, it would have been impossible for Gray Mouse D to undergo such significant changes in such a short time." The middle-aged man shook Chen Yang's hand, scrutinizing him thoughtfully before responding, "I am He Jianian, a B-level physician with the Doctors Association. I am grateful to you, Mr. Chen Yang, for taking the time to meet with me. As for the thanks, there is no need to mention it. Our dealings have always been fair exchanges, mutually beneficial, without any obligation for gratitude. That makes sense. I too am merely accustomed to politeness. Shall we converse in the shelter? Gray Mouse D is currently undergoing extensive renovations, and it is rather chaotic outside." Chen Yang gestured invitingly. He Jianian hesitated for a moment, then nodded, following Chen Yang as they entered Li Lu's shelter nearby. "Dr. He, I wonder if there is a particular reason you wish to see me? If there are any grievances regarding our previous transactions, please feel free to voice them. I am more than willing to mediate any issues within my capacity." Chen Yang inquired directly upon entering the shelter. Inside Li Lu's abode, the walls were bare, with nothing but a bed occupying the space, leaving no room for seating. The Gray Mouse D was in the midst of establishing its base. Plans to demolish these shelters and erect new structures were imminent. Hence, despite the current abundance of food and newfound prosperity, Li Lu had no intention of furnishing the shelter further. "No, I have been very satisfied with our recent transactions. The vegetables your side provided were of astonishing quality. Although I exchanged a considerable quantity of potions, I must admit that, overall, I have benefited from this arrangement. Of course, my advantage comes from the fact that the Doctors Association does not lack food. Had it been another mid-sized faction, even if you had vegetables, it would not have been feasible to procure such a large amount of potions. Thus, strictly speaking, neither party has truly lost." He Jianian replied, shaking his head with a smile. As he spoke, he produced a palm-sized plastic box from his pocket and presented it to Chen Yang. "This is a piece of biological armor primarily made of graphene, enhanced by the incorporation of other biological materials, allowing the armor to maintain the formidable protective qualities of graphene while mitigating its inherent drawbacks. The entire suit covers the body, and due to its exceptional elasticity, it can accommodate individuals of all body types, leaving only the head exposed. The protective capabilities can effectively counteract the attack power of 9th-tier enhanced individuals. Therefore, donning this biological armor means that, while safeguarding your head, you would be entirely safe from any threats provided you do not encounter evolved beings or their equivalent. Naturally, should your enhancement level reach the 9th tier, this armor would no longer serve you. For now, it is yours." With that, He Jianian raised his hand, urging Chen Yang to take the box. Chen Yang frowned and turned to glance at Li Lu. She could only shrug her shoulders in helplessness, stating, "This biological armor was something Dr. He initially recommended to me. However, when I later sought to trade for it, he refused, claiming the timing was not right. Who would have guessed he would bring it today, presenting it as a gift for you? Boss, I genuinely had no idea what was going on." "Mr. Chen Yang, This is my way of expressing goodwill and sincerity. Please do not misunderstand. This biological armor is a token of our meeting. I hope our collaboration can deepen beyond the confines of mere transactions. He Jianian said with a smile. Chen Yang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the box. After all, it was a gift. Why refuse something free? However, if the other party believed that offering a trinket would lead to a disadvantageous agreement, they were sorely mistaken. He was keen to discern what ulterior motives lay behind this gesture. Chen Yang rolled his eyes inwardly, stowing the box away before donning a somewhat insincere smile and inquiring, "What precisely do you mean by a deeper collaboration, Dr. He? I propose that I personally form an alliance with your Grey Mouse D. What do you think?" He Jianian bowed slightly. Chapter 61. The Natural Foundation of Alliance Personal. An alliance with Grey Mouse D? What does that even mean? Chen Yang blinked, hesitating before speaking. "Dr. He, are you not a member of the Medical Association?" "Indeed, I am affiliated with the Medical Association, which is why I emphasize that my alliance with Grey Mouse D is in my personal capacity." "This act of alliance has nothing to do with the association," He Jianian replied, nodding. "I'm not entirely clear on that in my understanding. The Medical Association stands as the preeminent force in our wasteland, possessing an abundance of resources that can be found in this desolate land. As a member of the association, you should have no reason to ally with a mere small settlement like ours in your personal capacity." Chen Yang furrowed his brow. "The Medical Association indeed lacks for nothing in terms of resources, but that does not imply that every physician within the association enjoys the same abundance. These are two distinct concepts that I am pursuing research that piques my interest. Yet the association does not support it, which signifies that I cannot procure the necessary resources from them." He Jianian shrugged, continuing, "Forming an alliance in my personal capacity with a force that possesses ample resources is the most prudent choice. However, such a choice presents a significant issue. Resources-rich forces tend to be quite large. Given my standing, I cannot engage in negotiations on equal footing with such expansive entities. Conversely, the smaller forces with which I could negotiate on equal terms are entirely devoid of resources. Those factions can barely sustain themselves, let alone provide additional resources to support my research." At this juncture, He Jianian paused, gazing earnestly at Chen Yang as he continued, "Yet this dilemma has been exquisitely resolved with the emergence of Grey Mouse D. You are a remarkably small force, one that scarcely qualifies as a force at all. Yet, you possess an astonishing stockpile of food. During this period, your people have exchanged an incredible quantity of vegetables for my potions, the scale of which is truly unfathomable. Most importantly, all the vegetables are exceedingly fresh. This freshness is certainly not achievable through mere freezing techniques, indicating that this implies you have discovered a method for growing vegetables." He Jianian's eyes sparkled, his hands forming a circle in front of him as he proclaimed, "I am aware that the method for cultivating vegetables must be highly confidential and cannot possibly have been developed by a small place like Grey Mouse D. Therefore, Mr. Chen Yang, the fundamental reason for my desire to ally with Grey Mouse D lies with you." Chen Yang grasped He Jianian's implication. After a moment of contemplation, he did not refute He Jianian's conjecture regarding the vegetables. Instead, he seized the opportunity to inquire, "Do you believe that the method for growing vegetables was imparted to Grey Mouse D by me?" "No, I suspect that those vegetables were directly supplied to Grey Mouse D by you. As for the cultivation method, it is far too precious for anyone or any faction to part with lightly." He Jianian shook his head, clasping his hands behind him, a broad smile gracing his face as he continued, "During our repeated transactions, aside from providing you with a substantial quantity of potions, I also conducted a discreet investigation into your operations here. Of course, this inquiry was carried out covertly, and I hope you will forgive any unintended offense. I discovered that your presence in Grey Mouse D has been quite brief, that it was precisely from the moment you arrived that Grey Mouse D ceased to suffer from food scarcity. Clearly, you are not one of Grey Mouse D's own, and behind you, there must be a formidable force supporting you, allowing you to remain unconcerned about resource issues. I am uncertain about your motives for nurturing such an inconspicuous settlement, but given the recent developments in Grey Mouse D, it is evident that your intentions are not whimsical. You genuinely aspire to cultivate Grey Mouse D into a respectable force. Consequently, We have a foundation for cooperation. After all, apart from the astonishingly ample food supply, you have not offered Grey Mouse D anything else, not even personnel support. This leads me to a bold supposition. Perhaps you are not unwilling to provide, but rather unable to do so. The only resource you can furnish is boundless food. Jianyan's deductions caused Chen Yang to feel a twinge of anxiety. The traits he exhibited in the wasteland indeed bore numerous vulnerabilities. However, since Grey Mouse D belonged to the lowest echelons of this world, its inhabitants, as long as they could survive and satiate their hunger, were indifferent to everything else. Thus, relying on Grey Mouse D to gradually navigate through this period of cautious development seemed feasible. Yet now, it appeared that he had caught the attention of some observant individuals. Contemplating this, a sudden impulse to eliminate potential threats surged within Chen Yang. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill will towards you or Grey Mouse D. I have stated my desire to forge an alliance with you in my personal capacity. When submitting those vegetables to the Medical Association, I provided sufficient cover for you. While the allure of the vegetables is undeniable, at least for the time being, it should not draw undue attention to your modest settlement. Provided that no further vegetables are allowed to circulate. Jianyan seemed to sense Chen Yang's thoughts, waving his hand dismissively before continuing with a smile. You see, you wish to develop Grey Mouse D, but you possess only food. All other necessities must be exchanged for food. Meanwhile, I require a substantial supply of food to support my research in acquiring the materials I need. You would sponsor my research by providing ample food resources, and in return, I would serve as Grey Mouse D's dedicated physician, crafting various necessary potions for the settlement. Would this not constitute a mutually beneficial collaboration? After all, once Grey Mouse D truly flourishes, the demand for potions will only escalate. Otherwise, the Medical Association would not be among the three most powerful factions in this wasteland. Listening to Jianyan's proposal, Chen Yang felt a stirring in his heart. Grey Mouse D indeed required a genuine physician, and if the only cost was food, then such a partnership would undoubtedly be advantageous for him. Yet the question remained. How can I trust in your sincerity regarding this collaboration? Chen Yang asked in a low voice. Chapter 62. I have food. Do you have medicine? It is indeed quite challenging for me to provide sufficient evidence that it has been a decade since the cataclysm transpired, and the trust between individuals has grown increasingly fragile. The sole persuasion I can offer you is the alignment of our mutual interests that I require a substantial supply of food to sustain my research endeavors, while you need me to produce an adequate amount of potions to ensure the development of the Grey Rat D, alongside sufficient combat capabilities to protect this progress. Our collaboration is mutually beneficial, establishing a solid foundation for cooperation. Jianyan spread his hands and continued. Trust must be built gradually that we are presently unfamiliar with one another, yet there exists a necessity and basis for collaboration. So, why not embark on this venture together, discovering and resolving issues along the way? I have approached you today with genuine intentions. With my involvement, the advancement of Grey Rat D will undoubtedly proceed more smoothly. What do you think? Chen Yang fell into contemplation. After a considerable pause, met by Jianyan's expectant gaze, he smiled and extended his right hand, stating, "Then I warmly welcome Dr. He to join us. As for the food, please convey your requirements to Li Lu, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate them. However, I must clarify in advance that since this is an equitable partnership, the provision of food will necessitate a corresponding return from you. Considering the nature of our collaboration, this return need not be of equal value in potions, but it must pertain to your research. I wish to share in your findings. Furthermore, should I have specific potion requirements, you would need to conduct targeted research accordingly. Are you amenable to this arrangement?" Jianyan raised an eyebrow, firmly clasping Chen Yang's right hand with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Of course, that is entirely reasonable. Thus, shall we enjoy a pleasant collaboration? Indeed, a delightful collaboration. That is splendid. Given our alliance, I hope that during the renovation of the Grey Rat D base, a dedicated research room can be allocated for me. I wish to retain my affiliation with the Medical Association, as this identity grants considerable advantages. Nevertheless, I shall dedicate half of my time each month to the Grey Rat D research facility for my specialized studies." With the cooperative intentions established, Jianyan promptly articulated his requests. That is entirely feasible. However, Dr. He, may I inquire what it is you wish to research? Why does the Medical Association not support your project? Chen Yang released He Jinyan's hand, his curiosity piqued. There is no need for concealment. In truth, my research aligns with the overarching objectives of the Medical Association that we all aspire to uncover the secrets of immortality. However, our approaches diverge. He Jinyan gestured towards the outside of the shed, adding, following the onset of the cataclysm, information became scarce. Many matters, although not secretive, are known to only a select few. For instance, the emergence of zombies is actually unrelated to the cataclysm. The cataclysm obliterated the world, giving rise to numerous aberrations. Yet zombies cannot simply emerge from radiation exposure. The existence of zombies is a byproduct of the Medical Association's research into immortality, resulting in failed experiments. There are many secrets, but once our mutual trust deepens and our alliance strengthens, I shall divulge. For now, you only need to understand that the Medical Association had already embarked on the pursuit of immortality prior to the cataclysm. The eruption of the cataclysm was not incidental. The appearance of zombies was merely a byproduct of the quest for immortality, as were certain aberrations. The Medical Association believed that by adjusting the cellular structure of the human body and recombining DNA, it might be possible to glimpse the secret of eternal life. Thus, when cellular research encountered complications leading to the emergence of zombies, the Medical Association endeavored to fuse human cells with those of other species, resulting in the birth of certain aberrations. As for the immensely popular enhancement and evolution potions currently on the market, they are merely byproducts of the immortality research. Although He Jinyan revealed only a fraction of information, the magnitude of what was disclosed was sufficient to leave Chen Yang astounded. Despite having heard fragmented whispers from Li Lu, her vague conjectures paled in comparison to the impact of He Jinyan's forthright revelations. Immortality. Such an alluring topic that stirs the heart's desire. Rest assured, Dr. He, any issues that can be resolved with food shall not pose a problem here, Chen Yang affirmed with a nod. Excellent. Well then, Mr. Chen Yang, I shan't impose further that I must return and organize my belongings, transferring the experimental equipment to Grey Rat D. From now on, we shall be comrades, and I ask for your continued support. We shall support one another, for as you rightly said, we are indeed comrades, and must work in unison, Chen Yang replied, escorting He Jinyan out of the shed. As he accompanied He Jinyan to the entrance of Grey Rat D, they exchanged a firm handshake to bid farewell. Suddenly, He Jinyan remarked, "You had thoughts of acting against me within the shed. Fortunately, you refrained. Had you succumbed to impulse, I would have been compelled to seek new partners. You sense that?" Chen Yang did not deny it, somewhat taken aback by He Jinyan's perceptiveness. Naturally, I am a B-level physician of the Medical Association, with a personal enhancement ranking of 9, that my ability to sense danger far surpasses yours, He Jinyan stated, seemingly unperturbed by Chen Yang's suddenly stiff expression. He smiled, shook Chen Yang's hand once more, and then turned to depart. Only after He Jinyan's figure faded from view did Chen Yang exhale deeply, muttering, "So this He Jinyan is a 9-tiered enhancer?" Beside him, Li Lu shook her head with a pained expression, saying, "I cannot say for certain, but when I first met him, he did indeed claim to be a 9-tiered enhancer." The reason he was assigned to that mid-sized settlement as a distributor was entirely due to that allocation. Chen Yang nodded thoughtfully, furrowing his brow. Allocation. So this Dr. He is not merely at odds with the mainstream direction of the Medical Association. He must have also made enemies within its ranks. Otherwise, why would he be treated so poorly? That remains unclear. Li Lu pouted. Very well, we shall observe closely. After all, if this is merely a straightforward collaboration, we stand to gain. Now, let's return to the shed. I have some academic inquiries I wish to discuss with you, Chen Yang said with a cheerful smile. Academic inquiries? What kind of academics? Li Lu asked, intrigued. Regarding the anatomical structures of the male and female bodies. Chapter 63. The Earth Tyrant life is truly arduous. That I once believed that those vegetables could facilitate connections, allowing me to return to the headquarters of the association to continue my research. Yet, This bunch of people are utterly disappointing. They collected the vegetables with great efficiency, but failed to fulfill their end of the bargain. Where am I to seek justice for this? Hygenian lamented, his expression one of despondency, continuing to mutter to himself. However, the association's direction in researching eternity is undoubtedly misguided. Engaging in cellular recombination and altering genetic sequences. What if, even if these endeavors succeed, humanity remains humanity? And I can't shake the feeling that the higher-ups in the association have become somewhat fanatical. The current association is a far cry from what it was 5 or 6 years ago. It has transformed into something entirely different. Now, the association's aggression is escalating, and that bodes ill. As he murmured these thoughts, he made his way back to his medium-sized settlement. Throughout the journey, Hygenian was so absorbed in his reflections that he failed to notice he had been encircled by 5 men. These men appeared gaunt and ragged, but 2 of them brandished antiquated automatic rifles, their eyes glinting with a dangerous intensity. "Friend, your attire seems rather respectable. Hand over everything you possess. Food would be preferable, that if you lack provisions, you might wish to pray for items that can be exchanged for sustenance. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to kill you and feast upon your remains." One of the gunmen sneered, baring his yellowed teeth and aiming his weapon at Hygenian with a sinister glare. Hygenian was momentarily taken aback as a member of the medical association. Despite his relegation to a remote area, his status remained elevated. Within that medium-sized settlement, no one dared to show him disrespect. He typically lived within the settlement, rarely needing to venture out, rendering the current scenario quite unfamiliar to him. Why the days? Can't comprehend human speech? Hurry up. Surrender every item on your person, including your clothing. If our haul satisfies us, we might show mercy and spare your life. Otherwise, prepare to become our dinner. The gunman, perceiving Hygenian's lack of response as an affront, became increasingly irate. "It's rather amusing, actually, judging by your movements. You aren't even enhanced individuals, are you? And yet, you dare to roam about armed and engage in robbery. The folks around Grey Rat Town must be woefully unaware of their own insignificance," Hygenian replied with a smile. "Bah! I'm a member of the Grey Rat Gang. Living on the turf of Grey Rat Town means you must heed our authority." The gunman spat as he spoke, aiming to humiliate Hygenian in an attempt to quash any resistance. However, as his phlegm flew through the air, he was shocked to find Hygenian had vanished. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, a searing pain pierced his neck, and in the blink of an eye, darkness engulfed him as he lost consciousness. With his 9th-tier enhanced physique, Hygenian had far surpassed the limits of a normal human, allowing him to annihilate the 5 assailants in mere seconds, the entire confrontation lasting less than a heartbeat. Grey Rat Gang. You fools, the cataclysm has not only ravaged the world, but has also muddled your minds, leaving you bereft of creativity even in your nomenclature. After so long as local tyrants, have you grown so foolish? Cherish these final moments. Who knows how much longer your Grey Rat Gang can endure? That MY ally has procured a vast quantity of enhancement serums, alongside ample food reserves. You Grey Rat folk may not enjoy your freedom for much longer. Hygenian mused aloud, shaking his head as he turned and swiftly made his way back to the settlement. Simultaneously, within the largest residence in Grey Rat Town, a bald, muscular man sat comfortably at a dining table, indulging in a relatively lavish meal. 2 unclad women flanked him, serving food, while another knelt beneath the table, attending to his needs as he dined. The scene was one of extravagant excess, yet a man standing a meter away from the table appeared unfazed, clearly accustomed to such opulence. "Boss, our subordinates in District D have completed a considerable number of transactions in town over these past days. The amount of food utilized for these trades has exceeded the standard accumulation capacity of District D, so I suspect they may have acquired additional food reserves. Consequently, we should consider raising the tax collection standards in District D," the man reported. "Oh, additional food reserves? Where did District D acquire them?" The bald man gestured for the women to pause their service, furrowing his brow in inquiry. "At present, we are uncertain. We have not dispatched anyone to investigate," the man replied. "Then go find out. Those under our Grey Rat Gang's protection must dutifully pay their protection fees. Everything within the territory of the Grey Rat Gang belongs to me. If District D has found extra food reserves, they must surrender them all. What right do they have to decide how to utilize those reserves? They belong to me. If they wish to barter with my possessions, they must be courting disaster. The bald man snorted disdainfully, then inquired, what have the people of District D traded for in the town? So far, it appears to be mostly construction materials, all of which can be utilized for building infrastructure. Houses, walls, roads, and such, the man replied hesitantly. The bald man turned to him with a look of confusion, exclaiming, construction materials? Have the folks in District D lost their minds? No amount of food warrants such waste. I, too, cannot fathom the reasoning of those in District D. Nevertheless, construction materials are exceedingly cheap. A pound of raw meat could easily be exchanged for a substantial quantity. Though what they have acquired could likely suffice to build a fortress, the man responded, unsure. Who are they preparing for? My gray rat gang. Their intentions are treacherous. Make arrangements. Tomorrow, we shall go to District D and retrieve all their food. If anyone dares to... I am the boss. After indulging in a moment of intimacy with Li Lu in the shed, Chen Yang found himself unable to endure the oppressive dampness and darkness of the space, ultimately refraining from fully succumbing to temptation. Frustrated, he led Li Lu out of the shed and urged those tasked with constructing his house to expedite their efforts. With a new product provided by Wei Tongfeng in hand, he returned to his own world. Noticing the day was still young and having nothing to occupy his time at home, Chen Yang tidied himself up and ventured out, hailing a taxi and providing the address of his company. Though he yearned to be a leisurely boss, the company was ultimately his own, and during idle moments, it was prudent to make an appearance. After all, delegating all responsibilities to Zhou Dandan might provoke her to revolt, perhaps uttering something like, "Do noble lords and ministers not possess merit?" which would undoubtedly lead to chaos. On his way to the company, he observed that the number of pedestrians engaged in the game, the unseen world, had noticeably increased compared to the previous day. Nearly 1 in 10 individuals was activating the game. Naturally, a significant portion of these online players were not actively engaging in gameplay. They merely found the presence of a virtual image with a naked-eye 3D effect floating beside them to be a rather cool phenomenon. Nevertheless, even if these players did not partake in any financial transactions within the game, their actions still served as free advertising. The player base for the game would inevitably expand exponentially with the influx of such casual participants. Moreover, it was likely that the majority of these players would eventually spend money. Even if their expenditure was modest, they would be inclined to invest some funds to enhance the appearance of the ethereal beasts floating nearby, making them appear more majestic or... After all, acquiring an SSR ethereal beast for just $6 as a first-time purchase is quite an enticing offer, is it not? If a strong sense of competition could be fostered among these players, then those with significant financial means would undoubtedly exhibit a fervent eagerness to recharge their accounts for an ethereal beast that visually stood out. The game, The Unseen World, was remarkably conducive to fostering such competition among players. As long as the game continued running in the background, the ethereal beasts would perpetually float beside them without any need for deliberate action. Once the player base reached a sufficient size, encounters between players on the streets would instinctively lead them to observe the ethereal beasts floating beside one another, allowing them to gauge how much the other had spent in the game. Those who had spent more would naturally derive a sense of superiority from this tacit exchange of glances. Once the female player demographic grew substantially, the sight of ladies accompanied by ethereal beasts would undoubtedly entice various wealthy individuals to join the game. At that point, impressing a lady would no longer require a Maserati or a Lamborghini. Showcasing one's Zhuke, Baihu, or Qinglong would suffice. The ladies would undoubtedly follow suit with great enthusiasm. It was a flawless scheme. Was this not the establishment of an entirely new value system? As Chen Yang's mind wandered with these thoughts, the taxi came to a halt outside his company's office building. After settling the fare and stepping out, he noticed that even within the building, people had begun to engage with the unseen world. The speed at which the game was spreading was indeed gratifying. Chen Yang graciously nodded at a young lady with an ethereal beast floating beside her, his gaze filled with an affectionate benevolence akin to that of a benevolent patron. The young lady, however, responded with a friendly yet bemused expression, muttering a mild expletive before rolling her eyes and turning away. Chen Yang's expression faltered. and he reluctantly withdrew his gaze, silently vowing to adjust her account to the lowest luck value upon his return to the company, ensuring she would never draw an SSR ethereal beast. Let her taste the might of system retribution. After all, he had caught a glimpse of her account name on her phone screen. That is, fate had been sealed. Justice may be delayed, but it is never absent. With a burning sense of youthful rebellion, Chen Yang arrived at the entrance of his company, only to discover that Zhou Dandan had appointed a receptionist at the front desk. A rather attractive young lady, presumably a recent hire, was busily attending to something as Chen Yang entered the building. Upon his arrival, she immediately rose with a bright smile and inquired, "Good day, sir. Whom may I assist you in finding? Whom am I looking for? I come to my own company. How would I know whom to seek?" Chen Yang thought, rolling his eyes internally. "I'm looking for Zhou Dandan. Is she in the office?" Chen Yang, feeling somewhat flustered, candidly mentioned Zhou Dandan's name. "Oh, you are looking for Manager Zhou? Do you have an appointment?" The young lady continued with a smile. "No, I do not have an appointment," Chen Yang admitted, somewhat taken aback. "I apologize, sir, but without an appointment, Manager Zhou may not have time to meet with you. Would you like to call her secretary to make an appointment? Manager Zhou has been exceptionally busy lately and cannot accommodate unscheduled visits," she replied with a sincere expression of regret. "Is that so? Well, I won't trouble Dandan, then. I'll just take a look around," Chen Yang said helplessly. "I'm sorry, sir. This is a private company, and outsiders are not permitted to wander freely," the receptionist reiterated, blocking his way once more. Chen Yang felt exasperated. How could he not enter his own company? It seemed he would need to visit more frequently. Otherwise, his employees wouldn't even recognize him, which was quite embarrassing. "Ahem, I am not an outsider. This company is mine, that I am the boss here. Didn't Dandan inform you?" Chen Yang insisted, revealing his identity. However, the young lady scrutinized him for a moment before donning an awkward yet polite smile, patiently stating, "Sir, such jokes are not amusing. Please refrain from disrupting my work, that if you continue to insist, I will have no choice but to call the authorities." In utter disbelief, Chen Yang thought, "What on earth? Who is joking here? I am serious. Just look into my sincere eyes." Feeling a mix of indignation and frustration, he realized he had no way to prove his identity, but he took out his phone, preparing to call Zhou Dandan for assistance. However, before he could locate her number, a female employee emerged from within the office. That IT was none other than Gui Xiao, who had previously transformed into Chen Yang's devoted fan. "Manager Chen, why are you standing outside the company?" Gui Xiao asked, bewildered. Upon being recognized, Chen Yang felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He quickly grasped Gui Xiao's arm and pointed at the receptionist with a pained expression, saying, "I've been blocked from entering. Quickly, please confirm to her that this company truly belongs to me. I'm not joking." Chapter 65. I'm so broke that I have to take the bus. Gui Xiao naturally verified Chen Yang's identity, but this only left the receptionist feeling an overwhelming urge to cry. As she watched Chen Yang enter the company while Gui Xiao headed towards the public restroom in the corridor outside, the receptionist was instantly filled with anxiety that on her first day at work, she had inadvertently barred the company's boss from entry. What an outrageous predicament. However, the truth was, she genuinely did not recognize this esteemed individual as the company's owner. Setting aside the fact that he had never interviewed her, the young man's age appeared far too youthful. He seemed little more than a recent graduate. Where was the demeanor befitting a boss? Moreover, the games produced by this company, which she had downloaded, were nothing short of astonishing. The technical prowess required to create such games was evidently of a world-class caliber. Although the technical team was not stationed here, their capabilities spoke volumes about the company's strength. Yet, the owner of such a company turned out to be a young man who looked freshly graduated? Who would believe such a tale? Just as the receptionist was lost in her thoughts, Gui Xiao returned from the restroom. The receptionist immediately approached her, grasping her arm with palpable nervousness, and inquired, Xiao, what is our boss like? I just prevented him from entering. Will he be angry enough to dismiss me? Don't worry, Sister Xiaomi. President Chen is a very kind person. You were just doing your job by stopping him. He won't hold it against you, Gui Xiao replied with a cheerful smile. Really? He won't blame me? Please don't deceive me. This job is incredibly important to me. With my diploma from a vocational college, finding work in the capital is exceedingly difficult. Even if I managed to secure a position as a receptionist elsewhere, the salary would pale in comparison to what we earn at Chen Yang Technology, that I have two younger brothers in school, and their tuition depends on my income. If I were to be dismissed, I wouldn't even know where to cry, the receptionist expressed anxiously. I assure you, he truly wouldn't blame you. Although I haven't interacted much with President Chen, Sister Dan often speaks highly of him. She has explicitly stated that he is exceptionally gentle and considerate. How could he possibly reprimand you over such a trivial matter? Guo Xiao reassured her, patting the receptionist's shoulder. Just relax. Everything will be fine. Speaking of which, both Sister Dan and President Chen are so young. Their relationship must be quite special, right? With Guo Xiao's repeated assurances, the receptionist finally began to calm down, only to shift her focus to gossip. I actually know a bit about that, but you mustn't spread it around. Sister Dan and President Chen, they are roommates. Guo Xiao lowered her voice and leaned into whisper. Gossip is a woman's nature, an irresistible source of amusement for any woman. Meanwhile, Chen Yang had already handed over the latest 2 products from the Wasteland series to the operations team. The responsibilities of this operations role were quite straightforward, primarily involving the maintenance of the company's official website and providing basic support with minimal technical demands. Of course, due to the limited scope of work, the operations staff also had to handle some aspects of game management. After delivering the 2 new products, Chen Yang merely requested that they be listed in the company's product library, along with the provision for free downloads. He imposed no pricing structure on these 2 products whatsoever. Even the internal advertisements that are typically bundled with free software were absent in Chen Yang's case. After all, these were merely small tools created by Comrade Wei during idle moments and fell well within the realm of auxiliary software. Charging for them would be something Chen Yang himself would scorn. Furthermore, with the immense success of the unknown world, a continuous influx of substantial funds would soon flow into the company's account, rendering the revenue from these 2 minor products entirely inconsequential. Also, you have GM privileges, right? I'll give you an account name. Please search for it. The location is right here in our office building. Once you find it, adjust her account's draw rate to the lowest. But let us not be too harsh. Set a special index so that if she doesn't draw an SSR card, she can still accumulate draws up to 1,000 times, after which she is guaranteed to receive a UR card. Chen Yang continued speaking to the operations staff after seeing the 2 products listed in the official product library. The operations staff paused, bewildered, before turning to Chen Yang and saying, Boss, the current game settings ensure that a 10 draw will definitely yield a 5-star Spirit Beast, with R-grade 5-star Spirit Beast synthesized from 4-star ones. Therefore, a 10 draw must yield an SR, and drawing 100 times guarantees an SSR, while URs can only be obtained through events. Your adjustment seems less like a punishment and more like a reward for this account. After all, they are our players. We can't truly punish them. That if this player is willing to persist through 1,000 draws without receiving an SSR, they deserve recognition as a loyal player. Rewarding such loyalty with a UR Spirit Beast is not excessive. This exception 1T disrupt game balance. Go ahead and implement it, Chen Yang instructed. The notion of punishing that players stemmed from youthful exuberance, but employing such a method merely for amusement was acceptable, as long as it didn't inflict genuine harm. After all, as the game operator, one must uphold a certain integrity. There aren't many conscientious game operators like me left that I'm seriously losing out. I might as well take the bus. Chen Yang mused, shaking his head as he entered Zhou Dandan's office. 2 employees who had just finished reporting to Zhou Dandan stood up respectfully as Chen Yang entered, then happily exited the office that it seemed they had good news. You've arrived just in time. I was about to call you to report on the next day's performance. Zhou Dandan exclaimed with excitement, her face brimming with enthusiasm. You won't believe the figures for our next day retention. Typically, a 40 retention rate is considered good, but ours is an astonishing 99.35. This means that nearly all of our players, once drawn into the game, have chosen to stay. Chen Yang, this is a miracle the gaming industry has never witnessed before, and this miracle was born from your efforts. Chapter 66, Revenue of 50 million income. Please calm down. At that moment, Zhou Dandan's face was flushed. Her entire body trembled slightly, and her emotions were so heightened that if she were to lose control right then and there, Chen Yang would not have been surprised. I can't calm down. I simply cannot. This is utterly terrifying. A retention rate of 99.35% for the next day. Even during the golden age of online gaming, when players had virtually no choices, not a single game achieved such a feat, and yet our game has done it. Zhou Dandan stepped out from behind her desk, grasped Chen Yang's arm, and continued with fervor. Based on this ratio for normal data modeling, do you know what our 7-day retention could reach? If nothing goes awry, our 7-day retention could surpass 70%. Chen Yang, this is a godlike figure, especially in the current gaming environment, with thousands of games operating simultaneously. The plethora of choices for players is overwhelming, resulting in their patience being nowhere near what it was 2 decades ago. Today's players are quick to abandon a game at the slightest dissatisfaction. Moreover, having experienced an overwhelming number of games with a myriad of gameplay styles, players find it increasingly difficult to maintain sufficient enthusiasm and freshness for any single game. Captivating players to play for an extended period has become progressively challenging. Against this backdrop, you've achieved such a remarkable accomplishment. Chen Yang, it is no exaggeration to say that you have ascended to greatness. Chen Yang felt a bit dizzy from Zhou Dandan's exuberance and gently patted her back in a gesture of comfort. He then spoke, "It's not that exaggerated. The current high retention rate is simply due to the limited number of players. Once the player base expands and more curious players flood into our game, the retention rate will inevitably decline." Zhou Dandan took a deep breath, managed to compose herself a bit, and smiled as she said, "The data model our team created is based on an expanded player scale. While there may be some deviations, it will definitely be close to that 70% 7-day retention. All right. Even if the results are indeed remarkable, there's no need to be this excited. Truly, let's remain calm. We will continue to create various miracles in the future. This game is merely the first step in our conquest of the world." Chen Yang felt compelled to temper Zhou Dandan's enthusiasm. It was just an AR game, a mere demonstration of more mature technology, yet it had rendered Zhou Dandan unable to contain herself. What would happen when the time was ripe and comrades like Old Wei developed a true holographic game? Zhou Dandan might very well suffer a heart attack, just like in Ready Player One, where one dons a gaming headset and immerses themselves in a world that is nearly real. Such technology, once unleashed, could sweep the globe. Even those utterly indifferent to gaming would find it irresistible. When that time comes, every game developer worldwide would surely experience what true despair feels like. You can say whatever you like now. Who are you but the one who has created a miracle? Zhou Dandan shot Chen Yang a sidelong glance. Chen Yang couldn't shake the feeling that there was a hint of allure in that gaze. Zhou Dandan continued her report. Our game's download count has exceeded 5 million, with over 4 million genuine players registering and entering the game on independent devices, while the payment rate continues to rise, increasing from 40% to over 50%. However, within this 50% of paying users, nearly 1/3 only made a 6 yuan initial charge without any further spending. Even so, the average payment amount for paying users has reached 25 yuan, meaning our daily revenue yesterday amounted to a staggering 50 million. Previously unimpressed by Zhou Dandan's excitement, Chen Yang was instantly more animated upon hearing the revenue figure. 50 million? Is that for real? In just one day? Chen Yang's eyes widened as he reached out to grasp Zhou Dandan's arm, unable to suppress a low exclamation. "Boss, stay calm. It's just 50 million. We will continue to create all sorts of miracles. This is merely our first step in conquering the world," Zhou Dandan teased, a smirk gracing her face as she observed Chen Yang's sudden exuberance. Ahem, I just didn't expect it to be so much. 50 million in a single day. Have these people gone mad? Chen Yang awkwardly cleared his throat, attempting to justify himself. This is merely the next day's data. Considering the growth of our game, the revenue will likely see significant upward potential. According to public data, our country's gaming market is approximately 200 billion each month. This translates to an average daily consumption of around 7 billion within games. As Chen Yang's emotions were stirred, Zhou Dandan became more composed. She continued, "And our revenue, due to the limited number of players reached, only serves to enhance the overall market for now, without diminishing the income of other games. However, As our player base steadily increases, the income of other games will undoubtedly be influenced by ours. Currently, our game's only weakness lies in its model. We are unable to stimulate consumption through opening new servers. Many players may cease to engage in any spending behavior after their initial charge. Even if we launch various activities to encourage spending, it is nearly impossible to sway those staunch consumers. Therefore, it is foreseeable that once our player base reaches saturation, the game's revenue will decline to a normal level, stabilizing into a relatively steady state. As Zhou Dandan spoke, she turned her laptop around on her desk, positioning the screen towards Chen Yang. She continued, "Another issue is that our current 4 million players are predominantly concentrated in the 4 major first-tier cities in other words, the increase in our player base is largely driven by word of mouth and the influence of players acting as living advertisements. This significantly limits the potential energy our game can release. Therefore, I hope to officially commence comprehensive promotion for the game." Chapter 67. Our goal is the stars and the sea. Chen Yang glanced at the graphs displayed in Zhou Dandan's notebook, which comprehensively illustrated a series of critical data pertaining to the game. As Zhou Dandan had mentioned, the current performance metrics of the game were nothing short of astonishing, even bordering on the terrifying. However, the geographical distribution of players appeared excessively skewed. This was a typical phenomenon resulting from a lack of funding for promotion in the early stages. Players in first-tier cities possess greater purchasing power, which was a significant reason behind the remarkable daily revenue of 50 million from a mere 4 million authentic players. Have all the personnel responsible for promotion in our company been hired? After pondering for a moment, Chen Yang inquired. Only a few have started, while several others are still in the process of completing their resignation from previous companies. However, our work must not stagnate due to insufficient manpower, as that would incur substantial losses for the company. Zhou Dandan replied earnestly, continuing, "Since we are operating on a vast world map, the concept of this necessitates that players enter the game at roughly the same time. Otherwise, regardless of how diminished the first-mover advantage may become, it will inevitably exist and be unfriendly to those who join later." Although the game includes various interactive tasks, such as the Master Apprentice system and secret realms that can only be activated by the presence of lower-level players, which allows newcomers to feel sufficiently valued, we must not overlook the impact of that initial advantage. Therefore, a comprehensive promotion strategy must commence now. This was implicit, so Chen Yang refrained from further questioning. Nodding in agreement, he stated, "We must expedite the recruitment of personnel. The tasks at hand are increasing. If you attempt to oversee everything individually, even your utmost efforts will prove insufficient. Additionally, we need to establish a timeline for revenue settlement, insisting that our partners adhere to daily settlements. Given that our daily revenue is already in the tens of millions, demanding daily settlements is by no means excessive. If such a significant sum is delayed to a monthly settlement, the accrued interest each day would amount to a staggering figure, and we cannot allow our partners to profit from this. Should any partner disagree, we shall simply forego that channel. With the momentum of our game's development, no partner would be foolish enough to disregard this." Zhou Dandan promptly noted Chen Yang's requirements, preparing to arrange for their execution. Moreover, while we are capable of generating revenue, we must also learn to spend wisely. The game serves as a means for us to accumulate wealth, but it is not the essence of Chen Yang Technology's existence. Our goal is to become a great enterprise, one that has the power to influence all of humanity. Therefore, the profits we earn through the game ought to be spent in ways that benefit humanity. Chen Yang spread his arms wide and continued, "However, how can we aspire to sweep the world if we do not first tidy our own abode? Thus, we must begin by improving employee benefits. With the game's success, let's issue a bonus to our employees, tentatively equivalent to an additional month's salary, that we should also consider enhancing our office environment. Recruitment must accelerate, which means our current office space may soon prove inadequate. Although we do not need to hire technical or development staff, the demand for various support and logistics personnel will inevitably increase as our product offerings expand. Hence, it would be prudent to start contemplating the construction of an office building exclusively for Chen Yang Technology. Both the acquisition of land and the overall design of the office complex will not be completed overnight. Given the revenue potential demonstrated by the unseen world, it is likely that with increased promotional efforts, This game could generate hundreds of billions in income within a year. This capital should suffice for establishing a unique office campus for us. Listening to Chen Yang's vision for the office campus, Zhou Dandan's expression morphed into one of astonishment as she remarked, "Is there truly a necessity for that at this moment? We currently have only a few dozen employees, and Chen Yang Technology has but one wholly owned subsidiary, which is Chen Yang Games. That is it not rather extravagant to consider building our own office building at this juncture?" Chen Yang waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Not at all extravagant. We must think ahead. Considering the anticipated pace of our company's growth, it is entirely reasonable to prioritize this matter now. Acquiring land, engaging designers for the campus layout, conducting bids for the necessary projects, and the overall construction timeline. All of this will likely take 2 to 3 years. And in 2 to 3 years, what scale will our company have reached? Keep in mind that the unseen world is merely the product with the lowest technological content among our upcoming flagship offerings. Therefore, do not compare our company's growth trajectory to that of ordinary firms, as such comparisons would lead to grave misjudgments." Zhou Dandan paused, contemplating deeply before exclaiming, "That makes sense, but even if the unseen world can provide substantial cash flow, would it not be somewhat risky to funnel all that cash flow into the construction of an office building?" Chen Yang shook his head with a smile and asked, "Where do you believe similar companies invest their substantial expenditures?" It should be in research and development, right?" Zhou Dandan replied with uncertainty. "Precisely, it is indeed in research and development. For companies that manufacture and sell hardware, their R&D costs typically account for around 10% of revenue, which is already quite excessive. However, for software companies like ours, R&D costs can often exceed 50%. Even in software firms where R&D costs are comparatively lower, those expenses are often absorbed in promotion and marketing." Chen Yang nodded and elaborated, "The reality for our company is that we do not bear the R&D costs. I will handle that myself. The cost for promotion and marketing, anchored in the superior quality of our products, can similarly be minimized. Consequently, the only expenses we truly need to cover are operational and maintenance costs. In contrast to the maintenance costs associated with hardware sales, those for software are nearly negligible. This implies that as long as our products are generating revenue, the financial health of our company will remain robust, since fixed costs are trivial compared to our income. Thus, the risk you are concerned about is unfounded." Zhou Dandan stared blankly for a moment, then finally replied, "All right then, after all, you are the boss. You have the final say." Chapter 68. I am in distress at the same time. Several kilometers away from the office building of Morning Sun Technology, in the cafeteria of a software company, Wu Guangji was having lunch while staring despondently at his phone screen. On the other end was his mother, who was nagging him about blind dates. "Guangji, I'm talking to you. Are you even listening? The young lady just graduated this year. She wants to make her way in Beijing. Doesn't that make her a perfect match for you?" Wang Jie made it very clear to me. The girl comes from a decent family and is quite attractive. She thinks it's too difficult to stay in Beijing alone, so she's planning to find a partner to navigate the city together. What could you possibly be dissatisfied with?" Wu Guangji's mother reprimanded from the other side of the screen. "Mom, I'm eating. Besides, I just graduated and I'm only 22. What is the rush for blind dates?" Wu Guangji replied with a grimace. "What is wrong with being 22? There are people in our village getting married at 17 or 18. They just wait until 22 to get their marriage certificates. Let me tell you, those of you who run off to the city tend to delay marriage indefinitely. I've seen it too many times. Didn't the eldest son of the Yang family from the neighboring village end up like that? He is nearly 35 now and still can't find a suitable partner. Yang Air is so worried he feels like drinking pesticide." Wu Guangji's mother continued her tirade, that in just a few sentences, she managed to ramble on about a plethora of unrelated topics, leaving Wu Guangji with a throbbing headache. Realizing that if this continued, he would never be able to enjoy his lunch, he could only nod and say, all right, I understand that I'll go on this blind date, okay? That's more like it. IVE sent the photos and contact information to your phone, be proactive. The girl's picture looks quite stunning, and she is probably shy, so don't mess it up, his mother said before giving him a few more instructions and finally hanging up the video call with satisfaction. Finding his meal tasteless, Wu Guangji hastily finished his lunch. After opening the message from his mother, he was immediately struck by the girl's beauty in the photo. She is this gorgeous? Wu Guangxi was momentarily stunned, swallowed hard, and suddenly thought that perhaps blind dates had their advantages after all. Not that he had any particular interest, but he simply couldn't let his mother down. After sending a friend request using the girl's contact information, and noticing that he still had ample time during the lunch break, Wu Guangxi eagerly opened the icon for the game The Unknown World on his phone. Ever since downloading this game, he had become utterly engrossed in it over the past couple of days. Even setting aside the game's astonishing technical prowess, the gameplay and storyline were commendable as well. In Wu Guangxi's view, the combination of these excellent elements, paired with what could only be described as groundbreaking technology, rendered it an unbeatable experience that in today's world. Not only among mobile games, but even when considering PC games, there was no other game that could compare to The Unknown World. As the game interface opened, revealing a scene from the cafeteria, Wu Guangxi was about to draw some cards to upgrade his spirit beasts when he noticed an email from the official game developers in his inbox. Pausing for a moment, he curiously opened the email. The content was quite simple, akin to an advertisement. The operating and development company of The Unknown World, Morning Sun Games, announced a new product launch, completely free for all players to try. Glancing at it casually, Wu Guangxi didn't pay it much mind. After closing the email, he immersed himself back into the thrill of the game that he swiftly pulled off a 6-4-8 draw, and within just a few minutes, he had cleaned out the draw, acquiring a plethora of SR and SSR cards. Satisfied, he upgraded all 5 of his spirit beasts to 6 stars. Once he felt it was time to return, he settled back at his workstation, only to find a notification on his computer's chat software indicating that the girl from the blind date had accepted his friend request. Wu Guangxi immediately perked up. While sending a greeting message to her, he opened the official website of Morning Sun Technology that he recalled the official advertisement from the game and was naturally curious to see what sort of groundbreaking new product a company capable of developing such a game might have. Computer protection software, capable of eliminating all computer viruses and safeguarding against any network attacks. A robust firewall that can patch all vulnerabilities? Isn't this just a computer guardian? However, given the technical capabilities demonstrated by this company in The Unknown World, they might actually deliver on these promises. Since it's completely free, I might as well give it a try, Wu Guangxi muttered to himself, downloading the Morning Sun Computer Guardian while simultaneously engaging in casual conversation with the girl on the chat software. He also glanced at another newly launched product on the website. Real camera, foolproof operation, one-click restoration, returning you to a world without deception, whether photos or videos, as long as they've been modified. This software will perfectly restore them. Erasing all traces of alteration. Wow, this is quite bold, isn't it? Doesn't Morning Sun Technology fear becoming the enemy of women? This is a direct declaration of war against the 3 major evils. Wu Guangxi's face displayed shock, yet his hands remained busy with the download. The software itself was quite small, and given the high-speed internet at his workplace, it took merely a few seconds to complete the download. Moreover, it was a portable version that required no installation and could be used immediately. By a strange twist of fate, as Wu Guangxi opened the software, he first loaded the photo of the girl from the blind date into it that he then watched as the software began to analyze the image. In the next moment, all the various traces of modification attached to the photo were identified and systematically removed. When the unaltered original photo appeared on his computer screen, Wu Guangxi was utterly aghast. This is a person? If the retouched photo could easily pass as a goddess scoring at least 7 points, the restored version barely scraped 3. This was not just a matter of beauty filters. This was akin to a complete face swap. Staring blankly at the computer screen for a long while, he noticed the chat software incessantly notifying him of new messages from his blind date. Wu Guangxi swallowed hard, feeling a surge of indignation. Where had the basic trust between people gone? He took out his phone and dialed Chen Yang's number. As the call connected, Wu Guangxi, filled with sorrow, said, "Yangzi, come drink with me tonight. I am having a really tough time." Chapter 69. Plans change faster than anticipated. Chen Yang, bewildered, ended the call with Wu Guangxi that he found it utterly incomprehensible to grasp the profound sorrow Wu had expressed over the phone. Wu did not elaborate much. He merely invited Chen to join him for drinks in the evening, suggesting they could converse over dinner. Chen, of course, had no objections that he had already intended to meet his college roommate this weekend, and Wu's call simply advanced their plans for a gathering. However, what took Chen by surprise was that shortly after hanging up with Wu, he received a call from Chu Xian. Her intentions were nearly identical to Wu's, inquiring whether Chen was available that evening for a meal together. Upon learning that Chen had prior commitments with a classmate, Chu Xian showed no concern, encouraging him to bring his friend along while she would select the dining venue to at this point. Chen felt he could not refuse, especially since he aimed to cultivate a good relationship with Chu Xian. Given this, it was imperative that he accepted her invitation. Plans changed faster than anticipated, Chen murmured to himself after ending the call with Chu Xian. Both Wu Guangji and Chu Xian had been individuals he had planned to meet over the weekend, yet serendipitously, they had converged today. It was evident that he was not one to excel at planning. "What do you mean by plans change faster?" inquired Zhou Dandan, curiosity evident in her voice. "Oh, it's nothing. I have plans tonight, so I want to be home for dinner. You'll have to figure something out, or you can have dinner at the office before heading home," Chen replied casually. "All right, but don't come back too late, that I have a habit of locking the main door before going to sleep, and if you can't get in, don't blame me," Zhou Dandan warned. "Rest assured, it's merely a gathering of friends. It won't take long. Have our people already had lunch? Gather them all. I'll hold a brief meeting to announce the bonuses. After all, as the boss, my presence is infrequent, and I must use this opportunity to win their favor," Chen said with a smile. "Truthfully, the salary standards I've set are already among the highest in the industry. Given their experience and capabilities, this remuneration should suffice to satisfy them greatly," Zhou Dandan remarked. "I understand, but our goal is to become a remarkable enterprise." What defines a remarkable enterprise? It is one where employees take pride in being part of it. The most direct and effective way to enhance this pride is to improve salary standards and benefits, Chen stated, raising a finger and continuing. "Since the company is not lacking in funds, we must ensure that our employees also enjoy the benefits. Skills can be developed, and experience can be accumulated. These are not issues that we want our employees to feel that being part of our company is the greatest fortune of their lives, inspiring them to dedicate their utmost enthusiasm to the company." "So, off you go, Pikachu." With that, Chen instinctively patted Zhou Dandan on her rear. This action was entirely subconscious, and after it occurred, both Chen and Zhou stood frozen in shock. That was unexpected, I can explain," Chen stammered, glancing at his palm and then back at Zhou Dandan, whose cheeks had flushed a deep red, feeling quite embarrassed. His actions were perhaps a result of the growing intimacy with Shuya and Li Lu, leading him to be less mindful of his behavior. "I'll go call everyone to listen to your address." "Oh, great boss." Zhou Dandan shot him a glare, but as she reached the office door, she hesitated, biting her lip and looking away from Chen. "Please refrain from such actions outside the office in the future." "I have to manage the staff, and if they see that, it could undermine my authority," she added before pushing the door open and seemingly fleeing the scene. Chen was momentarily taken aback, but after contemplating Zhou Dandan's words, he couldn't help but chuckle. Not to engage in such actions outside the office. That implied it was permissible within the office, didn't it? TSK, no. Chen, you must maintain some decorum. Shuya had previously warned you against. However, if Dandan consented, would it still count as bullying? Chen stroked his chin, finding his reasoning quite sound. Zhou Dandan was remarkably efficient. Within mere minutes, she summoned all the employees of Chen Yang Technology. Of course, this was facilitated by the fact that the company was still relatively small. Despite the establishment of Chen Yang Games, the employees had yet to transition their work relationships, as there was currently no necessity for such a shift. Stepping out of Zhou Dandan's office, Chen noticed the eager anticipation in the eyes of his employees that he surmised that Zhou must have leaked a hint about the meeting during her summons. "To be honest, the way you all look at me with such expectation gives me the illusion that I'm rather handsome," Chen remarked with a smile. "Boss, you are incredibly handsome." "In my eyes, you are the most handsome in the world," Guo Xiao chimed in enthusiastically. While flattery is not advisable, I do appreciate it. Now let us set aside the pleasantries. Our game is currently in a rapid expansion phase, and you are all quite busy, so I will keep my remarks brief. Chen seated himself at a nearby desk and continued. Firstly, the positive reception of our game since its launch is evident, and the achievements are a testament to our collective efforts. Therefore, I've decided to issue double salaries this month. Wow, long live the boss. You're so handsome, boss. I love you, boss. The employees of Chen Yang Technology erupted into a frenzy of excitement. Secondly, regarding employee benefits, with the company's continuous improvement in performance, there will certainly be corresponding changes that in addition to regular employee care, we will provisionally offer 2 paid vacation opportunities each year. I will discuss the specifics regarding destinations and standards with General Zhou to ensure everyone is satisfied, Chen said, gesturing for calm as the excitement swelled before continuing. Thirdly, since the inception of the company, General Zhou has been the busiest individual, shouldering the majority of the workload alongside me. Thus, I have decided to grant her a raise, though I won't disclose the specific amount here. In summary, this marks the first month of many of you joining the company. It is natural to harbor uncertainties, but I want to assure you all, as long as you dedicate yourselves to the company, we will never shortchange you. What other companies offer, you shall have. What they do not offer, you shall also enjoy. As his words concluded, the office erupted into thunderous cheers. Chapter 70. The path is long and fraught with challenges. In truth, the continuous enhancement of employee benefits is not merely a whimsical notion for Chen Yang. Although he lacks formal training in any discipline related to business management, he harbors his own ideas and plans that, of course, the foundation of these ideas and plans lies in his ample financial resources to experiment with. The wasteland world offers technological support that far surpasses that of the current realm, signifying that from the moment his company was established, it was already on solid ground. The primary concern he must address is not how the company should evolve or how to accrue greater profits, for in the face of absolute technological superiority, such matters are rendered trivial. The adage that science and technology are the primary productive forces rings undeniably true. Thus, the real dilemma for Chen Yang is how to firmly establish his footing and ensure that after demonstrating the pinnacle of technological advancement within his enterprise, he can proceed with unwavering steadiness and methodical progress. Commencing with the gaming industry to initiate the primordial accumulation of capital arises from this consideration. This sector boasts abundant cash flow while simultaneously steering clear of infringing upon the core interests of genuine power players. It serves as an ideal avenue for generating funds and ensuring the steady development of the enterprise that as the company grows in scale and influence, elevating Chen Yang's own status. The core focus of Morning Sun Technology will inevitably shift. Leveraging the technological advantages from the wasteland world to launch a dimensional strike against the current realm, thereby achieving national rejuvenation and true dominion, will no longer be a mere fantasy. However, such aspirations are too audacious to voice, and Chen Yang has refrained from mentioning them to anyone. Not only has he not spoken of them, but he would not even reveal the slightest hint of such thoughts. The path is long and fraught with challenges. Let us tread it steadily. The journey is bound to be laden with thorns and perils, yet possessing such extraordinary opportunities. Failing to seize them, to forge a remarkable legacy would be tantamount to living in vain. In the vastness of existence, one must leave behind some mark. Otherwise, the fleeting decades may vanish in a blink, rendering life as inconsequential as that of a mayfly when compared to the long passage of time. His desire to cultivate a good rapport with Chu Xian stems from this very consideration. Securing sufficient support at the official level is paramount for high-tech enterprises. The world is rife with rogues, especially the most formidable one who never engages in rational discourse. The dismemberment of France's industrial pride, Alstom, was a notorious act orchestrated by that very rogue to make a living in this world. One must inevitably dwell in the shadow of that great rogue. Without powerful backing from the authorities, should Morning Sun Technology truly thrive and attract the attention of that rogue, who might perceive it as a potential threat, the consequences are all too predictable. As for enhancing employee welfare and compensation, it serves as an internal strategy for cultivating a cult of personality. Although the technological support from the wasteland world is the core competitive edge of the company, one cannot merely subsist on intellect and ambition. No matter how brilliant the mind or robust the heart, A resilient body is necessary for protection, alongside limbs for external endeavors, thus continuously enhancing employee satisfaction and fostering a genuine sense of admiration for the company will, as the workforce expands, inevitably amplify Chen Yang's influence. Moreover, as Morning Sun technology is destined to delve into various cutting-edge fields, even with the backing of wasteland technology, it will still need to employ numerous skilled professionals from the current world to assimilate and digest the advanced technologies provided by the wasteland. The personnel hired will undoubtedly be top-tier experts in their respective fields, and the resulting subtle influence will far surpass that of labor-intensive enterprises. Therefore, from this moment forth, propagating the notion that Morning Sun technology offers the best benefits in the industry will have a significantly positive impact on future recruitment of genuine talent. This endeavor pales in comparison to the extraordinary wealth that the unknown world appears to amass at a speed surpassing that of a money-printing machine. The expenditure on enhancing employee benefits is but a trifling sum in the face of such financial prowess. After remaining at the company until dusk approached, Chen Yang forwarded the store address sent by Chu Xian to Wu Guangxi. Noticing that it was nearly time, he bid farewell to Zhou Dandan and discreetly slipped out of the company. Observing Chen Yang's swift departure, Xiaomi at the front desk instinctively withdrew her neck and stealthily returned to the office area, where she found Guo Xiaoxiao, who was renegotiating the app listing with HW. In a hushed tone, she inquired, Xiaoxiao, regarding the extra month's salary that President Chen mentioned earlier as a bonus benefit, do I qualify as well? Guo Xiaoxiao paused, turning to look at Xiaomi with a perplexed expression. Of course. Why would you not? But that I just started today. The first 3 months are still a probation period. Normally, such benefits are not extended to probationary employees, right? Xiaomi asked cautiously. Are you silly? Who isn't in their probation period? Since the establishment of our company, it has been less than a month that if there were no benefits for probation, why would President Chen announce it? Is he playing with us? Guo Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle, gently pinching Xiaomi's rosy cheek as she continued. Rest assured, everyone will receive it. Before you joined, the company completed a round of financing, and President Chen mentioned distributing some funds. You might even be entitled to that. Moreover, our company disburses salaries on the first of each month, directly paying for the previous month, unlike most companies that delay until the 10th or even the latter half of the month. President Chen would not skimp on such trivial amounts. I never said President Chen would skimp. I just feel like it's a dream. It's my first day, and I haven't done anything yet. This is too incredible. Xiaomi stammered. All right, I understand. Take your time. You'll get used to it. President Chen has stated that our goal is to become a great enterprise, Guo Xiaoxiao said with a bright smile. Until she returned to the front desk, Xiaomi felt somewhat dazed. Glancing at the company's name behind her, she inhaled deeply, a TOB employed by Morning Sun Technology. How fortunate she felt. Chapter 71. The same principles Hirushio this time. The venue chosen by Hirushio and Chu Xian was not the private courtyard of their previous encounter, but rather a public establishment known as Minge. Of course, public is a relative term. At least Chen Yang, upon alighting from the taxi, could discern from the geographical location and exterior decor of Minge that dining here would undoubtedly entail a per capita expense not falling below 4 digits. The exact cost remained a mystery, for in such establishments, the pricing of dishes often bears little relation to the dishes themselves. Upon arrival, Chen Yang did not proceed directly inside, but instead lingered at the entrance, awaiting the arrival of Wu Guangxi, as requested by the latter in his message. Upon discovering the opulence of the venue arranged by Chen Yang, coupled with the mention that another party would be treating this evening, Wu Guangxi felt a twinge of discomfort. Programmers, to varying degrees, tend to harbor a degree of social anxiety. Unless in the company of particularly close friends or family, they often shy away from unfamiliar interactions. Had Chen Yang not explicitly indicated that tonight's gathering would involve only this one unfamiliar host, Wu Guangxi might have outright declined to attend, opting instead to reschedule with Chen Yang. It wasn't long before Chen Yang spotted Wu Guangxi leisurely strolling across the street, clad in denim jeans and a checkered shirt. The proximity of the restaurant to the subway station meant that despite Wu Guangxi finishing work later, his journey by metro was considerably shorter than Chen Yang's. Yangzi, what kind of friend do you have? to treat us at a place like this. Just the three of us could easily consume a month's worth of my salary. As he approached Chen Yang, Wu Guangxi playfully jabbed a fist into his chest and glanced at the restaurant's entrance, whispering his inquiry. Just a friend I happened to meet. I helped her out a bit, so she probably wants to express her gratitude, Chen Yang replied evasively. Wu Guangxi, with his straightforward disposition, did not probe further into the matter. Instead, he excitedly pulled out his phone and tapped on an icon on the screen, proudly exclaiming, "Today I shall indulge. Come, Yangzi, you must see this amazing game. I guarantee you'll be left speechless." Before he could finish his sentence, the game had launched, and a whole squad of 5 ethereal beasts materialized around Wu Guangxi in a stunning visual effect. I discovered this game in a new release section. At first, I thought it was just another cash grab with a different skin, but once I opened it, I was utterly enthralled. It's hard to believe that our domestic gaming companies have advanced to such a level. Wu Guangxi enthusiastically pointed at the spectral beasts swirling around him, sharing his excitement with Chen Yang. Chen Yang couldn't help but be awestruck. He felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim his admiration. "Goodness. Flaunting my game right in front of me. You've got some skills, my friend. Ahem, let us head inside. My friend has arrived, that we shouldn't keep her waiting too long." Chen Yang coughed lightly, choosing not to engage with Wu Guangxi's enthusiasm, and instead wrapped an arm around his shoulder, guiding him into the restaurant. This left Wu Guangxi, who was eager to witness Chen Yang's astonished expression, feeling somewhat disappointed. Inside, the restaurant featured only private rooms that as they stepped in, a smiling server approached them. Before Chen Yang could speak, the server bowed slightly and said, "Please, gentlemen, follow me. Miss Chu's private room is on the 2nd floor." How could he recognize us? Wu Guangxi exclaimed in surprise, leaning in to whisper to Chen Yang as they ascended the stairs behind the server. Perhaps my friend showed him a photo. Such establishments maintain high service standards. It's just a matter of getting used to it, Chen Yang replied quietly. "Wow, Yangzi, from your tone, it seems you frequent this place often?" Wu Guangxi asked, his surprise evident. "Not at all. This is my first visit," Chen Yang answered honestly. Wu Guangxi fell into a contemplative silence. Upon reaching the 2nd floor and entering the private room reserved by Chu Xian, Chen Yang noticed that only she was present. The bodyguard he had seen during previous encounters was notably absent. Noticing Chen Yang's gaze, Chu Xian rose and approached, smiling as she explained, "He is waiting for me in the car outside. This restaurant is quite secure, so he doesn't need to be by my side at all times. This must be your friend." "Hello, I'm Chu Xian, also a friend of Chen Yang." "Oh, I'm Wu Guangxi. Very pleased to meet you." Seeing Chu Xian extend her hand with a radiant smile, Wu Guangxi became flustered. He awkwardly shook her hand, barely managing to grasp her fingers before quickly releasing them. His awkwardness elicited a soft laugh from Chu Xian, who turned to Chen Yang and remarked, "Your friend is quite innocent. He seems entirely different from you." "I concede that Guangxi is innocent, but what do you mean by saying I'm entirely different? I'm just as innocent as he is," Chen Yang protested. "Let us not flatter yourself. When you first met me, your gaze was quite predatory. To say it was shameless would not be an exaggeration. Compared to your friend, you're merely a wolf in sheep's clothing." Chu Xian shot Chen Yang a playful glare before beckoning both men to take their seats. The private room was spacious, but the dining table was a standard 10-person layout. Chu Xian pressed a button on the table, and immediately, staff members entered, bringing in a succession of pre-ordered dishes. This restaurant specializes in Fujian cuisine, and their signature dishes like Buddha jumps over the wall, dragon and phoenix prawns, and 5-spice pork are the most authentic I've ever tasted in the capital. You must savor them well, and if anything is amiss, do let me know. I'll ensure the chef makes adjustments," Chu Xian said with a smile as the table filled with an array of dishes. "Ahem, we usually dine at street stalls. How could we possibly discern quality, but from your tone? Is this restaurant somehow yours?" Chen Yang inquired curiously. "Not mine. It's owned by a friend of mine. She is a true gourmet. Her only passion besides eating is cooking. She opened this restaurant primarily to satisfy her own cravings. Other than that, it's mainly used to host guests from our circle. So, despite being operational for nearly a year, while it doesn't lose money, it hardly makes any profit," Chu Xian explained with a smile. Well, Chu Xian, are you plotting against me while I'm not around? Just as Chu Xian finished speaking, a melodious voice echoed from outside the private room. Chapter 72. I'm lucky. Chen Yang instinctively turned around to find a tall young girl entering the room. Although her appearance was rather ordinary, far from the stunning beauty of Chu Xian, even with delicate makeup, she barely reached a 6 out of 10. Her figure was undeniably alluring. It was a physique that could leave men breathless. The girl entered with a tone of complaint, and a look of surprise flickered across Chu Xian's face. Nevertheless, she pleasantly rose to greet her, exclaiming, "Weren't you abroad this month? When did you return? And what I said earlier was not meant to slander you. Wasn't he at all, just the truth. I was supposed to stay for a month, but after the doctors over there examined me, they confirmed that my condition couldn't be treated with Western medicine. Plus, I wasn't accustomed to being out there, so I returned early. As soon as I got off the plane, the staff at the store informed me that you were hosting guests tonight. So I hurried over out of curiosity to see who could possibly prompt the esteemed Miss Chu to host a banquet," the tall girl said, grasping Chu Xian's hand and planting a playful kiss on her cheek. She then turned her attention to Chen Yang and Wu Guangxi. After a brief glance, she fixed her gaze on Chen Yang and confidently extended her right hand, introducing herself. "Hello, I am Xiao Junqi, the owner of Mingo, and also a close friend of Chu Xian." Hello, I'm Chen Yang, a friend of Chu Xian," he replied, standing to shake her hand. His keen perception revealed that the girl regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze. "She is the gourmet I mentioned, the one whose greatest passion is seeking out various intriguing culinary delights. Despite being our age, when it comes to eating, we combined would hardly stand a chance against her," Chu Xian explained with a smile to Chen Yang and Wu Guangxi. She then pulled Xiao Junqi along to add another chair to the table before sitting down. With a playful gesture, she stuck out her tongue at Chen Yang and said somewhat sheepishly, "I'm truly sorry, Chen Yang, that I had no idea Junqi would return today, and she didn't notify me in advance. So, can we accommodate one more person for dinner? It turns out that with you and your friend, and me adding Junqi, we make a perfectly matched pair. Of course, it's your treat, so you can decide. I believe we need not be so formal between ourselves. Sharing a meal with a beautiful lady is indeed a delightful affair. How could I possibly object?" Chen Yang replied with a smile. "Not needing to be formal. Have you two progressed quite deeply in your relationship?" Xiao Junqi inquired, glancing between Chen Yang and Chu Xian. "Don't be ridiculous. Chen Yang and I are merely friends. Now let us hurry and eat before the food gets cold. Come on, Chen Yang, let me toast to you. Everything is left unspoken," Chu Xian said as she playfully patted Xiao Junqi's shoulder, filling her glass with wine and elegantly raising it toward Chen Yang before downing it in one go. Chen Yang understood Chu Xian's intent and simply smiled at her, finishing his drink as well. Their silent exchange seemed to ignite Xiao Junqi's curiosity. After her eyes darted around, she suddenly began to take on the role of hostess, introducing the unique dishes to Chen Yang while continuous. Wu Guangxi soon found himself in an overlooked corner. Yet this neglect made him feel more at ease. Coupled with the chef's exceptional culinary skills, each dish was a delightful experience, leaving a lingering taste on his palate. As Xiao Junqi persistently poured Chen Yang drinks, Wu Guangxi reveled in the sumptuous feast. Chu Xian, well aware of Xiao Junqi's intentions, understood her friend's habitual tactics. However, she was somewhat skeptical of her friend's usually foolproof methods, especially considering the first dinner they had together, which made her acutely aware of Chen Yang's extraordinary alcohol tolerance. To say it was bottomless would not be an exaggeration. Thus, even though Xiao Junqi would sip delicately while urging Chen Yang to drink an entire glass, this approach could only be taken so far. After 4 or 5 sips, a full glass had to be consumed. In Chu Xian's view, such drinking habits would inevitably lead to an uncertain outcome regarding who would end up intoxicated first. It turned out that Chu Xian was indeed quite prescient. Just an hour into their meal, Xiao Junqi had already managed to get herself drunk. But even though she typically consumed only about a fifth of what Chen Yang drank each time, this relentless toasting took its toll, especially as she noticed Chen Yang showing no signs of inebriation. Frustrated, her frequency of toasting escalated dramatically, resulting in her consuming nearly a pound of high-proof liquor in just an hour. But this was 52-degree white liquor. Watching as Xiao Junqi began to slur her words, yet still insisted on toasting Chen Yang, Chu Exin hurriedly intervened. With a mix of exasperation and amusement, she exclaimed, "Stop drinking. You already have a delicate stomach. Are you trying to drink yourself to death?" That I'm not drunk. Besides, you're here tonight, so even if I do get drunk, it won't matter. You can just take me home. Can't you? Xiao Junkie replied, her eyes glazed over. All right, I'll take you home. But first, you need to drink some soup, eat something, and then lie down to rest a bit. Be good and listen, okay? I'll take care of getting Chen Yang drunk. You can trust me. Chu Exin coaxed, exasperated. After a few moments of drunken clarity, Xiao Junkie obediently held on to Chu Exin's hand, slurring, "Then you must avenge me." "Sure, I will definitely avenge you. Pinky promise," Chu Exin replied, as if soothing a child, intertwining her pinky with Xiao Junkie's. In the next instant, Xiao Junkie rested her head on the table, and in mere seconds, soft snores began to emanate from her. "She means no harm. She just has a habit of acting like my older sister, which instills a peculiar sense of responsibility to scrutinize all the males around me," Chu Xin explained apologetically to Chen Yang while draping her jacket over Xiao Junkie. "No worries. Her direct personality is rather endearing," Chen Yang replied. "Speaking of which, you truly are astonishing. You've consumed nearly 5 pounds of 52-degree liquor. Haven't you? I've never met anyone who can match your drinking prowess," Chu Xin remarked in admiration. Perhaps it's just luck. Maybe I'm in good form today," Chen Yang responded awkwardly. "Luck? Can one really describe drinking capacity as luck?" Chu Xin asked, her expression one of bewilderment. Chapter 73. You are not following the script without the interference of Xiao Junkie. Chen Yang finally found the opportunity to comfortably pay tribute to his own well-being. The adverse effects brought about by the enhancement agents seemed to become increasingly pronounced as the levels of enhancement rose. During the first and second levels of enhancement, although Chen Yang could sense a significant increase in his appetite, it still fell within the realm of an ordinary person's capacity. He was merely someone who could eat a lot relative to his peers. However, now, after completing the third level of enhancement, his demand for sustenance had undeniably surpassed the limits of an average individual. It was no wonder that Li Lu had remarked earlier that if all the members of Grey Mouse D were to reach at least the fourth level of enhancement, they would not need anyone else to trouble them. They would simply starve themselves to death. To be fair, considering the amount of food required for third-level enhancement, if over 200 individuals truly achieved fourth-level enhancement, even in this materially abundant world, it would likely be impossible to sustain them given the average income level of ordinary people. Fortunately, I can currently rely on the technological support provided by the wasteland to acquire substantial funds. Otherwise, relying solely on the profits from trading gold, it wouldn't be long before I return to a state of destitution. Life can be so disheartening. Guangxi, you mentioned over the phone today that you are having a tough time. What exactly has transpired? You seemed reluctant to speak directly on the call. Have you encountered some trouble? Chen Yang inquired while continuing to fill his stomach. For the past hour, Wu Guangxi had been indulging in his meal, only occasionally clinking glasses with Chu Xin to savor a bit of wine and tantalize his taste buds, thus making this dining experience quite enjoyable. He was not only completely satiated, but also pleasantly tipsy, reaching the most comfortable state. Upon hearing Chen Yang's question, the previously cheerful expression on Wu Guangxi's face instantly soured as he lamented. Don't even get me started, Yangzi. I must tell you, trust has become a rarity in this society. My mother has been pressuring me to go on a blind date today. She even provided me with a contact, claiming it was a recommendation from someone in our village. She praised the girl to the heavens and sent me her photo. When I glanced at the picture, she indeed appeared quite beautiful, and naturally, I felt a stir of interest. After all, I'm a man, you understand. Initially, I figured that no girl's photo is untouched by retouching, but no matter how much it is altered, the basic features should remain unchanged, right? However, I was utterly blindsided. The photo truly shattered my understanding of reality. Fortunately, I stumbled upon an incredibly useful software that successfully restored the photo. Otherwise, I would have fallen victim to my mother's schemes. As he spoke, Wu Guangxi pulled out his phone, opened the photo interface, and handed it to Chen Yang. Take a look at these two photos side by side. The one on the left is the edited version, and the one on the right is the restored one. Examine them closely. They are practically two different people. If this were a game where people look for discrepancies, these two photos would be a guaranteed giveaway. Chen Yang accepted the phone and scrutinized the two images, his lips twitching involuntarily. Indeed, the editing was excessive good. Heavens, the edited version looked like a lavishly decorated space, while the original appeared as bare as a shell. Shaking his head, he noticed that Chu Xian also wore a curious expression, so he decided to pass the phone to her. The contrast between the two photos elicited an even more exaggerated reaction from Chu Xian. How ruthless, but what kind of software possesses such capabilities? It can completely restore a photo. I've heard of similar software before, but to be honest, the results were disappointing at best. They were essentially just deceiving people. As she returned the phone to Wu Guangxi, her curiosity prompted her to ask, "Hey, that's impressive. What is the name of this software?" Isn't it amazing? This software is called Real Camera. It was a coincidence that I discovered it. There is a particularly incredible game recently. Miss Chu Xian, are you aware of it? It's called The Unseen World. If you haven't played it yet, I recommend downloading it tonight for a trial. I assure you it won't disappoint. This game is the most remarkable I've ever encountered. As Wu Guangxi mentioned The Unseen World, his excitement became almost uncontrollable. Chu Xian instinctively glanced at Chen Yang before sheepishly saying, "I know about that game, but what does it have to do with your real camera?" "What? You know about it? I thought you were unaware. Has it spread so quickly since it just launched a few days ago?" Wu Guangxi's boasting was swiftly extinguished, replaced by genuine disappointment. After gathering his thoughts, he continued in a somewhat listless manner. This Real Camera is the latest product from the parent company of the developers of The Unseen World. If I hadn't happened upon it today, I fear I would have been deceived by that photo. How awkward it would have been upon meeting. Wait, this Real Camera is also a product of your company? Chu Xian asked, momentarily taken aback as she turned to Chen Yang for confirmation. Chen Yang, too, hadn't anticipated that Wu Guangxi's photo restoration would come from a product they had just launched today, that he mused that he should have included a company watermark in the software. It was just a little trinket we developed recently, and has been made available for free download on our official website. Anyone can access it. Impressive. It seems your company's technological prowess has indeed reached a world-class level. Although it's just a small software, the array of underlying technologies involved is certainly far more complex than it appears. I increasingly feel that the funding I provided you earlier was not merely beneficial to you. It was, in fact, taking advantage of you. Chu Xian remarked with admiration that Wu Guangxi, sitting nearby, felt somewhat out of place, as if he were outside the realm of understanding. He glanced between Chu Xian and Chen Yang, his gaze shifting back and forth until it finally settled on Chen Yang, bewildered as he asked, "Yangzi, what do you mean by your company's product?" It means exactly what it says. The Real Camera is developed by my company. The game The Unseen World is also a product of my company. Chen Yang scratched his nose and chuckled awkwardly that Wu Guangxi was utterly dumbfounded. Chu Xian, wearing a perplexed expression, inquired, "Does your friend not know?" "Truth be told, no one I know is aware," Chen Yang replied with a wry smile. "Why not?" Chu Xian's mind raced with a flurry of thoughts, conjuring up various dramatic scenarios involving palace intrigues. "Oh, it's nothing. The company has developed too rapidly, so I haven't had the chance to inform anyone." Chen Yang shrugged. Chu Xian was left speechless. Chapter 74. Sincerity. Wait a moment. That Yangzi you. That I can't possibly have heard you correctly. Did you just say that the Hidden World game was developed by your company? Wu Guangxi finally regained his composure, staring at Chen Yang in utter disbelief. "Indeed. Weren't you just asking me if I was financially constrained? At that time, I assured you that I was quite comfortable, having made some lucrative deals. Now do you believe me?" Chen Yang pointed at Wu Guangxi's phone and spoke. This can hardly be considered a mere business venture. The technological sophistication of this game surpasses anything I could have imagined. Moreover, I am certain that even without any promotional efforts, given sufficient time, it would undoubtedly achieve tremendous success. With the quality of this game, describing it as a veritable money-printing machine would be no exaggeration, and you refer to this as a small business. Wu Guangxi's eyes widened. Clearly struggling to comprehend Chen Yang's nonchalant, "We are bound to release even better ones in the future," Chen Yang replied. Wu Guangxi blinked, then suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his expression turning serious as he declared, "Yangzi, I wish to work at your company. Although I am unaware of how you secured the funds to establish it, this game has truly captivated me that I want to join your technical department to learn cutting-edge technology." Chen Yang was taken aback. Yet observing the earnestness in Wu Guangxi's expression, he realized he was not jesting, which left him in a state of hesitation. "What's the matter? Is this a difficult decision for you?" Wu Guangxi inquired. "Joining my company is certainly feasible. It's merely a matter of saying the word that if you wish, you can resign from your current position and commence employment tomorrow. However, regarding your desire to learn in my technical department, I cannot facilitate that." Chen Yang spread his hands and continued, "because the technical department operates from a separate location, not within the main office. Strictly speaking, the technical department falls outside my jurisdiction, meaning I do not oversee them. Furthermore, the employee structure of the company does not even encompass the technical department." "Ah, why is that?" Wu Guangxi asked, puzzled. "Well, how should I put this? The identities of those technical personnel are somewhat sensitive, so it is best that they remain out of the spotlight. However, they too need to make a living and require income. Thus they must find ways to earn money. My relationship with them is more akin to a partnership. They remain in the shadows, enjoying life, while I stand in the limelight, relishing success," Chen Yang vaguely explained. "The circumstances surrounding the wasteland world must remain undisclosed, and thus the matter of the technical personnel had to be handled in a nebulous manner." Unsurprisingly, both both had misconstrued the situation, likely imagining themselves pondering over top hackers with criminal records, as such individuals fit the criteria Chen Yang had described. Moreover, these individuals could produce some form of black technology, making them more readily accepted. It must be admitted that imaginative interpretation has always served as the best means of maintaining a deception. "I see now, I understand. But I still wish to work at your company. The hidden world has utterly enchanted me. If my job could somehow relate to the hidden world, it would be a tremendous joy." Wu Guangxi ceased his fixation on the technical department and redirected his attention to the game itself. Chen Yang internally sighed with relief and smiled as he nodded. "No problem. I will make the necessary arrangements with the company. However, the fairness of the game must be assured. You cannot exploit your position as a staff member for personal gain. Rest assured, I am not foolish. I would never engage in actions that would harm the game. However, Yangzi, it seems all games have this profession of shill. Could you perhaps arrange one for me? I don't mind anything else, but the gacha system is exceedingly costly that I've only downloaded the game a few days ago, and I've already spent nearly $1,000. Just today, I managed to pull a 648. If this continues, I want to be able to endure." A mischievous grin spread across Wu Guangxi's face. "Currently, there are indeed no shills in the hidden world, but if you wish to be one, it would not pose an issue. How about this? I will grant you a privilege, allowing you to receive the equivalent of 10,000 yuan in game currency directly into your account each week, so you too can experience the joys of being a tycoon," Chen Yang agreed. "Since we are discussing your company, let us also address some serious matters. I invited you out today not only to express my gratitude, but also for another purpose. Previously, I was unaware of your company's specific situation, which led me to propose such financing conditions. However, it now appears that those conditions are more advantageous to me than to you. Therefore, I believe we should perhaps sign a supplementary agreement." Chu Xin finally interjected, clarifying her previous intentions. "A supplementary agreement? What clauses do you wish to add?" Chen Yang raised an eyebrow. "Regarding the terms of shares and financing amounts, the previous 5% stake is simply too excessive. Given the technological prowess exhibited by your game and its foreseeable prospects, we could either reduce the stake to 0.5%, or I could continue to increase my investment, contributing an additional 9 billion based on a 200 billion valuation." Chu Xin looked earnestly at Chen Yang and continued, "I initially thought that valuing your company at 20 billion was a gesture of gratitude, especially considering that at that time, your company had nothing to show for itself. It resembled a mere shell company. The so-called financing was essentially just giving you money. However, I never anticipated that your company would possess such formidable capabilities. Personally, I hope you choose to reduce the stake. If all goes well, as this game develops normally, your company's valuation will rapidly escalate, making even a 200 billion valuation seem quite meager in hindsight. Reducing the stake would not affect my current valuation of your company at 200 billion, while significantly decreasing the share percentage required from your company. This would provide you and your company with greater maneuverability. Additionally, the extra 9 billion cash injection would place considerable financial strain on me, so reducing the stake seems to be a mutually beneficial solution. Listening to Chu Xian's proposal, Chen Yang blinked, naturally feeling tempted once more. Chapter 75. A family at the onset of accepting Chu Xian's financing conditions. Chen Yang and Chu Xian's perspectives were fundamentally misaligned. Chu Xian believed that such financing terms were tantamount to gifting money to Chen Yang, thus signing the agreement would be a gesture of gratitude towards him. In contrast, Chen Yang aspired to leverage this opportunity to firmly bind himself to the Chu family, seeking a substantial ally for his company. The fact that they could reach a financing agreement despite their divergent thoughts is indeed somewhat miraculous. However, with the release of The Unseen World, which exhibited an undeniable potential for explosive popularity within just a few days, Chu Xian finally came to a genuine realization of the value of Chen Yang's company. Today, as Chen Yang's company launched a new software, albeit a completely free one, the technological prowess embedded within it clearly demonstrated that the unseen world was by no means a fleeting phenomenon. With such technological strength backing it, and the game content of the unseen world proving remarkably satisfying, Chen Yang's company undoubtedly possesses an exceptionally bright future and developmental prospects. Under these circumstances, the previously established financing agreement now appeared rather inappropriate. While she intended to express her gratitude, it instead seemed to place Chen Yang in a position to assist her family, effectively rescuing the entire Chu clan, while she appeared to be taking advantage of him in the process. Was this how one conducts business? Therefore, she needed to swiftly rectify this miscalculation. Without altering the original terms of her share buyback, she resolved to reduce her stake from 5% to a mere 0.5%. Although the buyback clause was in place, her decision to reduce her shareholdings bore no practical significance. After all, as long as Chen Yang was willing, he could repurchase her shares at the original price at any time. However, this was a matter of principle. She must convey her stance clearly, ensuring that Chen Yang harbored no misunderstandings. Given that Chen Yang had completely cured her grandfather's terminal illness with a single injection, Chu Xian could readily conclude that he was indeed a remarkable individual of genuine ability. Even with her status and the Chu family's standing in the country, it was imperative to maintain a favorable relationship with such an enigmatic figure that in this regard, Chen Yang's sentiments aligned perfectly with Chu Xian's. The only divergence lay in the fact that Chen Yang had never contemplated repurchasing shares from her, that as the value of the company continued to rise, the worth of the shares held by Chu Xian would become increasingly extravagant. Eventually, when the stakes reached a critical level, even for the Chu family, the significance of those shares would be paramount, leading them to regard the affairs of Chen Yang's company as their own. The deep intertwining of interests is the foundation for enduring and intimate cooperation. Collaborations based on emotional ties are often fragile, whereas those rooted in mutual benefit endure as long as the interests remain intact. 0.5 is too little. Let us make it 1. Additionally, let us include a non-dilution clause in the supplementary agreement. Regardless of how high my company's valuation may soar in the future, your one stake will remain unchanged. Of course, if the company develops smoothly, we probably need additional financing, rendering the non-dilution clause unnecessary. But it's good to be prepared, Chen Yang said with a smile. Chu Xian was somewhat taken aback. After gazing at Chen Yang for a moment and grasping his intent, she ceased to insist on her previous stance. Instead, she nodded and remarked, "Once the supplementary agreement is signed, I will convert this one stake into a nominal holding. The true owner will be the entire Chu family. In the future, when your company flourishes, perhaps our Chu family will rely on you for sustenance." This was of course a jest. As long as the elder of the Chu family remained in good health for a few more years, they would seize this precious time to smoothly complete their transition, and a bright future would unfold before them. As for money, in this country, power and wealth are inextricably linked. One cannot exist without the other. When the company reaches a level of parity with the Chu family, their collaboration will yield a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. You may do as you please. The buyback clause can also be omitted from the supplementary agreement that I had no intention of exercising it. As you've noticed, my previous agreement to assist you is not primarily about money. From now on, we are essentially akin to family, and often there is no need for such clear delineations, Chen Yang said with a smile. I like the notion of being family, then. To us and our company, cheers. Chu Xin raised her glass towards Chen Yang once more. Beside them, Wu Guangji, who was utterly out of the loop, raised his glass as well, drinking to the occasion alongside Chu Xin and Chen Yang. Due to his limited understanding of the situation, he had no grasp of the conversation between Chen Yang and Chu Xin. However, that was of little concern. Starting tomorrow, he would become a player in the unseen world. Each week, he would have access to in-game vouchers worth 10,000 yuan at his disposal. What could possibly bring greater joy than that? Nothing at all. Blind dates? What about blind dates? A girlfriend could never compare to the thrill of gaming. After finishing their drinks, Chen Yang assisted in carrying the still slumbering Xiao Junkie out of the min. Upon reaching the car waiting by the roadside, he placed Xiao Junkie in the back seat. Just as Chen Yang was about to bid farewell to Chu Xin, he noticed a hesitant expression on her face, and she did not follow him into the car. What is the matter? Chen Yang inquired. Puzzle. Chen Yang, I have a rather unreasonable request. Although I know it may be excessive, I still wish to ask you. Chu Xin took a deep breath and continued. The reason Junkie is so enamored with gourmet food is not due to gluttony. You can tell from her figure that if she truly were greedy, her physique would not be so well-proportioned that it's because she has a mild case of anorexia. Though not severe, her interest in food is quite low, so she has to resort to seeking out exquisite cuisine to foster her desire to eat. This condition is rather troublesome. Junkie has consulted numerous doctors both domestically and abroad, but none have proven effective. I am deeply concerned that if this continues, and her condition worsens, the consequences could be dire. Chen Yang, since you managed to cure my grandfather's terminal illness, do you think you could help with her condition? Anorexia? Chen Yang instinctively glanced into the car before responding. I'll think it over when I return, but I cannot guarantee anything. Anorexia seems to be a psychological issue rather than a physiological one, so I'm not entirely certain at this point. Upon hearing Chen Yang's tentative agreement, Chu Xin was overjoyed. She bowed deeply to him and said, I'm counting on you. Chapter 76. Steady development in the following days. Chen Yang resumed his life of traversing between 2 points, albeit with a distinct difference from others' routines. His 2 points were in 2 disparate realms of time and space. With the phenomenal success of the unseen world, Morning Sun Technology embarked on a genuine phase of rapid advancement. The mid to senior level management personnel previously recruited gradually completed their transition, clarifying the entire company structure. Each day witnessed the arrival of dozens of new employees, rendering the office environment of Morning Sun Technology somewhat chaotic. Fortunately, there were no critical tasks requiring the immediate involvement of these newcomers, so despite the internal disarray, the overall operation of the company remained unaffected. To accommodate the company's swift growth, Zhou Dandan rented an entire floor in a more upscale office building. With ample funds at her disposal, and in light of Chen Yang's high standards, the office space was expected to reflect the financial prowess of Morning Sun Technology. According to the regular planning, this entire floor could comfortably accommodate over 1,500 employees simultaneously. Following the signing of the relevant lease agreements, Morning Sun Games relocated entirely to the new premises, while the original office was designated for use by Morning Sun Technology. Though Chen Yang had little interest in such operational matters as the owner of the company, he made it a point to visit the office almost every afternoon, remaining until the end of the working day. During his time there, he refrained from engaging in any work-related activities, as Zhou Dandan efficiently handled the company's daily operations that to prevent her from succumbing to overwork at such a young age. He even assigned a few secretaries to form a dedicated secretarial office. His daily visits served primarily to familiarize himself with the employees. He needed to memorize the names and faces of mid to senior level managers and ordinary staff alike. After all, how else could he execute his plans for personal glorification? Once the company reached significant scale, an air of mystery could be cultivated. But in the early stages of development, presenting a relatable image was far more beneficial. During this period, Zhou Dandan found herself immersed in a whirlwind of activity. Even with several secretaries assisting her, the rapid progress of the company generated a plethora of constantly evolving tasks that, in addition to working late at the office, she engaged in various online management courses upon returning home. Chen Yang noticed that she had purchased numerous books on management, seizing every spare moment to bolster her knowledge. This remarkable self-discipline and relentless pursuit of improvement greatly impressed Chen Yang. He believed that as long as one is willing to learn and continuously enhance oneself, achieving a competent level is attainable, even in the absence of inherent talent. For a company like Morning Sun Technology, possessing above-average managerial skills was already more than sufficient. Wu Guangji smoothly completed his onboarding process and began living his dream life at Morning Sun Games. Then on his first day, a voucher worth 10,000 RMB appeared in his gaming account, prompting him to play through the night in sheer excitement. However, compared to the true affluent players in the unseen world, even with such an advantage, he could only be considered a minor or player, far from the ranks of the major or players. Meanwhile, on the wasteland front, the construction of the Grey Mouse D base progressed remarkably well. Thanks to the diligent efforts of over 200 Grey Mouse D survivors, the entire base began to take shape. Furthermore, Chen Yang's villa, situated at the heart of Grey Mouse D, was finally completed. The wasteland world, a mere 2 centuries into the future, had transformed into a desolate landscape due to a cataclysm. Yet many surviving technologies, once harnessed, could yield astonishing results. For instance, during the base's establishment, Grey Mouse D exchanged food for a considerable amount of construction equipment. Much of this machinery was fully automated and powered by solar energy. As long as raw materials were available, the entire construction process could be completed swiftly. Chen Yang's villa was constructed in this manner. According to Li Lu, humanity had even mastered genuine 3D printing technology before the cataclysm. This meant that to build anything, as long as a designer produced a sufficiently detailed 3D blueprint, and after verification confirmed there were no critical flaws, the machinery could autonomously interpret the blueprint and print the depicted content in its entirety. Provided the materials met the required standards, the final product would often be far more robust and flawless than human-built structures. However, the machinery capable of constructing large buildings belonged to the category of heavy-duty engineering equipment, most of which have been severely damaged or destroyed in the aftermath of the cataclysm, making them a rarity in the wasteland. Currently, the equipment available to ordinary survivors consisted of small, single-operator machines. Had it not been for this limitation, the efficiency of Grey Mouse D's base construction would have been even greater. Chen Yang did not delve into extensive discussions with Li Lu that it was not due to a lack of patience, but rather because his villa had finally been completed and the interior decoration was exquisite, alleviating his initial aversion. In this context, he naturally had more pressing matters to attend to. Thus, on the day his villa was finished, Chen Yang did not report to his company. Likewise, Li Lu was conspicuously absent from the sight of the other Grey Mouse D survivors throughout the day. In contrast to the perfect experience he shared with Shuya, Li Lu offered Chen Yang an entirely new sensation. Perhaps influenced by a lifestyle that embraced the present without regard for the future, Li Lu was noticeably more open than Shuya. While she might not possess Shuya's beauty, in Chen Yang's eyes, both women provided distinct sensory pleasures. During this time, He Jinian also requested a house plan within Grey Mouse D and began gradually relocating his research equipment to the base. Remembering Chu Xian's request regarding the issue of anorexia, Chen Yang inquired with He Jinian. Unsurprisingly, He Jinian scoffed at the notion of anorexia, asserting that although it fell under the category of mental illness, treatment through physical means was remarkably straightforward. Ironically, the simplicity of the solution meant he did not have any ready-made medication on hand that at Chen Yang's insistence. He Jinian reluctantly prepared a dose on the spot. According to He Jinian, this medication was not specifically designed for anorexia. It also had excellent therapeutic effects for insomnia, neurasthenia, and even depression. To use it solely for anorexia would be somewhat wasteful. While Chen Yang recognized the validity of He Jinian's statement, one must ponder, in the context of the wasteland, what truly is not wasteful. Perhaps this encapsulates the greatest value of peaceful times. Chapter 77. Temptation and invitation on a bright Friday with clear skies. Chen Yang awoke from his slumber. once again experiencing the exhilarating sensation of having fully assimilated the enhancement potion. The digestion of the third-tier enhancement potion evidently required more time compared to that of the first and second tiers, even surpassing the cumulative absorption time of the first and second-tier potions combined. Rising from his bed, he retrieved a fourth-tier enhancement potion from his drawer and expertly administered the injection to himself, that he had now reached a level of composure that allowed him to face the inevitable pain associated with the injection of enhancement potions with remarkable ease. He could even endure the agony of bodily transformation while admiring the visible muscles beneath his skin as they writhed in the mirror. During the period he was absorbing the third-tier enhancement potion, the group of survivors from Grey Mouse D had completed their digestion of the first and second-tier potions. At his behest, all the survivors had injected the third-tier enhancement potion the day before. Although this would result in a significant increase in their food requirements, Chen Yang simultaneously raised their monthly salaries, ensuring that even with the heightened consumption due to the such changes naturally filled the survivors of Grey Mouse D with exuberant joy. With the prospect of satisfying their hunger, they certainly wished for their own strength to grow as well. Who would truly refuse to enhance themselves in such a perilous world? The understanding that greater strength equates to heightened resilience against risks is one that even a fool can grasp. The pain from the injection of the fourth-tier enhancement potion soon dissipated, and Chen Yang glanced at the time before dialing Chu Xian's number, but he informed her that he had found a remedy for Xiao Junkie's anorexia. On the other end of the line, Chu Xian was overjoyed and asked Chen Yang to wait at home. Within less than half an hour, he heard a knock at the door. Rising to open it, he was greeted by Chu Xian, dressed casually. Compared to their previous meetings, today she had opted for a more relaxed appearance, forgoing the deliberate work makeup, which gave her an unexpectedly playful and charming demeanor. Speaking of which, you truly are a wealthy individual now. Have you considered changing your residence? Chu Xian winked at Chen Yang as she entered the space he had opened for her hands clasped behind her back. There's no rush, really. I'm quite accustomed to living here, and I've signed a 1-year lease with the agency that if I were to move out early, that would constitute a breach of contract, and I fear my deposit might be forfeited, Chen Yang responded with an open-handed gesture. Goodness, with your current wealth, do you really care about that minor penalty? Chu Xian teased with a smile. Ahem, frugality is a commendable tradition. I cannot forget my roots simply because I have come into wealth, Chen Yang replied, producing the potion crafted by He Jianyan from his pocket and presenting it to Chu Xian. The physician who prepared this potion informed me that it can not only treat anorexia, but also insomnia, neurosis, and even depression. If your friend is facing any of these issues, it would be fortuitous to address them all at once. Receiving the potion, Chu Xian licked her lips and suddenly inquired, have you ever considered opening a pharmaceutical factory? Even though medications for cancer are highly sensitive and must remain confidential for safety reasons, there is no need to be overly cautious with a remedy for anorexia, depression, or insomnia, is there? If mass production can be achieved, the profits from such a medication would undoubtedly rival those from your gaming ventures. The gaming industry currently boasts a market scale of over 200 billion annually, while the pharmaceutical sector has exceeded 2 trillion. These are entirely different realms, Chen Yang responded, shaking his head firmly at Chu Xian's suggestion. Now is not the time to venture into that. In a larger market, there are bound to be more predators vying for a share. Furthermore, the pharmaceutical industry is relatively insular, with intricate entanglements at every turn. Once you enter the pharmaceutical realm, countless relationships must be managed. The development of any successful drug encroaches upon the interests of other pharmaceutical companies, potentially leading to complications that I am currently ill-equipped to navigate. Even if your Chu family were willing to assist, the saying different fields are like different mountains holds true. Their influence may not extend as easily as one might hope. When it comes to financial interests, the lengths to which people will go can be ruthless. Who knows what methods they might employ against me if their profits are significantly threatened? Moreover, you're undoubtedly more aware than I am of the situation in our country. In the realm of pharmaceuticals, often it is not enough for your drug to be effective for it to sell. Chu Xian's expression revealed her astonishment. After scrutinizing Chen Yang closely, she smiled and remarked, Impressive, truly impressive that I did not expect such maturity from someone your age. You approach issues with remarkable breadth, unclouded by your own possessions. This is indeed rare. From the implications in your words, were you testing me when you suggested I enter the pharmaceutical field? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Don't take it to heart. After all, if our Chu family were to form a deep partnership with you, it would be essential to thoroughly understand your character, your values, and even your habits, Chu Xian said, sticking out her tongue at Chen Yang and raising the potion in her hand. Thank you. I will deliver this to Junkie right away. She will undoubtedly be overjoyed. She has a bit of a roguish spirit, and she will definitely remember your kindness. I'm glad to help you. Anything beyond that is inconsequential, Chen Yang replied casually. By the way, there is something else that you am. My grandfather wishes to meet you, so when are you available? Would you consider coming to my house? Chu Xian suddenly lowered her head, a hint of shyness evident in her demeanor. Your grandfather? Why would that esteemed gentleman wish to see me? Even in retirement, he must be exceedingly busy, Chen Yang asked in astonishment. Not quite. My grandfather's health has been poor since last year, and he has been largely inactive. Although he has recovered now, age remains a factor, and there is little for him to concern himself with, so he has been enjoying a peaceful life. He wishes to meet you primarily to express his gratitude to his lifesaver. But rest assured, aside from me and my grandfather, no one else is aware of the situation, that he specifically instructed me that your matters would remain confidential, Chu Xian said with a slight pout. I see. Then perhaps next week. I have a class reunion to attend this weekend, Chen Yang suggested. Great, it's a deal. Chu Xian happily agreed. Chapter 78. Movements in Grey Mouse Town. After Chu Xian departed, Chen Yang retreated to the bathroom to cleanse himself thoroughly. Upon emerging, he hesitated momentarily before donning the biological armor he had previously acquired that it was astonishingly lightweight. Even with Chen Yang's heightened perception, enhanced by a fourth-tier strengthening agent, he could barely discern its weight. Its thickness was akin to gossamer, seemingly adding an additional layer of skin. Once he had donned the biological armor, Chen Yang moved his body, discovering that it did not hinder his mobility in the slightest. After a brief period of acclimatization, he was completely oblivious to the armor's presence. Moreover, the armor featured strategically placed openings for essential bodily functions, implying that once worn, it could remain unremoved indefinitely. Its almost translucent quality allowed it to cling closely to his skin, providing a tactile sensation indistinguishable from that of his own flesh. Perhaps it could be likened to an unconventional version of an invulnerable shield. With the critical areas covered, it certainly piqued his interest. After examining the biological armor, Chen Yang dressed in a new set of clothing and ventured into the wasteland that he was to attend a class reunion with Wu Guangxi the following day. Last night, Shuya had called him, informing him that the crew's filming in a distant location would conclude today, and they would return to the capital to shoot scenes there. Should time permit, Shuya might come to seek a brief respite with him, that if that were the case, Chen Yang would have no opportunity to oversee operations in the wasteland world, so he planned to prearrange some matters today for tomorrow's schedule. During this period, although he had been leading a monotonous life, he remained keenly attuned to news about Shuya. The crew's promotional efforts were exceptionally professional, maintaining a balanced level of exposure while occasionally releasing captivating stories during filming. The focus of this promotion was primarily on Shuya. After all, she was the sole unblemished newcomer among the main cast, naturally attracting considerable attention compared to the seasoned veterans. Countless individuals speculated about Shuya's background, pondering what connections allowed her to secure the leading female role as a newcomer in such a prestigious production. This intrigue and scrutiny generated a wealth of news and discussion surrounding her. The promotional team adeptly utilized Shuya's unique situation to create positive narratives, yielding substantial results. Over this time, Chen Yang frequently encountered news about Shuya, whether through online platforms or print media. Particularly, her character's portrayal, combined with her already flawless appearance, had garnered her a legion of male admirers in a remarkably short span. Each time he stumbled upon the fervent comments and messages from these admirers online, Chen Yang could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction, knowing that those who idolized her had already engaged in profound exchanges with him. Upon arriving at the designated location in the wasteland, he found no discernible changes. However, with the establishment of Grey Mouse D's base nearing completion, this area was no longer merely the outskirts of a settlement, but rather enveloped within its planned confines. Consequently, Chen Yang made alterations to the layout, temporarily adding a standalone building to the site of his traversal. Once this standalone structure was erected, he would issue a directive prohibiting anyone from entering it, thus ensuring his passage remained undisturbed. The sky remained shrouded in gloom, as if a persistent haze cloaked the heavens, making it exceedingly difficult for sunlight to penetrate. Since arriving in the wasteland, Chen Yang had yet to witness a single clear day. According to Li Lu's explanation, this was a consequence of the cataclysmic event a decade prior, when countless nuclear warheads ravaged the planet, sending immense clouds of radioactive dust into the atmosphere. Since that disaster, the inhabitants of the wasteland had not experienced true clarity. Although sunlight could still manage to filter through, it was far from direct, resulting in an average surface temperature significantly lower than that prior to the catastrophe. This was one of the primary reasons agricultural endeavors struggled to thrive. Pairing this with the omnipresent radiation, the wasteland's food production had reached a critical juncture. Chen Yang had previously inquired with Li Lu about the duration required for such radioactive dust to dissipate. If memory served correctly, the extinction of the dinosaurs, as elucidated by scientists, was attributed to an asteroid impact that unleashed a deluge of smoke and debris into the atmosphere, resulting in a prolonged period of darkness lasting a year and a half. During this time, nearly 99% of all life forms perished due to the lack of sunlight. While the current state of the wasteland had not yet descended into absolute darkness, the inability to bask in direct sunlight would inevitably worsen ecological conditions over time. Soon he entered the base, which was beginning the construction of its first layer of outer walls, that in accordance with Chen Yang's vision, the original survivors of Grey Mouse D would become his core force, residing within the central zone of the base. The first layer of outer walls would serve to segregate the core area from the peripheral zones. The development of the outer regions would adapt to the influx of newcomers over time. Once their numbers reached a critical threshold manageable by the core personnel of Grey Mouse D, the construction of a second layer of outer walls would commence. This method of gradual accumulation and expansion should prove to be a prudent approach. As he made his way toward his villa, Chen Yang observed Li Lu engaged in serious conversation with several children. These children represented the hope of Grey Mouse D. In the wasteland, each newborn was immensely valuable, enjoying privileges and advantages within their respective settlements. To gain insight into the movements of Grey Mouse Town, these children had been dispatched to observe the Grey Mouse Party's control over the town clandestinely. Among them, the eldest was 13, born before the cataclysm, while the youngest was merely 6, having entered this world 4 years after the disaster. Despite their tender ages, the unique circumstances of the wasteland had rendered them remarkably mature, each displaying a keen intellect. Their youth also afforded them a natural advantage, allowing them to evade suspicion as they conducted their observations. "What is the matter? Is there trouble in Grey Mouse Town?" Chen Yang approached and inquired. "Ah, boss, you arrived just in time. Grey Mouse Town has already dispatched combat personnel our way." Li Lu responded with a furrowed brow. Chapter 70, 9-inch, isn't it a bit premature for them to come for taxation? Chen Yang inquired. "It's likely due to our recent, frequent acquisitions of various construction machinery and materials, which have consumed a significant amount of provisions, catching the attention of the Grey Rat Party. They must think we've discovered a food cache and cannot wait for the tax collection," Li Lu replied with a shrug. Originally, it seemed that a few days ago, the Grey Rat Party intended to dispatch combat personnel, but something came up at the last moment, delaying their actions. From what Xiao Feng and the others have learned, several members of the Grey Rat Party were killed not far outside Grey Rat Town, which is a considerable affront to them. Consequently, the leader of the Grey Rat Party was infuriated and demanded that the culprits be found. However, despite the passage of several days, there has been no progress in the investigation. The assailants appear to possess formidable strength, and the leader of the Grey Rat Party has lost patience, redirecting their focus onto us at Grey Rat D. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow and nodded. "So we should extend our gratitude to that anonymous passerby. If it weren't for their actions against the Grey Rat Party's members, we would have faced their pressure days ago." "Indeed, that appears to be the case," Li Lu remarked with a smile. Although the situation seemed somewhat dire, both she and Chen Yang remained relatively untroubled. Had it not been for the delay over these past few days, the circumstances might have been more troublesome. However, with the accumulation of time, all members of Grey Rat D had received the 3rd-tier enhancement serum, while Chen Yang himself had even taken the 4th-tier serum that in terms of overall strength, they were not comparable to the Grey Rat Party. Even if the leader of the Grey Rat Party was a 5th-tier enhanced individual, the members of Grey Rat D, despite having just administered their corresponding serums and not yet fully absorbing the serum's power, still held a significant advantage in overall strength comparison. Moreover, the presence of Hygienian, a 9th-tier enhanced individual, rendered them nearly invincible in the face of such small to medium-sized settlements. Have we recalled all personnel stationed in Grey Rat Town? Given that the Grey Rat Party is starting to seek trouble with us, we should concentrate our forces and deny them the opportunity to pick us off one by one, Chen Yang asked. Everyone has returned. To avoid drawing attention to our surveillance of the Grey Rat Party, I only sent a few children there. The adults remained at the base, focusing on construction, and were not included in the monitoring personnel, Li Lu responded. Chen Yang nodded and reached into his clothing, using it as a cover to retrieve several pieces of loose chocolate from his subspace, but he then smiled as he handed the chocolates to the children, saying, "You all did exceptionally well. This is an extra reward for you, beyond your wages." The children looked at the dark chocolate in Chen Yang's hand with curiosity, entirely unaware of what it was. Even the oldest among them, born before the Great Catastrophe, had only been a toddler at the time and had no related memories. Thus, when they took the chocolate, they remained remarkably composed. However, once they cautiously brought the chocolate to their mouths and tasted it, their eyes widened in delight, and they eagerly stuffed the remaining chocolate into their mouths, their faces alight with unrestrained happiness. Li Lu, standing nearby, instinctively recognized what chocolate was. As Chen Yang handed it to the children, she involuntarily swallowed. Noticing this, Chen Yang couldn't help but smirk and lean close to her ear, whispering a few words. Even with their current relationship, Li Lu felt her cheeks flush upon hearing his words. Biting her lip, she murmured softly, "Well, then you should give me more. I haven't had chocolate in 10 years. I want to have more, of course, but first we must address the issue with the Grey Rat Party. Let us discuss their strength. Our investigation into the Grey Rat Party has been ongoing during this time, right? Have we gathered any insights?" Chen Yang asked with a grin. The children, clutching their remaining chocolates, happily ran towards their parents. They were reluctant to enjoy such a delightful treat alone. The Grey Rat Party comprises approximately 600 individuals, almost all residing within Grey Rat Town. As for the 12 scattered settlements, due to poorer conditions compared to Grey Rat Town, the Grey Rat Party does not venture there except for taxation purposes. Li Lu collected her thoughts, casting a furtive glance towards the spot where Chen Yang had pulled out the chocolate, continuing. Based on our ongoing investigations, we have concluded that out of the 600 members of the Grey Rat Party, only around 100 possess enhancement levels. This aligns with the population dynamics of Grey Rat Town. With a population of 10,000, sustaining about 100 enhanced individuals is a reasonable proportion. The remaining 500 ordinary Grey Rat Party members are not a concern. Although they possess weapons, most are merely armed with knives and similar melee weapons. The Grey Rat Party owns approximately 200 firearms, half of which are allocated to enhanced individuals, while the other half is distributed to the ordinary members. Most of the enhanced individuals are of the 1st tier, with the number of 2nd-tier enhanced individuals not exceeding double digits. Additionally, there are 2 3rd-tier enhanced individuals who serve as the right and left hands of the Grey Rat Party leader. The leader himself is a 5th-tier enhanced individual, presumably lacking heavy weaponry, but appears to possess an antiquated Vulcan cannon with ample ammunition, which he procured from the nearest medium-sized settlement. Due to its outdated nature, it could almost be classified as an antique, allowing for a rather generous transaction from that medium-sized settlement. As Li Lu detailed the strength of the Grey Rat Party, Chen Yang silently compared it to the current capabilities of Grey Rat D. When Li Lu finished, Chen Yang furrowed his brow, stating, "In terms of enhanced individuals, we do indeed hold a decisive advantage, but the 200 guns in the hands of the Grey Rat Party could pose a significant problem. Our 3rd-tier enhanced individuals will be unable to withstand bullets. We must proceed with caution. If the Grey Rat Party were to come at us en masse, it would certainly present a challenge. However, from what I understand, they do not view us as a serious threat. The combat personnel dispatched this time number only in the dozens, so we should be able to gradually whittle down the Grey Rat Party." Li Lu responded with a smile. Then let us gather everyone. We shall prepare a grand gift for those Grey Rat Party members. Chen Yang commanded. Chapter 80. The onslaught of the Grey Rat Gang at this moment. Merely a few kilometers away from Grey Rat D, a disorganized throng of approximately 30 to 40 individuals was hastily making their way towards Grey Rat D. All were traversing on foot, with at least 20 of them brandishing machetes and rudimentary makeshift clubs. The remaining group of a dozen or so wielded an assortment of firearms, predominantly handguns, with only 3 antiquated automatic rifles among them, all of which were relics long discarded. Hey, Black Brother, if I recall correctly, there are only a couple of hundred people in District D, right? Do we really need to go to such great lengths? In the past, when we went to collect taxes from Grey Rat D, sending just 3 or 5 men was sufficient to bring back provisions. One of the Grey Rat Gang members, armed with a handgun, complained as he approached the bulliest of the group, a man with a dark complexion. This time, the situation is different. District D has somehow procured a substantial amount of food. The boss suspects it might be supplies intended for the shelters before the calamity struck. Therefore, our mission this time is not only to seize all the food from District D, but also to extract the locations of the shelters from them. The dark-faced man replied coldly. Understand that those shelters, prepared prior to the calamity, contain not just copious amounts of food, but a variety of other supplies as well, ranging from weapons and medicine to various instruments from diverse fields. If we could acquire these resources, perhaps the Grey Rat Gang might even consider a change in name, he continued. The handgun-wielding gang member paused momentarily, but soon a look of excitement illuminated his face. What do you mean? Is the boss planning to target that medium-sized settlement? That's wonderful. The women there are far more refined than those in our Grey Rat town. Silence. The dark-faced man shot him a glare and admonished. Do not ask what you should not, and do not say what you ought not. If you provoke the boss, no one will be able to protect you. Our sole task now is to execute the mission assigned by the boss flawlessly. Your rewards will not be lacking when the time comes. The handgun-wielding gang member instinctively recoiled, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face as he replied, Oh, come now. You know what kind of person I am, Black Brother. I wouldn't dare gossip, that I'm merely curious, as it's quite rare for us to mobilize so extensively in our own territory. As he spoke, his eyes darted around before he added, Black Brother, it seems like our intention is to ensure District D does not have a pleasant outcome. Am I right? We are definitely going to clash with them, correct? The dark-faced man glanced at the gang member and replied coldly, With so much food at stake, would you willingly relinquish it? The boss's intention is clear. This time in District D, we can afford to eliminate a few individuals to instill fear in those at District D, making them understand that under our rule in Grey Rat Town, any good fortune must be reported and not hoarded. The handgun-wielding gang member's eyes gleamed with excitement as he encouraged, Black Brother, if that is the case, can you allow the brothers to indulge a bit? What mischief are you plotting? The dark-faced man's brow furrowed. How can it be mischief? Black Brother, do you remember that exceptionally beautiful girl in District D named Li Lu, right? She's a second-tier enhanced individual. Her figure and face, after undergoing second-tier enhancement, are simply irresistible. The handgun-wielding gang member leaned closer to the dark-faced man's ear and whispered, I dare say, considering her quality, she would be a rare find even in a medium-sized settlement. Why not seize this opportunity to take her for ourselves? The boss previously instructed us to ensure the stability of the subordinate regions to avoid disrupting normal tax collections. Besides, that girl is quite formidable, having reached the second-tier enhancement level herself. We couldn't do much about her. However, today's circumstances are different. Today, we are here to establish dominance. The boss has also permitted us to eliminate a few individuals. This provides ample justification to target Li Lu. Black Brother, you are also a second-tier enhanced individual. With so many extra hands and a dozen firearms, capturing Li Lu should pose no problem. Hearing this gang member's insinuations, the dark-faced man paused, his mind conjuring an image of Li Lu. He had a vivid impression of her, and upon further contemplation, it indeed seemed plausible, stirring his interest without any hesitation that a decade has passed since the onset of the calamity, during which the original order had completely disintegrated. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, ran rampant across the wasteland, becoming the sole principle the denizens of the wasteland were willing to abide by. Thus, The dark-faced man saw nothing wrong in harboring such thoughts. We shall act according to circumstances. Our foremost task remains to procure food from District D and to interrogate them for the potential locations of the shelters that as long as it does not interfere with the boss's directive. We may indulge a little. The dark-faced man spoke in a low voice. Though his words were somewhat ambiguous, the handgun-wielding gang member understood perfectly that his black brother had tacitly approved his proposal. The journey did not take long. The thought of Li Lu's figure made the leading dark-faced man unable to suppress his desire to reach Grey Rat D swiftly, causing his pace to quicken, which rendered the previously chaotic group much more orderly. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts of the Grey Rat D base. Upon witnessing the transformation of what was once a dilapidated settlement into a completely different visage, the group led by the dark-faced man collectively exhibited expressions of astonishment. Though the construction of Grey Rat D's base had only recently reached its initial stages, it appeared significantly more organized and cleaner than Grey Rat Town. Aside from being noticeably smaller in area, every other aspect surpassed that of Grey Rat Town. After a good 10 seconds of stupor, the dark-faced man was the first to regain his composure. He swallowed hard and gasped. How much food did these people in District D expend to acquire such resources? To have elevated their settlement to this state, they must have traded far beyond what they acquired from us in Grey Rat Town. Surely, they've managed to uncover a shelter. It seems this time, fortune is smiling upon us in the Grey Rat Gang. Chapter 81. Hidden Malice. The words of the dark-faced man ignited a fervor among the surrounding members of the Grey Rat Party. These individuals were tasked with the collection of taxes from various subordinate regions within the party. Consequently, they possessed a considerable understanding of the circumstances surrounding these settlements. It was precisely this familiarity that rendered the transformation of Grey Rat D so profoundly shocking to them. The stark contrast between their previous knowledge and the present situation had fully awakened the greed within their hearts. Under the influence of this emotion, dozens of Grey Rat Party members brandished their weapons and eagerly surged into the base of Grey Rat D. To their astonishment, they found over 200 survivors of Grey Rat D already assembled. The gaze of these survivors was filled with hatred and fury, yet the dark-faced man paid them no mind. He had encountered such hostility too often to be fazed. Look at your expressions. Did you anticipate our arrival? Well, since you were forewarned, you should also understand the reason for our visit. Hand over the food you possess to be compliant, and perhaps we can avoid any unpleasantness. The dark-faced man stated coldly, his gaze lingering on Chen Yang for a few moments longer. Chen Yang appeared unfamiliar to him, as if he had not been seen within Grey Rat D before. However, this was of little consequence. Personnel movement was not uncommon among the settlements under Grey Rat Town. Not all survivors in the wasteland resided in settlements of varying sizes. Many struggled amidst the desolation, occasionally passing through a settlement and choosing to settle there. Thus, the presence of unfamiliar faces was a relatively normal occurrence. Dear sir, we do have food, but it has already been distributed. As you can see, our settlement is undergoing renovations. And to prevent food contamination, we have designated a few areas within the settlement as temporary storage to hold the food. If you truly wish to collect this food, perhaps you could send some of your men to accompany ours. At the very least, they should inventory the supplies. Surely, you must leave us something. You cannot take it all, can you? Chen Yang replied, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Such a submissive attitude caused the dark-faced man to disregard Chen Yang entirely. After stroking his chin in contemplation, he nodded. Very well, I will allocate half of my men to inventory the food. As for leaving you some, we in the Grey Rat Party are not unreasonable. After all, we have protected you all these years, allowing you to at least have a meal. So, we will ensure you receive some. But how much will depend on the circumstances? Chen Yang hastily interjected. Of course, it is entirely at your discretion that we only seek to retain enough rations to avoid immediate hunger. With that, he gestured, and several survivors stepped forward, leading about half of the dark-faced man's contingent deeper into the base. The dark-faced man harbored no concerns about unexpected developments. Among the half of his men he had sent, 3 were first-tier enhanced individuals, armed with 6 or 7 firearms, sufficient to handle any unforeseen situations. In the dark-faced man's estimation, aside from Li Lu, who was a second-tier enhanced individual, there appeared to be only 2 first-tier enhanced individuals within Grey Rat D. The rest were merely ordinary survivors. The overall strength of this group posed no threat whatsoever. Brother, we actually have quite a substantial amount of food stored. Your men will likely require considerable time to inventory it, so rather than standing idly here, why not share a meal together? You look weary from your journey and have likely yet to fill your stomach, Chen Yang suggested, approaching the dark-faced man with a face full of humility and a tone laced with flattery. This proposal piqued the interest of the dark-faced man. After smacking his lips in satisfaction, he patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and inquired, "What is your name?" In response to your inquiry, "I am called Chen Yang," he replied. "Chen Yang. Commendable. Your attitude is quite agreeable. That I shall mention you to the boss and see about your joining us in the Grey Rat Party. That I cannot guarantee much, but at least you will not go hungry here," the dark-faced man proclaimed with pride. Really? Is that true? Thank you. Thank you for your support, brother. Rest assured, if I am allowed to join the Grey Rat Party, I will follow your lead without hesitation," Chen Yang exclaimed, his face alight with joy as he immediately began to express his loyalty. The survivors of Grey Rat D had already procured a considerable quantity of food from the recently constructed structures, bringing it forth in large amounts to the Grey Rat Party members, their faces betraying a sense of unwillingness. "Excellent. I appreciate your perceptiveness. You may call me Hey Pai, and once you join the Grey Rat Party, you can refer to me as Brother Hey. I shall look after you," the dark-faced man said, giving Chen Yang another pat on the shoulder before turning his attention to the dozen or so Grey Rat Party members who were now salivating at the sight of the food. He jestingly scolded them. "Dig in. We're out here doing our jobs. It's only natural to eat and drink a bit. Just don't let it interfere with our duties." The Grey Rat Party members cheered in unison, eagerly snatching food from the arms of the Grey Rat D survivors and shoving it into their mouths without reservation. The dark-faced man shook his head at their behavior, but understood their reaction well. The ordinary members of the Grey Rat Party did not enjoy particularly prosperous lives. Although their circumstances were somewhat better than those of the settlement survivors, the opportunities to fill their stomachs were still few and far between. Thus, such an opportunity to indulge was irresistibly tempting for them. "Chen Yang, what about my share?" the dark-faced man inquired. Gazing at Chen Yang, that is the leader of this operation, he was aware that his treatment would differ from that of the others. Thus, upon witnessing the bountiful provisions offered to the other party members, his anticipation for his own share naturally grew. "Your share." Chen Yang leaned closer to the dark-faced man's ear, his voice dropping significantly. The dark-faced man instinctively leaned in closer to Chen Yang, but a sudden wave of alarming intuition surged within him. Before he could react, Chen Yang abruptly lunged forward, wrapping both arms around his neck and twisting with force. Crack! Accompanied by a sharp sound, the dark-faced man instantly lost all consciousness. Simultaneously, the survivors of Grey Rat D, who had been clutching their food, simultaneously hurled their provisions at the nearby Grey Rat Party members. Seizing the moment of confusion among the Grey Rat Party members, they pounced upon them, overwhelming them. Only then did the Grey Rat Party members realize with shock that the individuals who had tackled them were, in fact, enhanced individuals. Chapter 82. How Will You Thank Me? With a combination of careful calculations and an undeniable advantage in strength, the followers of the Grey Rat Party were effortlessly dealt with by the survivors of Grey Rat D. They had never anticipated facing such unexpected circumstances, nor did they fathom that the people from District D would dare to take action against them. This was entirely contrary to their understanding. Thus, upon entering the Grey Rat D base, they remained unperturbed and lacked any vigilance. Once the survivors of Grey Rat D produced food, their minds became consumed with the desire to satiate their hunger, until Chen Yang swiftly snapped the neck of the burly man with a dark complexion, and only then did the Grey Rat D survivors begin their assault, leaving their adversaries momentarily bewildered. Their minds seemed to momentarily malfunction, unable to comprehend what had transpired. However, the people of Grey Rat D would not grant them the luxury of contemplation. Having prepared extensively for this moment, their intent was to catch their enemies off guard, and with their objective achieved, they would unhesitatingly strike with lethal force. Having endured oppression from these Grey Rat Party members for far too long, The survivors of Grey Rat D finally possessed the strength to resist, exhibiting an exuberant fervor as they vented their pent-up hatred upon their foes. Chen Yang, after forcefully breaking the neck of the burly man, gazed at the lifeless body with wide, unseeing eyes, feeling a tumultuous churn in his stomach. This was his first act of taking a life. During his days in the wasteland, he had been solely focused on planning the construction of the base, never having faced the zombies or mutated creatures outside, let alone a living human. The sensation of killing was far from pleasant. Moreover, Chen Yang discovered that even with ample preparation and an absolute advantage in strength, the act of taking a life still induced overwhelming anxiety. Under the weight of this emotion, his stomach felt a slight cramp, provoking an urge to vomit. Yet this feeling did not escalate to an unbearable degree. He merely dry heaved a few times without actually retching. "Is this your first time killing someone?" Li Lu approached Chen Yang, gently pulling his head into her embrace as she asked softly. "Yes, I initially thought it wouldn't be difficult, but it seems I underestimated the gravity of the situation," Chen Yang replied with a wry smile. "That's perfectly normal. You'll grow accustomed to it in time. That I in this world, survival often hinges on killing or being killed, and one must adapt. While zombies and mutated creatures are fearsome, they pale in comparison to our own kind. On the wasteland, the most perilous threat will always be our fellow humans." Li Lu comforted him as she stroked his hair. "I understand the need to adapt, but must one truly grow accustomed to such things?" Chen Yang inhaled deeply against Li Lu's chest, the fragrant scent refreshing his mind. He gestured for her to release her hold, standing upright before proclaiming, "Arrange for a few individuals to check on the fate of the 10 or so members of the Grey Rat Party we previously captured." "Understood, boss." A response came immediately, and one of the survivors turned and hurried deeper into the base. The number of individuals sent by the Grey Rat Party was limited, and their capabilities are quite restricted. "We needn't waste so much food. Even if we were to surround them, they would surely be no match for us," Li Lu remarked. "However, they possess firearms that if we were to surround them, in their panic and desperation, they may fire indiscriminately, and even stray bullets could lead to casualties among our ranks. The threat posed by those guns is significant. We must proceed with caution. Using certain items as bait to lower their guard, we can then launch a surprise attack. This method is simple, yet highly effective. If we can use some food as a trade-off to ensure the safety of our personnel, it is an exceedingly worthwhile exchange," Chen Yang explained. Li Lu pursed her lips, seemingly unconvinced by Chen Yang's perspective. "What? Do you believe that human lives are less valuable than food?" Chen Yang turned to regard Li Lu, inquiring, "Do you truly think food is more precious than life?" "Boss, before your arrival, food was far more valuable than life for any settlement. Life is the most inexpensive commodity in this world," Li Lu replied, biting her lip. "You mentioned that this was the case before I arrived, that I have no control over what transpired prior. However, now that I am here, the rules will be dictated by me. Every individual in our base is my employee, and I am responsible for their well-being. Each person is my most treasured asset, and their lives are far more important than food." Chen Yang narrowed his eyes and continued, "From now on, before we formulate any plans or take any actions, we must reach a consensus that guarantees the safety of all participants. If the risk is too great, we shall abandon the operation or plan rather than allow our people to perish needlessly." Surprise flickered across Li Lu's face. She stared at Chen Yang for a considerable time before suddenly bowing in respect, saying earnestly, "Boss, on behalf of all members of Grey Rat D, thank you." "Thank me? It seems we could exchange that for something else," Chen Yang said with a mischievous grin. Li Lu blinked and then seized Chen Yang's arm. "Then let us express our gratitude in another manner. I hope you have sufficient chocolate on you. Rest assured, I have plenty, but let us head to the villa after we thoroughly consume this batch of Grey Rat Party members. It won't be long before they notice something amiss that we must prepare in advance to counter any forthcoming actions from the Grey Rat Party," Chen Yang stated. "What are your plans?" Li Lu inquired. Jianyang is reluctant to extend his assistance. According to him, our extensive acquisitions during this period have granted us sufficient strength that if we still require his intervention to deal with the Grey Rat Party, he will undoubtedly question whether his decision to collaborate with us was wise. Chen Yang shrugged and continued. "Thus, we can only rely on ourselves to handle the Grey Rat Party. Once they realize something is amiss in Grey Rat Town, the next wave of individuals sent will surely comprise the main force of the Grey Rat Party, and even their formidable leader, a fifth-tier enhanced individual, may choose to lead the charge personally. However, the Grey Rat Party cannot forsake their entire force. They must retain enough personnel to ensure that Grey Rat Town remains stable. Even if they become aware of the issue, due to the loss of this batch of individuals, it will be difficult for them to alter their ingrained perception of us at Grey Rat D. Therefore, it would be most prudent for us to ambush them on the road, catching them off guard once more. Li Lu nodded in agreement, stating, "You may arrange everything, boss. We will heed your guidance. There is no rush. It will take some time for them to recognize the problem. This interim period is ample time for you to express your gratitude to me." Chen Yang chuckled. Chapter 83, The Ambitions of the Underdog. At the entrance of Grey Mouse Town, the leader of the Grey Mouse gang stood with a grave expression, flanked by several formidable elites, each possessing the rank of second-tier enhancers. Unlike the ordinary members of the gang, the number of these second-tier elites was scarce, representing the core force that the Grey Mouse gang relied upon to intimidate and control the various settlements under its dominion. Despite having 600 members, the gang's ranks boasted only 2 third-tier enhancers and fewer than 10 second-tier enhancers. This disparity was not due to a lack of funds for enhancement potions. Rather, it stemmed from the gang's limited food sources, which could only sustain such a modest cadre of enhanced individuals. Indeed, Grey Mouse Town, with its population exceeding 10,000, also governed 12 smaller settlements, housing over 3,000 people. However, the total food resources the gang could extract through taxation were insufficient to support a larger contingent of enhanced fighters. Barely enough to maintain 100 or so. It must be noted that even in the harsh, resource-deprived wasteland, the region controlled by the Grey Mouse gang remained exceedingly barren. Thus, Wei Long, the leader of the Grey Mouse gang, had never been content with the status quo. While ruling as a local despot within Grey Mouse Town, wielding life and death decisions with ease, was undeniably pleasurable. Wei Long harbored grand ambitions and lofty ideals. He aspired to lead an extraordinary life, one that would leave a resounding legacy upon this land. Hence, he consistently motivated himself with higher aspirations, such as the prospect of seizing control of a medium-sized settlement. Such aspirations had previously seemed unattainable. To speak of the current ruler of that medium settlement, a being of 7th-tier enhancement, was to acknowledge a formidable figure whom Wei Long could only look up to. Moreover, the entire faction governing that medium settlement was far more powerful than the Grey Mouse gang. Absent extraordinary circumstances, Wei Long doubted the feasibility of realizing such lofty dreams. Yet now the opportunity he had long envisioned had materialized. One of the settlements under Grey Mouse Town had inexplicably amassed a substantial food supply without any prior warning. During this period, the settlement had exchanged an astonishing quantity of resources for food within the town, enough to leave anyone astounded. Any sensible individual could discern the underlying issues. The settlements under Grey Mouse Town were barely able to ensure that the survivors did not starve. It was a remarkable feat in itself. In normal circumstances, for the survivors within those settlements, merely filling their bellies was a luxury, let alone having surplus food to barter for other necessities. Thus, Wei Long firmly believed that the settlement had stumbled upon a This was the reason for its sudden affluence, in Wei Long's eyes. This was a divine opportunity bestowed upon him. He fancied himself as the protagonist from those entertaining novels, the chosen one who could stumble upon unparalleled treasures even while merely walking down the street. He had to seize this chance to claim the discovered refuge as his own. With the abundant resources within it, he could swiftly enhance the Grey Mouse gang, primarily by acquiring higher-tier enhancement potions in preparation for the impending takeover of the nearby medium settlement. All of these plans seemed splendid in theory, yet fate conspired against him as the first step of execution faltered. The unexpected deaths of several gang members delayed the operation by several days, and the team he dispatched to the settlement failed to return or send any word after several hours. Logically, that time frame would have allowed the team to make numerous trips between Grey Mouse Town and the subordinate settlements. Yet not only did the team not return, but there was also not a single message relayed back. Wei Long was furious. He did not believe that the team had encountered any mishap. Within the area under the Grey Mouse gang's control, no force existed that could threaten such a group. In his estimation, this was undoubtedly a case of the team leader, black skin, succumbing to greed, having discovered an abundance of resources within the settlement, and thus developing ulterior motives. If this was indeed the case, he would have to act swiftly to confront them. The longer he delayed, the greater the chance that black skin would successfully transfer the resources and establish a competing faction far from his grasp. That would be the best-case scenario. The worst outcome would see black skin utilizing those resources to rapidly bolster his own power and influence, ultimately turning against Grey Mouse Town itself. Such a scenario was not merely a possibility. Its likelihood was disturbingly high. After all, he himself harbored similar ambitions. If black skin had developed the same aspirations, he would not be surprised in the slightest. Boss, everything is arranged. Second brother will remain in town. There is no way anything will go awry in Grey Mouse Town that will leave 200 men with him, which should be sufficient to maintain order. After all, your deterrent power is well known. It's merely a temporary outing, and you could return at any moment. Even if there are those with ill intentions in the town, they won't dare act now. A man emerged from within Grey Mouse Town and approached Wei Long. This man, along with the second brother he mentioned, were twins, the only two third-tier enhancers within the Grey Mouse gang, making them Wei Long's most trusted aides. Originally triplets, the eldest had perished, leaving the second and third, whom Wei Long had rescued, to stand by his side through thick and thin, earning his utmost trust. Have your second brother keep vigilant. Ensure that their guns are fully loaded. If there is even the slightest commotion in the town, they are to fire immediately. It's been a while since I've had to deal with bloodshed. I fear those rascals in town have started to believe that I, Wei Long, am a pushover. Wei Long, stroking his bald head, spoke with a menacing tone. Rest assured, boss, second brother knows what to do. The man replied with a grin that, of course, I trust you two brothers that I am the entire Grey Mouse gang. You are the only ones I can rely on that if this operation goes smoothly, we won't have to continue languishing in this small place called Grey Mouse Town. At that point, not only enhancers but perhaps even evolved individuals we might be able to indulge in such aspirations. Wei Long said, narrowing his eyes with determination, and he raised his arm forcefully, calling out, brothers. Let us set off. Chapter 84. Ambush. In light of the significance of this operation, Wei Long assembled a formidable contingent of 300 men, all hastening towards the direction of Grey Mouse D. However, the majority of these 300 were merely ordinary members of the Grey Mouse faction, struggling to keep pace with Wei Long's rapid advance. Anxious and apprehensive about the possibility of arriving late and allowing Hype to escape, Wei Long pressed forward with remarkable speed, resulting in the formation of an elongated line within the ranks shortly after departing from Grey Mouse Town. Boss, our pace is so swift that the brothers are finding it difficult to keep up. With the formation stretching this long, we might easily fall into an ambush, a man, laboring to keep up beside Wei Long, interjected. Even with his third-tier enhancement, he found it a challenge to remain at his leader's side, let alone the ordinary Grey Mouse followers trailing behind. Those with first- and second-tier enhancements fared somewhat better, as their physical capabilities had been significantly bolstered. Even if their speed lagged, their endurance allowed them to persevere. Yet, the ordinary members of the Grey Mouse faction were truly suffering, not only lagging in strength, but also in speed and stamina, compounded by their constant hunger and fatigue. This relentless pursuit was indeed taxing on their very lives. Ambush. Who dares to ambush us? Who possesses the capability to do so? Those settlements under our command? I would like to see them muster the audacity. Were it not for the necessity of manpower to transport supplies, the two of us could accomplish this mission alone. Therefore, let the brothers behind figure out their own way. If they cannot keep up, they should slow down. We must resolve this issue first, and they can exert themselves later, Wei Long retorted with a cold scoff, continuing, that scoundrel Hype has undoubtedly betrayed me. Otherwise, he would not have remained absent for such an extended period. Our most urgent task is to hasten our advance to prevent Hype from escaping with the goods. With each second we delay, we grant Hype more time to flee. All right. I understand, boss. The man gritted his teeth, realizing he could not persuade his leader to reconsider, and thus resolved to exert himself to remain close to Wei Long before long. Wei Long and his third-tier enhanced companion had distanced themselves from the remaining members of the Grey Mouse faction to the point where they were no longer visible. Even the second-tier enhanced individuals that strained to keep up could only glimpse vague silhouettes in the distance. Wei Long, however, was unconcerned, for Grey Mouse D was now within sight. Yet, contrary to his previous impression of a disheveled settlement, the current Grey Mouse D appeared remarkably tidy and orderly. The imposing walls that loomed in the distance stirred a sense of excitement within Wei Long. How much additional supplies had this area required? In such a brief span, they had completely renovated the settlement. It was truly enviable. In a surge of emotion, Wei Long's pace quickened further. Just then, gunfire erupted. Numerous firearms suddenly emerged from the hillsides on either side, their barrels trained on Wei Long and his third-tier companion, unleashing a fierce barrage of bullets without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat. Although these antiquated weapons had long been rendered obsolete, they were still automatic rifles, and if one was not stingy with ammunition, their firepower remained formidable. The third-tier enhanced individual did not have the chance to react before being riddled by the hail of bullets. Wei Long, however, did not meet an immediate demise. His fifth-tier enhancements endowed him with reflexes, speed, and muscle strength that far surpassed those of a third-tier individual. Thus, while he faced the initial volley of bullets yet this stroke of luck did not bring him any joy. He had genuinely been ambushed in an area under his control. What madness was this? Had the world gone insane? Despite being a fifth-tier enhanced individual, ordinary firearms still posed a threat to him. He could withstand the impact of standard handgun bullets purely through his muscle strength, but there was no effective way to mitigate the damage from automatic rifle rounds. To completely nullify the lethality of such conventional weaponry through sheer physical strength alone would require a minimum enhancement level of 7th tier. It was said that by the time one reached the 9th tier enhancement level, even anti-material sniper rifles would struggle to inflict fatal harm. Her Jinyan's efficiency leaves much to be desired. The weapons I have been attempting to procure through him have yet to arrive, forcing us to resort to seizing firearms from the Grey Mouse faction instead, which complicates matters considerably. Had we been adequately armed with the previously purchased weapons, we wouldn't need to tread so cautiously against the Grey Mouse faction. Chen Yang remarked from behind a nearby hillock, observing Wei Long, who was still lively amid the gunfire. This is a predicament we cannot avoid. For now, we can only acquire weapons from that medium-sized settlement. However, their control over weaponry is quite stringent. Even her Jinyan must exert considerable effort. The reason the Grey Mouse faction's leader has managed to amass a significant arsenal to establish his faction is reportedly due to his close ties with a prominent figure in that medium-sized settlement. The Grey Mouse faction is essentially an extension of that influential individual, Li Lu explained beside him. Are you serious? If we were to devour the Grey Mouse faction, wouldn't that mean we have offended that medium-sized force? Chen Yang gasped, taken aback by this revelation that it appears to be the case. But there is no need for excessive concern. The faction controlling that medium-sized settlement is rife with internal discord and various schemings. Should we eliminate the Grey Mouse faction, there will undoubtedly be those within the force who would welcome such an outcome. Li Lu smiled, continuing, thus, even if they seek to retaliate, it won't be easy for them to reach a consensus in the short term. They will have to balance and mediate internal conflicts. For us, as long as we have time, we can develop rapidly and enhance ourselves swiftly. At that point, who knows who will consume whom? Chen Yang furrowed his brow and said, it seems I need to have a serious discussion with her Jinyan. Since we are in collaboration, he must provide us with adequate support and cannot merely reap the benefits without contributing. As he spoke, he noticed Wei Long, despite having sustained injuries amidst the gunfire, still energetically charging towards their direction. Chen Yang took a deep breath and proactively moved to meet him. Chapter 85. The Absurd Battle. Wei Long, being a fifth-tier enhancer, stood distinctly above the rest, within the ranks of the Grey Rat D. Besides Chen Yang, who was a fourth-tier enhancer, Li Lu's current third-tier enhancement placed her as the second strongest member of Grey Rat D. Despite her inability to absorb enhancement serums as swiftly as Chen Yang, which rendered her incapable of injecting a fourth-tier serum, she nonetheless approached the pinnacle of absorption, surpassing her fellow third-tier members in strength. Yet, even with this advantage, there remained a vast chasm between her and the fifth-tier Wei Long thus. When faced with Wei Long's aggressive advance, it was only natural for Chen Yang to step in to confront him. The disparity between the fourth and fifth tiers was certainly within acceptable limits. Moreover, Chen Yang was clad in a formidable bioarmor, which provided astonishing defensive capabilities that it was unlikely that even a 5th-tier enhancer could breach such defenses. However, Chen Yang had always been an earnest child with little experience in combat, leaving him devoid of any real fighting prowess. Consequently, upon directly confronting Wei Long, he found himself at a disadvantage almost immediately. As Chen Yang and Wei Long became embroiled in a fierce struggle, the earlier cacophony of gunfire abruptly ceased. The members of Grey Rat D lacked genuine experience with firearms, and given the close proximity of the combatants, they were apprehensive about the risk of friendly fire amidst their frantic movements. This heightened the pressure on Chen Yang considerably. Recognizing this, Wei Long decided to engage Chen Yang in close combat, even though he bore significant gunshot wounds that had yet to hinder his mobility. Upon discerning Chen Yang's enhancement level, he was taken aback, but, observing the reactions of others, he deduced that Chen Yang's status was indeed extraordinary. Therefore, to ensure his own survival, the most prudent course of action was to capture Chen Yang alive and hold him as a hostage. "Are you fools? Shoot! Have you forgotten what I'm wearing? Just avoid my head. I'll be perfectly fine. Lower your aim and shoot." Despite the protection of his bioarmor, which prevented Wei Long from inflicting any serious harm upon him, the sensation of passively enduring blows was still intolerable for Chen Yang. The sudden cessation of gunfire only exacerbated his frustration, prompting him to shout in desperation. Upon hearing his cries, the others finally grasped the situation. The bioarmor brought by Hygienian was not a secret within Grey Rat D, but in their panic, they had forgotten about it when seeing Chen Yang and Wei Long engaged in combat. Ah-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The gunfire erupted again. This time, their proximity greatly enhanced their accuracy. Wei Long, caught completely off guard, was suddenly riddled with numerous bullet holes. Although his powerful musculature prevented the bullets from penetrating deeply, embedding themselves within his flesh, the pain was undeniably acute. Furthermore, the increasing number of wounds compounded his blood loss, and within less than half a minute after the gunfire resumed, Wei Long was left dazed. "Why? Are you not afraid of bullets?" Gazing at the unscathed Chen Yang amidst the hail of gunfire, who, despite having a lower enhancement level, remained unharmed, Wei Long felt a profound sense of incredulity. "Are you foolish? There exists something in this world called a bulletproof vest." Chen Yang, having curled his neck protectively, retaliated by delivering a kick that sent Wei Long sprawling to the ground. Despite the protection afforded by the bioarmor, the humiliation of being thoroughly beaten without the ability to retaliate was deeply infuriating for Chen Yang. It seemed imperative that upon returning to his own world, he would need to dedicate time to mastering combat skills. Otherwise, he would frequently find himself in situations requiring the use of his fists in this wasteland. Surely, he could not bear to be beaten every time he encountered an opponent of similar strength. Such a life would be intolerable. He was no masochist. If he were to be pummeled at the onset of every confrontation, he would merely become the team's tank, which did not align with his aesthetic sensibilities. Meanwhile, Wei Long, having been kicked to the ground, now appeared ghastly pale from blood loss, that as he felt his strength rapidly ebbing away, he found the situation utterly absurd. "So, black skin did not betray me. That I never imagined that I, Wei Long, would meet my demise due to my own misjudgment. HM? What did you say your name was?" Chen Yang paused in surprise, incredulously asking. "You don't know my name? You live in the territory of Grey Rat Town, and yet are unaware of who I am." Even as he neared death, Wei Long's anger flared upon realizing that Chen Yang did not know his name. "Why must living in Grey Rat Town necessitate knowing your name?" Chen Yang replied, utterly perplexed. "Because I am the ruler of Grey Rat Town. I am the sovereign of Grey Rat Town. I can decide the fate of everyone in this town." Observing Wei Long's animated demeanor, Chen Yang, growing increasingly impatient, delivered a swift kick to Wei Long's face. "Enough with the nonsense. Just tell me your name. What use are all these ramblings?" Chen Yang rolled his eyes as he spoke. I am Wei Long. TSK, you really did choose a ridiculous name. I thought I misheard. Whatever, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Did Li Lu? Hand me the gun. I'll finish him off." Chen Yang turned to Li Lu. Boss, won't you feel uncomfortable doing this?" Li Lu asked as she handed Chen Yang an automatic rifle. "Uncomfortable or not, it must be done." As you said, in this world, one either kills or gets killed. One must grow accustomed to it, but if one wishes to avoid being killed, one must learn to kill, Chen Yang declared, raising the rifle and aiming it at Wei Long's head. So close to death, Wei Long unexpectedly found that he felt no fear. He had always hoped his life would be extraordinary, leaving behind a resounding legacy on this land. Yet, the reality was that he had not only failed to carve a name for himself on this land, but even within the territory of Grey Rat Town, there were still those unaware of his name. His life had been so utterly mundane, so tragically pitiful. Rat-tat-tat. The sound of bullets erupted, and Wei Long's head was reduced to a shattered mess, resembling a crushed watermelon. Chapter 86, a one-sided massacre. After expending an entire magazine of ammunition, Chen Yang finally released his finger from the trigger. His expression was somewhat grim, and the churning sensation in his stomach was even more intense than when he had personally snapped the neck of the black-skinned man. He cast aside the automatic rifle onto the ground, bent over, and ultimately succumbed to the urge to vomit. Wei Long's head had been reduced to a gruesome pulp, the mingling of red and white fluids, accompanied by a distinct metallic tang, left Chen Yang feeling profoundly unsettled. The sheer brutality of the scene was overwhelming. For those unaccustomed to such sights, a sudden confrontation with such carnage would undoubtedly inflict a heavy psychological blow. Many who had returned from the harrowing realities of war often found themselves grappling with mental afflictions upon reintegration into normal society. The frequent exposure to such horrific scenes could lead to significant psychological trauma. Chen Yang was acutely aware that the act of taking a life would inevitably impact his emotions, imposing stress both physiologically and psychologically. Yet he understood that he must persist in this course of action. He needed to establish his own stronghold in this desolate world, where similar events would surely recur with alarming frequency. He had to acclimate himself to the sensation of killing and the brutal methods required to survive in this lawless realm, devoid of morality. The only principle that prevailed was the survival of the fittest. While becoming strong might lead to a grim demise, being weak would undoubtedly result in a miserable existence. Faced with the choice between a wretched life and a grim death, Chen Yang perceived no difficulty in making that selection. To live with fervor was to embrace a dignified death. After retching for some time, Chen Yang finally felt a modicum of relief. However, upon glancing once more at Wei Long's shattered skull, his previously emptied stomach stirred violently again. The journey to fully adapt to the sensations of bloodshed and murder, it seemed, would require more time. Those we positioned along the route should have already sprung into action, correct? The gunfire here is rather pronounced. Although the Grey Rat Party members are somewhat distanced, they should still be able to hear it, he inquired, gently rubbing his stomach as he straightened up. Rest assured, as soon as the gunfire erupted here, our people would have undoubtedly initiated their assault simultaneously. Our members are all third-tier enhancers, possessing far superior auditory acuity compared to ordinary individuals. With the element of surprise on our side, there should be no issues, Li Lu replied confidently. Indeed, this was the case. Hundreds of Grey Rat Party members had exerted themselves to keep pace with the foremost Wei Long, straining every sinew. As a result, the mass of several hundred individuals had fragmented into various formations, with a handful of second-tier enhancers closest to Wei Long, followed by a group of first-tier enhancers, and at the rear, the ordinary Grey Rat Party members. This not only further diluted the Grey Rat Party's strength, but also left the members gasping for breath, severely diminishing their combat effectiveness. Despite being outnumbered, the survivors from Grey Rat D had all undergone the injection of third-tier enhancement serums. Even without time to fully assimilate these enhancements, their physical capabilities exceeded those of second-tier enhancers. The ambush, meticulously planned and executed with patience, proved exceedingly effective against the disorganized Grey Rat Party members. The latter were unable to mount any substantial resistance and quickly fell into disarray under the onslaught of the Grey Rat D survivors. After all, they were merely a haphazard collection of individuals. Having thrived on bullying and intimidation, their cohesion was nearly negligible, and their combat proficiency was close to zero, though when faced with formidable adversity, their will to resist evaporated. The sudden onslaught from the Grey Rat D survivors swiftly transformed the scene into one of unrelenting slaughter. Even those Grey Rat Party members armed with firearms found themselves wishing to discard their weapons, seeking to lighten their load in a desperate bid to escape. Yet alas, their prior exertions had drained them of strength, and attempting to flee from the pursuit of third-tier enhancers was a futile endeavor. In a mere span of 10 minutes, the fragmented battlefields all declared an end to hostilities that at this juncture, Chen Yang, accompanied by Li Lu and several other survivors from Grey Rat D, arrived at the scene. Observing the Grey Rat D members who had been lying in wait, now cleaning up the aftermath, Chen Yang took a deep breath, striving to maintain an air of calm and composure. The scene was gruesome. The Grey Rat D survivors harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Grey Rat Party members, having endured oppression, humiliation, and even more egregious acts at their hands. Their retribution was marked by an intensity that bordered on excessive. Not a single corpse of the Grey Rat Party remained intact. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies were strewn about, compelling Chen Yang, who had just emptied his stomach, to summon immense willpower to maintain control. Ensure that all members of the Grey Rat Party are accounted for. Did anyone manage to escape? Chen Yang inquired. All eliminated. Initially, those Grey Rat Party scoundrels attempted to flee, but their speed was no match for our pursuit. Eventually, realizing their plight, they sought to regroup and fight to the death, but by then, it was too late. This battle was exhilarating. Those Grey Rat Party members had tormented us relentlessly, and we finally avenged ourselves. One of the leading Grey Rat D survivors exclaimed gleefully as he approached Chen Yang. That is excellent news. As long as no one can return to Grey Rat Town to sound the alarm, we are safe. Have you gathered any intelligence on the remaining forces in Grey Rat Town? Chen Yang continued. Indeed. Boss, we deliberately spared a few captives for interrogation. The information we extracted from them was largely consistent, and we deemed it credible that we subsequently eliminated those remaining captives as well. According to their accounts, only around 200 Grey Rat Party members remain in Grey Rat Town, with no second-tier enhancers, just over 30 first-tier enhancers, led by a single third-tier enhancer. Combined with those we just dispatched, this should constitute the entirety of the Grey Rat Party's strength, the survivor reported, excitement evident in his tone. Excellent. Gather our forces. Let us push forward with vigor and annihilate the remaining Grey Rat Party members. We shall then seize Grey Rat Town, establishing it as the first satellite base of our main stronghold. Upon completion of this objective, I will bestow upon everyone a month's worth of food supplies as a bonus. Chen Yang commandait, gesturing expansively. Long live the boss. The surrounding Grey Rat D survivors cheered in unison, their spirits invigorated as they began to prepare their gear and marched valiantly towards Grey Rat Town. Chapter 87. Becoming accustomed to killing at this moment. The atmosphere in Grey Mouse Town was tinged with tension. A.S. Wei Long departed with a significant number of personnel. The third-tier enhanced individual left behind to guard the town promptly organized the remaining members of the Grey Mouse Gang into pairs for patrols within the town. To ensure that these patrols possessed sufficient deterrent power, this third-tier enhanced individual meticulously coordinated the deployment that a total of 100 pairs of patrol teams were formed, with each team comprising one individual armed with a firearm, while the other wielded a machete, ever ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Under normal circumstances, nothing out of the ordinary would occur. The Grey Mouse Gang had maintained its dominion over Grey Mouse Town for several years, during which time they had established a formidable foundation of power and a fearsome reputation. The survivors of Grey Mouse Town were unlikely to muster the courage to resist the gang's rule. Yet, given the unusual circumstances, with Wei Long leading away at least 60% of their forces, the remaining personnel in Grey Mouse Town were evidently insufficient. Should anyone attempt to exploit this situation to sow chaos, it could indeed prove troublesome. Thus, exercising caution was prudent. Moreover, for reasons unknown, the third-tier enhanced individual left behind felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, as though calamity were imminent. The last time he experienced such heart palpitations was during their encounter with the Aberrants, an event that had cost them their leader, leaving him and his younger brother forever altered. He could only hope that this time his apprehensions were unfounded, that in the territory controlled by the Grey Mouse Gang, no one could pose a threat to their esteemed leader, Wei Long. The third-tier enhanced individual silently encouraged himself. Glancing at the few most beautiful women he had specifically chosen from Grey Mouse Town, he found himself devoid of emotion. Irritated, he waved his hand dismissively, urging them to leave his sight before donning his clothing once more, grasping his large-caliber handgun, and exiting the house. He resolved to patrol the town until Wei Long returned triumphantly. Only then would he indulge in pleasures that, as for now, the overwhelming unease gnawed at him, making it impossible to enjoy anything. No sooner had he stepped outside and contemplated his route for the patrol than the sudden crack of gunfire echoed nearby. A jolt of anxiety surged through him as he instinctively dashed toward the source of the gunfire. Moments later, he stumbled upon the lifeless bodies of several Grey Mouse gang members, along with a round, mangled head carelessly discarded by the roadside. Despite the gruesome state of the head, he recognized it unmistakably as that of Wei Long. Boom! The third-tier enhanced individual felt his mind go blank. Wei Long was dead. Their leader, who possessed fifth-tier strength, had perished so easily. What on earth had transpired? Before he could process this shocking revelation, a figure suddenly lunged into his path, a handgun's muzzle pressed against his temple. The gun, still warm from having just discharged a bullet, jolted him back to reality, igniting a primal instinct to plead for mercy. Yet, he was met with no opportunity to do so. Bang! As the gunshot rang out, darkness enveloped him, and he instantaneously lost all consciousness. A single shot had obliterated the head of this third-tier enhanced individual. Chen Yang continued to adapt to the discomforting sensations, striving to acclimatize himself to the act of killing and to face the sanguinary scenes head-on. For this operation in Grey Mouse Town, he did not cower in the rear. Rather, he took the lead point: one must be ruthless with oneself. Otherwise, remaining in a state of comfort and security would ultimately lead to one's downfall. Without a second glance at the corpse of the third-tier enhanced individual, Chen Yang strode forward, resuming his search for the remnants of the Grey Mouse gang within Grey Mouse Town. Many survivors observed the scene with cold detachment. They displayed no emotional inclination regarding Chen Yang and his comrades' actions against the gang members. Although the Grey Mouse gang had oppressed them severely, these survivors, struggling to survive in the wasteland, were acutely aware of a fundamental truth. All rulers shared a common nature. Simply replacing one group with another in the governance of Grey Mouse Town would not necessarily yield better outcomes. However, it was not long before someone recognized Li Lu. During this time, she had frequently engaged in trade within Grey Mouse Town, and her striking appearance had naturally garnered her considerable fame. When the survivors realized that these uninvited guests, who had suddenly invaded the town to attack Grey Mouse gang members, were not outsiders, but from a subordinate settlement, their prior indifference and hostility diminished significantly. After all, they all lived under the oppressive rule of the Grey Mouse gang, and there was a sense of shared suffering among them. Though unclear about the unfolding events, the sudden emergence of a subordinate settlement with the capacity to resist or even overthrow the Grey Mouse gang's rule seemed a fortuitous development. Surely, the situation could not be worse than living under the gang's tyranny. In an instant, the survivors of Grey Mouse Town began to join forces with Chen Yang and his group in their quest to hunt down the remaining gang members. They were swiftly engulfed in the tide of popular rebellion, leaving the remaining gang members with no avenue of escape. In a mere half hour, all the remnants of the Grey Mouse gang were eradicated by Chen Yang and his allies, aided by the survivors of Grey Mouse Town. We need to temporarily take control of the entire Grey Mouse Town. Otherwise, without a force to maintain order, the over 10,000 residents here could quickly descend into chaos and madness, which would not serve our interests that if we intend to develop Grey Mouse Town into a satellite base. Maintaining at least a semblance of order is imperative, Chen Yang remarked, pulling Li Lu aside as they stood before the house that had once belonged to Wei Long. Our numbers may be insufficient. Over 200 people to control the entire Grey Mouse Town. It truly poses a challenge, Li Lu hesitated, responding. Fear not. We shall employ iron-fisted measures to make it clear to the people of Grey Mouse Town that anyone who thinks this is an opportune moment for rebellion is sorely mistaken, Chen Yang declared with a fierce determination. He suddenly realized that the more people he killed, the more desensitized he became to the act. But Chapter 88, the great objective, the boss is assured. We have made prior arrangements. Our people are armed with firearms seized from the Grey Mouse gang and have strategically occupied key locations throughout Grey Mouse Town in small teams. We have ensured mutual visibility among ourselves, and should anyone attempt to exploit the situation, our people will respond with lethal force, showing no mercy whatsoever, Li Lu stated with a nod. Indeed, Given the events of today, with the complete annihilation of the Grey Mouse Gang, there are bound to be individuals harboring thoughts of taking advantage. We must employ the most stringent measures to eliminate those who might seek to cause chaos, thereby deterring any other potential disruptors. With a population of 10,000 in Grey Mouse Town, this could serve as a significant source of manpower for us moving forward, Chen Yang interjected. Are you suggesting that we won't maintain a permanent presence in Grey Mouse Town? Or should we return to further develop our own base? Li Lu inquired. Naturally, Grey Mouse Town has reached a certain scale, and the cost of overthrowing and rebuilding it would be exorbitant. Besides, this place appears rather chaotic. Do you find it appealing? Chen Yang countered. To be honest, before your arrival, I found some charm in this place, and no matter how disorganized, it is still cleaner than our Grey Mouse D. And with its larger population, there are more opportunities for trade, which significantly surpasses those of our subordinate settlements, Li Lu admitted somewhat sheepishly. That was in the past. Now that I am here, we should not squander time attempting to reconstruct a place like Grey Mouse Town. Instead, we ought to focus on creating something new on our blank canvas. The costs in terms of time and manpower do not align. We have no need to waste our efforts in Grey Mouse Town, Chen Yang said, wrapping an arm around Li Lu's shoulders. Moreover, the resources I can currently provide are insufficient to meet the demands of over 10,000 people, indicating that we cannot fully absorb this population or transform them all into our employees. Since absolute control is unattainable, the significance of this population in the short term is minimal. We must prioritize the construction of our base, solidifying its foundation so that it becomes our cornerstone for this place. Chen Yang turned his gaze around before continuing. We only need to ensure basic order here. The survivors of Grey Mouse Town will fend for themselves, and we can select some representatives to establish a temporary administrative body to manage all affairs in Grey Mouse Town. This administrative body should form its own armed forces to guarantee a high degree of autonomy for Grey Mouse Town. We will retain the ultimate authority over it, establishing a liaison office within the town while selecting qualified individuals to become employees, thereby continually replenishing our base. In essence, we will treat Grey Mouse Town as a breeding ground, primarily for cultivating our reserve forces, while using it as a conduit for communication with the outside world. The base we are constructing will serve as our headquarters, accessible only to those who become our employees. Li Lu nodded in understanding. I will strive to accomplish this matter in the coming days. I have some acquaintances in Grey Mouse Town who can take the lead in forming this administrative organization, and with our backing for force, the process should proceed smoothly. After all, for the people of Grey Mouse Town, whether they are governed by us or the Grey Mouse Gang makes little difference. As long as they can secure food and survive, they will harbor minimal objections, Chen Yang remarked, affectionately ruffling Li Lu's hair. Our objective extends far beyond merely ensuring the survival of the survivors under our rule. From the outset, my aspirations have not been so modest that I envision our controlled territory as an Eden amidst this wasteland. For those living within our domain, mere sustenance should no longer be their pursuit or goal. I hope they can gradually return to a lifestyle reminiscent of the time before the calamity, where their concerns shift from whether they can fill their stomachs to what they ought to eat. Achieving such an ambition will be arduous and time-consuming, and it is possible that no matter our efforts, it may ultimately prove unattainable. Yet, we must endeavor to pursue it, for only through action can success become a possibility. Listening to Chen Yang's declaration, Li Lu's face lit up with yearning as she murmured, "Boss, my memories of life before the calamity are but fleeting childhood recollections. Though many details have become hazy, I often dream of those days. They were the happiest times of my life. If returning to that past were possible, I would be willing to sacrifice everything. Dear, through our own efforts, let us strive towards that goal. One day, our dreams will surely illuminate reality," Chen Yang said, giving a playful pat to Li Lu's backside. "Now, attend to matters in Grey Mouse Town. I must return to converse with He Jinyan and ensure he demonstrates the sincerity of our collaboration. As allies, it would be remiss for him to merely provide some potions as a token fulfillment of our agreement. That would be far too lenient. Yes, boss, that I also need to arrange for someone to notify the other subordinate settlements of this development, to prevent anyone from exploiting gaps in communication to gain an advantage," Li Lu responded, clenching her small fist energetically. Let us go. Li Lu. For the sake of returning to the past. Such fervent emotions are indeed contagious, at the very least. Chen Yang found himself irresistibly drawn to Li Lu's spirited demeanor. As Zhang Ailing once said, it appears she did not capture the entirety of the truth. The swiftest route to a woman's heart may very well also be the quickest path to a man's soul. Clearly, this is not a one-way street. Upon returning to the base, Chen Yang noted that, with most personnel mobilized for the operation against the Grey Mouse Gang, only a handful remained to oversee the premises. He entered He Jinyan's quarters, a space still under construction, though he had already moved many of his belongings in, allowing for normal experiments and potion preparation to take place here. Ah, you're back. Has the Grey Mouse Gang been dealt with? He Jinyan glanced up briefly before returning his focus to his experiment, responding somewhat distractedly. It has been resolved, but Dr. He, we need to have a serious discussion, Chen Yang said, positioning himself beside He Jinyan. He Jinyan paused, studying Chen Yang's expression, before setting aside his work and asking, about what? The specifics of our collaborative endeavors. Chapter 89, Enhanced Limits. I was under the impression that we had already settled these matters. He Jinyan shrugged, gesturing for Chen Yang to take a seat before turning to pour a glass of clear water for him. In the desolate world, untainted clear water, free from radiation, is an exceedingly rare resource. Our previous discussions were rather vague. This time, regarding the actions against the Grey Mouse Gang, I have noticed your lack of cooperation, which gives me cause for concern, Chen Yang candidly expressed. Are you suggesting that I am unwilling to involve myself in the conflict between you and the Grey Mouse Gang? He Jinyan inquired. Precisely. I can understand some of your reservations, but since we have reached an agreement to cooperate, even if you wish to remain uninvolved in the conflict, you shouldn't act as if you were a complete outsider. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Perhaps my actions did not sufficiently consider your feelings, leading to some misunderstandings. If that is the case, I apologize, He Jinyan said, bowing slightly towards Chen Yang. He continued, it is important to clarify that my apparent indifference stems from two reasons. First, I wish to assess your capabilities. Second, I believe the Grey Mouse Gang poses no real threat to you, even with a fifth-tier enhancer as their leader. After all, I have provided you with a piece of biological armor, which is more than adequate for you to contend with a fifth-tier enhancer. Then what of the fact that we have consistently sought your assistance in procuring weapons, yet you have not provided us with the necessary arms? Given your status, acquiring some weapons in that mid-sized settlement should not elicit any refusals, should it? Chen Yang furrowed his brow and asked. Indeed, if I were to purchase weapons, the faction controlling that mid-sized settlement would certainly grant me some leeway. However, the question remains, how can I do so without raising suspicion? A physician from the Doctors Association, even in need of weapons, could easily apply for them through internal channels. The weapons available through those channels would far surpass what could be purchased in that mid-sized settlement, He Jinyan explained, spreading his hands. Moreover, the quantity of weapons you require does not merely arm 1 or 2 individuals, but rather a full complement of 200. Such a substantial demand would be inconsistent with my professional identity. Although I desire to pursue my own research, I am reluctant to jeopardize my current standing unless absolutely necessary. Thus, all my actions, at least on the surface, must align with the image of the Doctors Association, so as not to invite undue suspicion or conjecture. The association is not a monolith. Intrigue and rivalry abound. Wherever there are individuals, there exists a web of social dynamics, especially within a large organization like the Doctors Association, that I cannot afford to leave any room for scrutiny. Hence, the channels through which I assist you in acquiring weapons do not involve that mid-sized settlement or our internal association, but rather arms dealers. Although purchasing weapons from arms dealers comes at a significantly higher price, their service is commendable. They typically deliver to your doorstep and never meddle in your affairs, alleviating any concerns of entanglement and complications. Listening to He Jinyan's explanation, Chen Yang couldn't help but scratch his head, realizing he had perhaps misjudged this doctor, his face betraying an expression of embarrassment. Arms dealers. What are their origins? After clearing his throat, Chen Yang asked, half curious and half seeking to shift the topic. Are you unaware? The arms dealers in the wasteland predominantly hail from top-tier factions equivalent to our Doctors Association, the Crimson Legion. However, in contrast to our orderly neutrality, the Crimson Legion leans towards chaotic malevolence. It is said to be a vast organization established by a group of soldiers from before the cataclysm, possessing formidable armed strength. He Jinian regarded Chen Yang with a hint of surprise before continuing. They control numerous underground shelters established prior to the cataclysm, resulting in an astonishing reserve of resources. Their technological prowess is well preserved, and they possess their own research system, continuously conducting in-depth studies across various fields to meet the needs of the Legion. The Crimson Legion sells its obsolete equipment through subordinate arms dealers to various regions in the wasteland. Although these items may be several generations behind the configurations of the Crimson Legion itself, they are still highly sought after in the wasteland. Do not be deceived by the mid-sized settlements. Even factions controlling large settlements may only equip their primary armed personnel with gear of this caliber. Thus, acquiring weapons from them will elevate your armaments above those available in mid-sized settlements. These are premium items that cannot be found in those settlements. Chen Yang nodded in realization, feeling somewhat sheepish as he spoke. Thank you. I truly was unaware of all this. It seems there is much you do not know. Are you also unaware that there is a limit to the enhancement serum each individual can absorb? He Jinian gazed at Chen Yang with an exasperated expression. A limit. Generally speaking, serums of up to the 5th tier can be completely absorbed by anyone, given sufficient time, He Jinian explained, noting Chen Yang's ignorance. However, serums above the 6th tier cannot be fully absorbed merely by the passage of time. According to our research and experiments at the Doctors Association, the vast majority of ordinary individuals in the wasteland, due to severe radiation exposure, find that the 5th tier is their upper limit. Only a select few with particularly strong physical potential can surpass this limit. Conversely, those less affected by radiation may have a higher limit, with individuals capable of reaching the 9th tier being exceedingly rare. Thus, if you plan to exchange ample food resources for an overall enhancement in strength, be aware that significant limitations exist. Chen Yang blinked, furrowing his brow as he mused. Is it the radiation that hinders the absorption of higher-tier enhancement serums? Then, what if we administer healing serums to ordinary individuals first before applying enhancement serums? After all, the healing serums are designed to rectify all cellular-level ailments, aren't they? He Jinian was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Chen Yang, suddenly at a loss for words. He found himself at a loss on how to articulate his feelings that if he had to summarize it in one phrase, it would be, what an extraordinary notion. Chapter 90. Relatively precious. What is it? Is there something amiss with my thoughts? Chen Yang inquired, feeling a twinge of guilt as he observed He Jinian's peculiar expression. Ahem. Now what could possibly be the issue? Are you aware of the worth of the healing elixirs? He Jinian gazed at Chen Yang with an expression akin to that reserved for a madman. I am not sure. Previously, I exchanged 2 healing elixirs through Xiao Lu, but she never disclosed the cost to me, Chen Yang replied, shaking his head. Your esteemed confidant has procured for me over 200 enhancement elixirs across levels 1 to 4, and dozens of 5th-tier enhancement elixirs as well. As for the 6th-tier enhancement elixirs, I currently lack inventory and would require a temporary concoction, leaving only the initial one I provided. Regarding enhancement elixirs of the 7th tier and above, they fall into the category of high-grade goods. My shop not only lacks stock, but I also have no materials available for concoction. Despite this, your confidant has taken nearly 1,000 enhancement elixirs from me, 1,000 enhancement elixirs, yet only 2 healing elixirs. Do you comprehend? He Jinian sighed and continued. Though healing elixirs do not augment strength, their ability to treat cellular mutations ensures their value remains high. Ordinary individuals neither require nor can afford healing elixirs. Those who can afford them and require them significantly inflate their market price. In comparison to enhancement elixirs, the value of healing elixirs is roughly equivalent to that of 9th-tier enhancement elixirs. If you were to execute your plan, it would be tantamount to utilizing the resources of 2 sets of 9th-tier enhancement elixirs to cultivate merely 1 9th-tier enhancer. Such extravagant conduct is something even our medical association would never undertake. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, finally grasping He Jinian's meaning. Ultimately, it all stemmed from the desolate resources of the wasteland world. Moreover, What good is a ninth-tier enhancer? While they may seem godlike to ordinary folk in comparison to evolved beings, even a ninth-tier enhancer appears as a mere child. To expend vast resources cultivating a ninth-tier enhancer is simply too wasteful. Chen Yang inhaled deeply, then remarked, for top-tier and colossal factions, only evolved beings constitute the core of their power and foundation. As for enhancers, they are merely a consumable precious resource. Chen Yang refrained from inquiring about evolved beings, as he was only a fourth-tier enhancer himself, and pondering such distant matters seemed futile. However, as he listened to Chen Yang's musings, a spark ignited in his mind. The high value of various elixirs in the wasteland world, aside from the medical association's deliberate control, must also be attributed to their relatively scarce production. The sole explanation for the seemingly mature manufacturing processes of these elixirs, yet their limited output, could only be a deficiency in raw materials. The cataclysm had nearly obliterated all human civilization, transforming the entire planet into a vast wasteland and garbage dump. In such circumstances, the planet's ecology had been utterly ravaged, inevitably leading to the extinction of numerous plant and animal species. This must be the root of the raw material supply issue. Yet, such problems did not exist in his world. Despite a 200-year temporal gap, this disparity could only yield differences in the levels of human civilization. The primary materials existing on this planet would remain unchanged. Thus, what if he could procure the necessary raw materials for various elixirs from his world? With Chen Yang present, the concoction and manufacturing of elixirs should pose no issue, right? His world had not suffered such severe devastation. Pushing time back 200 years would surely reveal a far greater variety of existing species. Therefore, regardless of how one contemplated it, sourcing raw materials from his world would undoubtedly be far simpler than in the current wasteland, and the resources expended would likely be considerably less. Of course, one must also consider the differing food values between the two worlds. The objectively existent food exchange rate could potentially offset the trade discrepancies in resources. After pondering for some time, Chen Yang realized he had become so engrossed in thought that he had overlooked Chen Yang's watchful gaze. Noticing her peculiar expression, he cleared his throat awkwardly. Dr. He, would it be possible for you to provide me with a list of the raw materials required for manufacturing these elixirs? Perhaps that I can devise a solution regarding the raw materials. Oh, do you possess other channels for acquiring raw materials? Chen Yang's interest was piqued. I'm not entirely certain, as I don't know the specific raw materials required, Chen Yang shrugged. Of course, I can provide you with a list of raw materials, as concocting elixirs is an exceedingly complex and intricate process. Merely knowing the raw materials is insufficient. The ratios between various materials, as well as the temperature and environment during concoction and other critical requirements, are paramount. However, Chen Yang hesitated. But what? Chen Yang prompted. Even with the same type of medicinal herb, differing growth environments may yield variations in efficacy. Even if the difference is slight, it could lead to contradictory results in elixir concoction. Therefore, the raw materials you acquire through your channels may not necessarily be effective, Chen Yang explained. I see. No matter. Let us give it a try. After all, you need to conduct various studies, don't you? Your demand for these raw materials must be considerable, that if they can be utilized, then splendid. If not, you can still use them for research, Chen Yang replied nonchalantly. Very well. I shall compile a list of the required medicinal herbs for you. To be honest, I'm beginning to feel fortunate about our collaboration. If you can indeed procure a substantial quantity of raw materials, and if your channels can provide more than just sufficient food, it would be immensely significant for me, Chen Yang remarked with a smile. This is merely the beginning. As time progresses, you will discover that what I can offer you extends far beyond mere food and herbs that I assure you. The decision to collaborate with me will be the wisest and most correct choice of your life. Chen Yang responded, smiling in kind. I look forward to it. Chen Yang nodded earnestly. Chapter 91. The painful growth upon returning to his own world. It was already around 7 in the evening. Despite the successful operation against the Grey Mouse Party, the subsequent takeover of Grey Mouse Town and a series of ensuing issues proved to be quite troublesome. Chen Yang could not delegate all matters to Li Lu, as many decisions required his authority as the leader. After a thorough discussion with Chen Yang, Chen Yang returned to Grey Mouse Town, where he, accompanied by Li Lu, busied himself for an entire day. On a positive note, the residents of Grey Mouse Town did not exhibit any resistance to the new reality that had unfolded above them. Particularly after listening to Chen Yang's announcement of new regulations, almost all the inhabitants showed immense enthusiasm and heartfelt support for their new rulers, led by Chen Yang. He not only proclaimed a system of high autonomy for Grey Mouse Town, but also declared that its residents would no longer be required to pay any food taxes. This meant that henceforth, although the base would provide protection and military support to Grey Mouse Town, the residents would no longer need to surrender food as a form of tax. Regardless of the amount of food they obtained, it would all belong entirely to them. Previously, during the Grey Mouse Party's rule, the food tax could reach an astonishing 40% of the residents' normal food sources at its peak. Therefore, Chen Yang's decision undoubtedly bestowed upon the townsfolk an unexpected increase of 30 to 40% in their food yield. This represented a significant enhancement in quality of life for any ordinary survivor, even though that food had always rightfully been theirs. Under the pressure of food scarcity, the enthusiasm of Grey Mouse Town's residents was thoroughly ignited. Li Lu and her team encountered almost no obstacles in successfully completing the overall takeover of Grey Mouse Town, and by that afternoon, they had selected the inaugural administrators for the town. Besides Li Lu, who would serve as the mayor representing the base, 5 other residents were chosen to form a joint council for Grey Mouse Town. Alongside the establishment of other structural setups and subsequent personnel selections, the daily affairs of Grey Mouse Town would henceforth be categorized and managed by those 5 individuals. In matters that could potentially affect the entire town, the council would convene for discussions, ultimately leaving the judgment and decision-making to Mayor Li Lu. According to Li Lu's estimations, the adjustments to the management structure and the new plan for Grey Mouse Town would take approximately 3 to 5 days to fully establish and commence operations. The survivors in this wasteland exhibited a level of compliance far superior to that in Chen Yang's world. Faced with the pressures of survival, few survivors would emphasize notions of individuality or human rights. As long as they could live, they cared little for anything else than as for the other settlements under Grey Mouse Town's jurisdiction. They too became part of Chen Yang's domain. However, the integration of these settlements was not as seamless as that of Grey Mouse Town. Witnessing the fall of Grey Mouse Town to the Grey Mouse D faction, some inhabitants of those other settlements were stirred by inappropriate ambitions. Naturally, the survivors of Grey Mouse D would show no mercy to those who failed to recognize their own situation. In the short time since Chen Yang's arrival at Grey Mouse D, he had altered the fate of all its inhabitants, rekindling hope and aspirations for the future among each survivor. In the eyes of Grey Mouse D's survivors, Chen Yang had become their faith. They would not tolerate anything that could potentially disrupt his plans. After a few minor, yet bloody suppressions, the subordinate settlements finally came to their senses, ceasing any resistance to the restructuring imposed by Grey Mouse D. In this land, bullets and fists would always prove more effective than reason. As Grey Mouse Town and its affiliated settlements fell under his influence, it became increasingly inappropriate for the base to continue using the title of Grey Mouse D. Thus, after much contemplation with Li Lu and several other prominent survivors from Grey Mouse D, Chen Yang decided to officially rename the base to Dawn Base, symbolizing hope and new beginnings. From that point onward, any external matters involving the base and its territories would be referred to under the name of Dawn. Stretching his limbs, Chen Yang gazed out the window of his bedroom. The night, which should have been shrouded in darkness, was instead illuminated by the vibrant neon lights of the bustling city. Having taken many lives and labored throughout the day, he felt an overwhelming sense of mental exhaustion. The gruesome images of the deceased lingered vividly in his mind, and upon closing his eyes, they would resurface with clarity. This state of being unsettled him. Fortunately, he was not confined to the wasteland indefinitely. Each day, he could return to his own world, resuming a semblance of normalcy. Otherwise, he feared that prolonged exposure to such a violent reality might truly fracture his psyche. Indeed, the ability to return to his world daily contributed significantly to his mental well-being. If he could repeatedly adapt to this back-and-forth existence, it wouldn't be long before he could forge a truly resilient mind. However, this process would likely be fraught with profound suffering. After all, taking lives was not something he could take pleasure in. Yet, regardless of the anguish, it was a necessity. When one continually grows amidst pain, it signifies that they are on the path to success. Drawing a slip of paper from his pocket, Chen Yang noted the medicinal ingredients written by He Jianian. Items such as Wu Jiapai, Che Qinzi, Duzhong, Qinpai, and Banlan Jin, all traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. What intrigued Chen Yang most was He Jianian's special emphasis on two particular ingredients, dandelion and sunflower. Due to the cataclysmic events that had transpired, sunlight could no longer reach the Earth's surface directly, resulting in the near extinction of dandelions and sunflowers worldwide. Yet, several potent concoctions developed by the Medical Association required these very plants, leading to an astronomical demand for them in the wasteland. In summary, the medicinal ingredients recorded on the paper were not rare commodities. It seemed feasible to seek out a traditional medicine shop for a substantial procurement to bring back for He Jianian, in hopes of assessing their efficacy. After all, the herbs in his world had undoubtedly escaped the ravages of radiation, leaving their potential utility uncertain.